Hello. Authorities in Kenya are investigating the crash that killed the country's military chief, General Francis Ogola. He died with 10 other people when the helicopter he was traveling in went down in the western part of the country. In Niger Republic, the US has agreed to pull its military out of the country. Niger has been the base where the US monitors the activities of radical Islamic terrorists in the West African sub-region. In Nigeria, the EFCC is still looking for the former governor of Kogi State, Mr. Yahaya Bello. The EFCC wants him to explain the over 84 billion naira the Financial Crime Agency says he mismanaged as governor in the last 8 years. When the EFCC went to arrest him in his Abuja home, the current governor arrived at the scene and whisked him out. It is 5:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 12:30 p.m. in New York City, 4:30 p.m. in Dakar, Senegal, and 7:30 p.m. in Nairobi, Kenya. Wherever you're joining us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chidonoma, is on assignment. Today on our show is the indomitable fighter, Aisha Yesufu. Here is a profile.
That if the 16th century Hausa warrior Queen Amina ever reincarnated, she probably did so in Aisha Yesufu. For a woman who does not want to be labeled, Aisha Yesufu's passionate advocacy for social justice started early in 1991. She was denied admission into the Nigerian Defense Academy, NDA, on a gender basis. Her tenacity has earned her more than just the title of activist. She has won hearts and put her name on the list of Nigerians who have walked the talk about the advocacy and passion for a better Nigeria. When she turned 40 in 2013, Aisha made a pledge to herself, which she reiterated in this video.
8 years ago on this day, when I turned 40, I made a solemn promise to myself that I will give the next 40 years of my life, if God so give me another 40 years, to Nigeria.
Fate did not waste time demanding she redeemed her pledge when Boko Haram struck the quiet town of Chibok the following year and took away 276 of their daughters from their school hostels. True to her pledge, she co-convened the Bring Back Our Girls BBOG, an advocacy group that drew international attention to calls on the government to do right by the kidnapped girls. The BBOG movement drew so much attention that the captors of the girls released this video mocking the calls for the girls' release.
Bring back our girls. Oh, bring back our army. Bring back our army. Jonathan! Girl, Christian, bring back our army.
That would become one of the many times this passionate social crusader and public speaker would hold the world's attention. But who is this woman? In Odumeje's voice, how does she form? Aisha was born in Kano on the 12th of December 1973 to Muslim parents who originally hail from Agbede in Edo State. Also known as Aisha Somtochukwu Yesufu, people often wondered how the child of Edo parents, born and raised in the north, came to bear an Igbo name. Always one to be affected by the plight of others, Aisha adopted the name Somtochukwu to honor the late Somtochukwu Ibianusi, a 10-year-old boy whom the Nigerian military killed during a protest at the demolition of the Eke Uku market in Imo State during the tenure of Governor Rochas Okorocha. She took to her Twitter, now X handle, to mourn the boy, and she made a post in 2019 where she vowed to add Somtochukwu to her name. And as her Wikipedia profile shows, she did. She was initially admitted to Usman Danfodio University in 1992, but after the school closed, she enrolled at Ahmadu Bello University to study medicine. Aisha was forced to abandon medicine when Ahmadu Bello University was closed following the killing of a professor in 1994. She enrolled at Bayero University, Kano, and graduated with honors in 1999. She bagged a master's degree in pharmaceutical microbiology from the Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. Aisha has this to say about how she met and married her husband, Aisha Yesufu, in 1998. My husband can say this, and honestly, I wouldn't be bothered. I did see him, I fell in love with him, and went after him, and it took 8 months for him to come around. 8 months later, we were married, so it was a 16-month project, from December 13th, 1996 to April 17th, 1998. I was 23 and he was 35 when we met. I do tease him that "Nasoy for me is better thing," to say no shooting shot. Also, whenever I tease him about taking long in making decisions, he's quick to remind me that that's why I met him single. The couple has 2 children, Amir and Alia, and celebrated their 25th marriage anniversary in April 2023. Upon graduation, however, this microbiologist hung her coat and went into business. Her passion for financial freedom and literacy led her to establish Citizens Hub, a non-profit advocacy group working for financial literacy and increased participation of women and youth in politics.
Being financially independent, that was the main topic of last month. So last month we talked about financial independence and how to go about it. A financially independent woman is a very attractive woman.
In October 2020, during the EndSARS protest, Aisha again broke the internet with an iconic picture of her defiantly standing between protesters and the police.
Death is not when you no longer breathe in oxygen and breathe out carbon dioxide. For me, death is when you are afraid to speak the truth.
The protests lasted for days and drew media outrage when protesters were shot at by men of the Nigerian army on the night of the 20th of October, injuring many and killing some. So haunted was she by the events of that day that she got emotional while on stage at the Labour Party rally in Lagos and called for a 1-minute silence to honor the Lekki massacre victims.
I'm going to beg you, let's have silence. Let's have silence. 1 minute of silence for all those that paid the ultimate price during EndSARS.
She was instrumental to the Obidients campaign team, serving as spokesperson during the election campaigns. From one city to the other, Aisha mounted stages at Labour Party rallies where she energized and entertained the crowd of supporters with her passionate speeches and impressive dance skills. Her involvement in the last elections raised questions about her hitherto claims of not being a politician. She explains in this video.
On the issue of why did I go into partisan politics, I've always been, even right from 2015, and that was in 2015 I supported Muhammadu Buhari. And I remember when I decided to support him, a lot of people that were in his camp were quite happy, but that didn't stop me from holding me accountable.
Following the declaration of results from the last elections and the legal tussles that followed, Aisha participated, sometimes appearing in court to stand in solidarity with the Obi team. When allegations of mismanagement of election funds were made against members of the Obidients campaign team and the Labour Party, she gave a detailed account of the funds she oversaw during the campaign.
I know there have been reports out there that there were billions of naira that were raised. Some even said hundreds of millions of dollars. Well, we hope we'll see those monies, and if there are people out there that can help us track those monies, we would want to see them. But what we received specifically was this particular amount, 500, and let me repeat it once again, 595 million naira, 976,000 naira, 994 naira.
Keeping to her mantra of saying it as it is, Aisha has continued her self-professed duty of being an active citizen. She takes no prisoners when she dissects trending issues and news on her YouTube channel. And for that, we can say her mother was right, because, truly, in her courts, no one wins.
For me, like as right now, there are things that the way I would react on issues 10 years ago, I can't do it now. Because now it's no longer the Aisha Yesufu that was before 2014, that was just my normal ordinary citizen doing my thing. Not now that there's a bit of influence attached to you, recognition. So you have to be careful.
What the military missed for not letting her join and be a field marshal, the Nigerian populace gained in having her as the people's field marshal.
All right, Aisha, welcome to the show.
Oh my goodness, thank you so much for having me. You made me sit through that and listen to it. Like, is it me they are talking about, or is it somebody else? But thank you.
Wait.
Where did you get them from? Where did you see them? Like, I've even forgotten I said Otu State.
Well, we have people. We make this for people who have done sacrifice for the country, and we use that to appreciate them.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. You really took your time to really put a lot of things together. I appreciate that.
Welcome. All right. So typically we start with the news, and in the news today, especially with Nigeria, is the issue of the former Kogi State Governor, Bello. I don't know what the latest is. I know you're in Abuja. Have we seen him? Do we know where he is? I mean, talking about Yahaya Bello. Do we know where he is?
Can you come a bit again? We are having rains in Abuja. I think somehow it's affecting my network.
Okay.
I know you were talking about Yahaya Bello, right?
Yahaya Bello. Yeah. Do we know where he is? Have they found him?
Oh, oh my goodness. Let me laugh a little. Nigeria police, they are the most unserious organization, security agency in the whole world. No wonder they're always coming last when they are doing this thing. But anyway, I don't think they found him. I don't know whether he's missing. Did he tell them he's missing? He's out there, but they are not
wanted. They declared wanted.
There was something they said. They said that all the security details attached to the former governor Yahaya Bello, that they were withdrawing them. And a lot of Nigerians were saying, why couldn't you just tell them to arrest him and bring him down to you guys? Why are you withdrawing them? On a very serious note, what happened in that whole thing, I think I did a video on that. It's really very painful and just tells you where we are as a country. First of all, EFCC, most of the people at EFCC, they are police. The people attached to Yahaya Bello, most of them are police. Yes, you have other security, DSS, but most of them are police. The people attached to Ododo, I think that's the name of the new governor, most of them are also police. So it was police stopping police from arresting someone that needed to be accused of a crime, that there is a court order for that person to be arrested. So the police themselves need to go and sit down and take and have a talk amongst themselves, really what is going on. And in the case of Ododo, is the fact that as a governor, yes, he has immunity. The immunity he has is for him not to have distraction, for him not to be taken to court. He doesn't have immunity against investigation and all of that. But to say, as someone who is for whatever number of time you are in office, focus so that you don't have so many distractions, people taking you away from focusing on the welfare of the people. That's why they have immunity. And you see what is happening, this one, it's really so mind-boggling. If there's anybody who has benefited from the court, from the legal system, from institution, it's actually Yahaya Bello. If not for the courts, Yahaya Bello would never have smelled the government house in Kogi State. But because the court said this was the ruling that they had, the interpretation of the court, he got in there. And today he's the same person who is trying to, subvert the system. But you know what for me is most funny is how cowardly these people are when they are not in office. White elephant come turn to white mouse. The thing shocked me. What is there? I thought he would turn up. EFCC is looking for you. You turn up, you go there, you say, see me here. But it's running away, kitty, running away, kata. If you drink water, drop cup. The guy will watch you with the big boys. Anyway,
now, when the new governor took over, he created the office of the ex-governor.
Mm-hmm.
And we didn't actually understood what he meant by that. And he said that the ex-governor has the right to come to the government house at any point and take his bedroom. We are seeing that now. but isn't that ironic that we have this system where the IG of police is not able to control the police, like you said, and then the Attorney General, who should supervise the Justice Department, could not really. They don't talk to each other. Is that the way it works?
So we have our security agencies have always been not independent. And so when you have a situation whereby there's no independence, you won't have, things will not work effectively or efficiently. It's the normal thing. We've had security agents who allegiance is to the president and the ruling party. That's what we've always had. Even though right now we have an illegitimate president, of course, their allegiance is also to that person. So it's always like, oh, he's the one who chose me to be IG. He's the one who did it. So I have to do everything that he wants to do. I can't even work within that constitution. That's what we've had. And then we've always also had rivalry amongst this whole institution. And because there's not much competence, they don't even know what to do, how to work with each other, and the things that they need to do. So we've had a lot of this damaging things, happening in our society. And honestly, it's really sad that this is where we are, but sadly, that's what we've been dealing with. I mean, all of these institutions are not strengthened in a way that they can act beyond whoever is president, beyond anything, work efficiently and effectively. We'll continue to grapple in our country. We will not get to where we're supposed to get. And then most importantly also, who are the people that are in this position? Are they the most competent people that are there, or the most subservient people? So those are the things that we have to. So we sort of like sacrifice competence for some blind loyalty.
So people are looking at Bello's situation, and they are wondering about Ganduje. Why is Ganduje not being called to answer questions? What is the situation with Ganduje?
Well, I think in the case of Ganduje, you see, it's the state government, right? It's coming in from the state government. So if you look at the issue of what do I put it now? Okay, yeah. So where my thought of train was going to, it got deviated a little bit. Ganduje is doing what we call boy. Where I want you to be, that's where you are, like a slave, like my boy toy kind of a thing. And then Yahaya Bello hasn't gotten to that place. And one of the things that we all know from the antecedent of Tinubu is always that he wants people who will be slavish to him, who will be like slaves. And so he controls them. As long as you're ready to toe that line, you definitely will be in a position where, yeah, you can get away with anything. And I mean, issue of fighting corruption, forget about it. Tinubu is not fighting any corruption. We've seen a lot, because if there was really EFCC was really fighting corruption, the current Senate president would be in EFCC cell. He said he was sick. That was why he didn't answer that. Is the sickness still on? Because we can't see the sickness now that he's there as the number 3 person. So you see, all of this, what they're doing is selective fight that is going on. So it depends on, hey, who is it that probably that the presidency or the illegitimate president doesn't like, and then room is open for that whole thing to be done. Because as it is right now, in Kano State, you have a different party is the one that is heading this state in Kano State, the government in Kano State. In Kogi State is the same party, the same APC.
All right, we have internet problem. Her connection is frozen. We'll get back to her as soon as.
Am I still on?
Okay, you're back.
Oh, okay, I saw it just went off a bit. So, like I was saying, I said during the time of Ibori, when Delta State came out to say that their monies are not missing, because that's the same thing we are hearing also now from Kogi State saying their monies aren't missing. So they are the ones that you think, okay, there might really not be prosecution going on. But Kano State are coming out to say that, hey, we saw this man on TV, on camera, where he was taking our monies are missing, and yet EFCC is trying sort of like doing as if they are not doing it. Well, anyway, EFCC has always been unfortunate. That's why a lot of Nigerians are really not even bothered about this whole drama that is going on with them and the so-called white lion that has turned to white mouse.
All right, we'll get back to Nigerian politics, but let me first ask you about the Chibok girls. 10 years after, where are things at this point?
Things things at this point are very sad, and I can tell you, I saw one of the parents, two of the parents, during the commemoration of the whole thing, and the father was crying all throughout. You can just imagine what it is for you to send your child to school and the child never comes back, and to come from a very callous nation where people are not thinking about those children that were taken away. They are so, even 10 years after, fixated on the fact that an incompetent president was voted out of office. So they made Chibok girls issue about Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, and not about the girls that were taken away, that their lives were, truncated. We have about, I think, 82 now who are still in captivity. So some are back, some have been able to, some were rescued, some escaped on their own and came out of it all. But at the end of the day is the fact that Chibok girls have not been treated very well. Even the ones that escaped, even the ones that were rescued, they were not given the right kind of education they should have. One of the things that the government did was to ensure that they Bring Back Our Girls movement, and the Chibok girls never had a meeting. They were asked not to get in touch with us. They must not talk to us. We must not get in touch with them and stuff like that. So that's to put that sort of a divide. And they were kept in sort of like holding camp. It's almost like leaving one abduction to get into another abduction. And at the end of the day, a lot of them have been frustrated. A lot of them keep saying, why did they even come back with all the things that have been going on? They've not really gained anything. There was one who was quite sick, and the government, I think she had kidney problems. The government kept throwing who was supposed to take care of her. Is it the school? Is it the government? And at one time, she just said that she wished she wasn't rescued, that she would have had better treatment with the terrorists. I must say something that Nigerians have really felt Chibok girls. And sadly, what many people did not realize is the fact that as long as Chibok girls are in captivity, we all are in captivity. That was what I think my then 14-year-old daughter wrote on when it was 1,000 days of their captivity. And the fact is that Chibok girls, it's the fight for Chibok girls is the fight for the soul of Nigeria. As long as Chibok girls' lives don't matter, my life, your life, it will never matter to government.
Mm. The military reported recently that they found another one with her kids. Is that true?
I have not been able to ascertain that. So I have not really gone on that. After the whole April 14th, I think I got into a place. I didn't even want to. So I just like withdrew into my shell. I didn't even want to deal with the fact that we really got to 10 years. Even up to now, as I'm speaking to you, I've really not dealt with it mentally and emotionally. I've just been there. Even a lot of people that wanted to do media and everything, I refused. I said, look, I'm not going to talk about this in whatever. When I even saw your title, at one time I wanted to send you and say, no, I don't want to talk about it, but that's okay. Let me just leave it. But I can tell you, so I haven't checked that out. There's even one that I saw on social media yesterday. They were saying, oh, another one had escaped, but that she had 3 children. I just have not been able to really be able to open up my heart, my mind, my soul to that whole issue again. So I've not really checked. I will tell you that.
Okay. Were there anyone that were integrated to their family, back to their family? They live with their near their parents. Any one of those that were rescued? Do we know? Because
there were some of them that have been after maybe like I think some of them too, like maybe 4 years or something. A good number of them are with the community. Some of them have gotten married. Some of them, because at the end of the day, for years they were kept in one place within the holding place. Then the school, even the school that they were in, they were isolated. They were not allowed to mingle. So there was a lot of frustration. The parents really couldn't see them. There was a long time, I think about 4 more years, parents couldn't really see them per se. They could talk once in a while and stuff like that. There was a time they took them down to Chibok to go and meet the parents something. But right now, yeah, they do meet. They are able to have that connection and meet and mix with them.
Okay. When this other kidnapping happened in Kaduna State, a lot of people were surprised that it's still possible in places in the north, that nothing was put in place to prevent this from happening. Now, for people who did not live in the north or know how the north is, can you help people understand how people could go to a school, pick up school children in hundreds and take them, like the one in Kaduna. Kaduna, they told us they found them in Zamfara. How did that happen? You know, do you understand what the government is trying to explain?
I think for anyone who thinks that how did that happen in the north, as if it cannot happen in the south, that's living in la la land. In this Nigeria, there's no security anywhere. I mean, people don't understand how bad it is. We are all vulnerable. When Chibok happened and Nigerians didn't understand what it is to rally around and say to the government, no, this will not allow it. By not rallying around Chibok parents, making demands, what we did was that, one, we gave the government enabling environment for them to abdicate their responsibilities. And then secondly, we gave the terrorists enabling environment to be emboldened and do more. And so a lot of people all over, they know that they can walk into anywhere and take away anything. And that was why in December, I think it was 2020, December 2020, I went at 12th, I think it was even on the 12th on my birthday, actually, when boys were taken away from a school, is it called Kankara in Katsina State. On that day, the president, the commander-in-chief of Nigeria had gone to Katsina State, and it's about 100 and something kilometers from where the abduction happened and where the president's hometown is in Daura. And for me, and this is the thing I talked about, I said you can imagine that a commander-in-chief was coming into town that day. The terrorists did not change their plans. To tell you the audacity, because Katsina State is a state that has a lot of insurgency issue, and so there are a lot of terrorists. You will expect that as a president, as a commander-in-chief of Nigeria is going into that state, everything should be locked down. To the extent that even ants, as they are moving, they will know the movement of every ant in that state. But nothing like that happened. And they took these children, they walked with them for hours, took them to long places. We couldn't recover them until whatever negotiation happened and they brought them back. That's where we are in Nigeria. In Abuja here, they are coming into people's houses and taking away people. People are having to leave the houses they have built. I know of someone who just a month ago left where he was staying to move with him more into Abuja City. It's Abuja City because of kidnappers that were coming in. And they were retired police DIGs and AIGs living in that area who also now are living in that area. That's how bad those things are. But Nigerians are living in la la la, that we think that we have the patent to prayers and it's prayers that can help us. So it's not just that in the north. It's everywhere. If they decide today they are going to enter, whether it's Edo, Lagos, Imo State, whatever state, and pack children and put them in buses and drive away, they can do it because we've not put a measure to what the worth of Nigerian life is. So the Nigerian life doesn't matter to the Nigerian government, and so people will do anything that they want to do. And when I hear people say things like, "Oh, this thing that is happening, it cannot happen in our place," I just say, "Shut up." People in the Southeast used to say that. There's some people in the Southeast that used to say that, oh, this thing happening in the North, it can never happen in the Southeast. When IPOB went there and they were dealing with it, what happened? Every one of us in Nigeria, from every section of Nigeria, whatever region, we are vulnerable. We do not have a government. We do not have a government, first of all. We do not have a government that realizes that the primary responsibility of a government is the protection of lives and properties. And any government that cannot protect the lives and properties of the citizens is not fit to be called a government. So we don't have a government. Talk less of now that we have a certificate forger in chief rather than commander in chief. So the terrorists are having a good time of their time. They can do anything and undo. Nothing is going to happen. Let me tell you something also, because most times Nigerians, it seems, don't look at the issues, don't connect the issues. If you look at in the last maybe a year or more, there has been a lot of fighting between security agents. So security agencies, you see EFCC fighting, what's this called? Air Force. We saw that happen in Kaduna. You see soldiers fighting police. You see this custom fighting that. For me, that's something that is very worrisome. And I've spoken about that a lot. This is something that can affect us as a nation. This is something that you're wondering, what's going on? If these people now break up, they keep fighting each other, what does that now portend for us? Because these are people that are supposed to be working together, loosely, not fighting each other. It just simply tells you that there's no commander-in-chief and everybody is doing whatever they want to do. We are the mercy. We are all victims waiting to happen in Nigeria. Anyway, we are all potential abductees.
All right, let me go back to the last election. You were involved. And
Mhm.
what was that experience like for you?
So that experience for me was a mind-blowing one. And I will tell you why it was a mind-blowing experience in my own case. In 2018, I was part of Red Card movement. Red Card movement simply meant that we were saying to Nigerians, you can decide, you can vote for a candidate that doesn't have to be APC or PDP. And many Nigerians didn't see that. Many Nigerians felt that, how is that possible? You know, people thought we were mad. Some people insulted us. We were called all sorts of names, yeah? So there were a lot of things that happened on that. Then we now came to 2023. Of course, after NSAS, there was a shift. So I'll go back to NSAS. What happened with NSAS was that we had a demography that one did not experience military rule the way we experienced it. Some of them were born after the military rule. Some of them were born just before the military rule ended, or they were quite too young to understand what military rule is. So democracy to them didn't mean anything. My son is one of those people. I gave birth to my son in 1999. And so he's 25 years old now. So for them, you know, it really didn't mean much. And so they lived their own lives and they did their own thing. And they didn't really understand what democracy is all about, the effect of governance, how government can be so brutal. So when they did the 2020 protest, the NSAS protest, and then people were killed, they realized how brutal government can be. And then they decided, you know, they wanted to be more interested in governance. So that came to 2023 election. You saw all of that with the Obedient movement. And so for me, the thing was that, wow, this was something that I didn't expect to see in the next 10 years. Because from shouting red card to APC and PDP and people calling you are mad, to those same people that say you were mad, they are not the ones who are now coming out, you know, to now actually say red card to re-show the red card to APC and PDP. It was amazing. And people came out, they rallied around, they were creative, they did all sorts of things, all the things that needed to be done. And right now we've seen that the more the old class politicians really don't have strategy. They don't have anything other than the money that they use and then the violence that they invoke. And so we had people who were not interested in politics. So seeing Nigerians galvanized, coming together, united, you know, and going for a candidate, for me, that was really beautiful. And even though the elections were stolen, yes, the election was rigged. Mr. Peter Obi won that election and everything. For me, I still take out of it the fact that, wow, the amazing things that Nigerians could do. And of course, it's to continue to do that until we're able to get that good leadership that we're all yearning for.
So after the election, what happened next? Going to the courts and the court ruling, and how did you see the way Peter Obi and Dati campaign, how they handled that period? Do you think that was the best path to follow?
Absolutely. For me, that was the best part to follow. I see a lot of people who, oh no, he should have been on the streets. He should have been demonstrating. He should have. Well, he didn't stop anybody from being on the street, and it hasn't stopped anybody. There were people who were on the streets who were demonstrating. So everyone that wanted to demonstrate could have been on the street. But people always look for excuses. I think what they did was the best way, which is try all the system. Let everybody see. We didn't know how much rotten the judiciary was. We knew it was rotten, but we didn't know it was as rotten as it is. But now, I think almost every Nigerian of voting age have an idea of how rotten it is and how rotten the system is. And so the first thing that you need to do, of course, is to bring knowledge to the people, for people to have an understanding. And that's what Mr. Peter Obi did, which was to go through the system and let the people see how flawed that whole system is all about. For me, that was the best way to go. For others who keep thinking, oh, you should have been on the street doing what? Because people always romanticize Obi there, and you see most of the people who are saying, oh, he should have been on the street, will be the last to be on that street, when even if he had gone to the street. But for me, I think the way they handled it was well. I handle it within the ambit of the law. There are some people who keep, oh, how can you have 8 million voters and you did not use that to be on the street, he's not desperate to be president, and he's not looking to put people's lives in danger. And one of the things is that Mr. Peter Obi is a servant leader, and that's one thing I've known about him. And I will share something with you. During the whole campaign, I have one regret with the campaign that I had with Peter Obi, and this happened. It was when we were going to, I can't remember, the south states, was it Bayelsa, then Port Harcourt or something. But anyway, we were supposed to have P Square come to perform. They had agreed, they supported him, they have agreed, they were ready to do this whole campaign. They were very vocal about their support for him. And they had agreed. We had looked for, gotten the private jet, gotten someone to get a private jet for us. I was going to take them to, I think whether it was Bayelsa, the first one. No, it was not Bayelsa. I can't remember the state now, but the one before Peter Obi went to Port Harcourt, they were ready. But Peter Obi was like, he didn't want, and he did not just with the he didn't want, how Nigerian government can be. He didn't want them to be in a position where they'll be vulnerable. So it was like, no, they are ready to do this. They've accepted. They are public with it. He kept dragging. I literally spent 8 hours back and forth with Mr. Peter Obi, sending him a. I did one long, me that I don't even like writing. I did one long episode to write to him why it was okay to allow P Square to come and perform. And he was like, no, I don't want them to use this against them. I don't blah, blah, blah. And for me, and I've said it to Mr. Peter Obi, I said, the next time something like this happens, I'm going to make a decision. I'm not going to wait for you. Whatever it is, I will bear the decision, because I kept waiting. At the end of the day, we had to cancel that particular one. And that's why even the P Square themselves, they came out public to say, oh, they are no longer going to be at that show. So when they were going to Port Harcourt, they didn't treat it out until they got into Port Harcourt. But I felt that also, and then when they got to Port Harcourt, a lot of people didn't even know they were coming and stuff like that. So for me, I always say that's my one regret, because I would have taken that decision. I'd already planned, I've gotten everything. I'd gotten someone who got us a private jet. I was going to take them. They even had something they were going to do in Lagos before going back. They were ready to do these 3 states. I could have just done it and just gone on like, okay, Mr. Peter, we'll talk about it later. We'll fight and do whatever over it. I'll make this decision. But I didn't make that decision, and I regret that. And I've told him, and they were like, anytime that sort of decision comes in again, I'm going to do it. But why am I saying this? I'm saying this for every one of us to know that this is who Mr. Peter Obi is. If something is going to favor him, he's not going to say that, oh, because I want this thing, let me just get it. He will always watch out for you. Is it safe for the person? Is it this? And he doesn't want anybody, and anybody that is supporting him to be affected in one way or the other. So people are expecting that Mr. Peter Obi is going to call people to come on the streets and protest for him, so that then you now have opportunity for them to bring you hoodlums like they did during NSTARS, to come and start causing mayhem and say if Peter Obi supporters are doing it, or to bring tear gas, to start tear gassing us, to start shooting. Mr. Peter Obi is not one person to do that. He has shown it. That for me, I'm good with what he did, and I think the fact that people are more enlightened, people are seeing. Some Nigerians want to suffer. They supported Mr. Tinubu's ring. Alana, bring on the suffering. We will all hear out. Everybody go chop breakfast. You don't dey chop am.
We had on this show the leader of the chairman of the party, Labour Party, came here. Mr. Peter Obi also came, and we asked them questions about what the plans they have for Edo State to make sure that it's not going to be like what happened at the last election. Do you know about, are you following the Edo State governorship election, and do you know about plans that Labour Party put in place?
I don't know whether I know anything about plans of Labour Party, because I'm not a Labour Party member. But of course, I follow keenly Edo State election, because I'm from Edo State. And for me, one of the things is that Labour Party has a very good candidate in Mr. Akpata. So Lumidi Akpata is a very good candidate. In everything that it's done, it's in terms of when people talk about Labour Party and what they've done in other states. Yeah, there are some states that you see a candidate, you cannot even come out and support the candidate, because almost the candidate in 2 days, one kind. So you'll be looking at it and giving, when they say that bombastic side eye, criminal offensive side eye, you're rolling your eyes. That's how I'm like, I'll see some of their candidates, I'm like, it's not me and you that will be supporting this person. I would rather not say anything. But with Edo State, I think they got it right. They were able to give the best candidate that is there. And I see a lot of people who have come out to talk about in terms of equity and justice. You understand? Edo State election, equity and justice. I say, where will Nigerians think about equity and justice when it comes to the poverty and suffering? Is equity and justice always about, which region is going to bring out the president? It doesn't come with who is going to ensure that you will get equity and justice from poverty and suffering so that you no longer suffer. In Edo State, and I'm looking at them, I'm like, free me with that equity and justice thing. You know why? I'm a Muslim in Edo State. I'm a woman, a Muslim. A Muslim has never been governor or deputy governor. In short, I've had people on my timeline who say to me, a Muslim can never be a governor or deputy governor in Edo State. I'm a woman. A woman has never been a governor or deputy governor in Edo State. Oh, does that mean equity and justice doesn't come to gender? How is equity and justice you having to continue with a PDP that has failed you? How is that equity and justice? How is equity and justice when you're thinking about if it's APC that has failed in every ramification that you can think about? But I think, one of the things is that Mr. Olumide Akpata is a fighter, and he's someone who is very strategic. If you followed his when he was MB, before he became NBA, what do you call it now? NBA president, there was a lot of drama. People felt that he couldn't be. He's the first non-son to become an NBA president. He was not married at that time. There was a lot of drama going on, but he works. He stays on the matter, and the thing is that a lot of people underestimate him, which is a good thing, and they keep doing that. Even before the primaries within the Labour Party, they did underestimate him, but he's someone who has really been going on, and for me, I'm really excited about it and about Olumide's candidacy, and I think it's high time for Edo people to leave the sentiments of tribe and region aside and really focus on competence and someone that will not have baggage. If you vote for Olumide Akpata, it simply means that he would know that he was voted for because the people wanted him. You vote for any other party, especially those two major parties, the APC and PDP, they will always tell you it was their structure that got it. And you want somebody whose loyalty, first and foremost, will be to the people rather than the structure in the party. And you don't want anybody that will come that will have their own baggages. We see what is happening in Rivers State. We see what's happening in Kaduna State and all of that. Edo State have suffered so much. Let us get equity and justice from suffering. We don't come this world, come carry suffer head for our head. May we throw away, may we look for equity and justice for suffering. Vote man, when we say if we draw in egg, we don't say I don't people vote for. Nobody one way they will carry shoulder for us, tell us say party structure bring and come.
Wow. We 42 minutes into the conversation, we've not started, and people want to ask you questions. So what we're going to do is I will let people in about, let's say, 15 minutes. Already there's a question on the comment section I wanted to maybe address before we continue, otherwise I'll forget about it. Someone wants to know if you regret supporting Buhari.
Absolutely not. Let the person hold on. Absolutely not. I do not. See, let me tell you something. For those who don't know, maybe they need to go to my 2015 Twitter handle and go and read the comment. I was never Buhari's friend. And I've always said, I don't need to like you to vote for you. I'll look at what is on ground. What are the things that need to happen? Jonathan was a failure. Not only Jonathan was a failure, Jonathan was a disaster. And I think a lot of Nigerians, over the time, they keep romanticizing Jonathan. In no time, they will start romanticizing Buhari because Tinubu is failing more than Buhari. Let me tell people, I did this challenge and I said to people, tell me one thing that Buhari did that Jonathan did not do. Tell me one. And I'll start by giving them example. Some people will say that, Jonathan killed protesters. And Buhari killed NSAS protesters. Guess what? Jonathan killed Occupy Nigerian protesters. He sent police to them. People were killed for protesting that the fuel subsidy was removed and the fuel price was increased. Buhari sent in this thing. Was it DSS? No, it was DSS went to attack National Assembly
when this person was acting president, Osibanjo. Guess what? In 2014, Jonathan sent police to the National Assembly. They attacked the National Assembly. They locked the National Assembly. They tear gas a sitting House of Rep Speaker, Aminu Tambua. In the case of when it happened when Osibanjo was the acting president, he actually now he sacked the DSS chief. In 2013, because I see a journalist that comes to say that he was able to return to Nigeria in 2013. And so because of that, Jonathan is the best thing after Jollof Rice. In 2013, you are a journalist, Mr. Rudolph. If I'm wrong, please, let everything I'm saying, let them be fact-checking it. Me, I don't say anything without facts. In 2013, 4 these day journalists were arrested by Jonathan because they wrote an editorial on him. That wasn't good. Even this person, what's his name now? The man that was in labor, Doyo Okupe, came out to, to write about how what they did was right and all of that. That's it. I think it was in 2014 also. Soldiers were sent to go and pack to attack newspaper stands, vendors, and pack away all the newspapers and destroy it. In the democracy that people died for. Jonathan wanted to turn our head backward. Some people are sitting there and telling me that, oh, a life was good during Jonathan. It was good for you. It wasn't good for the people that were killed. When on the 14th of April 2014, the same day that Chibok girls were abducted later, there was a bomb blast at Nyanya. Dozens of people died. Jonathan went there, visited the office. From there, he went to Kano, and then he did what he was dancing. February 2014, before then, there was killing, Buniyadi killing. Children in school were slaughtered. As in, I know of a girl, Unmi, whose brother was slaughtered in front of her eyes. Yet, Jonathan did not say a word about that until a year after, in 2015, when Bring Back Our Girls movement, commemorated that anniversary, that particular day. 48 children were killed, 40 school boys. So a terrorist came in to their what do you call it now? Into their school while they were at the assembly and blew his and killed 48. Jonathan did not say when he went on that day to go and do his declaration. 2,000 people were killed January 2015 in Baga. Jonathan did not say a word. I think the same day or a day after, Charlie Hebdo happened, where the 2 or 3 people were killed in France. Jonathan wrote a statement to them. Even Malema of South Africa had to now write, and he called Jonathan the most irresponsible president. How your own people were killed. I could go on and on. Immigration, how many people were killed when they did that job? Immigration, the people were telling him to start. Is it Abamoro? He refused to do that. People were being killed. Jonathan said it was his fugitive. He didn't care. He didn't do anything. And then people are coming to by the way, I even forgot this one. You people know, what's that our former Minister of Information, Laye Mohammed. Laye Mohammed was arrested for loitering. Laye Mohammed was arrested by DSS. Merely Olga, please fact check everything. No, don't believe what I'm saying. I want somebody to come out and say, Aisha, you are a liar. We checked it and what you are saying is wrong. Because I've said, until I'm dead, I will not allow anybody to whitewash Jonathan. Jonathan was the worst thing that happened to Nigeria. Nobody wanted Buhari. Even me here, 2014, 14, go and check my tweets. I said nobody will vote for Buhari because that time they wanted to make him the presidential. I said for what? After what happened, the role he played in the 2011 election, riots and all of that. But Jonathan was so bad, his incompetence and failure made Buhari that was not an option to become an option to people. They voted for Jonathan that he was someone without shoe. Yet he became this. I saw all 2 hours yesterday. They've been insulting me on Twitter. They are trying to whitewash. She say, they are suffering now more. Okay, don't worry. Tinubu will show you more suffering so that you will not begin to praise Buhari and say he was a good thing. But before I finish, let me talk about this other one. You see this person, what's his name now? Nasiru El-Rufai. He was arrested in Anambra State by Jonathan administration. They used DSS to arrest him. My then sitting governor, I'm from Edo State, Adams Oshomole was the sitting governor. His helicopter, they stopped it from flying. They said orders from above. They were going to, is it Ekiti or was it, I can't remember which of the election, either Ekiti or Osun, one of them in 2014.
EFCC opposition, sorry, what's it called? The APC, the then opposition party, their offices were raided by DSS many times, saying that one thing or the other. Their members were arrested. Governors that were going into either Ekiti or Osun, I can't remember precisely, it's almost 10 years now, they were stopped. What's his name? Amechi, Erufayo, they were prevented from entering that state. It was Jonathan that carried, I say, around 40,000 soldiers to go to Ekiti. That's why we started militarization of election. I keep telling them it was Jonathan that started the militarization of election. To go and use it and make sure that people don't vote the way they are supposed to be. And then people sit down today and they are talking about Jonathan. Like, which Jonathan? Because it didn't affect you. People were dying. Our soldiers had to be running away from terrorists. They entered and ran into Cameroon. They were crying. They said equipment were not being given to them. They were sharing money like no man's business. Corruption was ongoing. And people sit down and they are. See, let me tell you something, Rudolph. If today is March 28, 2015, Aisha Yesufu, I will still not vote for Jonathan. Simple as ABC.
All right. We will get people to join us in 10 minutes, but let me just ask you this question. When Peter B was here, he talked about the harassment he's been receiving, things like his phone is being tapped everywhere. He didn't mention specifically about most of them, but have you been receiving any kind of harassment from the government because of your role in Labour Party, the election, not Labour Party?
Me, they've always harassed me from 2014, so there's nothing new. It's just Mr. Peter Obi that will say, welcome to the club. But on a very serious note, Mr. Peter Obi has been going through so much, and he doesn't talk about them. And for me, it's not in my place to talk about anything that he hasn't spoken about. But I can tell you that many people will not understand. He's one person who is very strong, mentally and emotionally. Everything that can be used to break him down, they've really tried it, and it's crazy. It's crazy. But he get coconut head, so that's just what I would say. And it's not phased. It's not phased. They use everything. Is it family? Is it friends? Is it trying to? If Mr. Peter Obi is going anywhere in the country, it's a problem to them. He's traveling is a problem. Whether they think that he's just going to go away and disappear. Now still in election. Una read them out. The guy don't say anything. He's continuing with his business. Yeah, they are the ones who are afraid. And I think more and more is the fact that they are seeing how his popularity is growing more than ever. There are a lot of people who know that Peter Obi was the most competent candidate, but they felt that, without the structure, so because of that, they chose rather to vote for PDP. And now they are saying that, okay, this man can do it. So all of them, they are really afraid of all of this. But in my own case, I've always gone through that, even before joining Labour Party. So my joining Labour Party really has nothing to do with it, but more of my vocal stand. Because I don't send any government. Even Mr. Peter Obi did here. So if he enter government, when he enter government, begin they do anyhow. We go drag on like small jet. We know they fear anybody. And I even said it today. Like I said to people, I said, look, for me, all I want is who is it that will give Nigeria the best at any election. 2011, I refused to vote for Jonathan. I refused to vote for Buhari. I voted for what's his name now? What's this man's name? That is who is the one they call NSC? Oh,
sure.
No, NSC.
Which one?
No. The chiefs, what's it? National Security. Nuhu Ribadu.
Oh, Nuhu Ribadu.
Nuhu Ribadu. He was the one in SC. I can't even remember the name of Ribadu. But in short, let me tell you a small story. The first time I voted was in 1993. I voted for MKO Abiola. So when that election was cancelled, it pained me. Because 1993, I think I was 19 years old. And I was so excited. Now I can vote. I can decide who becomes the president of Nigeria, blah, 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 blah. We stayed on the queue, everything. They now cancelled the election. So I vowed that I will never vote again in Nigeria. So 1999, I refused to vote. 2003, I refused to vote. 2007, I refused to vote. 2011, Nuhu Ribadu was not. I said, because of Nuhu Ribadu. And he had done so much in EFCC. He was such a courageous man, all of that. I said, yes, now we'll get someone that really can work. And I was campaigning for him. I didn't know him other than his work, of course, as EFCC chairman and all of that. I was campaigning. People wanted to vote for Jonathan. People wanted to vote for Brian. I said, none of them. These people, at the end of the day, of course, he didn't win. So I've never voted based on whether somebody will win. I always look at who is it that I think can be best for Nigeria. If today Nuhu Ribadu is voting, oh my God forbid, me we campaign against him. I will not, if never, I will not vote for him. That's one thing for sure. For me, it's not about any, it's about who do I think is the best for Nigeria. And with the 2023 election, it was Peter Obi. And I will start there and I will give that best that is supposed to be. I'm not one that I will never support failure. So even if Mr. Peter Obi gets into office and he begins to do anyhow, I will not be one to vote for him. I will even campaign against him. That's what it's all about Nigeria. There, I know Mr. Peter Obi is someone who really loves Nigeria. He's someone who cares. He's someone who feels the pain of the people. He's not someone who is looking for what to eat or some power. He just feels, and for me, that's the biggest thing I'm looking for in anyone, which is empathy. And let me just quickly add this one on the issue of Buhari, to say that a lot of people, oh, we know who Buhari. You say, look, let me tell you something. Buhari is with someone who delegates. In 1984, he delegated to what's his name, Idiagbon. Even when he was PTA chairman, he never takes this thing. It's someone else. So when Osibanjo came in, for me, 2015 election was all about Osibanjo. When I saw Osibanjo, I was like, and the things that he said he had done in Lagos, you know, and all of that, all of those judicial reforms he had done, I was like, oh wow, okay, so now we have a competent person, and then he'll be able to take the reign. Why why Buhari will be there chilling and looking pretty in his in his starch babariga and kaftan. But unfortunately, he delegated to, you know, the wrong set of people, those his CPC people and whatever. And then we now had Osibanjo. I don't know what he was doing there. For me, I don't have issues with Buhari, because for me, as a person, Buhari has never really been the same. It was Osibanjo that I have issues with, because Osibanjo was the reason why a lot of, for me particularly, I've never hidden it, voted for APC ticket. Osibanjo, if people have forgotten, was the one who started the campaign in December 2014. He started the APC campaign, the presidential campaign. He was on meeting with people outside of camp. He was doing that common sense revolution. He was going to Molwe. And I was like, wow, okay, now we're seeing a difference. And then if people that I know some people are their own is mischief, go back to January 2015 and see where me, Aisha, was saying, where is Buhari? I will say, where is Buhari? Osibanjo is out there. And I'll say, Buhari is showing arrogance of somebody that feels that he has already won the election. He's not doing the things, you know, that he should be doing. Even when his people were saying he shouldn't go for debate, I was saying, no, that's the kind of arrogance we don't want to see in government. Me, as far as I'm concerned, and I even did a tweet that said, Nigeria deserves better than Buhari and Jonathan in 2014.
Okay. So the Obidient movement, where would they be? What would they do in 2027? What are they preparing for?
I'm not one to speak for Obidient movement, so I can't come here and say I'm speaking for Obidient movement. So I will just talk about what I expected, what I hope it becomes. I see a lot of people, you know, who go around, oh, they are the leaders of Obidient movement. It's all bullshit. Sorry, don't mind my French. I don't mind my language, whatever. It's all nonsense. There's nobody who is an Obidient movement leader. It's something that it doesn't have the kind of horizontal, vertical leadership, traditional leadership, where there's one person who is the commander-in-chief is telling. No, it's something that has horizontal leadership. So there are people who are leaders on different sector and different side, and then they are coalescing together to form one body. That's what it has been. And so as we go on, and so of course there are a lot of people who are thinking of rallying or putting all of that together, coming together. Well, it's fine and good. But for me, one of the things I keep saying and I was having an argument with someone. I said, look, the real obedient people, we don't even know them. Forget those of us that are known, that are on social media. They are there in the villages and in hinterlands, who are carrying this whole Peter Obi matter on their head. And I always said, those are the real, you know, when they were doing, what is this thing that they call, opportunity, threats, what's that thing? SWOT, when you're doing SWOT analysis, yes. I said they are the real strength of the movement. One, they are mostly unknown. People don't know that. So people don't know to go and bribe them or to go and get them to the other camp. They are all there, all working, and they are passionate. They are not waiting for anybody to pay them. They are carrying the matter on their own head. And I've always said that those of us that are even known as the Obedient, whatever, Kiniko, we are the ones that are sort of like either threats to the movement, because they can easily buy you out. They can easily bring some money. It's not everybody that can stay away, from money and stuff like that. So for me, what I hope to see is, first of all, people keeping on hope alive. You understand? Keep that hope. Don't allow yourself to say, they rigged the election, so I will go away. Buhari said for 12 years to come and give us disastrous leadership. This Tinubu that rigged the election, he has been planning this since when? Some people say for 20 years. They call him master strategy. We don't see strategy. Now nonsense we see now rubbish. So if you think that you will self-sabotage yourself, or you will self-defeat yourself to say that, because they rig election, I will no longer participate. When you in 20 years, you will come and participate. And you will be older then, you have more responsibilities and more problems to deal with. So what I would want is for them to stay on. The way Peter Obi has stayed on, if there's anybody that they stole their election, it's that Peter Obi. I saw people when we collected money, when donations that they did, when people would say, oh, they billions, Aisha Yesufu 8 billion, they donated billions. I just don't like this. Mommy, it's not they do anything. Say how they glow. If they start me finish, I go take a like battery, I go rub body. Man, I go even look. You say you self, not the way people they talk. I say no, they matter to me because I know it's not the truth. I waited until when we now came to do the to give the statement of account to show even in that account that we did 800 million came from Mr. Peter Obi, because those were the part of the money we put together that was supposed to be used to pay agents. And agents, when they do that, they can't say agent, they swap name. They wanted me to be sending money to people. I say more, send money. You will not see it, not on my watch. So this is somebody, and Peter Obi used his money. Those campaigns that you saw, those things. And he put a lot. And yeah, his election was sweet. It's not pain. It's you because you did some campaign, you went to vote. That's what is paining you. So first of all, I want people to stay on, have coconut head. No retreat, no surrender. Giving up will never be an option. And then the next thing, let us begin to form ourselves into polling unit agents. Every polling unit, we should have at least 2-3 people that will stand as polling unit agents, so that when Mr. Peter Obi, if they run again, we are there to be polling unit agents. And let that Obedient movement be like that, political force that people will reckon with. And hopefully, see what happens. For me, Labour Party, I see Labour Party, Mr. Peter Obi, he is interested in staying in Labour Party. He's not thinking of moving. I saw, media, they were doing all sorts of permutations. Say, the one I know, even like with whatever conversation, whether he wants to say there. But for me, the thing is that if Labour Party are interested in opening up the party to young people, I want to see where young people will run. I want to see where people that don't have money, where they can run for election. If Labour Party doesn't have that, then if it's another party that comes out, fine and good. If it's to start a new party, fine and good. These are some of the things that will be on the table, because you need to have a political voice. You need to have a political force. But what I would say that they shouldn't give up is to begin to look at this thing, and also begin to look at the only thing is also money. What is it that is being done? I would expect by now, if we can have a situation whereby 1 million people, whether Obedient, whether citizens, coming together every month to donate 1,000 naira, guess what that would be? That would be 1 billion naira every month. In 12 months, that would be 12 billion. In 4 months, that would be 48 billion. You can use that to do a lot of election. You can use that to send people to National Assembly, to be senators, to be House of Rep member, to be House of Assembly member, to be councillors, whatever it is. Because at the end of the day, politics is very expensive. You need money for it. And if we allow people to be using their own money, when they get there, they will chop money. It's no longer politics, it's business. So get all of these things, get the money. And then the only other thing that these politicians have is violence. How do we mitigate the violence? That's the question on the table. That's the question that has to be answered. All these agbero now where they suffer, the money where in a shop where they do what they call a violence, you see them. As now the politician don't leave, so you will let them know, because this is the time. You see now some people come to me, Aisha, I need money for this. I said the money we collect do the election. Maybe shop on now. It's supposed to last you for 4 days. If you collect
sachet of what do they call a spaghetti? Almost boiler for 4 years. I no send. Some people are like, you know, say if you get God, I say if God no cost you, say you no help yourself. God no go cost me because I no help you. Because we must do tough love. People must understand the relationship between governors and their lives. People must understand that they cannot vote anyhow and expect that good things would happen. So even in mitigating that violence, let's begin to reach out to all of these agueros that they use, whatever, for them to understand that relationship so that they would not easily be used again as a weapon to promote violence. But for me, I'm really happy with the way how enlightened Nigerian citizens are, and even the obedient movement with their coconut hair. They know they agree. You do anyhow, you see anyhow. They show them for that social media. It sweet me now. I don't need to do a lot of things. I'm so relaxed. It's before that I need to fight a lot of battles on social media. Now I've just been looking at them. Oh yeah, there are enlightened citizens that are doing it, and that's what I want to see also. My goal is to be able to push for a lot of people to get into political positions and be doing the right thing so that I can just go home and be chilling with my baby boy.
All right. There are still so many questions, but we have to let our people to be involved in this. Let me bring, when I bring you in, please go straight and ask your question, no commentary, so that we can get a lot of people. I know that it's difficult for our people, but we will try again as we do every Sunday here. All right, Mazi Prince, you're first. Yeah.
Did you actually say no commentary? Really? Because Aisha deserves accolades. You know, that's all I really owe her. I don't have much question to ask, but good morning first, Dr. Rudolph, and good morning, Aisha. I know you guys should be in your afternoon.
Good evening.
Oh, good evening. Yes, good evening. Yeah. My question goes this way. What would you tell your grandkids? Because I believe you're a grandmother now, right? Am I right?
No, I'm not.
Not yet.
Not yet? Okay, looking towards that. Okay. Okay, what would you tell the, you know, the young ones right now in terms of politics? That's all I just want to ask. Yeah.
Okay.
You want to take three at the same time, or you want to answer?
Yeah, I think that would be better. Yeah.
Okay. A caller lioness.
Hello, Aisha Yesufu. Good to see you. Good evening to you.
Good evening.
Good evening. I think you've answered a bit of my question, but this is my thought. You have actually said the move forward is enlightenment of the people, such that they could know what to do in the next elections. Because at the end of the day, I don't really blame those who maybe voted in the man we have now. Because if you don't get 25% of a vote, it's very hard for you to be rigged in anyway. So some people really voted him in. But how do we ensure that people are enlightened rather than penalizing them for their ignorance, such that there should be a roadmap where anyone who wants to get involved in this enlightenment program can easily tap into, like you have said, groups where people donate money towards a cause. But if these things are not structured, it's like it's that it becomes the analogy of everybody in the office waiting for someone to clean the table, and everybody thinking someone is going to clean the table. Nobody cleans the table. So that has to be a game plan, a play, which the Labour Party or whatever party you choose to be in really put a structure down, because that's the structure that we're talking about. So to look forward to the future.
All right, thank you, caller. Prince Nick. Meet yourself, Prince. All right.
Good evening, Aisha Yesufu.
Good evening.
I want to thank you for your advocacy for a new and better Nigeria.
Thank
And
you.
my question goes, do you have any plans to run for office? And if not, how do you intend to encourage and mentor youth to run for office from local government to House of Assembly across the 36 states?
All right.
Also, what are your plans and strategies going forward to engage the diaspora people in trying to achieve that?
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. Just trying to write the last question down.
Okay.
Okay. The first question I got, I think, is what would you tell the young ones in terms of politics? No, I don't have grandchildren, and so me having grandchildren would depend on my kids, if they want kids or not. I'm not that person who is looking for grandchildren. Like, oh, I need you to give me. No, it's a business. If you want to have children, I will love them. If whatever choice that they make, I'm very okay with that. So, and I always tell my mates who are always pushing their children for grandchildren, I say, look, if you want a child, go and adopt. Stop pushing another person and being on their case anyways. But I'm old enough to be a grandparent, that's for sure. What would I tell the young ones in terms of politics? What I'm going to tell the young ones in terms of politics is that politics is everything. Every aspect of our lives is governed by politics. And we were very foolish when we believed the people who told us that politics is dirty. And we thought that it was a good thing. It was us being such good citizens and being I don't even know, having integrity by refusing to participate in politics. And what we ended up doing was that we allowed charlatans to take over our political space and then see where the country is. Everything is about governance. And I also say to people, because you see a lot of people who really want to serve, who want to do politics, because of the keynote where they say politics is dirty, they find their way in advocacy and activism. I always say to them, politics and activism are the same. It is for the greater good of the people. It is the method that is different. Where people who are in advocacy and activism, point out the problem, people who are in politics are supposed to solve the problem. So it's for the greater good. It's only in this part of the world where we have people who get into politics for selfish reasons. So what I would say to them, first of all, that politics is a good thing. Every one of us has to participate in it. And most importantly is the fact that we need to have a critical mass of people involved in it for some of us to be able to take our minds off of it. So everybody needs to put that focus, because it is through politics that people who govern us come from. And the governance affects every of our lives. The business you're doing, policies can make or mar that business. The educational system, our security, our everything, it's in the hands of the people who are governing it. And if politics is the way to go, they should go into it. And then the second thing, so that's to tell them about interest, about participating in it. The second thing also is to let them know that, look, when you want to go in for politics, ensure that you have integrity. I know integrity is very expensive. It's very costly. It costs you a lot of things in Nigeria, but that's the way to go. Otherwise, you will be in the politics of slavery, where you have to do whatever it is that your godfather or godmother is asking you to do. But if you have that politics, ensure that you're doing the right thing, not because people are watching, because it's the right thing to do. You ensure that you hold yourself to higher standards than you hold any other person. You ensure you're doing, you get education, get knowledge, do the right thing. All of these things are very important when it comes to politics. And also to know that failing is not failure is not falling down, it's staying down. The first time, I say a lot of people who try to run for office the first time, they lose, and then they are giving up. Are you okay? So because you decide you wanted to run, then people must vote you. And they didn't vote you, and go there and run again now. And so that's why we also must make sure that people who are running for offices are not using their private money. If they are using their private money, when they go there, they have to recoup it. It's no longer politics, it's now business. They have to recoup that. So also to tell them, you have to be tenacious. Just keep going, keep doing it, keep doing the right thing. Be there, have people, get that knowledge, have people skills, know how to relate with people, and make sure that you know that you're going there to serve. Politics is not the place to make money.
If you want to make money, go into business. It's a place to serve. I think those are some of the things that I'm going to say for those young ones who are thinking about politics. Then going back to the next question is that, yes, okay, yeah, I totally agree with you. There are people who voted for Tinubu, know that about it, but the thing is that they were not in the majority. And like you rightly said, before you are even able to read, there must be a certain number that would have voted you to enable you to read. That's what we have right now. And you say, how do we ensure people are enlightened without necessarily punish them? Well, the thing is that it's tough love. There's something they call tough love. You know, sometimes when you are telling a child, hey, stop it, this thing will burn you, that fire will burn you, you're always taking away from the big fire. And then sometimes you have a candle that is lit, and you actually see the child still going to that candle. What do you do? There are certain times you just allow the candle, because you know the candle is not going to kill the child anyways, it's going to burn their hand, right? So when they touch it, oh, it burns their hand. Now they've learned, sometimes that's the tough one. They've learned that lesson that says, oh, that thing is, then they will now realize, okay, that's why they don't want me to touch that big one. So sometimes there is tough love. One of the worst things that we've done in Nigeria is the fact that, and I was reading about this, somebody sent me something that Chinua Achebe said this thing, that charity is the opium of the rich. I read it today, I'm like, wow, that's so apt. You know when they say religion is the opium of the masses, right? Charity. There's this thing that charity does to people who have means. They feel good. They feel they are, at the end of the day, are they really helping? Are we really helping? No, we are contributing to the problem, because what we've simply done is that we have turned ourselves into we play government and God. We have Messiah syndrome, Messiah complex. We want to be the ones helping people. Oh God, you know how many people's children, how many school fees I'm paying? I'm paying so school fees. More. I said I don't want to help anybody again. I want people to not need my help. Because when people are in the same situation, they won't need my help. They will have good healthcare system, they will have good educational system, public system, and so they can take, that's where government comes in. But what we try to do is that we play stopgap for the failure of government. We are subsidizing the failure of government. This Nigerian government say they don't want to subsidize fuel, they don't want to subsidize electricity, but we are subsidizing their failure. We are paying for people's school fees. We are paying for people's health care. They will never understand bad governance. They will never. So when you're talking about, they don't know, because they don't know that there's relationship between governance and their lives. So we need to allow people know there's relationship between governance and their lives. So in that way, they begin to know, okay, so the people going into office, how do we get them? There are people who are always surprised that when they run for office, that some people don't vote for them. After all what I've done for the community, I've been paying school fees for so number of people. I saw someone who was in I think it was the Labour Party, Bayelsa State Labour Party gubernatorial candidate, who said that if there was a woman that he has been paying her child school fees, that the woman voted for another candidate after they gave her money. I said, why not? She won't vote for you because you are to her, you are a philanthropist. And she doesn't want you to become a politician, because politicians, when they get into office, they don't help the people. So in their mindset, politicians don't help. So they will rather vote the politician that doesn't help. I will not vote for it, so that you keep helping them. So there's a place where, and I even say that to Nigerians in diaspora. Look, and I think that's the question also that comes to Nigerians in diaspora. Like, look, I'm sorry to say this, for those of you that are in diaspora, the most foolish set of Nigerians are Nigerians in diaspora. And I will repeat it again. Maybe somebody will say that Aisha did. Maybe I did. You heard me right. I said the most foolish set of Nigerians are Nigerians in diaspora. You contribute about 4 to 5% of the GDP of Nigeria. Without your billions that come into Nigeria, wallahi, Nigeria for don't fall your for ground. Yet you have zero political power. They don't allow you to vote, but they need your money. Even during Buhari, Mayfele was saying that, be sending in money. They will if there was one thing they were doing, whether that kalo they did, if you send in something, they will give you so naira, because they need your money. Go and check when diaspora remittance fell down, how it affected Nigeria. But yet, see what happens. All the time you stay there, we have citizens here who, some of them don't vote, they don't make demands. Even when you are telling them to vote, they say, no, this and that, but they are always calling you to ask you for money. And with a sense of entitlement. I saw a tweet that a lady did the other day. She said, was it yesterday before yesterday? I think she did that tweet that someone asked her for money. So she sent the person 10K. 2 hours later, the person updated, UK people and 10K, sha. Yeah. Because you've enabled people. People now have a sense of entitlement when they're asking for money. They won't understand that relationship between their life because we don't allow them to feel it. Now, when somebody goes, somebody came to me, which day was it? They said they're looking for. I said, go and meet. They said to people they share money now. Go meet and collect 50K. No, collect your 50K. Another one, oh, they can't pay school fees. I'm like, oh, go and meet. Oh, they said they gave student loan. Because we've allowed citizens to sit down and watch their billions being spent anyhow. And then we sit down, we are killing ourselves to take care of them. Now, we no longer do that. In 2019, I did a tweet. January 1st, 2019, I said, I will no longer be stopgap for people that refuse to hold their government accountable. If you don't hold your government accountable, enjoy whatever you see. So if we must get to that place of tough love, and then for people to begin to see relationship between governors and their lives, and get to that. For Nigerians in diaspora, I've said this before. You guys have money. Before the 2023 election, I said 2 people were going to be the game changers. The youth and Nigerians in diaspora, and they were. You have a lot of money. What stops you from putting that money together? Pull it together. Begin to send people to Nigeria that will be your representatives. From all the states in Nigeria, there's no place that they don't have a sizable number of Nigerians in diaspora there. Send them to go to the houses there. Is it state houses of assembly? There are some people who have retired. Maybe they are not doing them. They can come and serve. Put money together, rally money. You see this, let me tell you, campaign, there's nothing in it. You've seen it, 2023 election, open our eyes. These politicians don't know anything about campaign. Send these people in, have the representatives that will be in state houses of assembly, that will be in at the National Assembly, will be in Senate, and also, what do you call it now? House of Representatives. So that when they are talking about the diaspora issue, they'll be talking about your issues there. We saw a situation whereby, I think it was the 9th, this is the 10th assembly, it was the 9th assembly or something like that, where there was a case that some Nigerians in diaspora had brought into the house to talk about the killings in Benue State. And then the then deputy speaker of the House of Representatives said that, oh, they cannot hear this thing because they are not Nigerians living in Nigeria. How can they be talking about Nigeria issue? But meanwhile, their dollars, Nigeria is collecting their dollars, their pounds, their euro, their whatever. No, you need to begin to have that power. By now, it should be an issue. The Nigerians in diaspora should be able to vote because they are affected by the nonsense that is going on in Nigeria. Every Nigerian in diaspora, I'm sure you get more people are calling you now to demand for money than they used to before because of the problems that are in there. So these are some of the things that needs to be done in terms of, ensuring that you're becoming part of the political space. How are you also getting people that we get into the legislative arm of government? I know a lot of us are fixated with the executive arm of government. And as we go on for me, let me just quickly, before I round up on this, Rudolph, to say the legislative arm of government is the bedrock of democracy. They have oversight function, they make laws, they hold executive accountable, they ratify treaties. Even when they do all these political appointments, they are the ones that have to, I can't remember the word that they say now, have to, what's that word they use? When they go to Senate, they have to certify that they accepted or whatever, because otherwise to do an appointment and so for some position, if the National Assembly, you said?
No, you're right. I think you're talking about they have to approve, or they have to.
Yeah, there's one word they use. I always forget that word. I don't know why. Old age anyways. So, but you see, so with all of this, that tells you the power. The legislative arm of government is actually more powerful than the executive. And for all the 3 arms of government, the executive is the weakest. The only thing is that they have money. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, they get longer throats. It's the money that is controlling them. The legislative arm of government can shut down a government. There's nothing you do that it's supposed to pass through them. They make laws, they do all of that. So if we're able to get more people to get in there, people that are patriotic, people that are not hungry, people that have second jobs. In this politics, we must have people with second jobs that be the ones going to politics. Because what we have right now are people who politics is their only business. So they all have a sense of a means of livelihood out of politics, and it's really been, a major problem. So I think I will just stop for now here. But you know what will happen, Rudolph? Please just give me like 30 seconds. I
No,
need to go and pick up
No,
water.
let's take a break. Let's take a break, okay?
Okay.
We'll come back and then
She didn't answer all my questions.
yeah.
Okay, yeah, what's the other question?
The other one is I said, would you be interested
Oh,
in
yeah,
running
so
for
I'm so
office?
sorry about that. Yes. Let me, I think, do you have, okay, yeah, do I have any plans to run for office? By 2031, that's when I want to make that decision. Absolutely, if there's any place I would serve, it would be me running for office. But currently, right now, I don't have that plan. Because for me, I want to focus on getting more people. I don't just want to focus on Aisha Yesufu. I want to focus on getting more people into that political spaces. And I don't want the place where I'm running for office. I have a lot of people who say to me, even this, we said, oh, run to be a state deputy governor, run to be this, that. For now, it's not something that I'm doing. From 2021, I made up my mind, I'm going to give myself 10 years in terms of growth, in terms of, just working on myself. If I now want to run, by 2031, definitely by 2031, I can do that. But yes, it's on the table. I can run for office. But one thing that I've always said, I will never do, and I'm repeating here, appointment, I know they do that too. Whether to be minister, to be clinical, to be, and God forbid, I know if you do yes to anybody. I've never worked for anybody. I've always been a businesswoman. But I think running for office here is something, but it's not something that I'm thinking about doing right now. But it's what for me, I want to do. I want to be more involved in party politics. You understand? Because that's where we have the biggest problem. I want to be involved in that, even if it's the leadership of a party or whatever, so that we have a party where we are ensuring that people with competence, character, capacity are the ones who are getting the ticket of the office, not the one that some people can come and pay money and get their way in. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Aisha. We will take a break. When we come back, we'll continue this question and answer session. All right.
So how many minutes break is it?
5 minutes or more. If you take
okay, fantastic. So, yeah. Thank you. Oh.
When your mazolo bio, akwa mazolo bio, Max. If you have no quanumo no fube nazo olaga ni piazugo mawulaga do ni piazugo agbanwa wilo chi obi ko rapuzo kona bazia onyo mazoro biko abamba wazara dasari ya unyane gana lagadori piazigo lagadori piazigo abamba wilo chilo bigora fuzoro mazi wekomo odogu no kwerezu neka onyo maniga dele mo mazini mazini ibu go with melody ikachugo wecho fo odogu na chala noka Easy one them nigga delemo Olaga ni pesigo Olaga ni pesigo Amama wilo chilo Bigora muzo Anabaze Say Onyama zoro de Amama wazoro de Sorry Ibya muya no kwana mo ofube naru Mulaga no ni piazugo Nazaboy Mulaga no ni piazugo Amama wilo chilo Biko rapuzoro Anabazi Ice Odogu kenero mikechofo Ama kwa mnika kugodia Oligwe kwelu Ike jọba bẹ̀rẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ Hey, you want? Egwu kampụ na-ekene ọmọgọ ndị nsọ Chukwu emeka lụmọ ike Chukwu na-egaji esi nwanne m ekene ịlapụlụ ife niile na-eme wee bịa nke gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne wisdom ga-adị ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu esili mmasị ọ bụ na-etiri egwu a malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ wee sị gị nwanne m ife ọkụ na ịchọlụ na ngeme wisdom onume ekene gị gbamanwe ihe ihe biko lapụ na-abasị ya zoro 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 Geduru joy na bugwa Hausa Sokoto Ujembe nwilo Anu solo nwe ma n'ọfịa n'ara Onye nwụrụ zuru ike
The 16th century Hausa warrior Queen Amina ever reincarnated, she probably did so in Aisha Yesufu. For a woman who does not want to be labeled, Aisha Yesufu's passionate advocacy for social justice started early in 1991. She was denied admission into the Nigerian Defense Academy, NDA, on a gender basis. Her tenacity has earned her more than just the title of activist. She has won hearts and put her name on the list of Nigerians who have walked the talk about the advocacy and passion for a better Nigeria. When she turned 40 in 2013, Aisha made a pledge to herself, which she reiterated in this video.
8 years ago on this day, when I turned 40, I made a solemn promise to myself that I will give the next 40 years of my life, if God so give me another 40 years, to Nigeria.
Fate did not waste time demanding she redeemed her pledge when Boko Haram struck the quiet town of Chibok the following year and took away 276 of their daughters from their school hostels. True to her pledge, she co-convened the Bring Back Our Girls BBOG, an advocacy group that drew international attention to calls on the government to do right by the kidnapped girls. The BBOG movement drew so much attention that the captors of the girls released this video mocking the calls for the girls' release.
Bring back our girls. Oh, bring back our army. Bring back our army. Jonathan, girl, Christian, bring back our army.
That would become one of the many times this passionate social crusader and public speaker would hold the world's attention. But who is this woman? In Odumeje's voice, how does she form? Aisha was born in Kano on the 12th of December 1973 to Muslim parents who originally hail from Agbede in Edo State. Also known as Aisha Yesufu, people often wondered how the child of Edo parents, born and raised in the north, came to bear an Igbo name. Always one to be affected by the plight of others, Aisha adopted the name Somtochukwu to honor the late Somtochukwu Ibianusi, a 10-year-old boy whom the Nigerian military killed during a protest at the demolition of the Eke Uku market in Imo State during the tenure of Governor Rochas Okorocha. She took to her Twitter, now X handle, to mourn the boy, and she made a post in 2019 where she vowed to add Somtochukwu to her name. And as her Wikipedia profile shows, she did. She was initially admitted to Usman Danfodio University in 1992, but after the school closed, she enrolled at Ahmadu Bello University to study medicine. Aisha was forced to abandon medicine when Ahmadu Bello University was closed following the killing of a professor in 1994. She enrolled at Bayero University, Kano, and graduated with honors in 1999. She bagged a master's degree in pharmaceutical microbiology from the Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. Aisha has this to say about how she met and married her husband, Aisha Yesufu, in 1998. My husband can say this, and honestly, I wouldn't be bothered. I did see him, I fell in love with him, and went after him. And it took 8 months for him to come around. 8 months later, we were married. So it was a 16-month project. From December 13th, 1996 to April 17th, 1998. I was 23 and he was 35 when we met. I do tease him that "Nasoy for me is better thing," to say no shooting shot. Also, whenever I tease him about taking long in making decisions, he's quick to remind me that that's why I met him single. The couple has 2 children, Amir and Alia, and celebrated their 25th marriage anniversary in April 2023. Upon graduation, however, this microbiologist hung her coat and went into business. Her passion for financial freedom and literacy led her to establish Citizens Hub, a non-profit advocacy group working for financial literacy and increased participation of women and youth in politics.
Being financially independent, that was the main topic of last month. So last month we talked about financial independence and how to go about it. A financially independent woman is a very attractive woman.
In October 2020, during the EndSARS protest, Aisha again broke the internet with an iconic picture of her defiantly standing between protesters and the police.
Death is not when you no longer breathe in oxygen and breathe out carbon dioxide. For me, death is when you are afraid to speak the truth.
The protests lasted for days and drew media outrage when protesters were shot at by men of the Nigerian army on the night of the 20th of October, injuring many and killing some. So haunted was she by the events of that day that she got emotional while on stage at the Labour Party rally in Lagos and called for a 1-minute silence to honor the Lekki massacre victims.
I'm going to beg you, let's have silence. Let's have silence. 1 minute of silence for all those that paid the ultimate price during EndSARS.
She was instrumental to the Obidati campaign team, serving as spokesperson during the election campaigns. From one city to the other, Aisha mounted stages at Labour Party rallies where she energized and entertained the crowd of supporters with her impassioned speeches and impressive dance skills. Her involvement in the last elections raised questions about her hitherto claims of not being a politician. She explains in this video.
On the issue of why did I go into partisan politics, I've always been, even right from 2015, and that was right in 2015 I supported Muhammadu Buhari. And I remember when I decided to support him, a lot of people that were in his camp were quite happy, but that didn't stop me from holding me accountable.
Following the declaration of results from the last elections and the legal tussles that followed, Aisha participated, sometimes appearing in court to stand in solidarity with the Obi team. When allegations of mismanagement of election funds were made against members of the Obidati campaign team and the Labour Party, she gave a detailed account of the funds she oversaw during the campaign.
I know there have been reports out there that there were billions of naira that were raised. Some even said hundreds of millions of dollars. Well, we hope we'll see those monies, and if there are people out there that can help us track those monies, we would want to see them. But what we received specifically was this particular amount, 500, and let me repeat it once again, 595 million naira, 976,000 naira, 994 naira.
Keeping to her mantra of saying it as it is, Aisha has continued her self-professed duty of being an active citizen. She takes no prisoners when she dissects trending issues and news on her YouTube channel. And for that, we can say her mother was right, because, truly, in her courts, no one wins.
For me, like as right now, there are things that the way I would react on issues 10 years ago, I can't do it now. Because now it's no longer the Aisha Yesufu that was before 2014, that was just my normal, ordinary citizen doing my thing. All now that, there's a bit of influence attached to you, recognition. So you have to be careful.
What the military missed for not letting her join and be a field marshal, the Nigerian populace gained in having her as the people's field marshal.
All right, welcome back, everybody, and thank you for hanging in here. Aisha, welcome back. And so we are having a conversation with Aisha Yesufu, and she has been giving us her take on the last election, the Chibok girls, and everything in between. So let's now go to Eagles Air. Eagles Air, you're joining us from India, if I'm correct. Yeah, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. I hope people can hear me clearly.
Yes.
Okay. Rudolph Okonkwo, God bless you for this program. Aisha Somtochukwu Yusuf, God will continue to bless you for the things that you are doing for Nigeria. And since I'm backstage, I've been hearing you talking about people in diaspora. So my question is coming from the people in diaspora. That's where I want to ask my own question. Popularly known, I know that a good advisor to P2B, the Labour Party presidential candidate. Now, I want to ask you this question. As an advisor to P2B, what is the international policy structure for people in diaspora? What I mean, international policy structure people have for people in diaspora. For instance, a lot of things are happening to people in diaspora, especially here in India. I can tell you from my heart that some people have stayed in the 6 years imprisonment because of visa, expiration of visa. They are staying in prison 6 months, more than 6 months. Some people are in the protection camp more than 4 years, 5 years. They are wasting that place, and nobody to speak for them. Even Nigerian embassy, when you go to them and report to them, they will tell you one story or the other, and they think end that place. So a lot of people are passing through hell here in India. Some people say have died as a result of police brutality. They will beat to death. I have 1 or 2 or 3 pictures on video concerning what happened. So what is the international policy to defend people in diaspora, so that we know where we are going to follow people and back people up in terms of 2027 election that is coming? Because you said that the people in diaspora and the youth of Nigeria have a strong base to make sure things work out. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Eagles Air. Exara, you're next.
Yeah, good evening. Good evening, Aisha.
Yeah,
good evening.
Sorry, there's noise here on my background here, but I just want to ask a question, and Mr. Rudolph, you can put me at the background so I can watch. Yes, I was so, would I say, disappointed in the Labour Party when they were sharing jeeps, to members of the legislature. You just spoke about the legislators being very powerful people, in fact, more powerful than the executive. But yet, the Labour Party members of the House of Representatives did not say anything when they were sharing jeeps. And that leads to my question. We have people who manufacture cars. Okay, we say they're not manufacturing the steel, but they're still making those cars in this country. Nobody spoke up for them. The Labour Party members of the House didn't say, instead of giving us these Jeeps from foreign brands, give us the ones made by Nigerians. Nothing of that nature. And we saw recently that some Labour Party members in Enugu State decamped to PDP. I was so disappointed. Please, what is your take on this issue of sharing Jeeps? And then the state which Labour Party won has not yet come out publicly. This is Abia State. Though they are doing fantastically well, they have not yet come out publicly to say, okay, from now henceforth, all government cars in our state should be made in Nigeria. Please, this is my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Aisha, before I call the next person, maybe you can add this to the question that Exera just asked. Someone on the comment section wanted to know about the lawmakers. Why did they collect Ababio's money to pass the budget? Labour Party's lawmakers. I know you are not a spokesman for the Labour Party, but you can weigh in on that. All right.
Hello, Rudolph. Thanks for having me. And hi, Aisha. It's a pleasure to be making your acquaintance this afternoon.
Hello. Thank you.
Just a little joke. I beg you, come show us how they can measure coconut head. I want to know how they can measure that coconut head.
You don't agree for anybody. That's what they do. Not agree for they do any they want. If they want me with this stuff, if they want me with this.
All right. So yeah. So last I think it was last week or 2 weeks ago, we had Mr. Obi in our forum here, and it was a wonderful time. Before he came, I've been speaking out on a particular subject, and I want to continue speaking up on that because it's very important. It's the issue of the Labour Party National Assembly members and the structure issue. Remember, like you rightly said in your initial intros, you talk about how Nigerians kept, dissing Labour Party and Peter Obi as not having structure to win the election. But we know that with so-called official results, at least let's use that one, that those numbers totally broke that argument. However, we're going towards 2027. And my view has been that Mr. Obi needs to, have a control of the party. He said he doesn't have a control of the party when he spoke to us last time. And one of my advocacy has been that if he does not control a party, he should go and form his own and have a control. The numbers will follow him to that place. So added to what Kulata asked, sorry, no, not Kulata, Ikolala asked, and then what Mexero spoke about. What's your view on this question? And then what's your view on the performance of the Labour Party legislators? Because many of us are disappointed. People might say it's not true, but we know that a lot of people won their seats in part to their affiliation to Labour Party and Mr. Peter Obi. No matter how anybody argue it, we know this. So if Obi does not control the party, don't you think it's a disservice and it will come down to haunt him should he stay in Labour Party for 2027? And if so, shouldn't he leave and go and start now preparing that structure so that the structure will not be an issue?
Okay. Thank you so much. I think I can go now, right?
Yes.
You know, when I hear them saying good of Okoko, I'm like, what are they talking about? Means the doctor damage is. I'm like, Rudolph, which shall be Rudolph again? That's like a normal name for someone who is extra, that kind of a thing. But anyway, thank you so much for this question. So the first caller, the first person who asked the question, I don't know whether I'm in a position. I don't think I have the knowledge to be able to answer you the way you ought to be answered. So when you were talking, the first time I'm like, oh my goodness, I was thinking of Peter Obi's manifesto. Where's that part that we read? But honestly, I'm not in a position to be able to answer that very well. But I will just give you my own thoughts on some of those things to say that one of the reasons why Nigerians are treated so shabbily outside is because of the country that we have. So the better governed we are, and the better that the life of the Nigerian citizen matters to the Nigerian government, the better we'll be treated in any part of the world. It's just like when you talk about an American citizen. There's a reason why when in other countries, even those countries that are running mad, when they hear this person is an American citizen, there's a different way they care. They treat that person, because they know, of course, there's a nation behind that person. No matter how the person will worry, American government will stand with their own people. So I'm going to apologize. I'm not able to answer your question. I can't remember what is foreign policy about, and foreign policy is not my strength at all. I know little or nothing about it. I'm always learning. Even when they're having conversation on social media, I never participate. All I do is to learn as much as I can. But one of the things I do know is that with a better governed country, we will have a better, what do you call it now, passport. Right now, I think our passport is amongst the lowest, even in Africa. I think we're the last 5, if I'm not mistaken. And so that also translates to how much, you're treated, your own citizens are treated out of the country. And so those are the things I know that, I know he has his own foreign policy, but I'm not in a position to be able to tell you the way it is. And the stories of India, it's really something that has really been heartbreaking. A lot of people have talked about it. I've had people who have reached out to me on some of those issues, and constantly the things that are going on. But I think is that place where every Nigerian life must matter, and we must ensure that our citizens are being treated equally. Mr. Peter Obi talks about that a whole lot, but unfortunately, I'm not able to convey his message to you, because it's not something that I'm very strong at. So I will come back to the issue of Labour Party. When I see people who say they are disappointed in the Labour Party National Assembly members, I'm just like this. Did you choose them before? Why you? I get you are disappointed, but why are you disappointed? You didn't choose them. They are accidental National Assembly members. They got in there by virtue of their what do you call it now? Closeness. They were a Labour Party. There was a Mr. Peter Obi, and people felt that okay, let's vote everyone. We really didn't put them there. We don't even know what their characters are, what they're, some of them, their antecedents, what they are, how they are, whatever. We don't know that. So why are you so disappointed as if you did something? Why are you taking ownership of, I don't know, because if I'm disappointed in somebody, is like, I'm taking ownership of your failure. We didn't. If next time they get in there, that's where you now say that, okay, yes, the onus is now on us for rewarding failure. So, and I think that's the first thing, because I see a lot of people who are trying to put the power, after all, I will vote. After all, the National Assembly members that got in there, see the way they are behaving. So maybe if we have voted Peter Obi, if Peter Obi had got in, no, they're two different things. These are people who, first of all, their competence, character, and capacity were not checked. You just woke up and you saw them as Labour Party candidates. And so because of the fact that you knew Mr. Peter Obi, you were going to vote for him, you knew his antecedent, you wanted to vote for him, you extended that courtesy to other people. And yes, I totally agree with you. They've been absolutely disappointing. They have been. So that's where the issue of competence, character, patriotism comes into it. If you're talking about, when they're talking about, oh, the dollar is going high. I saw when the Senate president came out, I was talking about that, oh, people, I think it was the one, people that are paying school fees, people that are doing here. I'm like, really? When you people, oh no, it wasn't the one, I can't remember whether it was the Senate president now or the CBN government, one of those, in a way, APC of this illegitimate government, one of them were talking about that. And I'm thinking, what about the cars that were bought by the National Assembly members? Is that not dollars they were spending elsewhere? And what they simply do is that with those cars that they have bought, they have exported employment and imported unemployment into Nigeria, because they created jobs for another economy without creating jobs for their own self. If they had used that money in Innoson or the other car, the one, I think we have our 3 or 4 Peugeot and all of that in Nigeria, that would have helped the economy in a way. But the thing also is, why in the first place are we even buying cars for National Assembly members?
If you don't have car, trek. If you can't enter public transport, if you don't have cars from where you are coming, this is the kind of corruption that we should be talking against. We've been talking against this for the last, I think, if I'm not mistaken, 8 years or so. That every of them, they come, they buy these cars, and there are people who have been I'm sure there are people who have been there since 1999 as National Assembly members, and they still keep collecting cars. Every time they keep on changing their cars. Meanwhile, how much is minimum wage? So at this moment, honestly, so the thing is to look at and look at it from the angle of these people, were they the ones who were actually these people, were we the ones who actually brought them in? It's just accidental. By their virtue of their closeness, they were the beneficiaries of the collective anger of the people, and also beneficiaries of people's support for Mr. Peter Obi. And then they got into office, and they're doing all the things they're doing without actually thinking really of the people's people's welfare. And I think one thing we must never do, let's not take on, especially the supporters of Peter Obi or those who voted for Labour Party last election, don't take on their failure as yours. You understand? If it was Peter Obi that went in and is failing, that's a different thing, because you saw him, he was the one you wanted. These ones are just accidental, this thing. But that notwithstanding, it's when it comes to the next election, you can't recall, you more or less cannot recall legislative members in Nigeria with the laws that we have. It's almost near impossible, because you need 50% of the registered voters, and I can tell you most of those registered voters are fictional. So how do you even get 50%? And one of the things that for me I've been agitating for over the years is that we need to have a new law that says 50% of the number that voted you in. So if you went to the National Assembly or State House of Assembly with 300,000 votes, we should need 150,000 votes to recall you back. They shouldn't tell us that we should go and look for 50% of 2 million or either 1 million that is registered there, because that's not it. The people, those are not the people that voted you to go in there. So that's one thing. In the case of Abia State government also, and I think Abia State government has really been has patronized Innocent very well. They've done that, and I know there was a time where they put out that they were buying, whether they were buying some cars, they had orders for some cars abroad, and there was an outrage. You understand? There was an uproar on social media. We all called them out. Like, what was that? What does that mean? You have a company there, and they did come to explain that, oh no, because of course the company, they needed this cars on time, and some couldn't supply. Though we were like, oh, those are not excuses. Just do whatever you need to do. But I think Abia State has really been doing well, and even the Governor Alex Oti, the car that he drives is actually the Innocent. His official car is the Innocent car that he drives about. They in their own way, they can only maybe pass a law for the Abia State government to say that they will only use made in Nigeria car. Even if you say it's not manufactured in Nigeria, even if it's assembly, let it be it was assembled in Nigeria, it's still creating job in a way. So these are laws they can, but they cannot pass a law that now that covers the whole country or the whole government or something like that. They can only do something that is related to them, and I think that would be a law that would really be good. The same way that the State House of Assembly has been able to pass that no more pension should be paid to any politician, any governor or deputy governor. I mean, this is also something that they can do to ensure that monies are kept within the country. But for me, it's for us not to also give legitimacy to people who constantly use monies to just constantly keep buying vehicles year in, year out. A vehicle lasts for like 20 years, 30 years. It's not something that you just keep changing anyhow. So what happened to the last vehicles that were used by the last administration? What we've had in some states is that when these governors are going away, they pack all the cars. Those are not their private properties. Those are properties for the state. And so there should be a place where whatever governors' vehicles, whatever, should be used, subsequently. Let them fix them, let them repair them, let them maintain them. Vehicles can run for 20 years. It's not something, most of the chokumbo that we use here in Nigeria, they're already 10 years old, 20 years old. So we must have that judicious, use of our public funds.
Then I think the question that came in from the message is that why did they collect Akpabio's money to pass budget? I knew there was a time when Akpabio said he was sending money to them when they now had to correct him, and he was saying that, oh, his message to their whatever. I don't know whether there's a factual this thing that monies were sent to senators or National Assembly members or whatever, but whatever shenanigan that is going on in the National Assembly, whether we know them or not, whether we have the facts or we don't have the facts, Labour Party members have been part and parcel of it, and it's really disappointing. And I see a lot of people who keep saying that, oh, you know, what can they do? They can't do anything. No, you can do something. You can take a stand. That's why you were voted for. People took a stand, and that's why they voted for Labour Party. So they have no excuse other than the usual greed. Of course, a good number of them were going there for their own whatever. Some of them went to Labour Party because either they couldn't get ticket from the other parties or they tried or one thing or the other. So it was not really about going into to serve the people. And I think as we go on and as we continue to go on with our democracies, to always ensure who are the people who haven't done the right thing. Labour Party, if your Labour Party senator hasn't done the right thing, why don't vote for them again next time, so that we get to a situation whereby people understand we must never reward failure, no matter how tantalizing it is. You must never, no matter whether you know the person, you don't know the person, you voted for the person before. Voting is not a life sentence. So if somebody hasn't done very well, just move on to another person. And that way it is send a message to whoever it is that is coming again, for them to understand that, look, hey, politics is not, governance is not about you just going there and doing anyhow. It's about you actually serving the people. And if you don't serve the people very well, definitely the people will take the action into their own hands and they will vote you out. Okay, I think that's the question. Then the other one is Mr. Peter Obi at Labour Party, and also talked about the National Assembly. So Labour Party, control of the party. So I will tell you this thing. I used to be in the same, I used to have the same opinion. I was having the same position like you did. And I remember lots of times I would say to Mr. Peter, look, a lot of people, if you can't control the party, then how are you going to control Nigeria? How are you going to govern Nigeria if you don't have this thing? Then, so he would talk, he would explain, you know, and then I had like a paradigm shift where I was thinking, you know, this is what we fight against, but we want to still continue to use it, in the sense that a party, there should be internal democracy in a party. A lot of people come in and they use this their power, just like what we see in PDP. What PDP have been suffering from now. You know, they enjoy the, what's his name now? This guy, the one that is doing boy in Abuja. What's his name? Wike. Wike, yes, Wike. You know, they enjoyed Wike's money. You know, that time that PDP was all over the place after, is it 2019 or before 2019 or something like that? You know, Wike's money was enjoyable. Now the thing don't hook there for throat. The guys say, after I don't spend my money here, I'm going to control this. So, but it's the same thing also we are asking for when we keep telling Mr. Peter Obi that he should control the party, you know, take hold of the party, because at the end of the day, where then is the internal democracy? So it took me a lot of time, because I felt like what I wanted, if you see all my action, because that's why when people ask me, when all of this whole drama about a neck, they had what did they have, that thing that they were voting, the convention or whatever, I was just, my mind, I was tuned off. I say I was tuned off, because for me, I like to put my energy where I can see something that is working. The first thing about Labour Party, when that election was over, was we're going to sit down. This whole party by now should have like 10 million registered members. Let's begin to get people in, you know, do your convention, starting from the world congresses, move it on, get people that will get this party working, revamp it, do a whole lot of things. And then the party people are holding on to this thing as if it's one thing or the other. I'm like, what's going on here? And they still can't see it. And so there's something that they call the law of the lead, right? The law of the lead says you can't grow something beyond the mindset of the leader. So the leadership of the party, of the Labour Party, is still thinking small. They're not seeing this big, amazing, you know, opportunity that they have to be the biggest party in Africa. So it's very hard trying to get them to the place where they are. So they are still holding on to that small position that they held before, where people, if they don't get, maybe they don't get tickets in one party, they come to them, and then something, they are getting whatever. That's where they are still fixated on. And so in the case of Mr. Peter Obi, like some of the explanation he said, look, he's a party member, he's not a member of NEC. If you look at the constitution really of the party, he doesn't have that much, except if you want a situation whereby, like what is being done in other parties, bring in money, just throw away everybody, remove what do you call it, a democracy, remove internal democracy, and just do your thing. Then at the end of the day, what they happens? We now become the people that we are fighting just for us, because it's the easy way out, right? It's the easy way out to get the things that you need to do. So for me, it took a long time, honestly. I'm like, okay, let's begin to see. I see your point. Let's work on this. But I totally agree with you. And for me, the question I've been asking myself, a long time, does it have to be Mr. Peter Obi that will start a new party? So that's the question I want us to leave all here with. Let's ponder on that. Because we keep saying, okay, Mr. Peter Obi, you get too head. Maybe say one head you get. And having another party, if Labour Party is turning out to be that party that is, welcoming of the people who want to go in there, welcoming of, what happens to, maybe other people should just start the party. Of course, you can say that, a party, any new party that is starting, of course, you're not thinking of running for presidency now. You don't have to do. You can still make him your consensus, candidate, if that's what needs to happen. But like, I totally agree. These are some of the conversations that we need to have. But in terms of Mr. Peter Obi, what he wants, and even like the Edo families, there were a lot of people who said, you need to put your stamp, you need to do this, you need to, but he always insists on, let how do I put it? Let justice be done. Let things be done the right way. That's what he's always after. That internal democracy. Let the will of the people be, rather than one person who has so much power, controlling everything. That's what we've had with other parties. And look how badly it has gone for Nigeria. It hasn't really worked for Nigeria. So let's not also look for a way where we are looking for one person that will control the whole party. Let's not look for that internal democracy that continues to yield people with competence, character, and capacity that will take the people. I don't know whether I've answered your question, but if I haven't, if I finish this thing, you can always let me know. And but I think for me, I've gotten to that stage where it's easier. I can tell you something. It's easier for Mr. Peter Obi to take over the party. It makes everybody's work easier. Take over the party, have a hold of office, just do all of that thing that people do. Like we saw Wike. Wike literally hijacked a party and took hold of a party and did this. But how has that worked out for this thing, for PDP? And is that what we also want to see with Peter Obi and also Labour Party? Because at the end of the day, also, if you're doing things the same way others are doing it, what moral justification do you have to say that you're different, when in essence you're not really different? So that's some of the things that even I can tell you, it took me a long time, because I was on this man's head every day. I did on the neck, like, say me, my wahala for outside, you know, it's wahala where they do for person face to face. It's hard for me, but he kept explaining. I got to a place where I'm like, okay, I see your own point of view. There's also, I think you also talked about the performance of Labour Party in nationals, where their performance, like I said, it really hasn't been what it should be. But at the end of the day, I'm not taking responsibility for their performance, because really, these are people who were like accidental in a way. They only were beneficiaries of their proximity to Labour Party. If I vote anyone that I vote for again, that's the person I'm going to take responsibility for. I think what we must also do, someone asked me a question earlier before we went on break, am I thinking about running for office? Honestly, my goal now is to get Nigerians to run for office. Honestly, that's my goal. Get people with competence, character, capacity, and whatever it is, run for office, get into National Assembly, whatever it is. Let's get people that will do the right thing, so that, we will have time. We will have that good governance that we are yearning for. Right now, we haven't gotten it. And unfortunately, with the Labour Party members that had come in, they haven't really shown the way that they should shine. And it's quite unfortunate, really. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. We've done 2 hours. We agreed on 90 minutes, so we're over the time. But if
we are.
Yeah, it depends on you, Aisha. If you want to continue, I will say those who are in.
Do a roundup. Actually, it fasted today, so I've not really broken my fast, and I have 6 kilometers to walk this night, whether I like it or not. So.
All right, so we will just go straight to your question. Those who are in the studio, and then we will round up. All right, go ahead, Wale.
Thank you, Mr. Rudolph. And Aisha, you are really, not incarcerated. Sorry, my incarcerated or whatever. Would rather come back.
Yeah. Man, I thought I would say big English abuse person. A person don't know what they talk. Now, you know, some of us. Now, school will go on that tree.
Thank you. Let me. Really appreciate your time and honoring this.
Thank you.
My concern is always how Nigeria is going to be rescued, despite the fact that when you would have voted, they are women. Women always be enemy of women. I don't know why we've brought women into this program, and we could see how they have a very good vision, passionate about what they want to do, but women are always the one that will bring them down, despite the fact that they know that. Anyway, that is on one side. We're trying to rescue Nigeria. We are Nigerians. But sometimes I used to think that, do Nigerians really want to be rescued? It's like you're trying to rescue slaves, and slaves don't even know that they are slaves. They are complacent, they are okay, but then they can complain under their roof without doing anything. My last question now is...
Well, we said one question because we're out of time. And
we try to raise an individual, not the city. God forbid bad thing. If Mr. Peter B got called to glory tomorrow, would have. Sorry,
I didn't get your last part. With what?
If Mr. Peter Obi, God forbid, may God give him long life in good health. If he dies tomorrow, who do we look up to? Who do we run to say we want to? Because I feel like we're just building an individual.
All right. Well, thank you. We got it. KJ.
Okay. Dr. Damages, thank you so much. Sister, I don't they follow you maybe today.
Hey, thank you, bros.
And I totally, in fact, you are a true Nigerian. You stood for the people. You've done so many great things, and we're just happy listening to you. And God bless you and keep you, and make sure that you see that new Nigeria you're looking forward to.
Amen. Okay. Not like Dr. Damage is best for us. We don't eye us now. Don't give us side eye. Say no comments. Question straight. Not like slap us for else.
Exactly.
No, I have just one question for you, and I'm not going to dwell in politics. I'm going to be on the side of the Nigerian people. And because I'm asking you this question because your voice is well heard and taken, your comments are well taken, into consideration by government and non-government people. So I'm going to ask you this. Now, in Nigeria, you find out that the Nigerian people, when they are traveling outside of Nigeria, they go to the embassy, and most times when they pay a very high price for the visa. Now, my question is this. In other clients, when you pay such amounts and your visa is not granted, you are refunded part of your money. Why is it not practicable or done in Nigeria that if you pay 200,000 naira for your visa and they find out that they cannot give you a visa, why do they not take their administrative costs out and refund the rest of the money to the Nigerian people? My question will lean on the fact that is that nobody is discussing these issues with these embassies or what? Because before Onyema did what he did, we were told that, it was the cost of coming to Nigeria was so much. And now we have all the costs falling down. Why can't we have a person who can sit in place and discuss on behalf of the Nigerian people, since we're a nation, and say this is not fair to the Nigerian people? And I'm asking you that because, like I said, your question will go a long way because your voice
No,
inside
no,
around.
no, I don't get the question. I know I made Dr. Damage his best.
No, it's not me. It's about you. It's your time. We stay here for 8 hours. So, so it's your time that we're worried about. Okija, Ernest.
The People's Queen, welcome to our platform.
Thank you. Of Africa, so let me be feeling myself.
Dr. Damages, thank God you came back from hell. My question is this, Aisha. It's like, two questions in one. What is wrong with Nigerians fighting for Nigerians? I mean, fighting for people who fight for them. And I mean, you've said a lot of things, Peter B, how, and the man in Bayelsa that gave money. And it's similar to this, something Wole asked. You see Nigerians, okay, like when they do those, what do they call that thing they do every year? They vote, Big Brother Nigeria, and they go out and they vote for people, which something will not consign them. They will just put their money, Then when people that felt aggrieved, they were waiting for Peter B to come to, ask them to come out instead of them, come out organically, just come out, do whatever they want to do. They want Peter B to do that, say, oh, come out. Even Peter B asked them, because I'm asking this question because I've been involved in politics, I've tried to help, but I had bad experience, not because of the structures or whatever, but the people, what they demand from you and what they do. Okay, now you see someone like Showore. He came to Nigeria, left his family, and for how many years, the system was just, he was in prison for some time. Nigerians didn't come out to this man Showore, we need to fight for him. They have to release him. Nothing. It just, sometimes, a few people, his friends, they would just come and do demonstration, and then, and nothing else. He suffered for how many years, and then he just came back to his family this year. So, I mean, why is it Nigerians are not? I mean, I don't know. Mohbad died, and they were all over the place. I don't know, but they were not doing that for themselves. That's it scares me.
All right, thank you. All right, Aisha. So you answered the 3 questions, and then we take the last 2.
Okay. So let me start with the first of the questions that came here. They say most of the people that vote are women. Women are the enemies of women. I totally don't agree with that. No, I don't. And I will tell you this. This is a lie that is told. Women are actually women's friends. They are the ones who help each other. Most times when people look at women and say that, oh, a woman has come out to vote, that, why are women not voting for them? I laugh. Is there any man in Nigeria that has ever been told that if they vote a certain way, they will be divorced? I can tell you a lot of women have been told that. Women are controlled. They are told what to do. Some, if you dare not even have another candidate other than what your husband has asked you to. We saw a situation whereby Buhari, when they were voting 2019 election, he was actually looking at his wife to ensure what she voted. That's how bad. Because remember, she had said that if he doesn't do it, she will not vote for him. She had done all of those. He actually checked to ensure. So when we talk about this thing, women, there's most times, and I think, and I don't begrudge any man, because sometimes there's something that comes from is when a privilege, from a position of privilege, when there are certain things you don't understand. So I will explain to a lot of us here to say that a lot of women, like I go out, I don't see, like my contemporary, I don't see people saying to them, oh, thank God your wife allowed you to do this. Dr. Damages, has anybody ever said to you, oh, thank God your wife is allowing you to do what you do?
I had that.
How many have you had?
I stay too long on this show, 8 hours. Your wife must be somebody wonderful to allow you to.
Oh, okay. So you felt your wife on somebody, but nobody has said that your wife allowing you to do what you do. There's a woman, if you were a woman, you would get that constantly. And I can tell you, for example, you see people travel with Mr. Peter Obi when he's doing certain things. When it's a man, You never hear anybody say that, oh, Peter Obi might be sleeping with that person, or the person might want to snatch it. But if it's a woman, you hear it. I want us to, as we are here, I want us to open our eyes to some of the things that women go through, right? You hardly see a woman get into a position and they say that, a man, oh, he slept his way there. It's a woman. So when we talk about political power has nothing to do with your number. It also has something to do with your education and your financial power. So even some vote, you can't vote if you're not educated, if you don't know. There are places in this country where people will say to someone that, I will not give you permission to go out on election day to go and vote. Women are told not to go out and vote. These are some of the things that women have to deal with. So I think it's not complete when people just assume that, oh, because women have higher number and then the woman is running, then automatically that woman should be voted. If she's not voted, that women are women's enemies. That's wrong. And I will tell you something. There is something they always used to tell us that, what's this woman's name? I think it's Sarah, right? Madam Sarah, that she ran for office and nobody voted for her. She got 0 votes. Oh, for many years, they told us that women hate women. But Madam Sarah did not spend 100 million naira. Pastor, what's his name? What's that? That makes it?
Bakare.
Pastor Bakare, how much did you spend to buy form, APC form? It's not 100 million naira.
Mm-hmm.
Did he get any votes?
No.
Did anybody say men are men's enemy because he didn't get votes? There is another person also. There are other amongst them also. There was that one that said he's from. He even had to put his wife and say that his mother. His mother was doing this thing that gave birth to him. The mother, he calls his mama for state. He still not get any vote, and he spent 100 million naira.
Sorry, Aisha, that's not what I mean.
No, that's what you go ahead.
What I mean is, people like you, I see you as a woman all over Nigeria. I see you as someone whose voice is very, out there. I'm thinking that why women are not coming to support you. I wish I could see like 5 or 10 women.
No, so it's still the same. It's still the same thing. I'm getting there. Why would they support me?
Want a better Nigeria.
No, but there are also a lot of men that want better Nigeria. Okay, Showore was running. Showore wanted a better Nigeria. Why didn't men vote for him? Does that mean men hate men? We are talking the same thing, but you might not look at it from that angle. We are saying the same thing. I haven't even run for any office. And honestly, if I run for office today, I don't win. I'm not going to prove the woman card. I'm not going to say it's because I'm a woman, I didn't win or anything. I'm going to go back and look at what could I have done. You understand? But the thing is that, like somebody like Showore is popular. Showore has run for office. He hasn't won, but does that mean men hate men? I know you are not looking at it from that point. I'm just opening your eyes to say, this is what normally happens. So most times what happens is that as women, we are lumped into one place and even sometimes as if it's one homogeneous group. No, it isn't. That's why sometimes when a woman does something, they will tell you, like some people will say, after all, they've given women position. See these women, they have stolen this money, that woman, and I'm saying to that, for every day, Ziani, there are thousands of the Suki. If the Suki has not stopped a man from occupying an office, it shouldn't stop a woman from occupying that. It might not be something you looked at. And I'll give you an example. There was a time when in 2018, Dr. Obidients was running for office. So of course there were a lot of people who come, oh, she cannot even, this one, blah, blah, blah. So there was a friend of mine who said that he doesn't see why are they always making it about gender women, that nobody has ever stopped any woman from running for office. So he doesn't. So I called him and I said, as you are, you really don't have that much experience. You don't have the BC. But if you're running for office today, will anybody tell you that no man can be a president in Nigeria? He said no. I said, so that's your privilege. But as a woman, they will tell you, no matter how, Dr. Obidients was vice president, World Bank. If you are talking of policies, that woman, she's amazing. And I'll personally tell you today, if Dr. Obidients and Peter Obi are running for office, Aisha Yesufu, now Dr. Obidients is support. That woman's strong. And she carried Nigerian matter for her. But you know what? People will say to her, a woman can never be president. I've been told that as a Muslim woman from Edo State, I can never be governor. I'm from Edo State, I'm a Muslim. But somebody looks at me and says, you can never be governor because of my gender, not even with, if you remove my gender, even because of my religion. So these are certain things, you know, so that's why I talk about privileges. Sometimes we don't get them, we don't see what they are, but that's actually what. So women, honestly, I can tell you, you'll be shocked at very educated women who are told what to do. They can't have their own voice. They can't vote for another person. They can't, even though you sure they won't tell them that they go and say that you're not going anywhere. Do you know who is the man of the house? You know, so those are some of the things that women have to deal with. And I totally understand, and I totally get what you're saying. I'm just trying to give you an inkling of what the whole thing is about. I totally understand where you are coming from, where it has to be, you know, this gender. And don't forget tradition. A lot of tradition and religion has been put in such a way that, oh, women can't be rulers. Women cannot lead, not rulers, leaders. Women cannot be leaders. Women cannot be this. But, and then you see some people, like I would give you an example. Let me just break it down for you. I shared a video. There was a program that my husband was at during someone's 70th birthday. And so my husband did something. The video was out there. And what my husband was trying to say was that, look, men have power, that normally men are built with power, with strength, that strength is not meant for you to be pummeling. I'm trying to use his exact words now, pummel your wife or your children, but to protect, you know, your wife and children. And then he talked about, you know, that sometimes that men should allow their women rise. So that he has seen situations whereby some people feel that, oh, if their women are rising, wives are rising too much, that they will no longer respect them. And then my husband said that respect is earned, it's not commanded. And you know, guess what? Somebody in the comment section, because I put it on my Twitter handle, it comes to say that, oh, your husband must be a mumu man. That irrespective, no matter what, you must respect the man. If you like him, you can add to the respect. So you see, for some people, that's their mindset. And I can tell you because I was at that program when my husband did that, there was a guy that came to meet my husband that what my husband said touched him, because his wife was working in an oil company in this Nigeria. Imagine the salary of oil company. He wasn't working. His job wasn't that good. I think he was earning like 30 or 40K when they got married, that he forced his wife to resign. And that they because of course financially they had to suffer in that, but that was him coming to actually tell my husband that he went through that physically and saw the effect of that thing. So what I'm trying to say to you, but anyway, what he doesn't realize, the mumu husbands, now then they enjoy you, now then they get premium love. They give them premium love. That's why I do say they before someone that they hear where. Because if woman want to deal with you, go deal with you. It's better you calm down, let her respect you as sin. Her boss, not be saying you go to feel say you won't get that respect by force. But I'm just trying to tell you to see what it is that women have to deal with. And I'll give you an example. There was a time when you have this cooking issue. Fumi Yanda, I think it's not Fumi Yanda. Who is it now? Because I have problem with names. I'm not very good at names. Betty Rabo, yes, Betty Rabo. Betty Rabo is, I think, 67. She just celebrated her 67th birthday. She has been married for over 40 years. Little children that have never gotten married, that have not yet gotten married, in their 20s and 30s, cursed that woman out. Because she said, during one time there was argument on Twitter, and she said, any man that is deserving, you will cook for him, you will do anything for him. And they said to her, how dare she say, no, she said any husband that is, how dare she say husband that is deserving? That anybody, as long as they are husband, they are deserving. So there's a lot of things that women go through. Sometimes we don't. So that's why I'm just trying to bring this up. But I totally understand where your point is coming from. And I tell you, the same people that will see me today, when I say I want to run for office, that's when they will not come. They will abuse my papa and mama teeth. I totally get where you're coming from. It's irrespective of gender. And I think in the questions that have been asked, I will answer that as we go on for some of us to see. Then you ask the question, do Nigerians really want to be rescued? No, they don't. No that and no peace. Me, Aisha Yesufu, I tell them, I no longer cry more than the bereaved. I cry with the bereaved. If the bereaved no one cry, all of us would they laugh, they eat pomo. Because let me tell you something. There's something about Nigerians and their pity parties. They love it. They love to be able to say that, now we the suffer pass. So that's why you will see them celebrating people. I said today all over on Twitter, I think at one time I saw Aisha trending. I didn't open it, but I'm sure it was my Aisha that was trending because they were trying to whitewash Jonathan. And I said, no, you can't whitewash Jonathan. Jonathan was a failure. The fact that Buhari failed more than Jonathan doesn't mean Jonathan was not a failure. And the fact that Tinubu is failing more than Buhari doesn't mean that Buhari was not a failure. But guess what? Nigerians will defend failures so that they will feel good. Because if they don't do that, how can they hold their pity parties? You know, one of the things that I no longer do, I don't tolerate Nigeria sitting down and doing that. How the country is back, cut me out. I'm not going to sit down and listen with you. I'm not going to gist with you, because do something about it. You know there are some people who deliberately they don't get jobs, because if they get jobs, they don't get as much money as when they were jobless. Have you ever seen that? Have you ever seen people who do that? They ask around, because you know when they don't have job, people pity them more. So, and then they keep giving them. When they have to, say, but you are working, a guy, are you not working? So there are some who deliberately don't do that. So that's the situation Nigerians are. They love their pity parties. They love to come and complain and talk about how they. Well done.
I'm looking for that my charger for.
Sorry.
iPhone charger.
No, it's not here.
I think iPhone there. iPad. Okay,
iPad charger. I don't think it's here. Sorry, please. It's my main guy, my baby boy that's interrupting us. Anyway, let me come back. So they love their pity parties, right? And then guess what? They don't want to do anything about it. So they want to be praying. You see, the biggest problem we have in Nigeria, religious leaders, or I call them religious rulers. You see those people, until Nigerians are able to collect their power from their hand, voila, we know we'll get sense. The religious rulers and the political rulers are in the same WhatsApp group. So what they do is that they have a symbiotic relationship. The religious rulers, they need bad governance to be able to sell cheap miracle. So if I go to a US embassy, now before I go to US embassy, I will go either to my malam or my pastor or my dibia or my bobala or my boka, right? I tell them to pray for me, to do this. So they pray for me when I go, and then I will get the visa. I will come and do testimony. How that pastor can pray very well. How that malam. What about the countries of people that don't need visa to go to US? Do they have two heads? So when somebody will finish school, they will carry their NYC certificate. They say to go and meet these people to pray for them. They'll be telling you they sell cheap miracles. So what they need to do, the more government gives bad governance, the more they come to them. So that's the reason why I think a few months ago I said to people, listen, Hisba is going to activate itself. It's going to be doing more things, arresting people, doing all sorts of things. Because why? They need to show that they are religiously working. So that when people are talking about suffering, they say, it's because of the Islam they are doing for you. The thing we have, and let me just break it down a little bit. In the southern part of the country, Christianity is dominant. In the northern part of the country, Islam is dominant. I'm from the south, so I'm a minority from the southern part of the country. In the Christian world in Nigeria, do you know what they do? They tell you that look for your own miracle. Don't hold government accountable. That's how they enslave the ones that believe in the Christian faith. Look for your own miracle. Why are you bothered about government? Come and sow your seed. Use your first salary to sow the seed. You will get this money, you get that money. Yeah. In the Islamic part of Nigeria, so what they say to you is that don't bother about what is happening right now. Don't bother about the bad governance. Just focus on hereafter, so that when you go to the hereafter, you will enter paradise and enjoy. So that's why they will say to you, protest is haram. And don't protest. Those people are whatever.
So you see, what they've done is that these people have connived together to keep the people down. So Nigerians are, until they free themselves from that. And then what we now have is that those in politics, through the religious leaders, they are able to suppress the people so that there's no uprising. And another thing is that, don't forget, the first set of dictators that Nigerians came across were actually their parents. Parents oppress their children from speaking. How dare you speak? You are a stubborn child. We were called a stubborn child. We collect beating, no be small. These are coconut head. They beat us. You know, call you a stubborn child. You can't say anything. Your parents are talking. You dare not even question. You dare not ask for this thing, explanation, or anything. They will call you all sorts of this. So we got used to that. And then elders also did that to us, our teachers, our everything. So when we became adults, we simply replaced our government, our parents, teachers with government. So now don't talk when government is talking. That's why when you are, even when you are making demands on government, somebody will come and tell you that, don't you know that the president is as old as is old enough to be your grandfather? And I'm saying, who voted him to be grandfather? If he wants to be grandfather, he should stay in the village. When we come, we go dobale, we go kneel down, we go greet him. Bale, well done. But you cannot be occupying using our money in Aso Villa and tell us to treat him like grandfather when you are failing on that. So these are some of the things, you know, that Nigerians have had to go through. So if you tell me, do Nigerians know they don't want to be rescued? Another thing also is that, why would they be rescued when you are there to pay their children's school fees? When you are there to send money for them for feeding? When you are there to take care of them when they are sick? When you are there to give them money to do their wife's naming ceremony? You are their government now. So which rescue? So it's you that we come to. And that's why for me, I say we need to get to that place where we are doing tough love. People must understand relationship between governors and their lives. You see someone, we not, I always use this example that you see a woman who has maybe a parent who is selling ice fish. Maybe the husband is doing vulcanizer job. They've struggled so much. They've sent their daughter or their son to school. They've graduated. Their children are graduated. No job. And then the pastor or the man will tell them that it is their village people that have tied down their jobs. We tell them that it is enemies. It is principalities and powers. It's not lie. Meanwhile, it is the fact that the economy is contracting. That's why their children don't have jobs. Businesses are leaving Nigeria. There is bad governance, but they will never tell you that. They will not tell you to come and be sowing seed that is enemies that are worrying you. You know who the enemy is. So these are some of the people. These are some of the problems that we've had over the time. So on the issue of okay, if Peter Obi dies tomorrow, very valid question. You know, I think when people are trying to, okay, no, God forbid, I say I'm not wishing, you know, go die, all of us go die. So these are things that we have to be prepared for. You understand? Even Peter Obi himself, he said there was a program that he did. I think it was it some months ago in Abuja when he did that first thank you something in Abuja, and he said, if I die today, there will be hundreds of people, thousands of people that will take over. You know, there's something that Peter Obi did there that a lot of us are not understanding it. It's the fact that he has given people hope. His audacity has emboldened a lot of people. People that ordinarily would have said that, we can't do this thing can never happen. Now they're thinking, yes, they can. For Peter Obi to come out of that whole PDP and said, I'm going to do this on my own. If I fail, I fail. Whatever. That was audacious. And that thing has all equally motivated a lot of people. And so there are so many people who are already doing things. And Peter Obi has opened people's eyes to this whole politics. People are not saying that the politics not be as we think of. Before, all of us were thinking it was one big magic. Now they're saying, so there are more people who are coming up. But I totally agree with what you're saying, which is what we always want to do. We always want to project everything on one person. Because, you know, one of the things with us, Nigeria, which comes to that place where you talk about, Nigerians usually don't want to do too much work. So they are looking for one person that, okay, if this person, let him just go and be doing it, then we can go and sleep. Even though I keep there, you can't sleep. I'm a bit of be enter office today. Now there your eye go open. If he cough, you go ask her which kind of cough he cough. Now expensive cough, I been a cheap cough. I mean when he cough, waiting fall from inside. But if people don't understand that the price, who was it? There's an American former president who said the price for democracy is eternal vigilance. You can't vote someone into office and go away and not do that. That's how when we are holding Alessoti accountable, some people are coming, you can who will be? As long as you are there, you have to be held accountable. So I totally understand, I totally agree with what you're saying. It should not be something that is invested in one person. It should be, there's a totality of a generation that is being awakened to the point where they understand that governance affects their life. And it's very important for every one of us to focus on that governance. And that's why recently I sent a message to Peter and I said, look, the thing that we need to, and which is what he also is also focused on, that we need to build an army of people in office. Who are the people that are going to occupy state houses of assembly? Who are the people that are going to go to as councillors, local government chairmen, what do you call it now? This National Assembly? Even if it's government, we need to start working on that. I think that's what Wole is talking about. You can't just leave something and say it's one person. No, we have to have people who are there, so that nothing is invested in one. And that's why I love the way the Obedient movement is. And I think, Rudolph, when I spoke to you earlier, when we were talking earlier, when I talked about the father, some people, I said, I'm not going to come here and tell you I'm speaking on behalf of the Obedient movement. There's no leader, there's no this. I know there are a lot of people who want that. I said, no, that's the worst kind of leadership you're looking for, this vertical leadership. So when you take one out, then the whole movement becomes nothing. But what we have is an horizontal, it's not the traditional vertical leadership, it's horizontal leadership, where people are emboldened on different sides. So if you're taking one out, there are 1 million others that are very strong. And so that's already happening. And there are a lot of people who, because of their participation in the Obedient movement, are already thinking about running for offices. So we must encourage that. And that's where I talk about, we must come look for a place where we put our monies where our votes are. We must look for a place where we are donating, so that people don't need to say they must have money before they run for office. You see where Mr. Peter Obi is, that one light and life, he was not a billionaire, he would not have done it. Forget that thing. Yeah, people were raising money, forget it. If he was not a billionaire with his deep pocket, he would not fit do it. So he was able to, so we must get to a place whereby we can have people who have the passion to serve, who want to serve, and then they can run for office, and then we should have a platform where we are able to fund their election. When they get in there, they know we are the ones that put them there. If they run, man, next time we will not vote for them. So these are also some of the things, you know, that definitely we need to have happening in our country. So if what's the other thing? Okay, the other question of visa money, right? Why is visa money not refunded to Nigeria? Demand and supply. That's it. It's at the end of the day, it's all economy. Especially that UK that will be forming there. Meanwhile, they need our money to be surviving those visa that they will tell you they are not giving you, and it's all about demand and supply. There are a lot of Nigerians that want to leave the country. Some of these other places, they don't have as much, so they can afford to say, okay, even if they are not refunded, they will say we will not go. Or maybe they have a lot of countries that they can go to without visa. Most of us don't have a lot of countries we can go to without visa. So they don't even, so a good number of them don't need this visa, they can travel whatever. So until we get to a place where we are building, our country, where our country is strong enough, where people know that Nigerians are not looking for anywhere else to go, they are very much more than okay in their country, we will even get visa free into this place. A lot of African countries are getting visa free to many countries that we can't even go to. So that's where our focus is on. And I can tell you that this has not been as much priority because there are so many battles we are facing. I want to carry visa matter when they say na person wey chop food benefit na dey travel. Meanwhile, some people, they don't even have good quality education. I'm not saying that it's not a fight to be done. You understand? It's a fight to be done. And then most of the people that the fight affects, they can actually afford the visa. And they are not ready to come out. And there are not many people who are not going to take that on. But it's also something that people can take on. It's a fight that people can take on. But I can tell you at the end of the day, it's really about demand and supply. How many Nigerians are going out? How many Nigerians want to go there? In short, if you see how much Nigerians are paying for people to do visa for them, you'll be shocked. Some people are calling millions for all these agents. Forget how much they pay for visa fee. Go and see what they call agents who help you to package the whatever. If you see some of the monies they are calling it, they will tell you that some of them they are into millions. To get you a tourist visa or visitor's visa, they are calling. So why are people paying that much? Because there's a need for it. So that's why sometimes these are some of the things that happens. But of course, by the time we begin to have a country that actually works for us, we won't have as much need to travel abroad, other than people going. And even when you travel abroad, they know definitely you are coming back to your country. The other time I applied for a Canadian visa, and they denied me. They said that they don't think I'm going to come back. Meanwhile, Canadian embassy in Nigeria are following me on Twitter, but they don't think I'm going to come back. But that if I think I'm going to come back, that I should run there and see your father. They look at person where we code Peter. I just saw them. Meanwhile, my husband, they connect visa, they go there all the time. Don't see they laugh. I just threw away the thing. I just laughed over it and I threw away the thing.
Aisha, I'm so sorry, but on the flip side, if you have a US visa, you can go to Canada for 1 month and back to US. So you don't even need that Canadian visa since you already have a US visa. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. If you have a US visa, all you need to do, you fly to the US. From the US, you can visit Canada for 1 month and back to the US. So you are not flying from Nigeria straight to Canada, but from the US to Canada, back to US to wherever you are going. You can do that with US and Mexico.
Do you know? Oh my goodness, I didn't. You did.
So you go pay me for that one. You go pay me for that one.
I'm supposed to pay you. You see what they talk about knowledge, eh? That person if person don't know something, the person go die. You know, as I'm saying to you, because I did the Reagan Facet Fellowship in 2023. That was March. I was supposed to do it in 2022 October. Because of the subject of this election, I deferred it. I wrote to them, I said, I cannot come here and be doing fellowship on democracy when the real democracy is happening in my country because someone has just emerged. So they graciously allowed me to push it. So as soon as the election was over, I think March 1st, I traveled to the US. I was there for 5 months. At one time, they were like, okay, I should travel to US, Canada and all. I started filling the form again. I was seeing them asking me all my siblings' address. I threw away the form. I didn't feel like I didn't know I could go. To honest, I didn't know I would have done that. And even recently, my friend has been disturbing me to come and visit, and because I'm supposed to be in Cancun for a birthday party and all of that. I'm like, I can't go. So okay, thank you. So that means I can go. It means 1 week is even enough. Who wants to stay there for good? But you see what I'm trying to say is that this is how we get treated. They just tell you that, oh, you can't get this visa because they think you are not coming back. I'm like, what's in Canada that I've not come back? France also denied me visa, myself and my children. I think that was like 2008 or something like that. I just threw it away. In 2022, it was the French government that invited me, 2023, that invited me to come to the same France. I said, oh, now first deny me, now still can't call me back again. But what I'm just trying to say is that we actually need to get to a place where we have a country. Nigeria shouldn't be seeking for visa to a lot of places. So that's, for me, I will put my energy on that. But it's something that many of us might not even know, that you refund or whatever, but it's something that if people feel really bad about it, they can always take it up. And it just takes one person to start it. And the beautiful thing about today is that we have social media. You can start a hashtag. Like this question, you can literally start it on social media. Some people will pick it up. Like even IELTS, like I think there were some, is it Canadian University, where some people were saying, oh, why are we paying IELTS? Why are people doing this exam? Why are people doing this? Well, we English, like English in Nigeria, we learn in English and some of that. I think some people have gotten that, some universities to stop accepting that. So those are some of the things, that can also happen. Then Oh, okay, yeah. I talked about demand and supply. Then what is wrong with Nigeria fighting for people who fight for them? You know, people don't like change. Nigerians, so the first thing is this. Nigerians are used to being treated badly. We've been treated badly all our lives. We've been told we shouldn't have a voice. I always say to people, if you want to see democracy, if you want to see human rights, start it from your family. How democratic are you in your family? Do you just make decision and tell everybody you've made decision? Or do you involve your children in your decision making? Even though you are the one that has the final say, right? But do you involve your children? Do you really allow their voices? So for me, those were part of the things I was very mindful of. We're very mindful in our house. We make decisions together. We call, okay, this is it, and we allow people's voices to be, even our children's voices. I remember when my daughter was, 9 years old? And let me share this story with you. In 2011, I was taking my son to school. So I branched at an ATM to withdraw some money. Somehow, we got late. And ordinarily, the drive from the school to our house to the school was like 5 minutes. So the boarding school my son was in. And the school was a very strict school. 8 p.m., if you get there 8 p.m., you will not be allowed in. So we got to a place, and it was, if we go through that way, it's going to be a one-way. And but we will get, it was at night, so there was nobody there. So no police, nothing. If we go through that one way, we'll be able to get to the gate before it will make it. So I slowed down, and I had myself, it was myself, my son, and my daughter. I think my daughter was 9, my son was about 11 or 12. My daughter was 9 going to 10. And so I said to them, okay, guys, this is it. If I go through this one way, because we try to do the right thing. I always try to do it with my kids, even seat belt, everything. I always say to people, I'm bringing on my children, not based on Nigerian standard, but international standard, so that wherever they go in, they will be good citizens. And I said to them, this is the problem. If we go the long way, we are going to miss the 8 p.m. deadline. But if we go this way, and my daughter said, no, mommy, it's wrong. It's one way. We can't go there. It's wrong. I said, fine. Yeah, you're right. And that was it. And I traveled the long way. And I got, and like Adri said, when we got there, they had already closed. There was a car in front of us. The car came down. They were arguing with the driver. That school, no send though. At that school, it's a school in Abuja. The vice president's child was a classmate with my daughter. All of these, them, Erufai, short, all these ministers, governors, blah, 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 they are all in that school. But the school discipline is their topmost. I remember a time that I went into the office of the registrar, and I saw a letter that had come from a state, the office of the first lady of a particular state, asking for her child to be withdrawn because her child was given this suspension or something for doing something, and they withdrew. They sent the child away. So those were no sense. Their rules are their rules. So I knew, as soon as I got there, we saw it. I turned back. I took my kids home. And the following morning, I woke up early to wake my son for him to get ready, so that because he has to now go as a day student, then I will now drop his things. And by the time I woke up, my son was already awake and dressed. This is someone that in the morning, for him to wake up, it takes a lot of time. Why am I sharing this story? 2 things happened that day. My daughter knew that she has a voice, and her voice is valid. And she can stop something that is wrong, because I was going to do something that was wrong. But I knew I could have entered that road without talking to my kids. But I've always told my kids to do the right thing. It doesn't matter. And I always say that even if everybody is doing it, doesn't make it right. And I can't just enter that road, because I'm this, then I'm sending mixed signals to them. I asked their permission, and my daughter knew she could say, no, mommy, what you're doing is going to be wrong, and you shouldn't do it. And I listened. And my son learned that there's consequences for certain behavior. If you go late to your school, you will not be allowed in. And the next day, he stood up, he woke up early and got himself dressed. So how democratic are we in our houses? That's the first thing I ask people. How do we allow people to have voices? How do we allow children to have voices? Do we allow or do we shut them down and use the parent card? I have never used, and by the grace of God, I will never use the parent card on my children. I've never said to my children, I brought you to this, God forbid. Like earlier on, when somebody said that, oh, are you a grandmother? There was a statement I made. I said, it's my children's choice. It's not mine. I'm not going to be on there. I'm not one of those people that, oh, I need you to give me crap. No. It's your life. It's your choice. I respect it. I am your parent. I'm not your owner. So Nigerians are used to being shut down, being told. So they have gotten used. And don't forget that a good number of us were militarized. We grew up with military. I was 10 years old when Buhari did military coup. I'm not very familiar. I knew Shagari's era towards the end where he was taken out. So most of us are used to being militarized, being treated badly. So that's what they're used to. So when they see anybody who is treating them well, Nigerians are suspicious. When they see anybody who is taking them as human beings, Nigerians are suspicious. And you cannot blame them because there's a lot of people that have gotten in and they failed them. That's why now, even when I see people who say, oh, she's doing it because she wants popularity, she's doing it because she wants appointment, she's doing it because she wants money, I don't feel bad. Because they have seen so many cases that it's justifiable for them to say that's the reason why people are doing it. So that's why, so there's always suspicious. And then another thing is that Nigeria is in an abusive relationship with Nigeria. So anybody that is trying to save them, they are suspicious and angry. Have you ever seen people in abusive relationship, whether women or men? Because there are men who are in abusive relationship, who their wives, they deal with them. There are women who are in abusive. If you are close to one, and you ever try to take them, you see how they react to them. You will not become the enemy. So that's what is happening in Nigeria too. So that's why when you see people are trying to fight for them, they are fighting the people who are fighting for them because they have been brainwashed. And like Stephen Biko said, the greatest weapon of the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed. So they've used religion. They've used a lot of things. Things have been weaponized. Poverty has been weaponized. A lot of people can't think. A lot of people don't even know they have rights. Poor people don't know they have rights. They don't. They are busy struggling to see how they can put food on their table. The last thing they are thinking about is their rights. Any day that they are able to put food on their table, that's their activism. Illiteracy is being weaponized in Nigeria. Many people don't even know that they have rights or governance or what politics. So there are people who are using that. So of course, that's some of the reasons, that happen. And then another thing also is the fact that they also have people who are taking care of what government has failed. All of you that you are here now, you are subsidizing for government's failure. Yeah, we are all subsidizing government's failure. And the government will be making math and say that, oh, they will remove subsidy for this. I'm always in support for removal of subsidy on petrol. Even 2012, that was the reason why I was never part of Occupy Nigeria. Then I used to have trailers. I've been a transporter before. I used to have trailers. I used to run from the north to the south. I think I started that business around 2007 or 2008. And diesel was not subsidized. Diesel is the commercial fuel. It's the one that big vehicles use. It's the one that is used in industries and all of that. And I'm like, why if you're not subsidizing fuel, why are you diesel? Why are you subsidizing petrol, which is more or less used by the smaller this thing? But you see today, what we now have is that people, all the failure of government, people are subsidizing it. And most of the people then, even that did the Occupy Nigeria, what they kept saying was that even if government removes the subsidy, they will be stealing it through corruption. And I was saying fight the corruption, but of course we're seeing it now. That's what is happening in Nigeria right now. But to come back to the core of the issue is that you subsidize for government. So many people have no inclination to fight for good governance because they know they can always come to you to beg for money. Abroad, for those Nigerians who are in diaspora, have you seen how many people you see go and knock on another person's door and say, I'm hungry, or I have not paid my children's school fees? The person you look at you, are you crazy? You've done your children's school fee. Am I your government? So people are holding their government accountable there because they have no other person to hold accountable. We don't hold our government accountable yet because we have other people to hold accountable. So that's part of the things, that has always been going on. So thank you. If I've missed any question, let me know.
No, thank you. So I don't know how much time you have. This is wonderful. I want to.
No, I think I'll give you the last set of questions because I need to go and eat and I need to go and work. So
Okay.
so it's not so it doesn't come too late. Yeah.
Okay, I'll propose that another time we will invite you to talk about social issues. I really like how you analyze these issues more than politics because I think it's very important. All right, so let's go to Paul. I think you're next. Yeah, Paul, go ahead.
Okay. So it's rather unfortunate that you missed this one. Assuming you're a Christian for contributor, sorry, you're a Muslim. No offering for you.
Do you know? No, on a very light note, do you know? I've been taught so many times that I should be a pastor. Like, oh, you make a good pastor. There is even this senator in this U.S. senator. Is it Shirley something? When she came to Nigeria at Bigo, she was like, "Oh, you're not a pastor. You need to be a pastor and all of that." So no, I don't hear that one plenty times. No, Allah.
Okay. So let me greet you like as we greet back in the days when we were together up there. Aisha, whether you like it or not, the good God will bless you. Whether you like it or not. Yeah. So thank you. You are doing a very great job. But Aisha, I want to ask this question, and it's been bothering me because the last election, I felt bad. To some extent, I don't want to believe the results that they give every one of us from APC, PDP, and even though the Labour Party. Because what we get from the Buhari's era, when they talk about this number of votes, Buhari, 8 million votes. Now we started calling Peter Obi with his 6 million votes. I don't want to believe those numbers. I just feel that it's numbers that they give us. And why I don't want to believe it, because there's no fact to it. You see, one of the ways when they do election, I live in the US, when they do election from poll, we started knowing the way the election will go. Then when the election started, what makes them call a state that you won the state, even when the election is still on, it is from the situation room. You know, Peter Obi has been a banker. If my mother put a 5 naira in Warri, they'll probably see it from their control room, maybe in headquarters somewhere in Victoria Island in Lagos. If somebody buy Coke in Lagos, there's a way that money will find its way all the way to Atlanta in America, you know. So this is the thing. So I am asking, what are you guys doing to work on strongly your situation room where you can timestamp every places they vote? You can have a good timestamp where you'll be releasing your stuff and every other thing. So we'll be seeing it in real time where you won from your own situation room, not what they are telling us when they will disagree again. Because it's very, very important. The 50 states in America, we are seeing them from their own situation room. There is no general thing where you say, oh, we have this INEC. So what are you guys doing with your situation room? I think it's going to bring more transparent and accountability. Then you also mentioned the soft side. You also talk about going to Cancun. I know Cancun is the Mexico thing. Your US visa can also take you to Mexico without having a visa to Mexico as well, like Canada.
All right.
Thank you.
Paul, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Let's quickly go to Kando.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. Thank you, Madam Aisha. I don't really have a question. I am just grateful for people like you out there. I come from a lineage of strong women that are also very respectful to their husbands, like you would not believe. So I understand where you come from. I hope the biggest takeaway from this meeting today will be the numerous number of young men and women, especially women, who be able to see this and understand the passion, the drive, the belief in empowering people. You know, when you spoke about, excuse me, when you spoke earlier about we in the abroad that are facilitating bad government, I truly understand it. And I haven't recently been on the ground in Nigeria myself, I've been one of those people that used to pay for people's school fees and what have you. But what I've come to understand is that there are a lot of people on the ground that don't even know what to do. They're totally lost. So when you're able to actually sit people down and say, okay, what do you have a passion for? Because I believe when people find something that they're passionate about, it tends not to become a job any longer. They're happy to wake up to go to it. So I support the notion that you have about not giving handout to people, but finding what they can do and pouring into that so that they themselves be able to fend for themselves. Because like I always say, what if I get hit by Kekelemu tomorrow? Then there's no more money coming to you. So I believe in putting people in position that no matter how little, you will be surprised how many people actually have a job on the ground that are making 40,000, 30,000 a month. And when you can sit them down and say, look, yeah, I'll pour into this and I will supervise it, not just pour into, but I will encourage you. I will hold your hand, be your backbone, and we can do this together. And how much that you can start seeing changes in people's lives. It's truly remarkable. So I commend your stand, your many stands. You, like I said, you're a woman like sisters that I have that are very, very strong people, but they don't take their husbands for a joke for 1 second. So people should understand, especially the young women out there, that you can be a mother, you can be a wife, and still have a voice. It's not being disrespectful, and being able to, you know, show leadership by example. That story of you not taking the wrong way. It almost happened to me. Well, it almost happened to me a number of times in Lagos. People are like, "Oh, take the BT. The driving is gonna." I'm like, no, no, no. I will get out of this car and leave you by yourself because I'm not gonna be begging any police officer say, "Oh God, no, I don't know how to do that." So being able to show, especially children, when my children were growing up, I used to say, if you go to a store and you give the cashier $10 and the cashier hands you back $90, especially when you have your children with you and you think you have won something. No, you're not creating children that are going to Penn State. You're creating children that will go to state Penn because that's what you're teaching them. You're teaching them immorality, and it is good to get away with things. So from every fiber of my being, I thank the person that I believe that you are. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Mr. James, you have the last question.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. I hope you are hearing me. Are you hearing me? Good. I just want to draw your attention to something, and that is politicians take undue advantage of you and me because we are not critical enough. Whenever it is time for electionary campaign, they don't give us their manifestos. If you ask them, where's your manifesto? They tell you, oh, go to the internet, you see it there. They don't give us any concrete promise. And this is the reason why I'm saying this. Take Bola Tinubu, for example. When they took over the government, they messed up the economy through this so-called exchange rate. They did not do their groundwork before they took over government. And the value of the Naira depreciated considerably. Now, if a politician is canvassing for votes, he should give us a blueprint. I always cite education as an example. If you want to provide education for the people, you should know the number of children you want to cater for in each political constituency in the country. The erasers they will use, the pencils they will use, the pens they will use, textbooks, teachers, desk, chalk, salaries for each political constituency. That is the work of the political party because you want to govern the country. All the parties have got offices in all the constituencies in the country. What are they doing? What is their research and development department doing? Now, if it is agriculture, like take Bender, for example, former Bender state where I come from. The what's it called? Plantain they produce in Ovia local government, what is the volume every year? The cassava they produce, what is the volume every year? The meat they eat, where does it come from? The potatoes and what have you, they don't have any figure to fall back on. Take Peter Obi, for example. He's talking about from consumption to production. Where is your blueprint? What industries do you want to produce? Set up. Where will the expertise come from? If we don't have enough qualified manpower, which universities do you want to send people to? How much will it cost? All these things should be broken down in 5 pieces. This is one thing political parties are not doing in Nigeria, to the best of my knowledge. It's only Obafemi Awolowo who has done such a thing during his action group, a UPN era, which I benefited from tremendously. Please take this into account in your discussions with political leaders. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mr. James. Aisha is out to you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. James, for that. Yeah, so I'm going to go back to the first question that was asked in the series, whether it's question or comment, I can't remember, but it's basically talking about the situation room and what are the things that we're doing. I totally agree with you in terms of situation rooms are very important, and like you did say, even in like in the United States, many of us didn't even know how much they do those counting until the last election between Biden and Trump, and we say, all that what we used to see, they would just say, oh, election has been done. Meanwhile, counting, what was still going on. One of the things also is that media play a lot of role in those countries. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, we don't have as much, and so some of them are able to call in all of these ways. They have situation room set up. It's one of the things, like when I did my fellowship, the FASEC fellowship, those are one of the parts of the for me recommendation that I put forward, in the fact that we need to have, and as I was just thinking about, there's a particular name they call it, I can't remember what it is. Just like what we have the IREF, we need to have situation like that for citizens, where we are calling in results. And civil organizations, civil society organizations play a huge role in this. We need to have a Nigerian situation room. I don't know what happened to it. There, of course, maybe the issue of funding and all that, because it's really very expensive. And you're talking about billions of naira to be able to do this. So usually, organizations come out to do this instead of more of individuals in trying to get all the results coming in from every part of the country. But I totally agree with you. It's something that has to be worked upon. Something that we really need to make it a priority, which we've already done, and it has to also do with the issue of polling unit agents. We need those polling unit agents in every of the polling units that we have in Nigeria. We have close to 200,000 polling units, and even if you're paying the polling unit agents 10,000 naira, which is the smallest of the smallest of the smallest. I remember when Mr. Peter Obi, that was the budget we had set aside, 10,000 naira, and Labour Party had about 113 something thousand polling unit agents. We had to set around 1.4 billion polling unit agent. That's just for polling unit agent coming from someone's pocket. So, and if you're going to do this for a long time, you need quite a lot of resources to be able to do it. And elections are very expensive in Nigeria. It has nothing to, it's not even about, oh, you are bribing people, or you are using it to buy delegates, or you are using it to buy vote. No, just the normal things that are done. It's expensive. If you're going to give polling unit agents 20,000 naira, of course, they're working on that day to help them with food that they're going to eat, transportation, and all of that. If it's 20,000 naira, you're already looking at almost 4 billion naira alone for polling unit agents. And don't forget, I think the cap we have for election spending is about 5 billion for presidential election. So these are some of the things that one has to grapple with. But I totally agree that it's something that we need to focus on. We're already looking at that anyways, because it's one of the things where we were badly affected in the last election. Part of the things where we have, and I know there are a lot of people who are not happy with me, even in the party and all of that, because we got to a place where we realized that there was a lot of swapping. There was a lot of names that weren't the names that we're supposed to have as a polling unit agents, and they were all of these trying to do things in the normal way they were done before. I was the person who was put in charge of the payment of polling unit agents, and Lord have mercy, that election day was crazy. Just sitting down and I'm getting, you're supposed to transfer 300 million to this, 50 million to that, 100. I'm like, how? Where? No, that's how they are doing. You know, in election, you cannot ask questions. I'm like, we cannot ask questions where they're like, no, but this is technology. We're going to pay them directly. We're going to pay the people who are not. No. There was even a meeting we were at, and someone said to me, Aisha, how did you think you were going to stay in Abuja and you'll be overseeing the polling unit agents that are in Sokoto somewhere? Or I said, through the phone now. We all had their phone numbers. Have you forgotten that it was the names and the phone? And they say, there's some of them cannot read and write. And they say, if they can't read and write, how are they our polling unit agents? Excuse me? So it was a talk that day. My phone call they keep us if I don't die. At one time, my husband come and say, this whole police, let them not come and say it's because of you that Peter Obi did not win the election. This, I said, no. I said, because what I realized was people just wanted this money to be sent to them and that's it. I said, no, we're going to pay them directly. How are you going to pay them? That's how, because we have all the names. And let me digress a little bit. When we did so let me tell you, it was crazy. So we had this election, right? We had a particular organization that said they had put together 40,000 polling unit agents that had gone for this thing. We should send money to them. So we're going to attend 10,000 naira. That's 400 million naira. I said, I'm not, how? I said, how did you set up agent without first of all, okay, you set up polling unit agent. You didn't make way that you were going to pay them. You didn't discuss with the candidate to know whether it's going to pay them. He has the money to pay them. You just sit down and you just tell me you have 40 and you should just send me 400 million. I said, that's not on my word. Me, I'm a market woman. I've never done contract with business. I have no intention. I'm not even interested. I don't have the spread. I'm a market woman. Everyone covered. They work hard for them. So money they miss out. I don't use it anyhow. So we got to a place at the end of the day, Appeal was now like, okay, no problem. Okay, let's wait and say that, okay, you know what? Bring the results that you collected. You know what they said to me? Oh, they didn't make arrangement to collect results. You made arrangement to collect money. They didn't make arrangement to collect. I said, sorry, not on my watch. You people say that. You know, some of them they say that my hand touch pass without bill. That's what they use to abuse me. Because I really refuse to. Honestly, it's crazy how people think they can just use somebody's money anyhow. So on that year, I totally agree. We need to get work on that polling unit agents and everything. Get all of that together because it's crazy. If you whatever rot that you think there is in our political system, it's worse. Let me look at Mr. James. It's worse than what you think about. It's bad, and that's what I'm saying to people. We need to get people with second jobs into politics because it's crazy. For some people, I think they've taken it as an entrepreneurship that every 4 years they make so much humongous amount of money, and that's what they're waiting for. And it's not just a Labour Party, it's all the parties. People just doing all sorts of things. And what they're looking for, let candidates come, they eat up people's money and they get to have collect so much money and all of that. So if we really want good governance, we must get to a point where that is no longer an issue. So yes, for me, it's part of the things that we really need to also begin to work with. Even if it's not the candidate himself, we as people should begin to find a way where we are putting these things together, so that when results are coming, INEC should also know that there is a counter result that is out there. So it makes it more difficult for the person to come and manipulate or rig election and do all of that. Yeah, the second, this thing was not really a question, but for me, when it comes to my husband, it's something that I'm very open with. I mean, my husband, he's my mentor, he's my teacher, he's my number one cheer. You know, when they say cheerleader, he's one that I got married when I was in level 3. Yeah, I got married when I was in level 3. And I had our son when I was in level 4. I went to NYC with my son. I'm a very intelligent person, but actually, and also a very lazy person. So I really don't even bother about it. Even when I was in school of medicine, what's my own? If I don't read, if I shall read walking into an exam, if there's no CA, I can be sure of my A. So I'm a very lazy person. So when I came to ABU, I left. When I came to BUK after I left ABU, I realized that E was fast. You know, in medical, this is C, D is fail, C is the least fast. So I didn't know that other students, for them, E was fast. So when I came to BUK, I saw that people, E was, I was like, why are you reading? E is fast now. So what's the big deal about this thing? But it was my husband, you know, when we started cutting, he was the one like, oh, you need to get second class upper and all of that. Me, that I used to get my E's and D's, and I started reading and I started getting my A's. I actually came out with that second class upper. But he's one person who even in 1998 had said to me, I need to have my own money. I need to be financially independent so you'll be able to have more of your voice. So he's someone who always makes life extremely easy for me, someone who is very loving. And so for me, I respect my husband absolutely. High level, tops, nothing about it. And he's someone that he doesn't try to like stop me from doing something, or oh no, you can't do this or whatever, use his power or whatever. But he knows that if there's anything I want, he gives it to me, and I'm very mindful of that. So, and I don't take that for granted. And if there are certain things that I know, even my husband is not like, I know he doesn't really like it. Even if he doesn't say it, I wouldn't do it. I always say to people, like the other day, even with I think we are supposed to, when Peter Obidients did his Twitter session, there was a team with him. You know, sometimes we're like sitting down, some of the questions, some of the things that he needs to, you know, talk about, or some things he had missed out. And they were like, it was gonna be at night. I'm like, nah, I'm going in. It's like, yeah, I know, because we all know that I don't go out at night or anything. It's something that my husband really doesn't like. Even he himself is always at home before 8 and all of that. And I don't do that. And everybody knows that that's part of the rule. I just don't joke about it. So for me, yes, I have an amazing human being who loves me, and I don't take him for granted. And absolutely, I respect him. He's someone who has really been my backbone. And when people are talking about, I'm that crazy one, he's the one that I get 6-footer for house. So what the person want do? I know say if I come to fight, he will stand there for me, you know, that kind of thing. But that's it anyway. Then there's something you said about facilitating over here in Nigeria, facilitating the bad governance. No, Nigerians in diasporas are not facilitating bad governance. They are facilitating our mumu-ishness. They are the ones giving us a level environment to continue to be mumus and allow people to be giving us bad governance without doing anything about it. And I love the fact where you talked about putting people in a position. I've gotten to a place in life that, you see, that thing about individually giving money, voila, I think I've reduced it to like less than 5%. I would rather work on a project that benefits community rather than, because for me, you help people, you help them to set up businesses, you help them to do things. They still go back to where they were. They still either they are reckless with it or they don't just do anyhow. So let the community have something that they can use, rather than just having people just be there, just doing anyhow. Then the other thing on the kids, yes, when it comes to doing the right thing has to be done, and I think that's where a lot of us we miss out so many things. And I'll give some quick example, not because I'm trying to say that I'm a saint or something. No, not at all. I'm a crazy human being. But it's that the right thing that needs to be done needs to be done. In the year 2000, I was doing my NYC, and I got paid. I think about with 8,000 naira something. 3 times they made payment to me over my normal alawi, and I think the total money was about 8,000. And at that time, 8,000 was quite some money in the year 2000. And when I wanted to return that money, I got so much beef from my fellow coppers and even the people who were working at NYC. It was almost as if I was the enemy. Oh, how can you be so foolish? Yeah, nah, it's not your money paid extra, enjoy. It was People's Bank, the Fox People's Bank. I said, no, I had to return that money. And even at the NYC, this thing, I insisted. It was later on in life, I was thinking, okay, maybe there was something they were doing. Maybe they have people they were paying extra money into and collecting it, but I don't know what it was. Maybe that was why they were beefing me. Because at the end of the day, anytime I think about it, I always think about, if I had eaten that money, that's now 24 years ago, I won't have the moral justification to speak on issues. I won't be able to speak on issues. I won't be able to talk about somebody's corruption. And so for me, it's always about, doing the right thing. Doing the right thing matters to me. You can beat me for anything, even as a child. But that right, I will say it as it is, and I will do what it is that needs to be done. So when you talk about that, going into places one way and they're having to beg police and do, I hate that thing, and not the small thing. So for me, I never see sometimes, there was something you mentioned, which was that when you are at a place with your children, what lessons are you teaching your children? And there's one thing I always say to parents. For example, there were times that my kids were in boarding school in Nigeria, right? And then there are certain things that are called contrabands that you can't come with. So when you are coming in, they will search your box, and then you find out that parents are helping their children to hide certain things and whatever. And I always say to them, you see this child that you are teaching to hide things and take contraband into the boarding school, you are also teaching them how they are going to hide things from you. You're also teaching them how they are going to disobey your own rules and regulations that you will set down, because that's what happened. But if something is wrong, if the school says they can't bring that, means they can't bring it, and my kids know that. Sorry, this is the law. This is what the school says, because we all go through the school program. Those rules and regulations they give you. I go through it with my kids. Oh, the inches of the hair. See what the school law says. It says so. I think for my son's body fit was whether 1 inch or 2 inches, I can't remember now. Go through that, because it means that you need to be consistent in what you tell your children, and kids learn by example, what you do, not necessarily what you say. So those little things that you think that they are not paying attention, they are actually paying attention. And if you keep not doing the right thing, at the end of the day, you also are going to be affected. But when you do the right thing and you're also ready to be held accountable, and they can come and say, okay, mommy, why did you do that? You didn't, you too, you were wrong. Apologize, accept, and do that. And at the end of the day, we'll have more healthy society, and children who understand their rights, who will be vocal, who they will not make out bad governance on them. And that's why I think this old generation of politicians have not realized that there are new citizens, the Gen Zs, that are our children, that we that were oppressed, we refuse to allow them to also be oppressed, and we're giving them wings to fly. So they're still using the method they used to treat us with their parents, and they're using that on them, and that's definitely not going to work. And I'm going to round up today to say that there's this tweet I read some time ago that really made sense to me, which was that the greatest activism that we can do as human beings is to give society, great children. If you have children, bring them up to be great members of the society. And I think that's really very important. And it's also important for Nigerians to understand that we don't have any country other than our country, and we must do everything to make Nigeria a great country. The countries that we admire, it was citizens that came together and decided that enough was enough, that they were going to work for their country. And one of the things I also say to a lot of Nigerians in diaspora, especially those, there are some who have this attitude of, oh, we have a second passport, so whatever is happening with you people. I always say to them, there's a difference between a Nigerian Canadian and a British Canadian, because a Nigerian Canadian, when they see you there, they feel that You are there because you have to be there. The British Canadian, they will say, oh, you're there because you want to be there. So it helps everybody, whether we are in Nigeria, and Nigerians that are in diaspora, and Nigerians that have second passport, for Nigeria to be great, because it gives you, more bragging power for you to know that the country you're coming from, you're not just like handouts, but you're a great, amazing country. And we really do have a great, amazing country that we all can be proud of, country that, we're so great, we're so blessed, we are so talented, we are audacious, we are amazing, we do so well. And it's only bad that we've allowed ourselves to be pulled down by bad leadership who use religion and tribalism to separate us. Before I round up, I will say to everyone, I always say, before you think about all the things that separate us, that I'm Esako, you are Igbo, or you are Yoruba, you are Hausa, you are Kanuri or Nupe, let's think about the fact that we are united by bad governance, we are united by bad roads, we are united by bad quality public education. And I always say the greatest injustice in Nigeria is that access to good quality education is dependent on the economic status of one's family. We are united by lack of employment. We are united by so many things, lack of 24/7 electricity, lack of, good hospitals, lack of, services that we can call emergency services. So if we unite on these things that unite us and solve them, then I'll be able to look at Rudolph Okonkwo and say, guy, be that say you be Igbo, I be a Sako now. Waiting now. But until then, we don't get the luxury to be disunited. Thank you so much for having
But Aisha, we are not united on the electricity. That we have band A and band B.
They say band A, they are giving 20 hours electricity. Everybody say we don't see 20 hours. So now they be debanding the bands.
All right, Aisha, thank you so much for being with us today. It's been wonderful. 3 hours and a half. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. And hopefully,
Doctor, you need to commit her when she's coming again. We need her time to time like this.
Yeah, because there are a lot of things to discuss, and we appreciate your wisdom in all this. All right, so we take a break. When we come back, we review what we had today, and we will. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me. Dr. Damage is known. If you call me, I don't talk
his network television debut. This is his most recent album right here.
Thank you so much.
It's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek Feshek.
Arise from your sleep, Africa. Rise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. There's work to be done, America. But if we unite, we will be free. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down for so long. We've been fooling around for too long. We've been sitting down for so long. I have not been fooling around for too long. So long, so long, too long, too long, so long, for too long, too long. Hey. Remember, long time ago, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember, the pyramid of Egypt, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember, Marcus Garvey, who are the dream for New America. Oh, remember, Martin Luther King, the dream for New America. They say you are black, they say you are brown, they say you are black, they say you are brown. Only the angels of Jah is white now. Only goodness of God is wide. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down so long. We've been a fool around for too long. Arise from your sleep, Africa. Arise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. So much work to be done, America. But if we unite, hey, we will be free. So long, too long, so long, too long. Pressing it down for so long.
Tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀. Ọwọ́ ẹni ó ti ṣànù kọ́. Ayé la bá fi sílẹ̀. Ọ̀nà èyí yọ.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for hanging in here. Sorry for a lot of people who could not get the opportunity to ask a question. It wasn't my fault. We agreed on 90 minutes. I pushed it to 3 hours, 30 minutes. Hi, I've seen new faces here. Nice to see everybody. Yeah. So who are the people who are mad? There's somebody who was writing me, was really angry that he wanted to ask a question about accountability. Sometimes I make some judgment calls that may not be wrong, they may be right or may be wrong, but I felt that we had a video in the profile of her. We had a video of her talking about how she accounted for the money she controlled. We had P2B on the show saying that she accounted for the money she controlled during the campaign. So I didn't think that question about that she did not account for the money was very urgent. Just like for everybody to know, you can't control the guests in terms of how they answer questions. Sometimes, you would wish that they will answer questions. I always say to them, 2 minutes will be enough for any question, but sometimes it's not. All right, let's do a review of what happened. Thank you all for joining. We start with forefathers, and let's start from there.
Greetings, Dr. Rudolph. Thank you for having me. Greetings to all the people on the panel, to the chat, and to the viewers. I think she basically did well, and most people asked her conciliatory questions. There's some element of that. That's why I speak the truth, was feeling like they didn't ask her some pertinent or challenging questions. But I'm not sure there is that much. That's why I didn't ask much question, because there was not that much to ask, because I agree with most of our positions. The only area I felt like I would like to have a discussion with her, not to just ask a question, was about the idea of democracy in the home and stuff like that, and the implications. And I felt like there was a little bit of the way her take on it was a little bit simplistic to an extent. But she did say that she didn't know much about foreign policy and that area. I really think it's important that any of our major politicians in Nigeria should have an awareness in such areas. And if she's listening, it's something that because she's very great at home already. She sounds like every other Nigerian. So she's already part of us. So I would recommend she keeps an eye on that arena, because it affects a lot what is going on within our environment. I guess that's how I will leave it. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I just want to take this moment to thank Nana O. I've seen some of your support to this program. I've not had a chance to meet you. I don't know who you are, but I appreciate you, just like everybody else. But most of the time it's when I'm not here that I see I'm informed that you support this program. We thank you for that. All right, let's see. Paul, let me skip you. Let me go to people who didn't have the chance to ask questions first, then we'll come back. Austin, Ernest.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I think for me, she was apt. She was very okay. I really appreciate the part of the home. Sometimes some of us, we may have had the opportunity to talk to my father. I always said, whenever I want to talk, I like talking to my father because he reasons sometimes like a boy. He puts himself in your shoes and try to make you feel belong. So that's one part I've always liked, which I think I grab from it. And also being a mother and doing what she does and being able to really exhort the husband. In fact, I even decided to come in when the husband came around and said, and she was at least hailing the husband, and you saw the rapport between them. So it gives some of us hope who are married, or some of us who want to marry or have married, that we can make it in both sides, in the professional setting and also at home, to make things get better.
All right, thank you, Austin. Ton.
Let me mute myself. Okay. Hi. Good day, everybody. It was a good session, but I'm just going to direct these again. I'm not trying to be toxic. I mean, from what everything she said, I'm not even surprised. See, good upbringing, being polite has not gone out of fashion. When you tell people to do the correct thing, they'll start abusing you and start this thing. Dr. Damages, this is for you. Is it fair for you to bring guests here? And that is why, if I'm a guest, to be quite honest, if you invite me to this program, I'll go back and look at the past broadcast and all that. I'll look at the comment section, because there's this thing saying that the comment section doesn't matter what people say, you should just ignore them. That is not right. And you have moderators. Chim was sitting there. You were just looking. You can't do everything yourself. I even called out Chim. I said, bro, do your work. How can somebody say that how can somebody make such statement? If they make such statement, direct such statement to you, will not be happy that she's empty-headed, just like your principal. I even forwarded a direct message to forefathers. Forefathers ignored me, and yet forefathers will have the temerity to put people in the background. Forefathers, you should stop that. You should just stop that, and that is why people attack you. Stop smiling sheepishly at me. I'm telling you the truth. You should stop that. Do your work as a moderator. Dr. Rudolph cannot do everything. If people are insulting your guests and all that, it is your responsibility to tell them to stop it. And if they don't stop, put them on timeout. Is it that hard? It is upbringing, and that is the crux of all what we are talking about today. Without good upbringing and all that, that is why you have irresponsible people like will come here and defend the indefensible. It is not right.
All right.
Apart from that, the session was great. Thank you.
Thank you, Ton. Let me just say, Ton, next time when you find something and you reach the moderators and they didn't respond, send it to me, and then you can also call me even though we're live. So that sometimes people send me messages, I don't get to see them because of other things I'm doing. But you call me, we'll eventually get to that.
Okay,
all right?
Yeah, I understand, Dr. Rudolph. One thing is that you're doing your best. I know that you can't be everywhere at this. I think it's only fair for them to look at this thing and help you out. We are all working as a team and all that. Let's just ensure that the right thing is done.
Even forefathers himself, he gets worked up when people insult him. Why is our guest being insulted and all that? You just throw away. Even I pointed, I said, bro, do your work. All you just need to do, I call the person out, he's there. Chim, I called him out for one reason or the other. Maybe his device doesn't allow him to see comment section. I can't
just
tell.
say this, Tone. It's not everybody that is, when they are here, it doesn't mean they join the accounts where they have that privileges. So somebody might be here without having that privilege. Like Chim, I don't know what account he used to join. Maybe his personal account or the one that gives him the privilege to be a moderator. But like I said, if you reach out to moderators, or 3, whoever is around, reach out to me, and if I don't respond, call me. We'll eventually get to that. But thank you.
All right. Okay,
all right.
Thank you.
Great job, Dr. Rudolph. A very good job for the panelists and all that has transpired today. It's very well. For me, I was on the road, as you could see. At some point, I had to make a U-turn to come back to the studio so I could put out a question or two. Order notwithstanding, great job, Dr. Rudolph, Dr. Damages. The previous week, you had brought us some great people who spoke to us here, including Stella Damas. You brought us Moye, you brought us Tito B. I mean, if I keep naming all the people that you brought us, that's a good job. Just not to throw myself off the court, I will say this. That's not in defense of the moderators or anything, but they say if you can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen. When you come out to the public space, somebody will say your mama, your papa, your everything, they'll throw it at you. Our guests have the capacity. If you like, call them whatever you want to call them. And I understand we can do everything possible to try to ameliorate for people to not insult. And when you see them, you flag them. You see them, you flag them. We can do so much. So my question that if I had the opportunity of speaking with Aisha, it's on Edo politics. And this question has been asked before. The question that was asked Peter B when he was here was, are there any persons that you would not function with in the politics? And Peter B pretty much answered that question accordingly. By virtue of the fact that we're talking about Edo politics, where she by default hails from, there were some people in Edo who I see happen to have become a governorship candidate for one quacky party or another down in the same Edo state. To me, Aisha did a great job, particularly coming from the perspective of, from the angle of integrity, coming from the angle of, I mean, the person who was asking that question about did she account for, I was like, did you listen to this lady, to our guest? Did you listen to our guest for you to even ask that question? The guest has given you her life history, who she is. And I'm not saying that she's an angel, as we all put it, but she put it out there, and you can see integrity, first class, right in the face of Aisha Yesufu. I wanted to ask her a question in terms of when I said her personality is really at work. And I think we all, some of us, understand what our personality means. Because I wanted to link it to Obidients Melafia when he was up and some of us were following. And I wanted to also bring it to bear in terms of the question that I had asked Dele Ferrotuni in this forum before about being able to weave a basket around people like Omoye, people like Stella Damas, and there are great ones. And I also wanted to land it on the fact that with the character and the competence of the person of Aisha, whom we have seen today, I link them back to people like Fela's mother, the great activists who did their part during their time. And I also wanted to ask her what she could have done in terms of the same question I asked Omoye the last time, what she could have done for those people who sold their refrigerators, those people who sold their telephones, and the hope was dashed. And I also wanted to land it up with all this said and done.
Remember, you had one question.
Yes, but I put all my questions so that she could have been able to answer those questions in terms of the local politics, because we were sponsoring people in the localities. We sponsor people in Benue. We sponsor people in what you call it, in Delta State. We sponsor people. By that, I'm talking about Foundation Democracy Initiative.com. I wanted to know, in the present scheme of things, what can Aisha, in her position as a social entrepreneur, do to bring back? There is a constituents, whether we like it or not, there is a constituents that have fallen back to the backdrop, say, you know what, enough is enough. After all, they will switch off the beavers if they will use beavers again. There is that constituents who gave it all during this last time. What can she do in order to see to it that those people are encouraged? And of course, I believe in her local politics. All politics is local. So Dr. Damages, I don't have too much to say because there is quite a lot to do. I just wanted to thank you, Dr. Damages, for continuing to steer this ship. And I see that Uncle James, or senior citizen James, like me, had come back, despite the fact at some point she has stormed out as a result of our behavior, or the behavior of some of our people here. So I pray that we all, when we have this genuine, and I mean, she is genuine, that's my own position. I don't know what else anybody else is thinking, she's genuine. When we have these people here, let's do the best we can to see if we can bring out that vineyard, that same fire that she has carried on. Let's see what we can do to blend it into our position here. And that's all I have to say. And Dr. Damages, now what's his name of that? So the guy that you guys did something with yesterday, right? Showore. I guess we're gonna have to have him back here.
He's coming in May.
Okay, we will be prepared for him. But at the same time, Peter Obi was in Ibuku yesterday. And I think I had informed you that we as Igbo Basics, we were there. Our people were particularly also with him. So we are still doing some things in the background, even though we are not up front here beating our drums. In the end, we'll go back to practicing bushcraft, which is what I'm getting ready for that.
All right. Thank you so much, Igbo Basics.
Oh, Dr. Damages. Zarulea could not make it to what you call it, Okwadike's burial for some reason or the other, even though that Okwadike was the person who commissioned Zodiac Studios. His name is there as the person who did it. So we need to talk in the background to see what we can do so that when those kind of situations arise, we are able to make sure that they are there.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And well done, all the panelists. Sure. Continue the good job.
All right.
Thank you. And Mr. Paul, I wait for you in New Jersey. Tom, I'll see you soon.
I was in New Jersey 2 weeks ago, and I asked Doctor didn't do anything. I was in Jersey. I was in Lindy.
But
all right, guys.
Next to your place.
You guys can talk after. So let's welcome B Marwa. I don't think I've seen you on. Maybe when I'm not here. Welcome to the show. I can hear you. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening, everyone.
Yeah, good evening.
I don't know if you are listening to me very well. This is my first time anyway.
Oh, okay.
And I do listen to you guys.
We can hear you.
I watch everything to you guys. Mr. Paul is like he's in the aviation sector, I understand. And Tom is like he's also maybe he has a background in the military. So I connected always. And in fact, anytime you begin to talk, I always what you say. Next thing I'll be a history.
Okay, your connection is not very clear. Do you have earpiece? Maybe you can just talk straight. Remove the earpiece and talk. Use the computer.
Okay.
Yeah, that's better.
No,
Yeah.
I just come up to kind of support our sister. Somebody said we don't support women, you know. So I tend to support her. You know, I support her. And, so it's wrong to support things that women are not being supported. We support women actually. You know, so I come up just to kind of support her so that the woman also came on board. So I try to not get all this time, but I Mr. Damage,
Oh, that's
and that's all I can say.
all right. Thank you. The line is bad. We didn't get everything you said, but I really appreciate you joining us. If you want, you can reconnect. Maybe the line will be better so that we can hear you. But I'm guessing that you've been watching and you know some of the characters we have on the screen. And that's what I found out yesterday when I went out there. People really, really know you guys well. and yeah, but thank you so much. We appreciate it. Odi.
Hi, good day, everybody.
Hi.
Dr. Damages. Well, thank you for bringing Aisha Yesufu. She's one of my sources of news in Nigeria. I was very disappointed I couldn't ask her, question. There's too much fake news, but usually when I go to a YouTube channel, I'm able to extract, because she verifies her, news before she puts it out. Um, you know, I'm gonna say this. I know there are some people who are, itching to come and attack her. Look, like Ibo Bezi said, you can't, if you are going to come out to the community to put yourself out there, you have to have a tough skin, right? I do agree with Tone that, yeah, you should ask good, but we're not here to play, we're here to build a good country. And the idea that people for political agenda or for whatever, some misgivings, will just come to deliberately just bring people down. You can't accuse someone of, being corrupt without any evidence, for me. And which is not fair. I watched some of the show yesterday. I know some people were ready to just attack her. I just say, for me, the litmus test is very simple. And this one thing I liked about Aisha, she talked about Obi as a Kweseli. And she said, look, if Obi is on the same ballot with Peter, I'm going to choose Obi because, she knows her stuff. She has put out things already that I know that I love. She supported Nuhu Ribadu. She supported Buhari. And this is a lady who sees the world the way I see it personally, is black and white. You see, there are people many times on this panel who are all, with us looking for a good government, a new Nigeria. But you see, many of these guys are romanticizing the idea of how great Tinubu is a politician, how if you want to study, how to be a politician, you have to go and read Tinubu book. Are you serious? So I know that for sure that I'm not this. I have no party in what these guys are talking about. I'm not of the same school of thought. If the idea to become, sorry, if the idea of becoming, a great politician is to rig your way in and then start stealing and corruption and nepotism is your idea of someone being, then I don't want to be a part of that. But, going to my question that I was going to ask, I disagree with her on one point about being in partisan politics. She says she's not a member of Labour Party. I understand that keeps her clean. But, one thing I advise people or have been saying is you can't really make a change if you're outside the game, right? For someone like her, she's already very big in Nigeria. Everybody, she's the only one who is calling Tinubu illegitimate, and nobody has arrested her. I'll tell you, if any of us, have that platform and call Tinubu illegitimate, if you go to any day you get to Abuja, they will pick you up, But she's in Abuja there calling the man illegitimate, and no one does anything to this woman. But this woman, imagine if she joined Labour Party, she could be a NEC member. she'll be there to make change. If she doesn't like, then she can move to any other party. Because let's say we build this new party, and Obi doesn't succeed with Labour Party, and there has to be a new party, or INEC brings, then who's going to be the board member? Who's going to be part of the next? Because if you don't get involved, how can you effect a change that you want to effect? She talks about people, building new generation of people who are going to run. But if people like her are not part of the executives of the party, people are not going to have the confidence to run. If people like her get into these parties, when they are doing meeting, if they see Aisha in the board member, if they go to do next meeting, and Aisha is there, everybody will be careful what they are doing, because the woman will go outside and say what you people did. So this is why, and I really, really disagree with her on that point. And I know she evolves and she's dynamic. I hope that one day she will understand, the idea that she's already in there. She has to be in there fully. She can't be halfway, and that's my, take on this. And it's nice to see you, panelists.
All right, thank you. It spiked the roof. I hope I'm calling it right. It spiked the roof. Welcome to the show. I don't think I've met you, but thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, you definitely have. But yeah. So I said a few people were kind of pissed that I asked in the comment section the question about what the question I wanted to ask her was about the accusations of misappropriation of funds. That was one of the questions I had actually. Of course, you're entitled to only one question, like you said, but I had like three questions. Like if wishes were horses and I could ask those questions, that was the three questions. So, and Equal Basics is saying, well, why should I ask that? Maybe he didn't know it was me personally, of course, but why should you ask that if you know her life history and if you know her background? Well, you might know her background and you might know her life history, but I am not privy to that. And even if I was, based on what she told me, I am not interested. What I'm more interested in, of course, like any well-thinking or well-meaning person, will be the facts on the ground. So that does not take away anything. You're entitled to your own opinion, just like I am with mine. I have every right to say, well, there were these rumors that we heard that were all over social media, and we want an explanation to it. I don't think there's anything wrong with me asking that. Now, in addition to that, I wanted to know her opinion or her position. A big problem in Nigerian politics is voter manipulation. And one of the grouses a lot of the polity, especially supporters of the Labour Party, made was that the elections were rigged in the Southwest and the core North. But personally, hypocritically, they never talk about the parts where Labour Party was a stronghold, where his base, his core base, which of course we know was the southeast, or if we want to say the eastern part of the country. And I wanted to know her position. Did she think voter manipulation occurred in that area? And if it did, how does she think that should have been dealt with, especially since Mr. Obi challenged the results of the election? And one of the reasons he gave to the presidential electoral tribunal was that it was rigged. And then finally, I wanted to ask her about the future of Labour Party with regards to the next presidential election. As we all know, Peter Obi ran on account of the fact that he was supposedly younger. Well, not supposedly, he was factually younger than the other two big candidates. But ironically, and I think it was kind of asinine, Nigerians try to clothe him in the toga of being a youth, even though he's obviously in his 60s. So I wanted to ask, in the next election, Mr. Peter Obi is going to be 70, almost 70 years old.
No, I think 64, I believe. 65, maybe. Yeah.
Well, 65 is closer to 70 than 25 years old. You would agree. So he will be almost 70 years old. So if we're going with that premise and we had this youth thing going for him in this last elections, then what are the chances of the youth, not only in Labour Party, but in the Nigerian political sphere as a whole? And these were just questions I just wanted to put to her.
All right. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. Next time, if you come in on time, you will ask any question you want. The thing is, I just wanted to make sure at that point when we are short of time, I was looking at questions that people were posting on the comment section and everywhere else. If it was something that is totally new, I could have found a way to put it out there, you know. So, but thank you. We appreciate you. Olumide, you're next.
Thank you, Rodolph. Respect to everybody else on the panel. For me, I mean, everybody's questions kind of gave me an insight into what I would have loved to ask. So I only have some takeaways. Like one, she's a very, very candid woman. She seems to be very honest, straightforward, and I mean, few of those characters are not too many in Nigeria's politics. Also, my own another takeaway is the fact that she's not a member of any political party, she says, and I don't think anybody should be forcing her if she's not ready to really be a member. At least she's actively involved in politics in one way or the other and trying to make change, which is very important. You don't really have to occupy any office or whatsoever. She's playing her own little role that she can be in that part of the society. But my own fear is just that in their preparation for 2027 and in looking forward to 2027, I am not optimistic of any change whatsoever, because I don't see how they are able to make. I mean, it's not just her, but where those who are working with her and everybody else working with her in that place. How do they make the elections free and fair? You understand? I mean, I speak the Crafts point. You know, it's not really for her to come and answer if we don't know, as a matter of fact, if which of the political parties cheated the most. The only person who can give you an answer to that, who can answer that, is the electoral body, and they haven't come out with all the results. You know, that is why we're saying, I mean, to Paul's point, you can't really say anybody scored 6 million, 8 million, or 10 million. That's fake data. Even the European Union told you guys it was crap. When somebody from the Western world is dealing with you guys, they deal with data. They don't play around. Even when they give you money, when they are non-governmental organizations in this part of the world give you money, they want to see the data you are working with. They want to, once you don't meet that standard, they cut your phone. So data, they deal with data. That is what they deal with here. They deal with data. And when your data is crap, and then you guys think data is a joke, data is used to plan for development, to allocate resources, and then you guys trivialize it. I mean, you should be called I speak the crap, not I speak the truth.
All right, thank you, Olumide. The noise was coming from Olumide. I wanted to stop him, but I said, let me just not. I was thinking this democracy that Aisha said should start from the home. Is Olumide practicing that? Do they know that Olumide is talking to what Kulata calls CNN? Do they people making noise? Anyway. All right. Well, I'll come now to people who
right. Okay. Thank you. I think she has really done well, and I give her credit for being a woman that is championing a lot of front out there. When I see someone like her, apart from Omoye and who other women, I think when I see a woman like that, responsible, have family, still have their brain intact, it makes me wonder, like, we men, do we, I mean, she answered a lot of things when it comes to how men, the beast in Nigeria, ruining the country. And we tend to be, I wouldn't say complacent in a way, because when I look at it, I feel like our Nigerians actually want to be freed. And she answered it perfectly that Nigerians just want to be enslaved. Because there are so many things that you would think whatever the looters is should be gone by now. Like this Jaya Bello thing we are hearing now. It will just go under the carpet again, like just like the budget padding and off the mic and all those stuff. Nigerians are not ready. Sometimes when we talk, I feel like maybe do we really want Nigeria to be rescued? The answer is capital no. Because the people you want to rescue, they're not even ready. If they have the chance, they want to bring you down. They love their oppressor. So I don't know. People like Shure, Aisha, what they do, I don't know how they get the energy, how they do it. Someone like me, I would probably wake up one day and think, you know what? Forget it. But maybe there is hope. Maybe that's why I'm still keeping the hope up and see maybe one or two or three or few people who really can change the country. I can put my own little support, contribute my own quota. But like she rightly said, charity begins at home. If you train your own home, politics is at every single one of us is at our home. How do we practice it? We all saw how our husband, how she relate with our kids and everything. How many of us actually doing that? How many of us actually called our brother who is a local government and is reaping money because he's giving us little money here and there? We can't tell him that, hey, guy, what you're doing is wrong. Rather, we join them and we said Nigeria is not good. It will never be good. As much as indirectly, directly, we are part of it, forget it. She's doing her own bit. What are we doing? That's the question we should ask ourselves. And she said it. We diasporan, we are even worse.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Wally. Paul.
Yeah, Doctor, I'll just follow from what Wally said, and what if I want to base it on percentage, it's so alarming because we are really great accomplice to some of those things. You know, like Francis Bacon said, he said, "Blessed is the man that hope not, for they shall not be disappointed." I know our religious people hate that quote, but it's just like that when it comes to siblings, family, good friends, and everything. Their ideology is far apart. But guess what? We feed the cancer because at the end of the day, we are so ashamed not to send that money, even when they are completely astray from what we want them to do, how things can work for them. And everything. I have a sibling who is begging me every day to travel, and I wanted to help. But guess what? I said, go do a passport. 9 months now, they cannot do passport. But guess what? If they do that passport, if there's no visa on that passport for 1 month, I'm a wicked person. See how I work? 9 months, I've sent them money. They can't get passport. So we feed these things, and it's so alarming. I understand another part that she said that I learned from that our parents are dictators. Some of the things our parents do. I won't lie to you. In my own culture, I saw my mother serve my father's food, sit that there, and we the kids will wait for my father to eat. I will eat the remaining one. My father, as the head of the home, will eat the head of the fish, the tail of the fish, all the big bit. And I so much pray when I become father, I'll eat like that. Only for me to land myself in the West. And I mean, my daughter will just come see the food on my plate and just take it. Just imagine. And I didn't do that with my father. They'll beat the living hell out of me. So maybe it's just Western life, I don't know. But truth be told, it brings a lot of connection to me and my family. Than stay like a dog waiting for the remnants that my father will eat. See, my father eats. If my father is so much hungry, nothing for me. But if my father lifts up, that's when I will eat. And some of us grow with that mindset, thinking that that's how it's supposed to work. You know, it's not supposed to. So I think I learned a lot from her, from those aspects. She really did well. And I still stand on my ground with the situation room, how they can perfect some of those things with timestamps so that you can have your own facts. Because you go to court with facts. If I go to Walmart, if a judge go to Walmart and somebody commit a crime, if they bring that crime to the judge court with no evidence, the judge will still throw the case out. because the judge is waiting for evidence so that they can prosecute that person, even when he is there. But it cannot be a judge and a jury in his own court. It doesn't work like that. So it's time for us to start putting things together and everything. So that is one part that I really want to emphasize more that they can do, and the better it will be for every one of us as a people. We all love Nigeria. That's why we are here. If not, we have 1 million things to do with our Netflix, our YouTube, and we are just here doing all these things that we are doing. I don't know, but she did well, truth be told.
All right, thank you. Chim.
Yeah, thanks, Rudolph, for the opportunity. So before I respond to my views on Aisha, let me just.
Chim, I'm so sorry, please. I'm so sorry. Talking about the tone, you guys, the board of directors and everything. Doctor, you might want to try another strategy. Maybe those that don't follow you can't make comments. Because I think people who don't follow you are the one that make some of these flimsy things and everything. You might want to rearrange your thing that if people don't follow you, they can't make comments on life thing and everything, because people who don't follow you.
So most of the people, I think we set it up such that you have to subscribe to the channel to make comments. So I think most people are subscribed. Yeah, I think so. I will check again, but I think that was how it was set up.
Okay. All right. So, but I'm not against. Sorry, we evolve every day. After all, Peter Obi said he will not control Labour Party. So I don't know why we want to control people on a platform like this. Yes. I love Peter Obi, but I'm not a sycophant. Incidentally, I'm not. I'm not one of those people who, because you ascribe or support someone. I voted Buhari, just like Aisha Yesufu, but from day one, I started telling people this guy is a disaster. The moment he made that 97%, 5%, which didn't even add up mathematically. The moment he said that, I said, no, this guy is a disaster. And from that day till the day the guy left, I did support him. So I'm not one of those who come to support people. Now, to Tone, I think I'm not trying to make any excuse. Like Rudolph has rightly said, I didn't join in. I came back from church and we just wanted to come in straight into the conversation. So I joined when you were interviewing her initially. So I didn't go through the original process, but that's one. Then two is, Tone, you need to define what your purpose is when you come to the program. Do you come to learn? Do you come to contribute? If that's what you come to contribute, then forget those other people. I'm not saying by my comment that people staying on that section to abuse people is right. But the other thing we should, which is why those of us are open and have nothing to hide. If I had anything to hide, if you go and look at my account, it's my face. It's not an emoji. I don't have an emoji. It's my face that you see. Every platform, Facebook, Twitter, everywhere, it's my face that you're going to see. I don't hide. People say, oh, I said, I have nothing to hide. I have nothing. My colleagues, sometimes I feel that people who know me, who know who I am, are on this section making some snipe, because sometimes you can see the comment people make, they're almost as real as somebody who knows who you are. So, but I'm not bothered because I have nothing to hide. I go to my room and I sleep at night. I've not stolen anybody's money. I haven't done anything wrong. I will make my comments. Those who want to come to the comment section and you know, how do you say it, wash their dirty linens or say things that literally show who they are, the gutterness in them, it's up to them. It's up to them. So I've stopped going there to worry. I only banter with people who are friendly there. I occasionally go there and I banter with people and I leave. But I can't come here every day and start fighting people who are making dirty comments. I just can't do that. Just wanted to get that out of the table. Aisha did a fantastic job as usual. And people might feel because we all share this empathy and sympathy for Labour Party, that's why we're praising her. No, I have battered Peter Obi here, like you rightly know, Rudolph. But that being said, when you see somebody who is consistent like a Northern Star, she is. She has nothing to hide. She knows where her trusts and her, support base is. Like somebody rightly said, for her to even go back as talking about Obi, that if Obi was to run for president today, that she will literally support him, it gives you an inkling of the kind of values, the kind of what she's looking for in a Nigeria of tomorrow, the dream Nigeria we're all hoping that, if God keeps us alive, that we will be able to see. So personally, she also is the first person, since I started talking about this Labour Party and structure and taking the reins of the party, as it were. I'm not advocating dictatorship. People need to understand I'm abhorrent to dictatorship. But what I am saying is I'm trying to be real. There's ideal and there is reality or practicality. Sometimes many of us so-called good people will dwell in the realm of idealism. And that's why those who seem to be real seem to be leading the world, because they know how to manipulate human. But those who are good and know, listen, you know what, if I continue to dwell in the realm of idealism, I will not bequeath the good I want to bequeath to the world. And have gone into the realm of politics. Need to be real. You can't say you are a part of a party, or you want to be the leader of that party, or you're the front position of that party, and you're saying you want to play good man. In Nigeria, there is, in fact, my faith tells me that there is time for everything. There's a time to beat, there's a time to cry, there's a time to die, there's a time to be angry with people. You can't come every day and, my brother, leave it. No, life doesn't work that way. So, and that's where someone like me, that's where I stand. I'm not saying a Peter Obi should go and become a dictator, snatch the system and do. No, that's not what I'm saying. But there's a reality of controlling the. Imagine if somebody like Aisha Yesufu, who understands where her principal wants to go, is the chairman of the party. I want to just picture that. You can see that good bequeaths good, and then it will cascade down. But when the man who is a presidential candidate has a different view from the man who is a chairman who has an ulterior perspective of where he wants to go, there's going to be confusion. You don't control the party and you can't make an impact. And we need to be able to understand it. And so far, based on her response, she's the only person who has come close to giving me something I can say, you know what, let me rest the matter for now and forget about it. Do you understand? So that being said, I think it was a fantastic, outing. She literally just gave her perspective, and I was particularly thrilled when she said she couldn't have an answer for his international relations policy, because one, that is not her forte. She hasn't probably read it very well. She's been more involved in other things that, and so she doesn't have a deeper understanding. Those are the kind of people I love to hear from, people who are candid, honest, and when you don't know something, you say you don't know. Not somebody who comes here and tries to bamboozle us with things you have read from YouTube, or some things you've read from Google and all those things. I love it when somebody, if you don't know something, just say, I don't know that thing, and then you move on. But all in all, it was a fantastic outing. She's somebody I would love to see come back again later on, maybe for some other discussion or topics to ask her and all those things. And even it showed in her family life. You can both be an activist and still have a functional family. So the whole, in fact, her appearing here has put a sword on this whole feminist thing, where people think that for you to be a successful lady, it means you cannot have a home. You can chew gum and run at the same time, and she exemplifies it. She's a very good example for anybody who wants to, be woman or lady, even men who want to be in politics. She's a fantastic example, and I personally would even love to learn from her on one or two things. That's why I asked her that joking question: how do you measure a coconut head, and all that. So, but I'll leave it at that. I think it was a fantastic outing, all in all.
Thank you, Chim. Where do we go? Eagles Air.
Again, I hope you can hear me clearly.
Yes.
All right. Rudolph, God will bless you for this program that you created, and God will bless every one of us in Bandel who have been giving our best to make sure that we build a nation. There's two things that I learned in this our discussion with Aisha Yesufu. What are the things that we learn? We talk about
Igwe, thank you for your prayers. For my own is Yoruba Nation.
All right. So he said she make mention of people in diaspora have a lot of things to do to make sure that we change the narrative of Nigeria election and selecting electing our leadership. That if we in diaspora can be able to gather together, organize ourselves, and look into our contribution towards the economy of Nigeria, we know that we have a voice, and that is true. What is that voice? There are certain things we need to organize ourselves, because charity begins at home. We that in this panel will be able to organize ourselves. So, okay, right now, see the way things are going. In which way are we going to contribute? In which way are we going to organize ourselves? In which way are we going to make a difference to make sure that the right person will become the Senate, or right person will become a president or local government, even your governor, as they do state the planning for their governor? What are we going to do to make sure that we put the right person? Because when the right person is already there, then we are started making a serious contribution to change life. Now she talk about if people gather once every month, up to 1,000 people, up to 100,000 people gather once in every month, and say, okay, we are contributing 1,000 every month to make sure that we push some people who are supposed to be there to make a difference. We found that the 1,000 is not too big, it's not too small. But if we connect, you said that we make a lot of money and have a lot of great people that need to be there. Because one, for you to make a difference, you need to make a step. And I believe that before you build a house, you must make a step. You must calculate yourself. You must know the kind of structure that you need. You must know the kind of thing that you need to make sure that you give yourself a good house. So staying together with Aisha Yesufu to ask some questions, give me a clear knowledge of the things supposed to be handled. Give me a clear knowledge what you're supposed to do. Not only talking and talking. In the problem of Nigeria, we are good in talking and talking, but we are not good in doing. So in which area we need to do something to start doing, not only talking, to make sure we change some narrative and some useless policy that are created on their own to feed themselves back, not to take effect in every masses or every Nigerians. So this night, I'm very happy for the kind of discussion and what we have in review. Personally, people in the comment section, as I'm joining this program, I don't see anything in comment section, because I don't want to see, so that I will not be provoked in my spirit. So that's one thing that I always avoid. Thank you, Rudolph, that he did not join us from the hell. So I know that everything will work fine. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Pastor Electricity. And
yeah, Rudolph, good evening. Good evening or the morning, afternoon, evening. Rudolph, yesterday I really did not understand the hell issue until forefather now. They now said, Pastor told you to go to hell. You know, when you were... so I said, oh, so this was what Rudolph was trying to tell me. But anyway, welcome back from hell. So did you see Pastor today?
You know, it's a long place. I thought it's nearby. It's very far.
Okay, good. Pastor is a madman, so just leave him where he is.
Oh, there were people who were they were trying to find out where is he. I don't know. But I'll reach out to him sometime tonight.
Anyway, I didn't listen to Aisha Yesufu, so there's nothing like it. But I was listening to you, sir, Mr. Igwe Basic, and you've repeated this the second or the third time in respect to those who contributed or who sold fridge or so personal property to support the election. I need clarification on that first. I really do not understand what you're trying to say in that regard before I can weigh in on that. I really do not understand where
because I was involved. Quote, I think that's from Ojukwu, Ojukwu. And we were working in the background, and frankly speaking, literally, I'm not saying figuratively. People in Nigeria, and I was in touch with some of them, who actually sold their belongings, refrigerators, anything of value, they sold it because they believed in the Obidient movement. And they threw in everything that they had because they believed in the new Nigeria that we were all looking forward to. After this whole thing went down, the way it went down, by virtue of the, what do you call it, the beavers being switched off in the presidential, some people actually, they felt so disappointed. They know the truth of what happened. They felt disappointed. And that constituency exists as I'm speaking to you, including people like me. They exist. That is going to be tough for you to try to bring them back into the fold of what you call the next new Nigeria. And don't forget, some of us have been around in this new Nigerian thing for a very, very long time. And we've seen all the wayo.
Thank you, sir. Do you not think that is a sacrifice, a personal sacrifice they made, and should they be rewarded back? Because in my opinion, I don't think, I mean, they should, anybody should take that responsibility to say, okay, because of the way things went, we have to reward you back, or you're free. While it is acknowledged or appreciated, because all of us sitting down here, we are making one sacrifice or the other. We are spending time. Rudolph is making sacrifice. I don't think it will come up one day and say, pay me for the sacrifice it's making. The moderators also are making. In my opinion, I don't think that is proper, because it's a sacrifice, like the statement made by the former one-time president. Think of what you can do for your country, not what your country can do for you. So the sacrifice is appreciated, but I don't think people should seek a reward for it. That is where I am, because if that's the case, everybody sacrifice something. Everybody sacrifice one thing or the, that means they're going to return my flight ticket back for me.
Electricity, they are not looking for you to reward them. They are not looking for you to reward them. They've calculated themselves. They've backed away. They've gone back into their fishing, their hunting, whatever they do for a living. What they are looking forward to is people like you, people like me, to sit them back, just like Omoye answered some part of that question. I know she went with, oh, we can try to replace their refrigerators, their school fees and stuff like that. That's not what those people are looking for. Those are genuine people in Nigeria. And for them to be left as if, okay, it didn't happen, they're kind of just like, you know what, don't even bother me next time. They exist as we speak. So we need to find a way to reach them, personally, those whom we know, to reach them so that they can reach others to say, yes, we made a sacrifice, it would have been better, but we are still being encouraged to realize that the light at the end of the tunnel, they say, it's another train. We don't want the one that be another beavers pull down.
All right, thank you, sir.
Austin, Austin, go ahead.
Okay, now, generally, I want to start from this direction. Aisha made one very important thing. Sometimes, in a way, you talk to people when you don't see their faces. It's a big problem. And sometimes, people are used to, when you talk to them, they feel you are shouting. They may not even see your facial expression, but they may feel you are shouting.
Yeah.
Because that is how they have been trained, that everybody shouts. But that's not true. I'm talking because I remember I will talk to myself personally. I make a comment. Somebody asked a question about the strategy for 2027. And I just replied by saying that, look, that this woman is not an LP chieftain.
Mm-hmm.
So she cannot give you the insight of 2027. And the person took it personal. Come on, you should look at people's faces before you even know. Because as I said, you people, long distance relationships are very difficult. I may be saying something and you may think it's an attack. No, it's just an input in my own perspective. So sometimes I don't know. It doesn't mean that you should always take things personal. Come on, we are all adults. We are matured. We can take things, at least if you say something. That's why I love Aisha. I used to see her programs. Because everywhere they say she go, they laugh at you. Actually, you saw that she would even shout, "Hey, whoa," and the thing would make you vex more, and it doesn't make sense. So please try to take things easy. Second thing is that I will talk based on I'm very close to my, even though we say, well, I like science, I will be Reverend Father. When the Reverend Father dies, nobody has the right to announce that he's dead except the bishop of that diocese. That is, it means that if you want to get something, let's say I'm running for the president of Nigeria, you only take what I say as the facts, not what my supporters say. Peter Obi never run on a case that he's a young president. I've never heard him say that. I don't know. Somebody can tell me. Did he ever say he was young?
No.
He just said that he wants to change consumption to production, and he said, "I have never been a thief. That I am not a thief." So let us hold that word he said. That is what he said, not what his people said. That's the second thing I wanted to talk about. Then there was one thing we also mentioned about this issue of us in diaspora helping those in Nigeria. The truth is that life is not all about money. It's not always money. I am a teacher and I prefer human capital development more than the money I give you. That is why I told my students that I prefer the value of a gift, the love behind a gift, than the gift itself. You may give me $1 with so much love and attention. I can remember there was one lady when I was in year 1, she failed mathematics. The next time she was going to write it, because again, she begged me to teach her. I taught the girl and she made it and passed and had a B. The girl came back after 1 year to give me credit card for 100 naira. And I appreciated it more than any other thing. And the love was much. I will appreciate that credit for 100 naira than a car. So I believe that it is rightly possible that we can start from here and start looking at our words and our friends to start advising them for the 2027. People learn me. People have, like me, as I said, I'll talk based on my own conviction. If I finish one day, I sit down, I ask myself, what have you done well? What are the things you have done poorly? Because I'm Augustine, my patron will say, an unreflected life is not worth living. If you don't waste at the end of the day, if you don't think about your life, it means you just wasted one full day. So in that case, they have been stock taking of the 2023 elections. Everybody knows. People know what happened. Okay, this is where we failed. And to be honest with you, as Aisha said, the problem for me, from what she said, if I'm asked to analyze, the problem is from the polling agents. Just think of you having up to about 140 something thousand, as I said, polling agents. It will cost up to 4 billion. So it therefore means we as a person, we need to learn to make sacrifices on that day to be even polling agents for the Labour Party without pay. That is what I'm trying to say. That is where we need to come in. The human beings are important.
It's one day.
So that is the point. We should start looking at who will be the polling agents on that day, even without pay. Okay, bring food from your house for flask. Come that day, consider and maybe polling agent, and nothing will happen. I've said this because me, I've always voted. In my polling booth, I have gone there. I remember the time we voted for Obidients. I went there to vote, for Soludo. I went there to vote. And the other parties gave me money. I told them, I'm going to go collect. They vex. I said, guys, let me go vote where I wanted. And I voted for Soludo, even though for me, I think he has failed me woefully. He has failed woefully. But yes, I voted for him. So my point is that we should try as much as possible. Let us start finding our brothers and sisters who will go there to vote in 2027. Those who are a little bit educated, I beg, you're on ground. Can you be a polling agent or can you be this? We find the people who at least they cannot be corrupted. If we are 80% successful, things will work better. Life is not all about money. When the time comes when elections start and they say, okay, we are opening up our bank to save, then we can donate anything we have, just throw it into the bank and everything will be fine. If you ask me, everything will be fine. So that is just what I think about all these things. That's what I think. And as I said, sometimes when people give their input, they will not feel say that they insult you. No, it may just be a normal suggestion or a normal input, as we say.
Thank you, Austin. I got stuck when you said you love science, and that was why you couldn't become a Reverend Father. I quickly Googled because I know there were so many Reverend Fathers who were great scientists. And I was wondering, did you just tell us the truth or you were?
Okay, that's the point. Now, the point is that, to be honest with you, when I finished my primary school basic education and I got into government bilingual high school to do sciences, I had two options. Okay, like I've said it in this platform, I was not born in Nigeria. I was born in Cameroon. If you finish your basic education, there are two ways. It's either you go to the Bishop Rogan College in Boya and become a Reverend Father and graduate into major seminary, or you choose the normal public school and maybe do your thing. But when you finish a normal public school and do your thing, you still have the advantage to go to a major seminary at Bambele. That was another thing. So it therefore means when I chose the normal way to go into sciences, the chances of making it to major seminary in Bambele became very slim. That's their own way of doing it. You need to go to Bishop Rogan College. When you finish Bishop Rogan College, which is a minor seminary, you will now go to higher seminary in Bambele. And that is how it works. So you just need to make that choice. Even when I reached my fourth year, I was the best student in literature, but the best student in chemistry. So I had to make a choice, choose one. It's either you choose literature and become an art student, or you choose chemistry and become a science. And you need to make the choice. I said, okay, let's go with the sciences. So that is how it works. And there are some times where it's now that I finished my undergraduate, I graduated from biochemistry, and somebody told me that you can still be a Reverend Father and still go. But that time it was late.
What made it late?
I mean, that spirit of let's do the job, don't pass. That kind of love we did, don't pass. That's okay.
All right, I'm just pulling your leg. I know. Thank you so much. Alaba, you're next.
Yeah, thank you all very much. I was listening in the background to Aisha, a very formidable lady. God bless her. She's a great lady. I was just too busy. I couldn't join in to ask a question. And I think the panel did a good job in asking her all the vital questions that were needed. God continue to bless somebody like that. To be honest with you, we need 100,000 Aisha in that country. Well, if we can get 500,000, it will help us. Women are the pillar of a society, particularly strong women, brilliant women, intelligent women, and smart women. Those are the cradle of a society. We need people like her. I just have nothing but praises for her. However, in the whole of Aisha's speech, Gulata, you are a complete nuisance saying they should skip Alaba. Can you imagine that nonsense? Why am I even responding to Gulata?
That's the question you should have asked yourself.
I asked myself. One thing she did mention that most of us are not paying attention to is the process. She said on election day, it was hell. Our phone were buzzing like crazy. They had to send money to people to man the station. My people, these are the key factors you all should pay attention to in the Nigerian problem, in the Nigerian crisis, on why electioneering will never work or get us to where we are going. They had to send 10,000 to people. And when they sent them that money, they had to tell them that you only send us money to stay there. You didn't send us money for results. So maybe money for results is an additional 10,000. These are the key aspects of Nigerian politics that all of us are missing out. And that's what will continue to bring people like Tinubu as winners any day. If you can get to your bullion van, you're going to win election. Because those are the rules of engagement currently in that country. My uncle once wrote a book about it, called it Savagery in Politics. You understand? These are the key issue we are missing. Look, second point she made that is very vital to this Nigerian issue and the change we're looking forward to in future is the diaspora influence. And I keep hammering on it. The diaspora influence will be the strongest thing that can change Nigeria. But the diaspora has to be organized. And secondly, is the issue of the media. Everybody just take a pause for one moment and think about it. If the people, the Labour Party or the politicians were sending money to man their station on election day. If they were all journalists, they don't have to be registered journalists. They could be amateur journalists just with their cell phone, with a central coalition center reporting from every district, every unit, and bringing out a daylight event of what is happening, all coordinated by the people in the diaspora, by a very powerful diaspora media. The madness that goes on in Nigeria would not occur. You would checkmate this madness. I think that's the most important aspect of our speech that most of us missing out on. Particularly those of us who want good results, good election, good. You are missing the fact that the people have been monetized. They have, what is it? They have, what's that word? They have weaponized poverty. And until you have a counter to a weaponized poverty, you are battling against the weapon. So let's say, for example, on election day, while the likes of Aisha were sending me 10,000 to man my station in Kwaganoga or some remote area of Nigeria. And one of the boys of Tinubu comes and said, never mind those Obi boys, I'll give you 50,000. Just give me you just say the number that I want. Who do you think will win? Who do you think will win? So it's a bargaining politics. That's not politics. And until you address that, we are wasting time. And the only thing that can address that is to bring light into darkness. And the lights can only come from the diaspora being well organized. All that money we are sending home, if we send it to a formidable organization that shines light into the key issue of the problem at the grassroots level, things will change. All this $100 here, $200 there, $500 there, sending to Nigerians, at least per year, each one of you will send close to 20,000 home.
More than that.
Only 5,000 of that money together. How much is your population? Get up a formidable media house. Pay people $100 with their cell phone. Have a coalition center. Bring out your result. This is how you can change the system. Not all these, we go head to head with them. You can, it's the highest bidder wins the game. And that's why Tinubu is your president today. You can cry, whine, and do whatever. The likes of Akpabio and the likes of Wike will continue to rule us until we tackle this problem from a different angle. That's all I have to say, though.
All right, thank you.
Except, one more thing, Dr. Rudolph. Kulata, go to hell.
All right.
Okay, I think.
Adi, you want to say something?
Yeah, I want to say something. I think as we progress and metamorphose on this station, I have a suggestion for you, Dr. Damages. I think, on CNN, if people come on board as commentators or panelists, they put in their tag. You said, I'm a democratic strategist or APC, so now I think we should have, like I speak the truth, should just come in and say, I'm an APC strategist. Then we can understand where he's coming from, right? Or Chim can say, I'm a Labour Party strategist. Or some people can say, this guy is an independent voice. Or some, that will help us to know where people are, where their thought process is coming from. And it's okay to defend whoever you want to defend, but you can't come to, try to confuse everybody. So I speak the truth, addressing him directly. He tried to talk about Obi's age, bring it as, Obi, if you're this nice, why don't you bring younger people, allow in on Labour Party? But, but at the same time, we have a president who most people believe is about closer to 80 years old. You see how he tries to push Obi's age to close to 70. So we can actually push Tinubu's age to 90. So if you have a 70 and a 90-year-old, who are you going to choose? So when people come to create parallels, maybe they speak in a way that is fluent, and they think they can, try to confuse. But, so if we know where you're coming from, we know, okay, I'm an APC guy, and this is my thought process, and he tried to, when people try to hold Aisha accountable, which is fair, I like that, that Aisha, we think you stole money. Well, the problem is in Nigeria, as far as I can remember, there is no election, let's say, any team, presidential election team that has come out with numbers about how much was contributed to them, how much maybe governors donated to them. Nobody, APC has not told us how much Akpabio donated or Jikalo or Tinubu brought. But these people are jumping around trying to hold people who have provided some type of light on their own account accountable. Is it not, awkward, how we think, and we want a better country, so that's what I'm serious about this. Everybody, look, I have a soft spot for Labour Party. So you can call me a Labour Party strategist. So everybody should adopt their name and then put it on their tag. Thank you.
Rudolph, can I respond? This is the third person that's going at me.
Yeah, I speak the truth. I didn't know that's what that.
No, they've been doing it. Listen. Let me tell you what's going on here. And I've talked to you when I was way younger. You probably don't remember when I was probably 15, like 20 some years ago. And me and you used to talk about politics a lot.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
I'll remind you. Yeah. And the insecurity on this panel is insane. Okay, so there's a tendency when you say something that they disagree with or they don't have knowledge about, instead of them to go check about it, they will poke their chest out, argue with you, and then when you've been proven to be right, they hold a grudge against you. And each time you come to the panel, they start attacking you. They start making disparaging statements. They start making underhanded comments. It is normal. Me and Odie have gone through it. Augustine is in the comments just going crazy. And I keep telling them, people are Oscar Blackbone. If you don't, one thing I cherish myself about, okay, and this is not to toot my own horn, I cherish myself with the fact that I do not say something that I cannot prove. Now, that is not to say I know it all, but what I cannot prove, what I do not have evidence on, I do myself a favor not to talk about it. When I talk about it, I know about it. And if I say it, I am challenging you to go check it. Now, in the private link, what I'm going to do now with the nonsense Augustine was just saying, and this is with all due respect, because what you just did was rubbish. And you guys are fond of doing this. Instead of facing the facts on the ground, you come with your bias, you come with sentiments. Instead of everything should be logical, it should be fact-based. This is why I don't come around here to play with people like Olumide. He comes around here, tries to like joke around with the buffoonery, and when I don't go with it, he attacks you. People like Jagan get upset. They try to, you speak, and then Jagan comes and says, let me explain what you're trying to say. Let me explain what you're trying. No, let me just speak. I'm not dumb. You can hear from me. I am not an idiot. Now I'm going to show you a link, okay? And you can give me anything you want, up to $500, where Peter Obi did make fun of the remaining people's ages, where he ran on the platform that he was younger than the other big two, Atiku and Tinubu. And keep in mind, and you're welcome to rewind this, because you can always go to the YouTube section and rewind it. I didn't even make mention of the fact that it was Peter Obi that said it. I said his supporters, he ran on the fact that, yes, he's younger, but his supporters, what they were propagating and pushing forward, because I actually wrote it here, so I read it out verbatim. But if you decide, Augustine, this is to you, if you are arguing that he never said that, I'm going to post a link right now with a video, and then when you watch it, you come to the audience the same way you try to disparage me. Now you come and apologize. With Audi, I have no words for, because he's always personalizing issues. Like I said, I don't come with bias. I don't come with sentiments. I don't care. I don't have a horse in the race. I'm here because I want Nigeria to be great. I'm here because I want Africa and the Black race as a whole to move forward. Do I know certain things? Yes. Do I know it all? No. But I do not appreciate the fact that each time I come and I say something that goes against you guys' beliefs or you guys' sentiment, instead of you to go check, it is okay not to see eye to eye with someone, especially if the person has a superior argument or a superior placement in facts and logic. But to always come and look at everything from, oh, he's APC. I never voted in a Nigerian election. I do not even know how to register to vote in Nigeria. I do not know the process. For all intents and purposes, I can stay in my bed and not care about what goes on in Nigeria. But each time someone comes, oh, look at his headscarf. He got to be Boko Haram. Oh, look at him. He's supporting Tinubu. I don't care. I've always said it on here. Tinubu is garbage. Atiku is garbage. Peter Obi, with all due respect, is also garbage, but lesser than the other two. So when someone says Peter Obi is a career politician, you guys get upset. Peter Obi is not a saint. You guys get upset. Oh, well, if you said this about Peter Obi, then you must be supporting Tinubu. But what about the times I spoke about Tinubu and spoke about Atiku? Why didn't you people get mad? But when they talk about people that you are sentimentally linked with, you guys start getting upset. Now, to end that, I'm going to post a link. You're going to watch the video. You're going to watch it, listen to it from the horse's mouth. And please just do me that favor. Come on here and tender a public apology. And maybe this might put an end to this nonsense that you guys always do, that if someone decides not to play around or someone says facts that you are not comfortable with, you start attacking the person.
All right, thank you so much. You see how I behaved myself. I don't want to go to hell again. The one I'm going, I've not come here to come back. Thank you so much, and I hope that you guys will watch the link that he provided. I think the most important thing to me is that we give everybody a chance to air their view here, and you guys know that that's the most important thing to me. We don't have to agree all the time. I don't agree with everybody here at any point on everything, but we have to keep allowing views to be shared. Let me just introduce Ngozika. I want to do something I've not done before. How many of you watched the profile of Aisha? What do you think? What do you guys think? Anybody? Jim?
Yeah, that's. I presume the one you played as a Okay, I think it was well done. The voiceover you use, whoever that voiceover is good. Inflections perfectly okay. And then if we're going into the details of her profile, the only thing I'll say is let's not make it too long.
Okay.
Yeah, personally, I thought it was too long.
Yeah.
But in terms of the quality and the descriptiveness, it was okay. I don't have anything against it. But lastly, the way it ended, I don't know if it is from you who is chopping it off. It didn't end in a smooth way. It looked like something you just chopped off, and then we went into the program. So perhaps the ending, which is why you need to shorten it. Maybe because it's too long, now you thought, oh, I need to quickly start the program, then you chopped it off. So keep it short. I don't know how many seconds you want to make it or minutes, but I felt it was just too long. That's the only part. We don't need to know everything, just some key highlights. That's the only thing to, but all in all, I think it was good.
Okay. I just want to give the credit to Ngozika wrote the script for that profile, and I thought.
And then whoever your voiceover is, that's a good voiceover.
Yeah, that's my editor. Yeah, he's happy.
All right. Sorry, Dr. Rudolph. Before you introduce Ngozika, I do apologize, but I just wanted to mention something. You don't have to be even a citizen of a country to be a political strategist. Axelrod was instrumental to the election of Buhari in 2000. He's an American. He came to Nigeria. I'm just saying, if people are coming in here to give opinion, we should know who they are, where they're coming from. You may never have been to Nigeria, but you have enough knowledge to say things, that can confuse people, and play in two different parallel worlds and try to, close people's eyes here and open, it's like when we had Trump and Hillary Clinton, and we try to equate the email with every other thing, you know. So that's, and you know, of course, we know how that came out. So that's my own point, you know. So the idea that you've never been to Nigeria doesn't change that. I think we should have labels
At
and know
what
who we
point
are.
did I say I've never been to Nigeria? Do you guys even ever try to listen?
You said you've never voted. I said even if you've
So
never
me
been.
saying I
You were
never
not
voted
listening
means I
to.
never been to.
Rudolph, can
When
you
did
end
I
this
say I've
and move
never
on?
been there?
All right, guys. Let's not dwell on this. Let's listen to Ngozika. Go ahead, Ngozika.
Good evening, Dr. Damages. Good evening, gentlemen. Dr. Damages, thank you for the credit. I appreciate. Happy Sunday, everybody. The rain ruined my evening. I'm still sulking from it. I went out for a beer and barbecue event, and the rain started. I had to come back early.
You drink beer?
I'm still sulking.
Tim, the world has changed. It's not the old.
No, Rudolph, I can't be in Nigeria and I will be drinking beer, especially in Enugu. How can you be in Enugu when there is Nkwenu?
I did not say I drank beer. I said I went for an
You
event.
went for a beer and barbecue. That's what I'm asking.
Event.
Okay,
Yeah, so well, if you must know. Anyway, Sha, that's not for you to know. That's for me to know. Whether or not I drank beer, that's for me to know. But the rain scattered everything. I had to come home quickly. And I didn't see barbecue. I was so pissed. My friends, all of us were disappointed. Enugu people have done this thing too much and it's beginning to pain me. I'm going to call them out on Twitter tomorrow. We are looking for meat to eat. Suya finish. Goat meat was too dry. The pepper soup was awful. In this Nigeria that we are suffering now, we are looking more things like this. It's making us happy. You people are bringing nonsense. When you people are talking of all the problem that the one that is making you angry, this is the one that is making me angry. We're already going through a lot in this country. So any little ray of light I see, I'm going to grab it. This was a ray of light. I decided to take it and it was whack. And the rain even made it worse. So that's on the light side. Good evening, gentlemen. I missed Aisha's interview. Unfortunately, I really wanted because I have when it comes to Aisha Yusuf, I'm very conflicted. Sometimes I love her, sometimes I can't stand her. I am very, very conflicted when it comes to her. Yes, I am very conflicted when it comes to her. So I really, really wanted to.
You want to tell us why?
I can't. I can't get over. So this is going to sound somehow, but I have to say, for the people that voted Buhari in 2015, I have a special feeling for them. I can't name the feeling, but there's something about them that I can't shake off. The people that reinforced it in 2019 are the ones I can't forgive. And the ones that after seeing how the first Buhari's 8 years was, and then went on to foist Agbado on us, are the ones I'm praying that God will punish every single day. And I want to take us back a bit. Last year on this show, I was called a whaler because I kept saying that this one is going to be disastrous. Nothing they didn't tell us. Somebody even said that I was helping Labour Party to rig election because I did admit on air that I worked as an ad hoc staff for INEC. So somebody said because I worked as an ad hoc staff for INEC, I probably helped Labour Party to rig the election, which was completely laughable. After last year, I was having these conversations with my friends this evening. I told them something in me snapped last year. This is the first time I'm going to admit on a public platform. My relationship ended last year because of that election. So, aside the fact that it affected me personally, and it did because I judge people by what they identify as, what their belief systems are. I'll give you an example, a most recent example. And this is me going off, but I'll come back to it. I didn't watch the interview with Aisha, but I'm just saying, still speaking on the election and the Labour Party. when things when why I like have your say, and most of you will notice that I'm always on have your say. Why I like have your say is because of we get to discuss trending issues. And I like trending issues because I used to use it to size up people mentally. I like hearing people's opinion on trending issues. It gives me an insight in how their thought process is, in what their belief system is, in what their ideals are. So during the whole Erisco fiasco, I had some acquaintances I cut off. It was simple. They did not see anything wrong in a businessman using the state powers to harass a buying customer, a consumer, somebody that went to the market, used her money to buy a product and reviewed it. They did not see anything wrong with it. And quietly, I don't like drama, cut them off. After last year's election, I could not get over. I can pride myself and say I've never been the naive type. I read a lot. I keep an I mean part of what I do for a living is research. So I'm always soaking up information. So I can't call myself naive. But I had this idealistic um perception about Nigeria. I knew Nigeria was bad. I knew a good part of Nigerians were tribalistic. I knew all that. But last year, after what happened last year, there's nothing anybody wants to tell me. If you call me tribalistic, now I'm chesting it with my full chest. Because what my eyes saw last year is not what normal human beings should see and remain normal. People legit became what they've been trying to hide. Like they couldn't hide it anymore. People were supporting bigotry with their full chest. People were supporting bigotry with their full chests. And that has never, I have not recovered from it. People died in that election. I said it here on air that when I told my family I was going to work as an ad hoc staff, they refused. It's just that my coconut head, they can't tie me to a chair. They can't do anything. They will just be worried and be yelling at me on the phone. People died in that election. At every moment when I saw it, at my polling unit, whenever I saw a car drive past, I had my heart in my hand. I was scared. People went through things in the election just to vote. People took risks just to vote. And at the end of the day, you talk and you are called emotional. What is that their favorite word, Seth? There's this other favorite word. This, this buzzword. Whenever it comes to this thing, they create buzzwords. They were churning it out. And now, 1 year later, they show, they play, they show. So I am conflicted about Aisha Yusuf because she was one of the people that spearheaded Buhari coming into power. I can't get over it. This man had a history. The same way Tinubu had a history.
Are you also conflicted about Obia Ezekwesili too?
I'm talking about Aisha Yusuf.
Yeah, because
I'm not talking about anybody else.
Supported. No,
I am talking about Aisha Yusuf, and I want to talk about Aisha Yusuf. On another day, we can talk about Obia Ezekwesili.
Okay.
And you asked about why I was conflicted about her, and I'm telling you, she spearheaded it. And okay, I'll give her the credit that she saw him for what he is, and then spent the remaining 7 years after he was sworn in criticizing his government. I'll give her that. I don't know what her choice was in 2019. I don't know who she voted for. I'm not sure. I can't speak authoritatively on that. And the other side that I like, I say sometimes I like and sometimes I can't stand her. The side that I like, I've said the part I don't like. Now the part I like about her is her brazenness. I like how audacious she is. I like how outspoken and assertive she is. I like that whatever she's saying or doing, during when she was campaigning for Buhari, she was doing it with her full chest. Now, I might not like it, but I've said it on this platform that I like people that do things with their full chest. I don't like half measures. I don't like lukewarm people. I like either you're hot or you're cold. And I might not agree with your choices, But I will respect that you stuck to it. I don't like people that dilly-dally. I don't like it. I respect the fact that she stood behind Buhari, supported him, he got into power. I like it. I like the fact that she owned it. She owned it. She owned that support and everything. I do not like the other side of the fact that she, despite everything we know about, but I was not born in the 80s. I mean, I was born in the 90s, but I read about this man. So I was shocked. I am still shocked. And it's paining me till tomorrow. That people that know about this man's precedent suddenly found Omo and bleach and washed him clean. They washed him clean. And he was suddenly a better alternative. Till today, I can't wrap my head around it. And it is the same nonsense they did last year. It is the same nonsense people did last year. Somebody that had such a glaring history of everything wrong, everything not to be touched. People were washing him with detergents so that they can market him to us. So that is where my conflict for Aisha comes in. I like her activism and I wish her well. And as a woman, a young woman at that, she's one of those women I would want if I ever have a child, a daughter, I want my daughter to look up to. So I actually came for you, Mr. Chim, but Dr. Damages, I think I've used my time. Let me just.
All right.
Sorry, did you catch his step?
Hold
you
on.
can give her more time if you want. You can give her more time.
No, hold on. I didn't stop her. But I just wanted to say that Aisha addressed that issue of voting for Buhari, and you can go back and watch because she was saying that even though Buhari was a disaster, that Jonathan was just the opposite of exactly what you were saying, the opposite, that Jonathan was terrible. So you can watch that part. She addressed that. All right. Who wants to? Oh, basically, I brought you in because when my
brother.
When Gozika talked about beer, I thought I had her talk about drinking beer. I said, let me bring an elder. Maybe you have something to say.
Gozika, on a lighter note, like I say, any day I come to Enugu State or wherever you are, I will seek you. I will tell you in advance. I'll be there. You are one of those human beings. You are one of those that's the real deal. So I wanted to ask you, Ngozika, that snake that fell down from the tree, whatever became of that snake, did it swallow the ballot boxes?
Oh, it was killed immediately, angrily by the youths. They killed it and they hung it on the tree.
All right.
There are a few things. You want to say something?
Dr. Damages.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, sir. Go ahead.
While my brother, I speak the truth. I speak the truth even though you've gone blank. I wanted to appreciate the way you followed this whole process, but I also wanted to address you as a senior citizen, even though I haven't seen your picture clearly, so I can't quite pin it down there. Haven't been around this political scenery for a very long time, including New Jersey, where I live, where we are responsible for putting Governor Jim McGreevey, we were responsible for putting him into office. And the rest is history. So what am I trying to say? Nobody is trying to attack your views. That's why I put it out there that if you can't stand the heat, you stay out of the kitchen. Once you come out as a public official, stones will be thrown at you. All kinds of things will be leveled at you. People can understand whatever they want to understand. It doesn't matter. But when you stand with the truth will always set you free. The governor of my state, Abia State, was in Maryland yesterday. I did not go there, but there was a time that if it happened at Nobi, I'm there. If it happened in London, I'm there. At a certain point, you back off and you think before you look. So let's not take any of these things that we see here personal, no matter what it is. And I'm speaking as an elder. If I sit with you one-on-one you probably would appreciate the depth of knowledge I'm coming with. I could probably appreciate where you are coming from in the country where we are. So to my advice to our younger folks, monkeys everywhere at home. If you live in Maryland and you want to play politics, play the local politics. Get in there, become the councilman. Don't do what some of us did when we had the opportunity to have busted it out there, all leading towards resources. So I keep saying it to the younger ones. It doesn't have to be Nigerian politics. It could be partisan politics where you live in. You could equally become a mayor there. And from there, in the end, we will contribute to our home country, Nigeria, as much as we can. And that's why I like people like Ngozika. So Ngozika, because Jishike, and continue the good job you're doing. We appreciate that deeply.
All right, thank you, Bobby.
At least if it's that, I speak the truth. If you wish, you could get my number. We could have a chat.
All right.
Public forum is public forum.
Tim, go ahead.
Sorry, my mute was taking a while to unmute. I just wanted to address a few things, not from a personal perspective. And thank you, Igbo Basic. You've said a few of the things I wanted to add. As much as we come here sometimes and we often tick each other off in the wrong way, I've always said that we shouldn't take some of these things. Politics is actually not even a good thing to take personal. Because the truth about the matter is, irrespective of whether we wanted Obi or wanted a good candidate, let's be honest and let's be rational. Rational in the sense that, are you expecting the entire 100, I don't know what Nigeria's population was in 2015, or let's even use the last election. Are we suggesting that 250 people, million people, 200 million people will all vote one party? Come on, guys, that's not possible. That's not possible. There are going to be people, very good-hearted people, honest people who, unfortunately, based on whatever value you think you hold, will see something good in a candidate you see as a devil. It is a fact of life. There are going to be, listen, I live in Canada. I vote more conservative here in Canada for a reason. I don't vote liberals. In fact, if they run an election today, if Canada was running a presidential system, I would not vote Trudeau. Olumide may disagree with me, and I have my reasons. But it doesn't mean Trudeau, as a human being, is a bad person. I just don't like his policies. I don't like the agenda and what his party stands for. I don't. So I will vote the other one that is not a saintly party, but has a semblance of the things I want to stand for. That is what politics. Hold your view for now, Lumide. I don't look for trouble. I'm going to look for trouble.
I can't wait for Trudeau to get out. I can't wait for to vote that.
Oh, okay, thank you. So we belong to the same camp. Beautiful. So the point I'm making is this: in 2015, as horrible as what's his name, Buhari turned out, it did not mean that Jonathan was 100% doing what was right. There were people who were, excuse me, people's children were being kidnapped. Please, let me finish. People's children were being kidnapped. There was corruption in his party. That does not mean there was no corruption in Buhari's own, and there's no corruption now. But it all depends on how you reason and see things. Of course, we were all thinking that, if you remove this party that said they wanted to be in office for 60 years, who had taken Nigerians for granted for 16 years, that these other ones would have learned from that and do right by Nigerians. That they have not done right by Nigerians doesn't ultimately now mean that those who were like, no, this is not right, were wrong. That's not correct. In fact, it shows a lot of immaturity when you look at politics from that angle. Like I said yesterday, Tinubu has won the election by crook, by fraud, by whatever means we think. He is the Nigerian president. Right now, until the next election, and if I'm voting, they'll probably vote against him, we will hope, and do anything we can for him to excel. It's up to him. Listen, if I take my car to a mechanic and the mechanic keeps ripping me off, you come every day, you rip me off. You rip me off. But he's a nice guy. He's a nice guy. He's not a terrorist. Are you saying I shouldn't take my vehicle to the next mechanic for an alternative view? If I go to the next mechanic and the mechanic also becomes worse than the place where I'm coming from, would you say that I was wrong for taking my vehicle away from this mechanic that was wrong just because this other one I gave a chance suddenly has proven himself not to be capable? That's the thing I see with Nigerians. And that's why when people were bashing people in 2015, I said, you are going to make the same mistake. The point is, you gave PDP a chance in 1998. We saw what they did, but we were not satisfied. We tried an alternative. That alternative failed. At that point, Nigerians should have risen out to say, you know what, let's hush these guys. We've learned from 16 years of PDP. Let's not give these guys another 4 years to encourage them to become impunity. Try a third force. For the fact that Nigerians didn't do that, and I know people will say there was rigging, that's fine, that's a different angle. For the fact Nigerians didn't do that, which is why the American election, however you see it, is one of the beautiful elections in the world. There are Democrats and there are independents who will swing the vote for the Democrats based on some policy ideas. If the Democrats don't do well, the next one, they switch. Listen, no matter what you say, Obama is responsible for a Trump. Obama is responsible for a Trump. There were policies that some Americans didn't like about Obama that made them say, you know what, we will swing it to this other person the next time. That is what politics is. We're not running a monarchical system. It's democracy. That's the modern way of leadership. So to hold a grudge, I don't hold a grudge with any Bulaba person. I only joke around with them. I hold no grudge with anybody because I have no illusions that 200 million people are going to vote exactly on the same ideas. It's not possible. It's not possible. So I think Nigerians take elections too far, if you ask me. That's why we kill ourselves. That's why the bigotry reigns. That's why somebody will say, oh, anybody who is not there's should go back to their place. That's why we come up with all manner of rubbish, because we're not mature enough to see that, okay, this is an election. I'm not happy that this other party won, but that's fine. I'll wait for the next 4 years and see if we can swing it back this other way. So personally, I'm not here to hold forth for any person who voted for. I voted Buhari in 2015. I have no shame about it. But if I was in Nigeria in 2019, I would have galvanized as many people as possible to vote against him, because he threw away an opportunity. He threw away an opportunity. But that's not the blame of the voter. The voter saw something and said, let me vote for this person. And that's why people vote. So I think, we just need to elevate our thought processes a little bit higher when it comes to voting and elections and all those things. We can't all vote one party. I'm not even angry with the Kulatas and people who seemingly look like they are APC apology. I don't have anything against them. My only pain is people should wake up and be able to say, you know what, objectively, if Obi wins an election and he goes and he doesn't perform very well, and I voted Obi, I will vote against him in the next election. Clearly vote against him. I'm not going to say do any sentiment. I'm not that kind of person. Because what I'm looking for is the betterment of Nigeria. And if that betterment of Nigeria is coming from even my enemy, I don't care. I just need to put that out there. Because someone like Obi Ezekwesili was more vocal against Jonathan, this is somebody who would have thought was more PDP inclined, but she was more vocal than even this woman you're talking about, and really pushed to bring Buhari in, because people just felt, let's just give this guy a chance and see what we'll do. Unfortunately, you won't blame them if the man comes in. Like I used the analogy of it's like even taking your clothes to a tailor. The tailor constantly keeps failing you, and you don't get your clothes on time. Are you going to keep saying, let's take our clothes to this person? I don't think so. It doesn't make sense to me.
All right. Thank you. Gozika, hold on. This is why I was sent to hell yesterday. I don't enjoy, while I want people to respond to other people when they mention them, I don't think I like when conversation is not spreading out, especially when we have new people. But I will let you speak, because I want to make some announcement, and then I'll have to leave. But I will let you speak so that next people that will speak, maybe we can change the topic. There were other things I wanted us to talk about. Go ahead, Gozika.
Thank you. Please, I won't be long. So, Mr. Chim, I respectfully disagree with you. And this is why I'm going to be as brief as possible. So, let me reiterate. Your choice politically is your choice. right? I can't hold a grudge against you for having your choice. But the same way you have your choice is the same way I also have my choice. My grudge with the people that spearheaded the Buhari campaign in 2015 is that they knew this man's past. Don't come at me with it was between the devil and the Red Sea, please. Don't come at me with it. They knew this man's past. See, something that you can't wish away facts. You can't wish it away. You can't wish it away. You can't make it go away. You do not like Jonathan. I don't like Jonathan. I do not. Actually, 2015, when the elections happened in 2015, I had just come in. I was just barely few months in Nigeria when that election happened. I had lived in Ghana for over 10 years. I had just come back to Nigeria in 2014 December. So when the elections and when the campaign and everything was happening, I was not even here. I just came in before the election happened. But I knew this man's past. It was all over the internet. I had to search.
Ngozika, can I respond?
Please let me just finish. I want to be as brief as possible, please.
Yeah, get out.
This man's, it was all over the internet. So you had no excuse. You had no excuse. You knew what he was. You knew who he was. But you choose him. And that is your choice. That is your responsibility. To say that people that we are too attached to elections, that you shouldn't hold grudges, that's all, sorry. Excuse my French, that's all BS. I hold you responsible for your political choices because I will say it from now till tomorrow. It is not just politics. That is what you believe. That is the core ideology you believe. You support a thief, that means you believe in thievery. You support a drug dealer, that means you support drug dealing. I do not care how it sounds. That is the core of what you believe. So excuse me when you support these things and you turn, okay, let me even play the devil's advocate a bit. You did not think it's true. You did not have all the information. So you made do with what you had at that time and you found out, good on you. And you removed yourself, good on you, perfect. But please spare my sensibilities by calling in to tell me you should not hold. Oh, please, I will hold grudge. And I will not excuse your I will not separate you from your political inclinations. I won't.
Okay, can I respond? You repeated that.
I won't separate you from it. And you are saying this thing you are saying because you're not in Nigeria. If you are in Nigeria and you were feeling the effects, you won't be saying these things you are saying. You're just saying it from a very privileged point of view.
I wasn't in Nigeria in 2015. No, sorry. I wasn't in Nigeria in 2015. I voted in an election. I was not in Nigeria. I don't understand what you're talking about.
Okay, sorry. You voted in an election, but you just said in 2019 you were not in Nigeria. So you voted for him.
I voted in an election based on my
values.
We're just going to listen to
you voted for him and Japa and left the ones here to suffer it. And you are angry and you're condescending
you didn't even vote in that election. But you didn't vote in that election. You just said so now. Actually, I don't understand the point.
All right. Let's get around up. Okay.
And then let me just leave it. It's not worth it. Let's move on to a better topic.
Okay.
Can I respond?
No, you were not mentioned.
No. I just want to kind of. I'm not.
Well, I think I raised my hand up. No, you can't give Olumide this space.
I want to say what I
raised my Olumide. No.
Yinkro, I beg, please.
Is that how they call
Pastor Yinkro, what did they happen?
Why would you mute me when I raise my hand up? I don't understand.
Pastor Yinkro, what did they happen?
Why would you mute me? I raised my hand up.
Dr. Jabez.
Why would you mute me?
See, I want to respond to Ngozika based on what I heard Aisha said. You understand?
No.
I'm not trying to take sides.
Yeah? I've told Ngozika to go and watch what Aisha said, so she will watch that. Don't repeat that. That's not.
But I just want to say, okay, don't take it personal, Ngozi. I don't think she's moved on. She worked very hard for Labour Party. And don't everybody has a right to vote for who they want. We all thought, I didn't vote for Buhari, but we all thought it was going to make change, but unfortunately disappointed. But what is wrong?
I didn't think I'm probably younger than all of you, and I didn't think it was going to make any change.
And what is
me neither. I knew it was going to be a blunder.
What we find appalling
when we don't know what you're looking at.
Like to Chief's credit, what we find appalling is somebody rigging elections. I'm a Yoruba man, and I won't support any Yoruba person or any, because it's my kinsman, that dirty proverb they say, our son would not do his bottom somehow, and they will put the necklace on somebody else's. That's a very dirty proverb. It lacks integrity, and that is not what we Yorubas are about. It's just a few criminals. It was rigged, and it shouldn't be tolerated. But the logjam we are in right now, we should be talking about, is regardless of who the contestants are in 2027, how do we vote the right person in so that Mahmoud Yakubu doesn't subvert our votes? And it's not just at the presidential level. What about the state governorship level? What about the local government level? See, it's all corrupted from top to bottom.
All right. Thank you, Olumide. So, a few announcements. Next Sunday, we have Dr. Franklin Ubunweze joining us. Most of you must have seen him on this program. He's been here. This will be the 4th time he will be joining us. So he will talk about Tinubu, Nigeria, and what's going on around the world. He's going to join us from Germany. And on the 19th of May, I'm excited to announce that Dele Ogun, Dele Ogun will join us. He's the author of The Fatherless People. Most of you recommended that we should bring him, and I got him, and he will join us on that day. I knew him before now, but I didn't know if that was the person. So the book is The Fatherless People. If you have time and you want to read it before he comes, you can buy the book.
Dr. Damages, would they give fatherless people discounts on the book?
We're all fatherless people. I don't think he has control over that in terms of discounts. It's on Amazon, but you can reach out to him. He's on Twitter and everywhere.
That's on a lighter note. I'm just messing around.
Okay. So that's it. And then yesterday I was at
Rudolph, electricity wanted to talk, and so that he doesn't think you shut him out.
We'll get to that. He's part of the in-house. We shouldn't worry. I just want to get away from here. I'm about to leave.
Honestly, I will support Pansat against you. I'm going to support Pansat against you for life.
That's okay. That's not a problem. So yesterday I went to Showore. They had a reception. The people, I called them Showore Support Group, had a reception for him yesterday in Queens, New York. Let's watch just briefly 2 minutes of some of the things he said.
What I've heard, my wife did not want my passport. Not because she didn't want to, but she can't find it. Yes. Because I actually did not bring the passport to the house. I kept it with someone who took it to Rudolph's house.
Sorry, that was not what I wanted to play. This is the one I wanted to play.
You just exposed yourself to DSS.
Across from Boko Haram command.
You said that.
I've never seen anybody enjoy like these guys. They are beard. They have 2 combs that they were using and combing their beard. One of them had the audacity to tell me that while he's even there, he had access to women. And that he had a baby while he was there, and that he didn't like the woman anymore. He had to ask them to go and bring Boko Haram commander in detention. You're welcome, sir.
All right. So Showore will join us in May. We will give you the dates as we get close to that time. One last thing, April is Poetry Month in America. I don't know how many of you know this. And I know I started this late, but we reached out to some writers, Nigerian writers, and asked them to recite their favorite poems. And I want to play a few of them, just few of them, and we can then go back to the conversation that we were having. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. April is a poetry month in the United States, and I hope wherever in the world you are that you take some time and read a poem or two during this period. We have invited our favorite writers to recite their favorite poems. And joining us on this special day is Professor Kendibe, who is, you guys know him, favorite writer and columnist. He's joining us to recite his favorite poem. Okay, welcome.
Thank you very much, Rudolph. It's indeed a delight to be invited to participate in this. As a young person growing up back in Nigeria, I had two professional dreams. One was to be a musician, and when it turned out that it dawned on me that I couldn't make it, I then aspired to be a poet. But I simply didn't have the skill set to become a remarkable poet. So I took to fiction. I took to prose. Even so, I've been a lifelong reader of poetry, and I enjoy poetry just tremendously. And one of my favorite poems from my years in secondary school is an opening poem in Christopher Kibo's collection, Labyrinths. And so right from secondary school, I memorized that poem, and it's remained etched in my memory. So here goes. Before you, Mother Idoto, naked I stand. Before your watery presence, a prodigal, leaning on an oil being lost in your legend. Under your power wait I on barefoot, watchman for the watchword at heaven's gate. Out of the depths my cry, give ear.
Africa by David Diop. Africa, my Africa, Africa of proud warriors in ancestral savannas, Africa of whom my grandmother sings, the distant river. I've never known you, but your blood flows in my veins, your beautiful black blood that irrigates the fields. The blood of your sweat, the sweat of your work, the work of your slavery. Africa, tell me, Africa, is this your back that is bent? This back that breaks under the weight of humiliation? This back trembling with red scares and saying yes to the whip under the midday sun? But a grave voice answers me. Impetuous child, that tree, young and strong, that tree over there, splendidly alone amidst white and faded flowers. That is your Africa, springing up anew, springing up patiently, obstinately, whose fruits, bit by bit, acquires the bitter taste of liberty. Whose fruit, bit by bit, acquires the bitter taste of liberty.
One of my all-time favorite is titled Richard Cory. It was written by a gentleman named Edwin Arlington Robinson. The year was 1897, and it goes like this. Whenever Richard Cory went downtown, we people on the pavement looked at him. He was a gentleman from soul to crown, clean-favored and imperially slim, and he was always quietly arrayed. He was always human when he talked, but still he fluttered pulses when he says good morning and glittered when he walked. He was rich, yes, he was richer than a king and admirably schooled in every grace. In fact, we thought he was everything that made us wish we were in his place. And so we walked and waited for the light. We went without the meat and caused the breath. But Richard Cory, one bright summer evening, went home and put a bullet through his head. What a sad ending.
I'm here today to read to you a poem by William Carlos Williams, and it's titled The Red Wheelbarrow. So much depends upon a red wheelbarrow, glazed with rainwater, beside the white chickens.
All right. So that's part one. We have other ones, but we reserve it for next week. I just want to thank you for watching. I hope that if you were, I don't know where people are in terms of the kind of things they read, but when you were in high school or whatever time you read poetry, I hope that most people remember there is joy in poetry, and maybe during this month you can pause and read one poem, especially African poets. Next month, I have a poet who is going to join us, a Nigerian poet who was on radio recently. I had him reading his poems in a New York radio station. So he will come here and join us. All right. That's it, unless it's anything. Okay, Pastor, let me hear from Pastor. Pastor, go ahead.
Thank you. And please, before he leaves, Rudolph, sorry, Pastor, before he leaves, I'd just like to make a 1 minute comment before you leave, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Pastor, go ahead.
All right. I would like to read a poem since it's we're having a poetry week. Why, for crying out loud, why are you laughing? Okay, I don't understand. It's a poem written by Pansat. Anyway, that's what it is.
All troublemakers go to hell. All troublemakers go to hell.
I have nothing to say. Good night.
I've suffered. But do you know the shortest poem ever written? Do anybody here know it?
Muhammad Ali, me, we.
That's it?
That's it. Shortest poem in the world, written by Muhammad Ali.
Me, we.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I didn't know that one. The one I had was I don't know the title of who wrote, but it says Adam had them. Adam had them. So whatever you think you have, Adam had them. That's the point. The shortest.
Sorry. The last word. Adam had them.
Them, yeah. Whatever it is you have, just think about it. Maybe you have hands, you have head, you have. Adam had it, whatever it is. So
Rudolph, you're the only one that can get away with that.
No, I'm not the one that wrote it.
You're the only one that can get away with that.
Who wrote it?
Guinness Book of Records said the shortest poem in the world is M.
All right.
M.
Let's start from I speak the truth.
It's funny because I used to talk to you like 20-some years. When I was like 15, you'll remember. Eventually, you'll remember. But I'm not saying it on the panel. I'll tell. Yeah, in New York. Okay. I'll tell you. We used to talk a lot.
I'll share my number with you on private chat. So.
All right. So I just wanted to say, especially since everybody on here claims that they are here based on fact, they speak based on fact, based on evidence, and obviously we all think we all can come in here on logic. Could Augustine please be a man, especially since always trying to antagonize me, and admit to the panel that he has at least watched what I sent him, which goes with my claim that not only was Peter Obi supporters, but he himself propagating himself as the candidate of the youth, and he was using his age as to support his credence that he's younger than the other big two opponents. So just be a man and admit it to the panel. You said I was lying. It never happened. Igbo Basics said the same thing. They said I was lying, and just admitted that you've seen it, that Peter Obi himself said it severally, that he was younger than them and he used his age to denigrate the other two candidates.
Now let us go to that.
No, yes or no.
Wait, let me talk. Just wait, let me talk. This thing you are talking, I just read it, is from PM News.
It's a video, brother.
Listen, I want to give you the background, isn't it? You think you're talking to an illiterate? Let's relax. This is PM News. This was in Tafawa Balewa Square in Lagos, and this was written on the 12th of February 2020.
Sir, the video.
Wait, listen. Closer to the election.
Let Austin speak. Let's hear from Austin. Austin, go ahead.
It happened closer to the election, very close to the 25th. Now, Peter Obi has said before that anybody, this statement was in 2022, anybody who needs to steer Nigeria to glory should always be strong, especially as Buhari was always going for leave, sick leave. Festus Keyamo replied in 2022 and said that Obi speaks as if he is younger, that he's also 60-something. If they are talking, then there are other candidates who are far younger than Obi. After that, closer in Delta, where Bola Tinubu called Obi in a statistics we go chop, then Obi now replied in this 2023, saying he said he was a minister under Shagari 20 years ago. I tried to look at the content. I don't know who he is replying as he. He said that even if they want to compare with age, he was the youngest of the three. That was one out.
So basically, he said he was younger. All this rigmarole, all this going around the world. Sir, hold on.
Somebody accused me of being old also. If I'm saying that somebody
did he, sir,
somebody who is not sick.
Augustine, Rudolph, can I ask both of them a question?
No, you are making it worse. Hold on, I'm trying to.
No, let me try to explain my own point.
I'm trying to end the conversation.
No, let me try to explain my own point.
Hold on,
I said,
maybe you can, but let me just Austin finish up. Let's Austin finish up, and then
somebody accused me of being old. And it's okay if you want to say I am being old. Let us consider the three of everybody. I am even the youngest of them all. So it is to nullify your fact that you are accusing me of being old.
Sir, the bottom line was he used his age, just like I said.
Because he defended himself.
Let me finish. Did he or didn't he use his age to denigrate his opponents? It's a simple yes or no.
I am saying.
It's a simple yes or no question, sir.
He replied to somebody.
Did he or didn't he denigrate his opponents?
He replied to Tinubu's surrogates.
Can I ask a question now?
Thank you.
No, don't ask question. This is nonsense.
Thank you, guys.
Cool. All right. Well, because
the background of everything.
Wait, Augustine. Yes, he did actually make that statement, but I am kind of really trying to wrap my head around what I speak the truth points is, because what I heard earlier was that Obi cannot say he's the candidate of the youth. And Obi never said that. So the fact that he's saying he's younger than Tinubu does not mean he's saying he's the candidate of the youth.
But that wasn't what I said.
No,
you said at all. I said, no, this is what I said. I said one of the three questions I was gonna ask Aisha. And I said, if wishes were horses, but I know we were only allowed to ask only one question. And I said, one of the three questions, and I listed the other two, which I'm not going to go into. And I said, the third one I was going to ask him was, since his supporters, one of the primary reasons they were pushing him forward, and one of the assets they said he had as a candidate was that he was younger. I didn't even say he said it. I said, his supporters are saying he was younger than the other two. Well, in 2027, he's going to be almost 70 years old. And Rudolph then said, well, he's actually going to be more like 65. And I said, well, 65 is closer to 70 than 25. And we all laughed at that. And I said, well, he's going to be older. So how is he going to now push himself forward as a candidate of a youthful candidate in comparison to maybe if a younger person comes through? Shouldn't it be better if he pushes forward more younger people? And that was just my question. And then people just
Can I reply to that? Can I reply to that? Young
Well,
guys.
it's not a question that I'm asking a question for. It was a question I wanted to ask Aisha, not for you. It was what I wanted to ask.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody. I was thinking that we had a good segue to my poetry, but we went back to so I almost brought the pastor, John. I can see him backstage to help us, but I think we have control of things. On this note, Ed, thank you so much. I want to thank everybody that joined me. Unfortunately, I have to run. I didn't plan to stay this long today. But thank you, Ed. Thank you, Odi. Thank you, Jagon. Thank you, Olumide. Thank you, Bob Basics. Thank you, I Speak the Truth. Thank you, Austin. Thank you, Chim. Thank you, Ngozeka. And those on the comment section, I see all of you. Thank you for your contribution. And those that supported us, I thank all of you. I will hand it over to Chim. I don't know who is the moderator. Chim, Chim, I don't know if you have your sister.
Rudolph, before you go, I did send you something about the Canadian visa thing that Aisha was talking about.
Yes.
So I don't think it's exactly true that she doesn't need a visa. She might actually need a visa.
I'll forward that.
Yeah, please send that.
Sorry, Rudolph, incidentally, I didn't log in as a moderator.
Yeah. Okay, so what we're doing, Ngozeka can control things until maybe forefathers or electricity comes on. All right. Thank you, everybody. I will see you guys this Saturday. All right.
Rudolph, you threw me a curveball on all those African background, the things that you were doing, the Abracadabra. That's like magic is fun. Thank God we are not dead.
All right. We'll see. Take care.
All right. My brother, I speak the truth. You are back.
Yes, sir.
I'm glad you're back. I've been seeing you communicating with forefathers and everything else. I know I do follow the things that you have been saying, and that's why I said off the court. You can get my number. I can even put it on the chat line. We will speak, and when we speak, like I said, I'm not seeing you clearly. If I saw you clearly, I'm a senior citizen. I wear that happily. So, but we can always communicate some things that you don't know or some things that you do know. I can learn from you. You can learn from me. A hunter does not say everything he sees in the bush.
Right. That's true.
That's just the fact of life. So for that reason, we come out here, we look at all these things. At this stage in life, I'm sorry, nobody's going to upset me. No, It's not going to happen. And that's why when I talked about Ngozika, I know you were in the background, I asked Ngozika about the snake. And she understood because we were all following all these things. A snake fell down. And Ngozika, then we were so worried, but they chased it and killed it. And she just testified to that. So there's a whole lot of sides to the whole story that we need to share. If you know about Sidney Davis, if you Google that Sidney Davis, I can almost put you into the category of an American complete. I can't quite do that, but I can do that. Whichever way it goes. But we need people like you so that we can continue to share whatever you want to know. We are here to, and forefathers, keep it up. Because when I watch in the background, even at late night, you and my brother, I Speak the Truth. That's the way I call that name, I Speak the Truth.
Yeah.
And you guys are having a conversation. That's a genuine conversation. And some of us do learn from how you go at it. Forefathers will stand his ground. I Speak the Truth will stand his ground. But the conversation you guys were having is actually something highly professional. And you pull from all that you know and you place it on the table. For those who wish to learn, let them learn. And for those who don't wish to learn, you can come out to the market square. Be my guest.
It'll be my pleasure, sir. Thank you very much.
It's well.
I know you wanted to go next. Can I beg for just 1 minute from you? Just one. I'm begging.
And can I take my snuff now?
Okay, please. I want to speak with I Speak the Truth. Look, one thing I would like us to look at, as I said, I'm not the type that will always want us to, because I don't know how to exchange. When somebody's talking, I'm also talking. I don't know about that. Sometimes I don't know. But there's one thing I want to say. You know why I hate bigots the more? I hate them because when they want to do something, they will just say that, okay, all, let me use the Nigerian, say all Igbos are bigots, all Yorubas are bigots, all Hausa are bigots. No. I think your anger with me today was because you wanted to ask Aisha a question about in-depth knowledge of Labour Party in the chat. I just said that I don't think she might answer that question well because she's not the chieftain of the Labour Party. And your response was that you have some people in this platform, which if you want to ask questions, they'll castigate you. I have never had a problem with you. I've never even had exchange of word before. Why should you classify me with those people you may have had exchange with? Try to think about it. Have I ever had exchange of words with you before? No. And as I said,
yes, we
long
have
distance
actually.
friendship is very difficult. I may be saying something in a polite way, but you're taking it personal. I was even saying that not even with any grudge or the rest, but you just try to lump me up with maybe people you have had problems with before in
Okay,
the past.
so
Come on, let's try to be gentle.
This is becoming a common occurrence on here. Okay, so certain people that don't like my position on topics, like Igbo Basics rightly said, me and forefathers, I don't think me and anybody on here go at it more than him. If you've watched us, we always going at it, okay? But we meet each other, and I know he's fond of me, at least I think so, and I believe he knows I'm very fond of him. He's probably my favorite person on here. People attack him all the time. Even me, I talk nonsense to him on there, even before people knew who I was. And I'll be praising him before he even knew who I was. And I knew he used to confound him because I'll still come. I never revealed myself. And I'll just praise him and they'll attack him. If the first time I came on the show, Alaba wrote a whole presidential speech on why they should take him away and not make him moderator. And actually, that was the reason I ever came on the show, because I came and I tried to tell Rudolph, like, no, that's not true. They only attack forefathers because they do not like his position, because sometimes he's irrational. I even told him that yesterday. But my point is, when me and forefathers go at it, when we meet each other tomorrow, we don't castigate each other. We don't hold a grudge. He doesn't. That's one thing I believe he is. I might be wrong, but I think my sense of judgment is very good and my sense of discernment is very good. Forefathers does not hold a grudge. We can go today and make slick comments to each other, roll eyes, just yell, but then we see each other.
You would have to speak for yourself that he doesn't know.
I said for me, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying for me, my sense of judgment might be wrong. I did say that. So it might be wrong, but for me, I just believe he doesn't. I believe he doesn't. You know what I mean? And then we'll go at it.
He has a grudge for me, though.
I speak the truth. A traveler makes no enemies. A traveler makes no enemies.
That's true.
And that's the mark of a good traveler.
Yeah.
Because regardless of what anybody says, I can see you tomorrow. You'll be surprised that that's me that you're seeing. By the virtue of when we meet face to face in person, Augustine here is very well polished in his approach in things. He doesn't quarrel with people, per se. I can almost vouch for that. But when I come at things from, again, a senior citizen's perspective, I know what I'm talking about. Especially, I know both sides of the coins, both Nigeria and here. There are people when, for instance, if you read, let's say, Chim or forefathers or Ngazika, I don't have to be there to follow the path that Ngazika had laid out and say, this is the truth or this is not the truth, because we are all establishing our character as we speak in these forums. And what does that lead to? That leads to the fact that even when we are talking about Edo politics earlier on, there were people who some of us got into this and said, okay, this person might be true, or this person might be true, but we still had our antennas up. Because what happens is this, I can come to this forum, and because of the person that I'm trying to follow or try to understand what they're doing, and I put up my face, some people here will make contributions directly to the cause because they saw my face, because I said something. But Some of those people have turned out to be beyond snakes in the process of this whole course. And they are in Edo State. And that's why I say, once a skunk, always a skunk. If you like, you can use hot water and wash a skunk. The place will smell like a skunk. And for me, that's the time I take certain positions, even though if we are traveling in a boat, you have a thief in the boat. You have a carpenter in the boat. You have wise men. You have all kinds of people. But we are trying to solve the same problem. But there are some persons that have exhibited themselves, just like Ngozika said earlier on, in this whole process. They blew open, too open who they are. And I assure you, if they knock on my door, I'm sorry, that door will not be open. But if we get into the football field, let them bring their own charm. Let them bring their own Moses steak and put on the ground. And then I'll put whatever I have, and the truth will always set you free. Because that's just the bottom line. Even when you are telling the truth, there comes a time that if I know that if I tell the truth now, that will be the death of I speak the truth. That's where a hunter doesn't say everything that he sees in the bush. When I say I practice bushcraft, I mean I practice bushcraft. If anybody wants to know who I am, really come with me into the bushes. And I'll probably teach you a thing or two, and you'll be shocked at the things that you learn from there. I will look forward to the day I'll see you in person and speak the truth. But keep on the good work.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
But I speak the truth. Nobody holds grudges against you. So you understand? We banter here, we speak, we don't. At the end of the day, we still come. Next time we meet, we say hello. We may disagree. It's all based on issues.
But that's not true.
You raised an issue. It's not based. Disagreements are based on issues raised. You understand?
That's not true. For example, with you, you have this jocular way, which, with all due respect, I think. Well, let me finish.
Because when you raise your issues,
Olumide, can I please?
Let me just say based on what you.
Olumide, with all due respect, Olumide, it is his clock.
No, I haven't finished when he.
But he was the person speaking.
No. I started speaking first. But I was gonna say quickly. I was just gonna say when even if I call you names, you understand? It's because what you're saying, I don't agree with it.
Like, but I don't care. It's not about what you did today.
If I say you're speaking the craft, the issue you're raising, the facts you are putting down are based on people's hearsay on internet. They're not evidence. They're not objective facts.
Okay, so I get it. I'm an idiot, but listen,
I think we have to consider Chim is supposed to speak.
No, but let me just retort. They can't just bash me.
Okay, let's keep it brief so that Chim can speak, please.
Please. So, Olumide is not about today, and it is a lie that you guys don't hold a grudge like you just did. You do hold a grudge, and with someone like you, I just don't appreciate. It's not about the nonsense you were saying today. I do not appreciate the buffoonery. I don't come here to play around. I come here to talk about serious issues. Yeah, we may joke around, but all that interruption, talking nonsense, acting asinine is not with me. So maybe your sense of humor might resonate with other people. It doesn't resonate with me, and I choose not to enter the ring and play with you. And when I say I don't want to do it, you guys always do all this attacking. Jagun wants to explain what you're saying. He gets upset when you say, let me talk for myself.
It seems like you're holding a grudge. Why are you calling my name? I'm not in this. I'm not in this rubbish. How easy for you to be complaining about each and every individual?
Okay.
What's this guy talking about? Why are you even allowing this? Is
that's what I'm
this to speak the truth, though?
Why
talking rubbish? Why is he talking rubbish?
It looks like we spent too long. We are not discussing issues. We are discussing ourselves.
It's more than too long. It's rubbish.
Forefathers, can I say something?
He put that his cap down on his head. Rubbish.
Can we, because this is something that someone complained about earlier with the people in the comment section. If we're having those kind of feelings about people in the comment section, within the panel, we should at least have, as a no ad hominem thrown at one another. Just say whatever you want to say. Let's be respectful, at least of ourselves in the panel.
So, and for us, if I may piggyback on what Ed has said, We disagree, both of you and I. But one thing I would give you this evening is you have never, in disagreeing, called anybody names. I will give you that.
Yeah. He called me a nigger once.
I'm not saying it behind
which I was very upset.
Can I finish, please? I'm saying it, and I'm not saying it behind
I point to he calls names. He calls
Can
names.
I finish, please? Please,
but be accurate now.
Let me finish, then
please,
you will
let
have
him,
your
that's
point.
his opinion.
Say your own. Forefathers can cut you off. He can mute you. He can jump you, which I have told him, oh, he jumped me. And he'll say, no, he's not jumping me. He will try to explain himself. But I will give it to him. Forefathers has never called anybody's views nonsense. At least to the best of my knowledge. My issue here, and I'm happy Ed raised it, and that's part of where Ngozika, and this is not personal, when I was disagreeing with Ngozika, is I find it strange when people are expressing their views. Why don't you just come and say, you know what, I share this perspective, I don't agree with you, and then you say why you don't agree with the person. But when you come on and you say somebody's views are bunkum, idiotic, or buffoonery, and all those things are abuses. I may not be.
Are you referring to me? I've never used any word like that.
No, not you, but I'm just trying to explain something. Don't be offended, please. So I find those things quite. Honestly, I don't understand it. I can say, you know what, Ed, I don't agree with you. And this is why. Are you making so, but what I don't appreciate is when people come.
Can I follow you?
Let me finish. The floor is still mine. When I'm done, you can say what you want to say. I'm not going to interject you. So these are some of the things, and which is why when I was responding to Ngozik and I said that, you know what, let's not take these things personal. Personally, I don't care what anybody says, whether you feel my judgment is poor. Somebody says, "Oh, Ngozika has humbled me." That's up to you. I don't have to respond to that. But the point is this: in politics, we are not always going to vote the same place. There may be something I'm seeing you don't see, and it's perfectly okay. Tomorrow, people are going to vote Joe Biden, but this is a Joe Biden that, at some point, was supporting a KKK person. If you're following American elections, he was, but so many black people, especially Nigerian immigrants, that's their best candidate they're going to vote for. They will vote for him and they will rationalize it, but they will not remember that this guy once backed a KKK person. So
I know who talks that way. I know who talks that way.
It's up to you. When you come, tell the person. But my point is simple. Politics is today's game. It has consequences. I'm not in delusion that doesn't have consequences. But guess what? After it has happened, the intelligent way is to find out from these other people to say, you know what, I was a bit appalled at the vote you made. Why did you vote that direction? And let them tell you. Of course, there will be irrational ones. There will be irrational voters. There are irrational voters everywhere. But not all voters are irrational. There are people there are certain things they're looking at. It may not make sense to you. Like it didn't make sense to me when people voted Tinubu. I'm not going to lie to you because of the way I perceive him. But the fact remains, I respect those votes, and I've moved on from it. My concern, if anybody listening to me, is I'm trying to talk to Peter Obi and his people to say, how would you make sure that you're in a proper structural phase to be able to compete with this person who seems to have supposed structure? Because right now, with all that I'm hearing, the structure is going to become an issue again tomorrow, and then we'll come back here again and start crying. So, but let's not abuse people and use foul languages. I'm totally against that.
Thank you. Who's next?
Can I come in? Myself, okay. I haven't spoken since I've come to this show.
Ngozika, if you want to say something, you are free to say anytime. Jago, please.
You didn't respond to me at all, bro.
No, Jago,
please. Okay, you responded to me.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I've come on the show late. I've not listened to what happened earlier in terms of our guests and such, and I wish I had. It seemed like it was a good show. However, when I had to listen,
if I remember,
why should you behave like that? Are you a muppet all day long? My goodness.
You say you started that.
Me, I'm an abuser. All that thing that Jim said, that's for him. That's not for me. You see me, just like anybody would say, we come on here for our own specific reasons. I would like to be serious, even though comedy is a great thing. However, in discussions, when you're discussing, I think most people would hold their own view, even though it's just an opinion. Most people would hold it quite firmly. If you have a firm view, then an opposing view to yours, it's not that you haven't thought of that opposing view, but you don't believe that opposing view, and you castigate it, you attack it, you attack the view. The view is not necessarily attacking the person. You know, these ways that we want to be so petty, like we're not in this world together. Haven't you received an abuse before? Don't you know how to handle an abuse? What's the matter with you? Are you a man or a mouse? This is planet Earth. At the end of the day, yes, there should be some level of conduct within communication. However, we're all just talking about our own personal views. Speak the Truth was there speaking about himself like he's going to break into 50 pieces because somebody is their own personality. Ridiculous. Grow up. Why can't we be men? How do we have difficult conversations? How do we deal with aspects of varied personalities? Do we want all of us to be robotic? What's the matter with you? Why do we speak like this? Oh, I think that we shouldn't abuse. I think that it's offensive. What's the matter? Obviously, I don't believe that anybody wants to be freely offensive. That person would be an idiot. Nobody's coming here to swear at every individual. There's nobody here, I believe, that hasn't learned something from another person, even though they may dislike that personality. We've got to grow up. You know, sometimes we're so petty, and we can't hear the pettiness coming out of our mouth. You want someone to be stroking you for your pettiness? Oh, please, oh, baby. What's the matter? It's amazing to me how personal this thing became, and I felt that from when Speak the Truth was speaking, that forefathers should have just elevated that conversation away from that arena. Oh, it's woe is me. Why are you all treating me like this? In fact, I thought all of your personalities are defunct.
Dude, stop being a hypocrite. You are in the background.
We are trying to, so the conversation goes around and speak the truth. Others have to be able to speak. Please finish.
That's the person who tells me that I'm always
go around, then you have your chance to respond.
You're a hypocrite. You're a hypocrite.
Yeah, that's fair enough. That's the religion of life. Hypocrite is the religion of life. Just forget that. Just forget that. This is the Chim. That's the person that you said doesn't abuse or call names.
You are a hypocrite. I called you a hypocrite.
You said it, why are you repeating yourself? Why repeat?
Leave it now. Why do you have to be exchanging?
You have your chance to respond. Into his chest. Everything I'm saying is going so deep in his chest, is breaking him into pieces. He can't hold himself.
Who did you say I was defending?
I said to Chim, you put forward earlier, Chim, that Speak the Truth, you have never heard him.
You're not listening.
He's high.
No, wait, let me land.
No, but you brought me in here, so I have to respond. I said forefathers.
No, I brought you in.
I said forefathers. I didn't say Speak the Truth.
Okay.
I said forefathers.
Nobody's casting votes for this thing today.
All right, allow that. All I really want to say is that really and truly, instead of us pointing the finger all the time, we should really look to resolve our own communication issues. There's not one person on this platform that doesn't have communication issues. Not one. If we feel that our communication is so sacrosanct that when I speak, it is now gospel, I throw that out the window. The way I'm dealing with this thing here, I've learned a lot about my own communication, my own bad communication, and I want to come away from that arena. I don't want to have bad communication. I want to have as good as communication as possible. So I'm actually communicating my ideas as opposed to becoming personal all the time. If we fix our own issue, as opposed to giving ourselves bad advice, you understand, it would be a much more plausible and effective route of fixing how we communicate on this platform. Always pointing the finger. Forefathers, I thank you.
Thank you. Who is next? Is it Augustine, or do you have anything to say? If not you, or then OD or Ed? Is it Ed or OD?
Janaba haven't said a word yet.
Oh, I go basics.
Yeah,
I've not spoken to
yeah.
the
Janaba
topic.
just came in.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir. All right.
Yeah, you see how they laugh am out. Eh? My brothers, we take am suffering because when una begin dey rise am like this, I'll tell you that I grew up in Aba, and that's the place where they say get and blow, get and blow. Eh? We side
All
Aba,
right.
and
Your
if you are driving
forefathers,
a vehicle, somebody will be telling you,
Who's that?
naga, you know, go
yeah,
down.
your forefathers, it's good to see you again. Welcome back to the
Buddy, are
show.
you taking my
Uh,
turn?
I think it's Ed right now.
no, I
Ed
thought
is
you
talking.
you talked,
Yeah, it's my
Yeah,
turn.
yeah,
I was
but that's
Let
checking.
me,
okay.
let
You
me
can
just
speak. I'm not in a
let me just
hurry.
quickly say this. I hope I don't stir up whatever um arguments we've already had, but I wanted to kind of, you know, talk about this whole issue of people who voted for Buhari in 2015. Um, I mean, I didn't vote for him in 2015. I actually wanted to vote for Buhari in 2011 when he was going with Tunde Bakari. And it was just because I was so tired of the way Goodluck was being promoted as the Southern candidate. I was thinking we should get more competency than that. So the reason why I turned away from Buhari was his response towards the whole killing of coppers during that election, because I had just finished my NYSC. So to me, that was really personal, that this guy could not even come out to say enough of this violence. So to me, that showed the kind of blood, the kind of person he was. And so I decided in 2015 I will not vote for Buhari, right? So, but I understand that so many people do not have that luxury of actually looking at things that way. Of course, there was a lot of whitewashing that went into the old Buhari's candidacy. But I think that what we should do after that is to probably learn lessons in actually asking the right questions about our candidates instead of still holding people who did that as if they've committed like an unpardonable sin. Of course, if you knew how Buhari was in 1985 or 1983 when he ruled, and you went ahead and still voted for him, knowing, having that full consideration set to make your decision, well, that's on your conscience. But I don't think I would want to hold anybody responsible for that. People make their decisions based on whatever information they have. Again, talking about information they have, one of the reasons why I did not support Buhari was one of the people who supported Buhari in 2015 was Wale Soyinka, who actually wrote an article denigrating Buhari and calling him a dictator in 2011, because there was a sort of alliance between Goodluck and the southwestern parts of the country. So to me, I was like, how can this guy tell me this at that point and now he's telling me something else? I didn't experience the Buhari dictatorship in 1983, but at least that information was enough for me to make my choice. But having said that, I don't think we should really just keep beating people for what they did in 2015. If anything, it's an opportunity for us to actually look back and say, okay, going forward, nobody will deceive us the way we were deceived during Buhari's campaign. The second thing I want to say, again, that idea of, it was Dale Carnegie that said something in his book, How to Influence People and Make Friends or something. I can't really get the title. He said, a man convinced against his will is of the same will still. So in other words, if you keep bashing me and making me not able to express my true convictions, instead of giving me a superior argument, you keep like bashing me and just throwing names at me, giving me labels. I might not speak what is really on my mind again, but that does not mean I will not go to the polls and actually express it. And that's what we see with this whole that thing actually was part of how Trump won in 2016. There was an article that was written by someone who's actually far left about how this whole mind guarding thing that the Democrats were doing, labeling people, calling people deplorables, actually a lot of people took that to heart and went to the polls and decided this is our time this is our revenge. So I don't think we really want that. Of course, bigotry is not something we should actually tolerate, but I think it's better if we can give superior arguments as opposed to just labeling people. As to our guest today, she did a very good job. I was really impressed by her humility, especially when she was asked the question about foreign policy. That's something we don't really get so much of nowadays, where everybody, especially when you're in a panel or a platform like this, you want to it's kind of your ego is at stake. You want to sound like you're really intelligent. But that was she resisted that temptation. I was very, humble in her answer to that question. That I found really commendable. I mean, she's a very likable person. I also wanted to ask her about the Edo election because I know she has a stake. She's my sister from Edo. I wanted to know what her thoughts is. There was something during the general election. I think she came out to support Frank Weke of Enugu, and a lot of the Obidients. I hope I'm not mistaken on this. A lot of the Obidients were really mad at her that, well, we should all support Labour Party. But I think we can now look back and see that she probably was right, because what our Labour Party senators and all of these people doing to us, So again, this is one reason why we should not be doing this whole mind guarding thing. It doesn't help. You're just going to make people more, reinforce their convictions. And when someone who has very bad convictions does not speak about it, you never know until they explode. Is there another thing? And this to my brother Chim, we hardly disagree, but on this issue of Peter Obi, I like the answer that Aisha gave about him trying to play the true Democrat that he is. And let's be honest, a lot of people actually like him for that. Peter Obi is actually raised to a very high standard compared to our usual politician. And it won't even, I don't think it will surprise anyone here to know that even the Tinubus of this world actually holds Peter Obi to a high standard in the way they criticize him. So if that guy decides to not probably dabble into party politics and impose his will, you will be surprised how they will use that against him. The next thing is, he claims he's a saint, but he's doing exactly what we do. So I'll just say, let him be who he wants to be, right? And let's see how it plays out. After all, he's just one citizen. He's not the Messiah. It's not like Jesus Christ. So let's do what we can to help him instead of just saying he should just probably do this. He hears 1,001 opinions on a daily basis, but he's still a human being. He still has to cater for his own family needs. Beyond just being a politician, he still has to make his own personal decisions about life. So on that, I would say I would like us to cut him some slack, because if he goes and starts imposing his will on Labour Party, it's going to be a dirty fight, and he's going to lose that pristine name and reputation that he has. So that's just my response to you, Chim. I know you're very passionate about that topic, and I can see where you're coming from, but that guy is held to a very high standard, and I don't think we want him to lose that edge. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think that's the longest Ed has ever spoken, actually. Odi, please go ahead.
Hi. I think a good discussion very so far. Ed, I think like most of what you said. I wanted to go back to Nigeria, but Chim and forefather previously, you guys have been dragging me back to this American election. Chim, have you ever thought about, why would people want to vote for Biden? Because you keep talking about Biden and, how he KKK and all the, people evolve. I'm not saying that Biden is not whatever he used to be,
I like the word evolve, but go ahead. I like that word.
Yeah. So, but look, the idea that most people here, most people who immigrated from Nigeria are more likely going to vote for Biden. Do you think they are not smart? Do you know why they do that? There's a reason. And when you try to put Trump and Biden on the same pedestal and compare them apples for apples, Trump doesn't have the best reputation regarding race relationship in America. We live here. Look, when Trump was elected, I had to leave my church. I'm telling you, it was a purely Caucasian church. They were obsessed. Like, it was like, our tribe has won. Like, people were, it was sickening. we'll go to, like you go to Bible study and they're discussing Trump and how immigrants are pouring in. I'm not kidding. It's like, hi, hello, I'm one of them. Look, it's as if there was some energy. You see people at work and they're looking at you differently. There's a reason why people are, look, Biden, nobody's saying that Biden is a great candidate. Look, we all see through him. We know his cognitive issues. But there's a reason why Biden is, and if you think Biden is not going to win this election, then you have to think again. Remember, if not for the American college, system, electoral college system, there's no chance for a Republican to be president in the United States. Biden for sure, they will win the majority vote. Majority of Americans are on. Look, most of us have conservative. If I live in Canada, probably I'll go along with how you vote. But there's something different here. I vote both Democrat and Republican. I'm independent fully. I'm a registered Democrat, but I vote independently. I swing. I vote mostly Republican judges, because of, all these social issues because the judges are the ones who stop, whether it's, I don't want to mention all those things. But when you come, because a judge will stop these guys, you can see when the Democrats go to, the judge can put hold on the president's policy. But when you go to, I vote people, the House, you see the House now that is causing all this problem. I vote Republicans for the House because they go there and cause chaos, because we need people to be stopped a little bit. But sometimes, when these people are talking about only the border, there are so many things going on in the United States. So what I'm trying to say, like, people are not thinking about just one thing at a time. There's so many things going on. And look, whether you like it or not, this is the best American economy in history under Biden. Everybody, like, you can't get employees. I can't hire people to work for me. We're paying, you have to pay at least 10 grand, $15,000 a year more, or 30,000 more. In fact, 40 grand more to get people to, there's so many jobs, but nobody to do it. So no matter what that old man, that grandpa is doing in the world, he's doing it well. And and that shows you the system. This system does not need a king to run it. It's a system that, look, Trump's policies favored me economically. I saved money on taxes. But the problem is that he was on TV. People find it despicable that you're on TV quarreling with everybody every day. Okay, we enjoyed a little bit of the drama, being honest. But tomorrow, it's going to be Rocket Man. Nobody wants all that. It's too much drama. Biden just goes, he goes and falls once in a while, and he stays at home with his wife. And then people are running the economy. Yeah, people have other problems. I just wanted to address that. Coming to Nigeria, my issue really about the next election, and another question I would have loved to ask is, we all, invested money. We did all this for the last election, one way or the other. How do you even tell someone, in the next election to vote when, Mahmoud is there? Tinubu wasn't president when they shut up the server. Now you don't need a server. The server will be in Asorok. I don't know how. Look, we can speak all the English. If they don't do electoral reform and I don't think look, we just wait for another 4 years. I don't know how, if anybody can explain how anybody can win election with Tinubu in Asorok. I'd like to hear the explanation, but that's my contribution.
Thank you. Jonaba, please go ahead. You're muted.
I say, Ungozi want to say something, let her go ahead.
Okay. Go ahead.
Mr. Janaba, go ahead. I haven't heard you speak or anything. Go ahead. I'll just go after you.
Oh, you have a very good stable internet now. Thank you. Thank God. That's okay. I thought I wanted to give you Nigerian a privilege to speak, but that's okay. Thank you. Good to see all of you. First of all, I start from our guest. She's a wonderful woman. She paid price that wherever she is, she earn it through her activism. I have respect for her. If I have opportunity to ask her a question, I could have asked her, but she's not here. Nobody's going to give me the answer, so I don't want to prolong to go to that side. The issue of the passionate to be people, I respect your passion, but your first time investment, that person no go recover from it. You're on your own. The Obi is not coming out. He's doing what he's called to do. He's a good talker. He's a kingmaker right now. But if you are waiting in 2027, Obi is going to be your president. It's, you are a good, it's a failure of imagination. So good luck to some of you that believe in that. So hold on. So that is it. He's doing great. What he's supposed to do. I said that over and over. He's a good orator. He's a calm gentleman. The guys say he's not desperate. He himself says he's not desperate. I don't think if you are not desperate to be a Nigerian president and then you cross all the other things. So, and I respect him. He's the one that knows what he's going through. He's the one that knows where he belongs to. He's a career politician, so he's going to still be relevant in Nigerian politics. So that is it. When you come to American president, it's two old people. American ideology is the same. It's just two old men, and one know how to carry himself well, and the other one don't. So there's no difference. American is still America. It doesn't matter who wins. I'm not going to go to bed and worry about it. I'm going to wake up the same place, go to the same work. If we cut taxes for the rich, I'm not to that level. So Trump will not benefit me that much. On the other hand, I pay back under Biden too. So to me, it's not a big deal to me. If you give me a choice, because of the way he carry himself, I would say Biden is but it's two evil white people. They're all the same. So there's nothing too special about American politics. The good thing is the system work. So whatever is going to happen, end of the day, we're all going to be fine. Let's work on our own motherland, hoping that one day we all can go home freely and don't have to look at your back. And let us not be this, come on, if it's not my way, the fact that I'm passionate about somebody that criticizes become an enemy. It should have to have a big heart to take criticism. Even all those things what they say. If you go to the chatting, I don't pay attention to what they say. I'm above such things. So some of those things you guys say that I think we should grow more wings. Don't pay attention to those things, name calling, all of those things. I mean, it's people, that is who they carry themselves, like Trump and Joe Biden. One of them is carrying themselves, whether you don't call us on certain things, doesn't mean that that person is more worse than the other. It's just like about public people are trained how to present themselves well. So I think we should grow out of all those, he called me name, he insult me, or somebody is insulting other. I think we are bigger than that. Life is like that. There are many things that throw themselves at you that is bigger than whatever anybody call you here. You go through your personal struggle that is bigger than coming here and somebody say, you are this, you are that, you are bigotry, you are religious this, and then you get offended with that. No, I don't. I think we should have to grow that, please. Let us not take ourselves low to say, he called me name. That person reflect who he is. That's fine. The public is watching us. People will judge us. If they'll make a poll, they'll pull it. They'll say, okay, people like Igbo Basic. Igbo Basic, sometimes I understand him, sometimes he carry me too far. And it's okay. That is what he's good at. And AD is a Christian. It's not type of my Christian. It's okay. So, and I said, so our belief is different. Our forefather, we may have. So let us just focus on our message. And if we cut across that the name calling come, just take it with love. There's one thing that we all have to bear. The one of the scriptures said Jesus was talking to Peter. He said, devil or Satan have put a demand on you. Sometimes we are not man enough. It's a grace we all bear. Our forefather, like this guy said, forefather, there was a time there was a campaign against him. He don't do this. And he's still here and he's never changed. That is, is not supposed to have some changes somewhere. I think it learned, but not because you disagree with somebody and automatically the person become your enemy, do or that. All the people you are campaigning for, if they go to the Aso Rock, some of them will never even smell you. Never. So all of those things, let us pray and work on the system that is fair and just for everybody. Like people like me from a minority group can run for president and become a president, not only Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, or Hausa Fulani. It should not be things that we're all going to be worrying ourselves about. Let us move Nigerian forward. We are very eloquent, but we don't agree, and we don't have to agree on everything, but we have to respect other people's opinion. Thank you.
So, John Abba, where you say I carry you, they go. You say I carry you too far sometime. Where?
To the bush now, where you said.
That's a good one. Okay, you will enjoy plenty of palm wine there.
Who's next? Yeah, Ngozi, please go ahead.
So please, I'm just going to take a gentlemen. Let me just permit me to just go back a bit. Then I will have my last say. Then I'll turn in for the night. This is 14 minutes after 12. Wow. So I wanted to talk a bit about the Chibok girls, and I'm going to tie it into what we're discussing now, and I'll just leave it at that. Chibok girls. This was the trump card for Buharists that year. It was like a chant. He couldn't secure the nation. We need a general that is experienced to tackle insecurity. Blah 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 blah. Now that I even think about it, I'm thinking, anyway, I'll never understand it. I'll just make peace with it. I just want to say that 10 years later, it is heartbreaking. It is terrible that those girls, some of them are still in captivity. I actually followed the story of the two girls that escaped, Joy and what is the other girl's name? Oh God, I can't remember her name right now. Joy and the other girl they escaped and were taken to the US. They graduated a few years ago, and one of them is now engaged to be married. I followed the whole Chibok story and the subsequent abductions after that. And every time I hear the name Chibok, my heart breaks. And it's just so saddening that this Nigerian thing of onto the next one is at play even with people's lives. We have this God-forsaken ability to adapt to the worst things. We never ever adapt to better thing. Now very, very useless, stupid things we always adapt to. Onto the next one. It's a Nigerian thing. As they hot, we talk everybody then onto the next one. 10 years, people's children taken from their hostel, dumped in the bush, married off to terrorists, procreating with terrorists, to the point that sometimes even when they are rescued, their own Stockholm syndrome is so terrible that they don't even want to leave their abductors. And we sleep comfortably. Our government sleep comfortably. Governments have changed hands. Like we've had like 3 election cycles. Is it 3 or 2 election cycles after that? People go to the polls and they said people that were campaigning to bring back the girls, all of a sudden they are campaigning on something else now. So what happened to bringing back your girls? You don't want them back anymore. What happens to Bapchi girls? What happened to Leah Sharibu? until we come to that point where it's not what we want to do, and now maybe we just leave and want to the next one. Until we come to that point where we stay on issues. I've said this on this show several times that I like people who stay on issues. I like people who are like a dog with a bone. They don't let go. They everything to get what they need for me. Stay on the issues. We don't have that capability. And I see it play out several times on this platform. Somebody comes with some random self-edifying thing, and before you know it, the topic is just straying away from what we're talking about, and everybody is trying to prove that they have better things to say, that their own opinion trumps another person's own. And it's I am tired of it. I am tired of seeing Nigerians play out at every turn. If I do like this, Nigeria is playing out. If I do like this, Nigeria is playing out. If I come and join the show, Nigeria is playing out. I am tired of it. On to the next one mentality. I want to come to a point where we are not in a hurry to go on to the next one. We stay on the issue, thrash it out, and then deal with it decisively and completely before we move on. Because just like that, it will surprise you that in the next 50 years, those girls will still not be back. They'll become grandmothers in those bushes. They'll have grandchildren from those bushes. And we are okay. It has become a normalized thing. People will just, students will be in their hostel, and then the next thing will be, and you know the worst part? Our sensibilities, I don't know for any other Nigerian, but as a Nigerian living in Nigeria, my sensibility has been so assaulted that when I hear news of abduction, it doesn't move me anymore. I'm like, oh, how many did they carry this time? It doesn't move me anymore. I don't flinch. I don't feel anything. The next thing is I'm looking at the number. Oh, they carried 20. 20. Yeah. Oh, they carried 5. Oh, sir, that's small. Thank God, this one is small. Oh, they carried 30. Hey, yeah, this one they're going to get plenty money. It's that bad. And I'm just worried that if it continues like this, God help us. Meanwhile, in the present, I don't want to reply any, because some of the people that have spoken in the last few minutes touched on what I brought in. I don't want to touch on it. I already buried that issue, but I'm going to leave the show by saying this. Gentlemen, I know you people say you are the logical agenda. It's even funny that this evening we had an argument about that with my friends. You people pride yourself on being the logical agenda. For every show that airs, for each time we come here, your people are the majority. And yet we're having kata kata. Please prove me right. Prove me wrong.
Ngozi,
Because I say you're the
before you go, I've got 1 minute for you, please. So you sleep on. Thank you.
okay. Before you, if people come here, you people say you're the logical gender, women are the emotional gender, yet you come here every weekend and show the world how illogical you are, how emotional you can get. And I want to ask, they tire una? They tire una? That's it for now. Have a good night, everybody. I'll be a good morning. And
Thank
Mr.
you.
Tone, I'll hear what you want to say, then I'll sign off.
What I wanted to say, I guess Chim has touched on about even, I would say even 97% of it. Yes, I was one of those people that believed in Buhari when he was coming back. And with hands on heart, I will not say I regret. But with all due respect to you, because of your age, you may not understand why we made that decision and where it's coming from. But as a matter of
Don't go
fact,
there. I take an
as a matter
exception.
of
You
fact,
see,
wait.
what you
As a
just
matter
did.
of fact, I'm
You
making,
see what you just no,
listen,
don't say because
nobody,
of my age.
So, yeah,
Excuse
don't
me.
do
No,
that.
don't go there.
can I
Don't
finish
tell me
now?
because of
You
my
heard me.
age.
You
Excuse
you
me.
spoke now. Everybody listen to you. You speak to me.
Necessary.
We're all learning. We're not
You
debating. When you
just
don't want
took
to
a
listen to me,
direct
that's fine.
shot
I'll
at
cut it off.
me. You took a
Okay.
direct shot at me,
Okay.
implying
Okay.
that I am
Okay.
too
Okay. Let's
young.
just leave it.
Ngozika,
I
you
Let's leave
was
get
it.
it.
too
You have a
young.
chance
Let's
to
leave it.
respond
Let's
to
leave it.
him.
Let's leave it there. It's fine. Let's leave it. Thank you.
Okay, I must say your submission, Ngozika, was quite good. it's a shame that it degenerated into this. So yeah, if you have something to say, Ngozika, you can say it, and then so I can move to the next person.
I'm good. I've had enough for one day. Thank you.
I think
Good
I'm
night,
the next
gentlemen.
person.
Thank
I've
you.
not spoken. I've not spoken.
Mr. Chalaba.
Kachifo.
I wanted to say
Jim.
something
Call
about
boss up.
what Odi said. Okay, should I go ahead?
Not spoken.
Yes.
Now
All right.
everybody has
Sorry.
spoken
So,
about 3 or 4 times. I
No,
was
no,
the
no,
guy that
no,
was,
no. You will speak. You
I
will
was
get your
staying there
chance to
patiently.
say all you want. You don't say a
Okay.
lot, even when they give you time now. You don't even say a lot. So, but please,
No,
you'll get
I
your
wanted
chance.
to address. See, I wanted to address, and she just started being toxic at me, which is just unnecessary.
That's
I was
so
just trying
wrong.
to explain to her.
No,
That's
You
so
you
don't
wrong.
hear.
When
You
if
don't.
you had
No,
something
no,
to
for
say,
you.
you should have just said it.
sir,
You
it
You
doesn't.
don't
didn't need
put it
to
in
say
audience
that.
now.
You
No,
didn't need to say she was
Jago, I'm
young.
not addressing you. You didn't. You people
I'm
didn't
addressing
give
you. I know
me
you're not
opportunity.
addressing me.
You
I'm
did not give
addressing
me an
you.
opportunity to speak for freaking sake. Can
What's
you
that? Well,
just
why the frustration?
hold on,
Can we
please?
leave it? You see,
You
we are
don't
just
just
proving
condemn
what she
people.
said to be
You just want
correct.
to hear you, and that was what I Speak the Truth was talking about some minutes ago. You
Oh,
all want
shut
to
up,
hear
you
what
idiot.
you guys. So
But
far, it does
it's the
not
same
align
thing
with
that
your.
Ngozika just
You're
said.
just
There's no need
grabbing. You're
for us
just
to be.
clutching at straws. Say what you
I
have
Speak
to
the Truth.
say.
You all were attacking him. As long as it does not align to your emotions and all that, you start attacking the
You're
person.
an
What is wrong
idiot.
with you guys?
Say what you have to say instead of being
Okay,
idiotic, because that's what you're being.
okay, Jagon, just hold on because
I'm not going to go down
Chim
to
wants
that
to say
level.
something.
Because if I go down to that level, you not like it.
Okay, leave
Yeah,
it, leave
I've
it.
Bruh,
never been
I say what I
Can we
gotta
but
say.
leave
watch
it?
Finish
your
Can we
mouth,
start
cooking.
meeting
Mister.
people?
Watch your mouth.
Let me start
Watch.
meeting people.
Forefathers, you may have to
Chim,
excuse
please
me.
go ahead.
Forefathers, you may have to excuse me because I think you guys have gotten into the market square.
Exactly. This is not proper. This is not
Idiotic.
proper.
What do you
We
mean?
need to do better. We need
Watch
to
your
do
mouth.
better. Team. This in tone. Let's be a bit more civil. Come on. We can do better than this.
Dr. Damages just came back from hell. What's wrong with us?
There's a lot wrong, bruh. There's a lot wrong.
Just came back from hell.
Can I just go ahead?
Please.
Chip, please go ahead.
Let's turn it down, please. Let's turn it down.
So, incidentally, Odi is not here, and I just wanted to thank him. The point I wanted to raise is I love the way he took his time to logically explain. You see, he used two words that I quite I was impressed with, but also sounds very hypocritical. One is it's very okay to judge a person you like and support, to have the capacity to reinvent themselves and to grow and mature in their opinions, which is what he did for Biden. I have nothing against Biden, absolutely nothing. What I've always consistently stood on is to say, why is it okay for you to, pardon my use of this word, please pardon my use of the word, I'm careful, but nothing else comes to my mind, finger someone else when it suits you, but when a politician of your liking comes up, you don't want him to be fingered. Do you understand? And he also took his time to explain. And I understand it. He said, do I know why people will vote for? And that's the same thing I've been saying for anybody who's been trying to listen to me. Do you also know why other people will vote for the Republican? Elections are a period where people vote for different issues. There are people who are looking at things from an economic standpoint. Listen, logically, as an immigrant where I live, it should be a given that any party that is pushing immigration policies will be of, I will embrace them because these are people who I see are helping to, bring other people in. I would logically go that direction. But if you are doing that and I am going poor, your policies are taking away money from my pocket in a way that is alarming. And I vote for the other one, and then one says, why would you vote for the other person? So I love his argument when he said there are reasons, and I totally agree with him, and I love his maturity. He's a very rational voter. He showed if I believe his explanations, he will vote for, at his local council level, he will vote for Republican judges because he knows they will make conservative decisions that will suit him. In a period where he wants to vote a presidential candidate that is Democrat, he will vote a house that will try and checkmate the executive. But you see, the truth about the matter is not everybody is as rational as Odi. There are people who are single issue voters. They will vote one particular party. It doesn't matter what that party is doing, just because they just align with that party. So I just wanted to, unfortunately, he's not here. And then coming to this Buhari thing, you see, I've heard a lot of things, and someone said that when an issue is consistently put forward, it begins to sound like the truth. I was a young boy when Buhari came in as a military dictator. Note the word I use, military dictator. I accept the fact he was a military dictator, but that was where Nigeria was at that time. For anybody who knows part of the reasons why they struck and remembers 1983 and MPN and people names like Omar Odiko and what that name stands for and the poverty level in Nigeria, will appreciate why that military struck in 83. And although they did a few things that were not right, like for instance, I saw somebody at the chat session who said, do I support him killing Bartholomew? I don't support killing Bartholomew, but guess what? The only thing that was wrong with that decision was it was a retroactive judgment. Did Bartholomew commit the crime for which he was killed? Yes, he was. Yes, he was. But the thing is that he shouldn't have been killed because he was supposed to be serving a different jail term. It was supposed to be a law that should have been started and started hunting people who committed thereafter. But the man now went back and pulled people who committed the crime before he came to office, before that law was made. That's where any rational mind who followed that would say, no, that was wrong. And for someone like me who grew up to understand that, say, okay, that was wrong. But it didn't mean that that decree, whatever it was, in fact, it was that decree. That was why the people who removed that government from office, But we all know better if we are trying to be honest. See, there are a lot of things wrong with Nigeria. That something was wrong today doesn't mean that if somebody who comes to remove it and is wrong himself, doesn't mean that person is also right. We need to always be rational when we...
Hey, Mr. Tim, you don't know what you're talking about.
Things. Can you keep quiet, please? Let me finish. So we need to understand all those things. There was also an Idiago in that government. There was war against indiscipline. There were all sorts of things. Now, I'm not saying that Buhari is a fantastic person. No. But people always come and project certain things. I was alive when he came to office. I wasn't living in Ghana. I wasn't born after. I was alive. I was in primary school. We saw what was going on. I was alive when there was no food, when MPM politicians put Nigeria, Igbo Basic is older than me, he's here, put Nigeria in an economic situation. And that led to that government. And then before Babangida came with his SAP and everything. Listen, if I vote somebody today you don't like, that's perfectly okay. I understand it. You might have your reasons. But like Ed said, personally, I have nothing against anybody who votes anybody they are voting for. I may disagree with you in the nick of that season. Like we disagree with Emilio Cons and everything, I will disagree with you. But after it has been done, I'm not here to say that Tinubu won an election free and fair. He didn't. But guess what? The system has accepted it. We've moved on with it. So, of course, I'm not going to pray for Nigeria to collapse. I'm going to pray for that Nigeria to function and succeed. And then next time when there's an opportunity to vote, perhaps, like Ed said, we can be able to now go and tell the guy, I know you voted this candidate last time. Why? Can you see, are you still going to vote him again? And try and win people across the divide to even these politicians, especially those of us who live in America. We see them do this. There are Democrats who go and pull Republicans to say, listen, this is why you should vote on this particular matter. And they do. Like the last one, Justin, that voted past a Biden policy. His party members are not happy with him that he did that. But he did the right thing. That is what politics is all about. You may not like it. And let's not always be when it suits you, you are happy to suit you. When it doesn't suit you, then the other person becomes the devil. Those are some of the things I don't agree with. I just wanted to make that point clear and then, leave it and move on to the
Thank you. Augustine haven't said anything for a while, not since I came on. You want to say something?
Don't mind me. Don't mind me. I'm doing some academic work, but I was listening to everyone. So, anyhow, the point is, it's just of this issue of back and forth. For me, I think I've not met any of you in person. Even I stay beside Dr. Rudolph's backyard, but I've not seen him or I've not met him personally. So I just believe that this is a platform where we can always meet anytime, talk anytime. And one thing I've always said on this platform is that issue of constructive criticism. If somebody criticizes, you can criticize somebody constructively, and most especially, you always say where the person may have gone wrong and try as much as possible to provide a solution. It's very important. So that's just all what I'm going to say. When we go to the point of proffering solutions to Nigerian problems and the rest, I will be able to say something better.
Thank you. Who's next?
I guess it's my turn, so I can sign off.
Oh yeah, okay. Please go ahead.
They say if a lizard stays too long in the farm, it turns into a rusty material. You can just kick it around.
A lizard.
Yeah, a lizard. You know the lizard.
How is it going to turn into rusty material?
Oh, because it blends with the grasses and the leaves and everything else, and you can just think it's rust.
Dr. Damages, can I just say something, please? Just briefly. Can I just take permission to make a brief statement and I will leave?
Other people are waiting.
What does the panelists think? The panelists want him to say something.
Other people are waiting.
Phil,
I'm not very happy. I'm sorry.
Phil, just chill out for a moment, please.
No, I'm very hungry. I'm very, very hungry right now.
There's no need to be angry. There is just no need to be angry.
I need to express myself. I need to express myself because
you have your chance. You have your chance. Just calm down. You have your chance.
Phil, take a chill for a moment. Why do I say that? If your wife stood on the door and said you are not going to go out, are you going to push her out and bust out? If I were you, I'll leap through the window. Hello? So, my brother, calm down, take it easy, don't bust out. Anything voiced out in anger always results into the same thing we are talking about. There's nothing I can say here that is going to change the world. Nothing. But I will do the best I can to say on our guest today, Aisha Yesufu. She hammered away on family. She said that, and that was both policy that she was addressing, that she drove her child to the school. And they had a policy that you come after 8 o'clock, they shut the door. And then she said she was trying to cut corners, and her child said, Mom, you're doing the wrong thing. Call her out on that. You understand what I'm saying? So let us look back and realize that we come out here to commune and commiserate with one another and try to impart whatever knowledge we think we have out there. We try. Let us try as much as we possibly can to really take it easy. And the reason why we are going to take it easy, so at the end of the day, we can go to bed and have a good sleep. I mentioned earlier on that my own Governor Oti, is in Maryland. And I said, if it was before, I would have been there. Not now. Some of us have run our race. And since I still take that title of a senior citizen, and I said that Peter Obi was in Ibuku yesterday. And if you guys didn't realize that the guy that they went to bury, Okwadike, was actually one of those who we, in the background, delegated to go and convince Peter Obi to join the Labour Party. Maybe you don't know it, but these were workings that in the background. Okwadike was a very strong force statesman. If you follow that election that we still talk about every now and then, you will notice that at some point, there were 4 Igbo candidates. Let me use that word. And that was Nwachukwu Anakwenze, and that was Peter Obi, and that was Samuel Huabunwa, and there was former Anyim Pasanyim. Those 4 were. And both of them were coming from the stock of what? PDP, if you remember. And it shows so many things that were working in the background. Let's just take it that as we come out here to share with one another, let's not forget one thing. Let it be that the day I come to London or to wherever forefathers is, or if I come to Canada, I look forward to maybe sitting down and having whatever the best of what they have out there, even for a moment, because you never know when the last meeting is. That's what I always say. So there is no need. We're boiling and boiling and boiling. And I see Augustine went to Ngwa High School. Next door to Eziama High School. Aba, we are Aba brought up. And when you live in Aba, oh, you didn't go to Ngwa High School? What happened?
I went to government bilingual high school. It's not in Nigeria.
Government bilingual high school. There you go. Ngwa was just what I heard. Ngwa. He said bilingual. Again, it goes to what do we hear? Did we hear the right thing? So it is well with us. Forefathers, please continue the good work you're doing. Team, please continue the good work you're doing. Folks, tap whatever knowledge you can from the Anton. I really do appreciate the way you go at things sometimes, but I wish we could talk more offline, because if we talk offline, and jargon, that same thing goes to you, because if I had an opportunity to talk with you offline, you find out that our tone is different. When we come out here, we start speaking, and when we speak, it seems as if we're shouting. We are Africans, and anybody who doesn't understand us, and Ed, it goes to Ed that he has that disposition of speaking softly, and when he speaks the way he speaks, nobody's going to go at him. And if you can take a little lesson from some of us, you will learn that there is something central in your character, and that is what you exhibit each and every day. If you notice here, I don't think I've ever told anybody S the hell up, or shut up, or whatever. I don't use those languages. If you find the way some of us comport ourselves, that's what we got from our upbringing. And you can see that in the character of Aisha Yesufu, who was speaking the truth to the best of what she knows. You may disagree or agree with whatever she was saying, but she laid out her positions, including when she even went after the diasporans. I was like, if I came to speak with her, I would have addressed that, because when you talk about us, the diasporans, don't forget that the tables have turned. The people at home keep on telling us, send money, send money, send money. Before, it used to be their brother, send money, otherwise John will be repatriated. But now it's their brother, send money, otherwise hunger has killed us. Let us look at it and think very seriously as to why is our country where it is today. The same country who everybody used to, in our era, everybody used to look forward to seeing a Nigerian. There was a time that you come here and people will be struggling to be your host family. Not anymore. We've gone through all the 4110 and 419 and everything else. That if you say you're a Nigerian, somebody's looking at you with their connect eyes now. Are you one of them? That's what we are suffering. And what we are trying to do here is trying to say to them, you know what? I just watched one young lady who spoke at Syracuse University today before I went into church. The young lady spoke as a valedictorian. And the speech she made out there, she was very proud of her Igbo language origin. And at the end, she busted out into a song she sang. She talked about Igbo language going extinct. What ran into my mind was an article that we published years ago by Philip Emeagwali. I'm sure some of you have heard of Philip Emeagwali, the computer guru. He wrote an article in Igbo Basics about when the last speaker of Igbo language has died, and he painted a picture into the millennium that me and you will never live to get there. That article, I can always bring it out. I was remembering that and seeing how this young lady exhibited what she exhibited today. So my brothers, please, for heaven's sake, I would like to come back tomorrow and say, I'm still here, and then still be able to know that I learn from you, you learn from me, and whatever we teach our kids, the children of today are trying to correct us, just like Aisha's daughter told her, no, mom, you're doing the wrong thing. So on that note, I will say, please, this is our forum. It is a great forum. The things that Rudolph, I would have even thought that Rudolph was a super, what you call it, Sowore man. I would have thought that, because I looked at all the things that was going on in the background. But everybody else that was there are people that I know from around here. Okay, and I haven't seen some of them for years. So let's tap it down. Let's tap it down. And may God bless us, all of us, please.
Thank you.
I'm going to sign off.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Is it Jago? Okay. Jago, just have your say so that Okija and Okija can say something. You are muted. You are muted.
Okay,
I beg your pardon. I was just saying that I don't think it's my turn specifically. I think it's actually Tone's turn.
Yes, actually. Wow.
Before
yeah, because Tone hasn't had his say there. Thank you for that, Jagon. Tone, sorry about that. Please go ahead, Tone. My
You
apologies.
call me troublemaker. Thank you. Anyway, what I was trying to say, because I guess everybody has spoken my mind. What I was trying to say is when Buhari was voted, everybody thought he was the same Buhari that we knew when I was young with Idiagon, but unfortunately, he turned out to be a different person because we never even knew the guy properly. I remember in the academy, I've met him as a man, in person, trained to be a military officer, and he's one person I must say was a likable person. For someone to align with the pastor and all that, that tells you a lot. And all that he has this presence and this demeanor about him, but nobody really knew that deeply rooted in him, he had this hatred, he had this bigotry, if you whatever you want to call it, and it's the same thing. I'm just asking myself, even this OB guy that we are even shouting about, how about if he gets there and it turns out to be another person? What do we then do? What do we then do? We are all shouting about Obi, about his past record as the Anambra State governor, what he's done, and all his that he's clean and all that. How about if tomorrow he becomes president, he cannot even control the government? Everybody has corruption left, right, and center. Look at the people. Look at the way he defended the people that were. Because we asked him the same question when he came here. We asked him, "How about the people in the house?" He said, "Well, I'm in contact with them. You guys shouldn't worry and all that," which wasn't.
He said
to me, I wasn't impressed.
He said they are doing very well, which Aisha said.
Oh, I missed that. Yeah, I was so disappointed. I was just so disappointed. So the thing is, people saying that Buhari is a murderer and all that. Listen, let me just address you guys, yeah, without being rude. Those guys that were shot, is it right for them to be shot? Yes, they deserved it. Because most of you guys didn't even know. Maybe probably you were too young to even understand. There was a pandemic of drug dealers. Some people, even from my family, sent people to Europe and they were jailed. There was pandemic left, right, and center. Like Chim rightly said, I didn't even know he knows about that, but me and Chim know who we're talking about. They were overthrown because of that. The people that took over, there were some certain very powerful people at the time that felt that this guy, the rate where this guy will go, he will just expose us. We better do something. So it wasn't just a coup, that and all that. There was more to it. So when we come here and then Ngozika, that was why I wanted to educate her and say, listen, it's not everything you read about somebody on the internet is true. People might say forefathers is from Timbuktu and all that, just because they want to. They just want to tell that story. It may not necessarily be true. So the thing is,
you took away from your point though by saying that something about our age. There was no need for that. You could have made this point solid.
No. She didn't allow me to. She didn't allow me to learn. She spun it as if I was trying to disparage her that she's too young. But after all, I'm older than her. So what's her problem? That's the thing about this generation. I'm older than her. So she's
probably old enough to be somebody's missus or mother or something, and to bring.
I understand
there was no
that,
point.
but
There was no need.
There was no need. Well said,
the statement I made was I didn't insult her age. I didn't say she was too young to understand. I
The
was trying to
statement
say
you
come up.
made, unfortunately, had her backup. So what you wanted to communicate, you didn't communicate it. So it's like,
That
why
was
didn't you
why
just go straight? All I'm asking to you, why
Jago, that was why
let
I
me
said,
just
listen,
say this criticism. Sorry. Why didn't you just go straight to the point instead of having all these things that will spin your communication another way and lead to misunderstanding? That's what you did.
Her back was already up and all that. I knew. That was why I said, leave it. I speak to her privately. I'll talk to her later. That was why I said, listen,
She will tell
leave
you
it.
the same thing. What was real
Just
is
leave
that
that
what
one. We'll settle ourselves.
Please let him finish his
We'll
answer.
settle ourselves.
You are attempting me to
There was
say.
no,
You are
there was
attempting
no
me to
harm.
say
There was
something.
no harm meant at all. God knows my heart. I'm
Yeah.
not like that. I know.
And to support you,
I
Tone.
roll with younger. Listen, I roll with younger people, that are much older than. But she didn't understand where she already had her back up. She was already talking about Chibok girls. I understand. She can be a bit emotional. I understand. And that was why I said,
Seriously,
let's leave it.
wow. Why you just keep
you're
giving
just
us
digging a
trouble?
hole? Every word you're
Why
saying
do you
is
keep
digging
using all these
yourself a
key
hole.
words, man? You just keep asking for trouble.
Please.
Absolutely.
I mean, I don't know why she took it that way. Probably because there was some conversation you guys might have had before. Because I thought
Not had
you
any
were actually.
conversation. No, Ed.
Wait, I thought you
clarify.
were.
No. There was no
Wait,
conversation
let
at
me
all.
land. I thought you were actually
Oh, it's
flowing.
not your turn now. Change the time to wait. I've been waiting patiently.
Wait, please. I'm going to leave. I'm going to leave the talk now. I actually thought Tone was responding to something she had said earlier because she was the one that actually revealed her age and said she was not around when Buhari was president. So I actually thought Tone was actually responding to that. I mean, I was surprised to see that kind of reaction.
I think it just shows that it's important. If you really value the message you want to convey, try to condition it so that you don't put the person up to block it. Because she just blocked it. But what you said is quite important.
I think it was a state of her mind at that point in time. I understand. I'm not knocking her.
Yeah,
for
she
that.
was
I'm not
unusually
upset.
quite defensive today. I
But
get
anyway,
what you're
let's
saying,
not
but you didn't need to
take
give
too
her
much
that
time. I
chance.
think Sixfield is itching to let up this team. Let's hear him out.
No, it's not Sixfield. I think it's Okija. You know,
Sixfield I just come in.
we can't disrespect a whole chief. You know,
it's okay. Okija's turn.
That red hat is not for nothing.
Okay.
So
Right.
please go ahead.
I mean, like every good evening. Everyone has somewhere to go to. So if you want to come, if you come here, just relax, calm down, to get to your turn. I have something else I was doing before people started talking about Buhari and Chima came with Biden and stuff. I mean, you know, like politics, you know, I don't know. I try to separate my politics from my religion and from relationship as well. Politics is just about consensus. You can't see a political figure you will agree with him 100%, except probably, you know, maybe your dad. You know, you agree with you 100%. So you always vote candidate based on, you know, your own so things you're looking for.
Okay, even your dad, you can't agree with him too. Even your dad.
Yeah. So yeah, because I know people here, you know, they're talking about Buhari, and this. I don't know why they can't understand that why people saw some good things in Buhari. I was somewhere and I posted something online, someone about Desiane. That time, you know, her corruption issue came up about 2 or 3 years ago. So someone, you know, an Igbo person sent something to me, was like, you know, why would you be saying something like that? I was like, you know, she's corrupt. You know, he said, well, what about how, you know, northern people, that this woman is she's Igbo. I said, she's not Igbo. She said, oh, she's married to an Igbo. I said that makes it worse for me. That I don't, if I want people that are corrupt, I don't want my own brother to be that person. Let me be their brother, you know. So that's the more reason why I have to, you know, like, you know, criticize her, you know, because she, you know, she's bringing she's disparaging our name. She's bringing our name to shame by being corrupt. So anyway, I mean, Buhari, you know, he has his own issues, but Jonathan was so bad. Jonathan, I mean, I think the worst thing that has ever happened to Nigeria was Jonathan, because Jonathan brought, you know, the next worst thing, Buhari. But Jonathan was so bad. Jonathan and Patience, they were always fighting in the Asarok. They were always fighting. I'm talking about physical fight. Jonathan was a drunk. Jonathan would drink, nothing.
I'm happy I'm not the one saying it. I'm just happy I'm not the one saying it.
Sorry, is there any proof for this? This is the first time we are hearing it. I'm hearing it.
CIA report.
Fathers, there are facts about
CIA report. CIA report.
Yeah.
Jonathan was fighting. I don't know whether CIA
report. Were you privy to that report?
To be deciding what our leaders are.
Were you privy to that report? Were you privy to the report? Were you privy to the report?
Please don't worry.
Stop speaking to someone like they're in court. He's not in court. You're not the prosecution lawyer. What's the matter with you? Calm down.
Yeah, please go ahead, Okija.
So, so these are, like a lot of Nigerian journalists, they have that information. So it's not like secret. A lot of people that worked in Aso Rock, they have that information. So it's
why
not
would
like
they hide it though? Such information.
Some people they close their ears.
Hiding anything for Tinubu.
Some people they close their ears. They don't need to hear. Some people heard. So even that's one of the reasons why the U.S. government backed Buhari, because Jonathan was so woeful.
That is a bloody lie. That is a bloody lie. And the way you people come here to begin to be disparaging other people.
You get a chance to strongly disagree.
Aisha came here and gave us so many reasons why Jonathan was so bad. I mean, like 2011 election was it 2011 or 10 election? I supported Buhari. I was even campaigning for Buhari. I was in Lagos, and that was when they have a CPC or whatever. I was even the world chairman for CPC. I had to go to the state, they told me who was the state chairman. I had to go to the state chairman house and brought it to my ward. So everybody supported Buhari because there was, between Buhari and Jonathan, what was going on then, the choice was clear. Even if it was just like, Jonathan the goat, I would have voted for a goat. That's so bad. Even right now, all the bad things Buhari did, if there were at the election now, they said you must choose one of them, I would choose Buhari over Jonathan again. What did he do? He had look at this. Jonathan was supposed to be. He was the president. I would say Jonathan was the first president that was, the first Nigerian, common Nigerian president. Because all these guys, all along they've been privileged. Maybe they were in the army, and somebody stood for them, like Obasanjo. He was in the army also, and there was who had backers. The army, the elites in the army. They backed him. And so he became president. Shagari was, Fulani, Fulani, teacher, and he had the backing of the establishment. But Jonathan was like nowhere. I mean, he was supposed to be more responsible. More was given to him. More was expected from Jonathan. He said he told us how he went to school, barefooted. He had nothing, no beginning. They were like accidental deputy governor, accidental president, vice president, accidental president. God gave him so much opportunity.
He was never accidental deputy vice president. He was never. You have to let me speak. He has been speaking for so long.
No. When you finish, then it's your turn, isn't it? You have your chance.
Okay. So I will give you a chance to say, Chime. One of the things I don't like discussing American politics with people who are foreigners in America. So I have a friend in London. He bombards me with all these things. After a while, I told him I don't want to discuss things with you. Like Chime, I don't really want to discuss things with you, but he made some statement about Biden that he supported KKK or whatever. Biden was a senator. He worked in the Senate with Tom Strongman or whatever. He was a senator too, so they had to work together. So Biden, when there was somewhere he was campaigning, he said that he worked with Republicans, including Tom Strongman or whatever. So that means that he wasn't a member of KKK. Biden wasn't a member of KKK. He never supported KKK. That was a statement he made. Okay, so but someone who we know that has been an open racist, that it will go to his history. That's Donald Trump. You say something about immigrants, the way they support Democrats. I mean, we are mostly Nigeria. We're conservative. We agree more with Republicans in something, but when you come to a place, you look, if you are somebody who thinks, you look critically, look at what is happening here. Just like you go to the Bible, Jesus Christ, when he was going around, he would see some sinners, the people that were created, they are sinners. They will, Christ will come, I will eat in your house. He will go with them. They recognize they are sinners. But you see some people, the Pharisees and Sadducees, people who pretend that they are good people, but inside of them, they are just painted, they are evil inside of them. Outwardly, they look nice. That's what you see. People go out, you have to make a decision. Why do you want to vote for this person? I remember when Trump was in power, and Nigerians are the most educated immigrant in America, the most successful immigrant in America. But Trump stopped Nigerians from bringing their family into US because he said, they are bringing too much people into US. He banned Nigeria. That's the reason why if you go to a US embassy now, where you have an immigrant visa, I'm not talking about visiting visa and tourist visa or student visa, those are different. You're talking about immigrant visa, like they are backed up because Trump blocked Nigerians. And when Biden came, he removed the block. And then, people that were waiting before, they came back in line, and other people that added. And then you want me, all of it, because, Trump,
But can I ask you something, though?
Yeah.
Because it's very interesting, this point, when the way it's spinning around in my head. Like, say Trump now, he bans immigrants from coming in. They are at least limited in numbers that are coming in. But his policies generally gave Nigeria space to flourish, or at least flourish more. But while Biden takes our people into his country to work for his country and carries out policies that destroys our nation, which one is worse?
You have your own things to deal with.
No, I'm just asking because I think I'm trying to expand the way we think about this individual.
I want the world whereby people, where they go to maximize their potential. If in America, we make you maximize your potential, go to America. You don't have to stay in Nigeria. If all of us stayed in Nigeria, we wouldn't have all the things like right now, there was, Nigerian economy is being saved by people outside Nigeria. The money we send back home. So if these people they didn't come, what are we going to be facing now?
Let me talk now. I have a dinner to attend right now. I'm even late.
Are you saying because you get your time, because the way you are hot right now will give you your time to talk.
I just want to say some records, but I'm not talking too much. Because
like Bart Naji, he went to MIT.
What is bad energy got to do with the topic? Leave all those extraneous issues now. Let's go to the issue we are talking about.
Please, just let him finish. Okija, please,
I don't want to
feel for the field now.
I don't want to do you like Pansa did to Rudolph, but you should shut up. You shut up. Shut the fuck up.
We just say okay. Carry on then. Finish.
Okay. So people like Bart Naji, he studied here, he lectured here, he went back to Nigeria with all he learned. That's why he formed the geometric, the power station in Abia State today. So a lot of us here, we have experience, we come here to have good experience, and we take it back home. So it's just that we are not working, we haven't devised a way to help. The Chinese, what did they do? They did a Sitoro. You remember the Sitoro program? They send their people back to US, and then they record and they went back. And that's the development you see in Chinese in technology now. Those are people that came to US to study. So we have to develop our own Sitoro program to take advantage of. Indians, they are taking advantage. So we have to.
You call it Sitoro,
Yes,
but in the meantime, that's I think I remember that. That's true.
Yeah, it's a project. It's a project. They dedicated.
There are people go to the West and come back.
Yeah, they said that they called it. Yeah, so that's the thing.
Thank you.
So you have to you have to go back and find out what will benefit you and your people. That's what you have to choose. That's my politics. What will benefit me and my people. It's not about that you're conservative. This is not church. Politics. US is not church. US is government business. Government is about business. What will favor me. That's the way I see it.
Thank you.
Sixfield,
Sixfield.
my brother.
Okay,
my brother.
Yeah.
My brother. I bet say I wanted you to go after me. Just one question for him. He shouldn't answer. Let him answer later. So because you felt that Trump did not allow immigrants in, that he's a bad person, right?
No, he banned Nigerians. He targeted Nigerians specifically.
Okay, I will address that.
Can you put a link to this thing you just said?
It's affected my person.
Sixfield, I'm waiting for you. Please go ahead. I don't want you to think I went away because I know you came for me. That's why I'm waiting.
No. I don't have time to come for you. What I have to say is this. Number one, Buhari is the worst president that has ever ruled Nigeria. First, as a military dictator, In fact, he was literally chased away because of how terrible it was. They didn't do nothing. In fact, they were going about flogging people on the streets, flogging old people that went to work, flogging civil servants and making them frog jump and do all those military drills. In fact, our parents were coming back home crying. Is that how you instill discipline? That's a question that you shouldn't answer. Number two, you guys were just lashing at Jonathan. Jonathan was literally chased out of Aso Rock because he was a minority. Because there was nothing that happened under Jonathan that has not happened before. The way he was vilified. In fact, Professor Madi Shehu in Arise TV, he said Jonathan, his statement was that look at the way they chased him. That was the word he used. He was literally chased, humiliated, because he was a minority. And put that at the back of your mind. Because you guys are always interested in wanting to build a so-called Nigeria. Put that at the back of your mind. Then the former CBN president, governor, Sanusi, when he was interviewed recently, he said, how backward did Buhari set us? He said 40 years. He said 40 years. Now the facts are obvious and the facts have been clear, except you want to be, a revisionist. But the facts are very obvious and they're very clear. Now, when these facts have come out, regardless of your position before, and you've seen new facts, and you cannot change your position based on new facts, then I have a serious problem with you. That's the problem I have with the lady called Aisha Yesufu. Even when the facts are clear, people that even were the main antagonists rather, against Jonathan, telling you that the person that they chose set the country back 40 years. Do you know what 40 years is? 4 decades. And you still are not humble enough to change your position on a stance, and you say, oh, well, you stand by that. I'm very, very suspicious of you. And I have zero regard for that kind of people. Regardless of the fact that you support Obi, that is where we align. Outside of that, and I'm very fearful for Obi himself. I have zero regard for those kind of people. You talk about Buhari's corruption. He has always been painted as one kind of a saint. He's the most corrupt northern leader that you can ever find. He will pretend not to be part of the issue. In fact, in this day and age, somebody saying they forged his signature. It wasn't even news. If it was Jonathan, that would have been a big news. Oh, he was a drunk. That's why they even forged his signature. He wasn't even aware that they forged his signature. People are coming to argue that they forged your signature at the commander-in-chief. You went. That's the first time in the history of Nigeria. Nobody mentioned this same Buhari. There's the issue about the Emir Jokolo 53 suitcases of printed currency. When he was shooting unfortunate young people on the stakes that for drugs, they were perpetrating heinous corruption in Nigeria with their oligarchs. 53 suitcases were printed. They were printing money from abroad. Up to today, there's no investigation. There's no closure. Everything is swept under the table. And he's a bigot. Everybody knows Buhari is a bigot. Before the death of this guy, the president of Libya that was killed, Buhari was always there, promoting Islamic agenda. These are people always promoting Islamic agenda to the detriment of other parts of Nigeria. So I wonder what you will see when Buhari was president as a military dictator. People were flogged on the streets of Nigeria. Is that how you instill discipline?
Don't you think sometimes some Nigerians did a little bit of
let me finish my point. You can no.
Okay.
Is that how you instill discipline? Flogging people in the marketplaces, in the places of work. So so when the argument comes that you want to use a Buhari to replace a Jonathan, tell me the things that happened under Jonathan that has not happened before and has not been happening now. What has happened? Tell me the amount of kidnapping that have been going on right presently now, even under Buhari, compared to when Jonathan was there. And it is public knowledge that those kidnappings were even orchestrated by the current vice president of Nigeria now, who was harboring those people in his lodge. Even when he was advised by Minister Wike, remove those girls from there. An official letter was written to him. Remove those girls from there. Then they left those girls to be kidnapped. It is their own people they are kidnapping, just because you want to kick this man out of power. This is the man that appointed the first chief of army staff, from the Igbo land. When General he had to suffer all that. When General Iyejirika was even fighting, doing his best to fight this Boko Haram. What did they do? They went to the United Nations, went to the US, said he was killing their people. He had to remove him because they were almost going to be tried, for crimes against humanity. That was why they removed the Iyejirika. So when and the reason is pure. I was in Lagos during that election. I never see any reason why I should vote Buhari. In fact, I was in a mechanic workshop, and there was a radio station. I was just sitting, there was a radio program going on, and somebody made a call. He said, okay, Jonathan came to Lagos and there was traffic, which is normal. And he said, for anybody that votes for Jonathan has sold his soul to the devil. I was in that mechanic workshop. I was just sitting down quietly, and I was just keeping quiet. I said, somebody came to Lagos and there was traffic. Therefore, Jonathan is not the devil. The only reason, and I'm giving you facts now, the only reason he was chased out was because he was a minority. Because there was nothing happening under him that has not been happening in Nigeria, and has not even worse things under Buhari. In fact, you have a Buhari that claimed he was tired. At a point, he said he was tired. He was only interested in going to Dua. He wanted to retire. Imagine if a president of a Senate climb will make such a statement. In fact, it will be impeachment proceedings will start immediately. And that period, there was a lot of problems in Nigeria, security challenges, economic challenges. The president said, "Oh, he's tired, that the problems are too much." We excuse all these things, but when it comes to the minority, of course, because he said nobody's in Nigeria, in the Nigerian factor. But he said nobody's in that is and that here lies the problem. Here lies the problem. If you think that you will smash us on our head, and you will desecrate our land, desecrate our people, and you kill us, and you think you want to build a nation, I'm telling you, you people are mistaken. And the way people are going about it, I'm telling you that something. I'm telling you, opposition will start to come up for innocent men like people.
Can I ask you something?
Raise opposition against him, because you should understand the sociology of the country you are from. You don't be ignorant that you are from a very complicated society. This is not America. If you want to play that politics, you want to gain something, you want to build a nation, you must be very aware of the sociological, economic, ethnic, language, every kind of factors you must put into play. But when you think that you will just be rubbishing the people, people will come to this platform. Oh, they are stealing our oil. They are stealing our oil. Nobody can even.
Okay, Steve, okay,
nobody can even give a word.
You've been talking. Let me ask you.
Wait, now don't ask me a question. You can't just go on for 15 minutes. That are producing this oil. Nobody will even put a word.
Hold on now. You are repeating yourself. We've heard you. I wanted to ask, see, what are the things you would say Jonathan accomplished while he was in office? Because you seem to be very strongly in support of him.
Well, it's not that I'm supporting. It's what when you say I'm supporting him. I'm not talking about I'm supporting him. What I'm talking about is that when you have to have a sincere purpose when you make issues, and you have to be fair. There has to be fairness in dealing with people, that people will see that there is fairness on this table that we are discussing. People are coming with clear conscience. People don't have ulterior motives, and people are stating issues where they are. Jonathan made Nigerian economy the biggest economy in Africa. At that time, our economy was growing at about 6%. annually. About
Okay.
6%
So now
annually.
let me add this. Let me add this. You see,
So
that's a very good thing that you just stated. However, if you look at it from the other point of view, Jonathan had 2 terms from the previous, that's the president that he was VP for, then had 4 years, and he was going for another this is 4 years again. You can see that a lot of people were feeling a little bit like as if it was unfair to them. So that is one.
Let me finish my point, Mr.
Regarding Buhari, I want to don't be worried. It's your time. So regarding Buhari, if somebody tells you that Buhari is responsible for a kind of getting the Dangote refinery going and completing it within 6 years, a massive refinery like that, then commission.
Let me finish. I don't like the way you don't interrogate me.
No, I want to ask you now, because you have to justify some of the things you are saying, and if it is true, so that people can be more it will be more believable. So if Buhari was the one that commissioned all the refineries in Nigeria for all of them to be fixed, which they are all going to be coming.
No. I'm not saying the point I'm making.
Was he the worst president?
The point, of course, economically, statistically, security-wise, everybody has stated it. I quote Patu Tomi in Arise TV. He said Buhari is the worst president that Nigeria has ever had. The worst 8 years that Nigeria has ever experienced. Okay, so that is my point. I don't want to make this issue, but what I'm grieving now is this. The reason why that man was chased and humiliated, in fact, look at what is going on today. How many people have you seen come out to protest? To the extent his wife was being described as a baboon by the revered professor. But today,
yeah, that is wrong. And this drinking, there's no evidence for the drinking. I had to have that one. Every time I check this information online, people are saying no, he's not a drunk. I don't know why they just maybe because it's from Rivers. Of
course. I had a friend who was saying people just if somebody. I wonder if any of you that drink beer, you have not take alcohol. I've had alcohol in my past that I've been drunk or tipsy a little bit. Does that? They just categorize. They just they control the media. They just think. In fact, listen to this guy, David Udain. He was in the media that day in Nigeria. He clearly analyzed the issue. They just packaged him like the worst thing that ever happened, and just pushed him away. That is where. And now the facts are clear. The man is not as bad as they are painting him. But people say they are digging down. They are digging down. Okay, you are digging down. You are digging down. I'm telling you, this country is going nowhere. Because I might flip, and I'm not going to support a bit. My vote is not important, but that is it. You can't you can't be rubbishing one part of one section of people and rationalizing it and giving excuses. It's a very complex country. You have to consider everybody. Put everything in perspective. Put it on the table. Be fair to everybody. Be fair to everybody. Look at it objectively and come with opposition. But when you just want to dismiss this and they say it's a drunk, everything, even to today, when they say that they've gone so wrong, the facts are clear for everybody to see. We are all alive. Look at 10 years back and 10 years now. Even if you're a blind person, the evidence is there for you to see. What are you going to argue? The economy was better. Everything was better. So what is your argument? If you even want to accept, even without conceding, that it's not, it was not his making. The economy was better then. Life was better then. So what is the argument? If you just to be there 8 years and leave, what is the argument? Everything was that we were, 10 years back. So what kind of argument are you going to make? Oh, he's a good man. He's a good Islamist. But how does that put on your table?
Sixfield, is there anything anybody would tell you that will make you rethink your position on Buhari? Anything that would make you think?
Nothing, because he has already ruled. He has gone. Look at this. Do you know how many months he spent just to appoint ministers? How many months he spent just to appoint ministers? The same people, and he brought them back.
The objective fact that Buhari is the worst. Is the worst. We don't even need to argue that.
Yeah, the corruption in the government. So, okay.
It's a very this thing, for me, all of them are terrible.
Mr. Fofodat, I'm going to take my
it's
leave
like
now because
measuring
I
height
have my
among
family
boys. That's
waiting.
what
I have my family waiting. I have to make this submission. So what I'm saying is
at
it.
what point are we going to, you know?
Yeah,
what I'm saying is
I think we have to let him vent. It looks like this guy has been boiling for a long time. So
what I'm saying is this. When you come, if you want to build a nation, I support P2B with all my heart because I believe he's the best person. But when you come, when we come here and we don't want to treat people equally, and we don't want to be objective, I'm telling you, I'm a negotiator. I can be very, very selfish because I will protect my own self first. Look at this guy they call Tinubu with all his fault. His people, they carry him on their head. They said they must vote for him. That is in Nigeria. That is the reality. Don't beguile yourself. Don't be stupid. Don't be foolish. That is in Nigeria we have. People are tribal. People are sectional. They have themselves. So when you want to play that politics, you must come. You must come objectively. You must come with an open heart. And you must come with truth. That is what Peter Obi represent. But if you come, you say, "Oh, you want to be destroying my own brother." It's for myself. I'm a proud Germany day. I'm a prince. I'm a job prince. But I've looked at it objectively. There's nothing this man has done that all this own what you're painting him. It's not the best. Obviously, it's not the best. But if the way you people are rubbishing him, even when he allowed peace to reign, and okay, let you people come and rule.
Yeah, I don't like the way they are mocking Jonathan.
When they don't know what to say again, they'll say no matter what you say, you cannot tell me anything. They don't even have any fact. He said he's a drunk. Did you drink with him? He said he stole money. How much have you retrieved from him? How much have you retrieved from him? And this is a man that, because of his stance on gay with Obama, that was the major reason that they went against him. Otherwise, they don't give a damn. That was the major reason that they went against him. That was the very major reason, because he's not against American interests. He's not offending their interests. It's not spoiling their business. But because he stood, and all African countries at that time were against Obama.
I don't say you have a dinner to go and attend.
Okay, it's true.
I hope you enjoy your dinner. You know, have a good one.
Can I quickly say something, please? I know Masca and so on, please. Sorry, this whole perception that my teeth is bigger than your teeth, or my teeth is not as big as your own. I'm happy because I was going to judge him, but he threw it out. I was wondering, is this guy, because he said things, are you voting for Peter Obi because me, I'm Igbo? You're on your own, no? Because I voted Buhari, and I'm defending why I voted Buhari. I am not saying Buhari did not fail. I agree with the submission that after everything, Buhari, right now, based on evaluation, is the worst president Nigeria has ever had. But does that in any way take away from the fact that Jonathan was misruling also in one way or the other? This whole idea that, because look at, we are going
to have that conversation whether Buhari is truly the worst.
No, so from the general perception based off what we saw in the last 8 years, comparative to other people who had come before him, before Tinubu, is that he was the biggest mistake we had. Nobody is contesting that. But that does not in any way take
somebody is contesting it, so don't say nobody is contesting it.
There's people contesting
John, I agree with you. Somebody is contesting it. But a lot of people are saying he is the worst thing that happened.
But if all the 4 refineries in Nigeria come on stream with Dangote, I think maybe people will start thinking twice about that statement.
Forefathers, it is not based on Dangote alone. There are a lot of indices that are being.
How many people have done anything like that from Obasanjo?
But Buhari didn't do that. They've been doing all those things before now.
No. All this one I'm talking about, it was during his time. And he commissioned the last one that are working now.
Forefathers.
That's the one I'm talking about.
Forefathers. If we look into those projects, Nigerian state has its own refineries, but the Nigerian state gave a private man money to build a refinery.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm here to be objective. I'm not here to look. I want Nigeria to work. When I voted for Buhari, it was because I believed he would make Nigeria work. Unfortunately, he came and failed.
He came and failed in many
It's
indices.
definitely insecurity, especially that one. That one.
And that is one of the issues they are using to measure him. But it doesn't take away like what Okija said. I know me and Okija usually don't agree. But I mean, I was happy. That's why I said, Okija, I'm happy these things you are saying are not coming from me. Jonathan was the first president that was not mainstream. Every other person who has been leading Nigeria has been in the military, have closeness with power in one way or the other. He was the first person from oblivion that just came from nowhere.
How about Yaradua? Yaradua was close to
power. Yaradua is from the Yaradua family. His elder brother, Shehu Musa Yaradua, was in mainstream. His elder brother wanted to be president. His elder brother was incarcerated by Abacha.
Yeah, I see.
Yes. So in fact, there is a theory that Obasanjo put him there as a reward for his brother.
Yeah,
that's the point.
His brother was Obasanjo's vice when Obasanjo was head of state. Yeah.
So the point is, Jonathan was the first person, not in the military, not in the political circles, that became president. And a lot of people were supporting him. Listen, we tend to have an amnesia as Nigerians.
And that is not true. Chim, I'm not trying to interject you. It's a fast check. That is not true. He was a governor of
No. Jonathan, you don't understand. You haven't understood me. Jonathan is the first person, whether he became governor or not, to come from somewhere we didn't know him that much, and he became president. Every other person, Babangida, Obasanjo, all of them had been in the corridors of power before Jonathan. He was the first person. Unfortunately, we have amnesia. When Jonathan was deputy to a sick man, and the National Assembly didn't want to make him full president, some of the people were deriding, Save Nigeria, Tunde Bakari and co. were the ones who went on the street to force the National Assembly to do that, pass that law. What was that law they called it? Something
about
doctrine of necessity.
Thank you, Masker. Doctrine of necessity. And he became president. I'm not a little boy in Nigerian politics. I may not be a senator. I follow Nigerian politics with close marking. So somebody come here and be telling me that he can be selfish. Selfish over what? That your brother was a drunk and we're talking about it. Why are you angry? Well, I don't understand it. Why are you angry? Jonathan threw away Dan Juma. Dan Juma was one of the supporters of Jonathan. I remember when a certain late Ali Siroma made a statement that I was like, whoa, how can somebody come to national TV and make it? He said if Jonathan runs for president in 2011.
Can I suggest?
Please don't be offended.
Actually,
but there are people on the comment side who think he's correct.
Jim, it's not your turn, though. I speak
I beg, no vex. I beg you, please. Let me just make this comment and I drop off. Ali Tiroma, the late Ali Tiroma from Borno State, said that if Jonathan runs for presidency in 2011, they will make Nigeria ungovernable. He said it. And Danjuma told him, if anybody makes that announcement, go and arrest him. You are the head of state. Stop pandering. What did Jonathan do? So when a man had power and didn't know what to do with the power, and then an opposition APC milked it. Listen, APC is the best opposition that has happened to Nigeria. They knew their role when they were in opposition and they milked it. What is PDP and Labour Party doing today as opposition? That's the question I've been asking. And when I say it, people think I don't know what I'm saying. When APC was in opposition, they held PDP accountable. They made life difficult, and that was their role. That's what an opposition does.
Chim, there are nuances to this.
First, no, hold on.
First, Jonathan gave them that freedom. He signed the freedom.
I agree. I understand. I agree with you.
Which they are not even following now.
Ed, what is PDP doing? Why don't you play your role? Let it be obvious that the government is stifling you. They're not even playing the role. They are not playing the role. And then we come here and make it. These guys, they took power. They played their role and got themselves into power. And even in power, see the way they have been utilizing it, not in our benefit, I agree. But what is the opposition doing? I keep asking these questions. Why do we come here and we play? Politics is not a 100% rational game. It's not.
I think it doesn't look like a very good opposition person. It's not that.
So why are you going to blame? Tomorrow you blame Tinubu for it.
But I think Jonathan was an easy target because of the fact that Yar'Adua passed. It was a northerner that was supposed to be in office, and suddenly he's in office. He's ran the first time. The fact that he ran the first time and won, he was lucky. To do it the second time, I think that would have been, it was a mistake, because he would have run the
He
country for
was
10
not
years,
lucky.
and he would have,
He was not
let me
lucky.
finish the point. He would have run the country for 10 years. That would have been the only first time in a democratic system a president was in the country for 10 years, and he wasn't even supposed to be the attorney in terms of the rotational system. So you can see
And he
how
was trying to change the
that was a
constitution.
lot. That was a serious
It should have been for 9 years.
melee during that period.
It should have been for 9 years, not 10 years.
No, it would have been. It would have been for 10
I
years.
thought he
It's
ran for
correct.
2 years. Yeah.
4 years of 8 years and 2 years of Yar'Adua would have been 10 years.
Yeah,
No,
That's
no, no.
correct.
No,
But that's
Jonathan,
not even the point. I'm one of those who believe that if Jonathan had been running, see, he had a good economy. I'm not going to take that away. I'm not a mean person that will take someone's flower. Jonathan had a fantastic economy, but Jonathan had a loose. And then this guy said, "What had Jonathan done that nobody had done?" For real? Are you saying that because Jonathan did something that people have been doing before, then it makes it right? I don't understand that logic.
It makes it any less. But I get your point there.
just to make
I
this point,
speak
Jonathan officially became
Well,
president
well,
Let
May
Musk
of
speak
20,
before
So-
the whole thing will go
2010.
up.
Well,
May
I've
2010
been waiting for
was-
hours. It's my turn.
No, no, no. I'm not. I just want
Ed
to correct
wants
something.
to make sure we get it right.
Jonathan became president in May of 2010. I remember where I was that day.
20
So
what?
that's 2010, May 2010.
No, he became
No,
president in
Jonathan, if you
2009.
win the election, it will be 10 years. Let us
Go
not
check.
go and
It's not
Okay.
hard.
No,
I
but
will consider
If it is
to-
May
Check
2010, he left
the
office.
dates that
When did he leave
Yar'Adua
office? Is
died.
it not 2016?
Check the dates that Yar'Adua died.
No. When did he leave office? It's not 2016. 2010 to 2016. 6
Yar'Adua
years.
was in office
If
for
he had
about
stayed
2
in
years.
office for another 4 years.
He died.
It's not
Jonathan-
2016, it's 2015.
Oh, 2015 is when he left office.
Yeah.
Listen, for me, I have no interest in anybody. Let Nigeria work. People get angry with you when you call out their person, but they're okay when their person is doing the wrong thing. So someone is telling me that because Babangida did wrong, or Obasanjo did wrong, and then Jonathan did wrong, hey, let's allow Jonathan, because what kind of whack thinking is that, for goodness sake?
I think
What
Ed
kind
may
of
have a
thinking
point,
is
you
that?
know. I think it was 9 years. If he became into office 2010 and left office 2015, if he had won, it would have been 9 years,
9
isn't
years.
it?
Because that's one of the things that the
yeah.
APC used. I just wanted to correct it. They kept saying 6
Okay,
years.
fine,
It's never
consider.
6 years. It was just 5
Okay,
years.
Yeah,
so
we have. I used to use that
years,
too,
it's
so
not
I have to
6 years.
correct my own.
Just
I
few
speak the
months,
truth.
6 years.
So who was the best and who was the worst is subjective, and that depends again, like someone said earlier, on your leanings. I think it was Okija. On your leanings, what do you take as valuable? Let's Buhari, a person whom I actually do like, well, based on his past, was an unmitigated disaster. There is no doubt about that. But Jonathan, to say he was the worst president Nigeria has ever had, that is not beyond the realms of being reasonableness. Okay. Jonathan was terrible. And to say, oh, he was pushed out because he was a minority, I don't think that is true. You have to remember he reneged on his agreement with the Northern Caucus. He brought in unbelievable insecurity into Nigeria. He allowed it to fester. When Jonathan was in power, Aso Rock almost got hit. The DSS actually got hit at least twice. The terrorists were actually moving into Abuja. Jonathan was also in charge when Diazani and people like Sambo Dasuki were running roughshod over the treasury of Nigeria, pilfering it like no tomorrow. If he did what he had to do, then maybe Nigeria would not have the level of security that it has today. Private jets were being used to ferry monies to South Africa. At least $3 million was stopped, if we all remember correctly, by jets being.
And a missing aircraft that had money that just missed from nowhere. We forget
Yeah,
all this. People think we forget that was in Nigeria.
That there was a reason why, for example, the United States would not sell us the Super Tucanos that they eventually approved under Buhari that us and forefathers went round and round over. So when you look at all these things in perspective, you realize that not only was Jonathan a terrible president, he was an unmitigated disaster. Now, that aside, Sixfield was trying to say, well, he never did anything, no corruption was labeled to his name. That is not true. If you remember the Malibu oil scandal, where the Italian intelligence captured Jonathan on surveillance, on wiretaps, dealing with an Italian cartel, NI, and what was the other guy? I forget the other guy's name, where they sold Africa's richest oil well for less than $1 billion, of which they said $1.1 million was designated to go to Jonathan. So these are things that, in fact, Buhari, when he came into power, could have held Jonathan accountable for and jailed him, his wife, and his closest allies. But, well, we all know it's a Nigerian. If you know each other, then they reach a deal, and then everything was swept under the rug. So to say Jonathan was not a terrible president, he was horrible. Now, there's something I wanted to bring up before I round up, actually, two things that Chim and someone else said. It was Audi. So the judges that are elected in the United States really don't matter. They are on a local level. The judges that do matter are not voted for. They are appointed by the president and approved by the Senate. And those are the federal judges. So I just wanted to put that out there so we can always take that into perspective.
I think what Audi was trying to show was that he is not deeply partisan, that he votes based on interest. For instance, at the local level,
I do get that, but when he said, well, because the judges have some kind of say, that's why he votes conservative judges. And I'm like, I was just trying to say,
yeah, but they really do. But they
not
do at
really.
local level.
Yeah, but if you talk about like on the presidential, if they were to decide on presidential issues, it will be the federal judges, and they are not elected and they're not voted on. They are actually appointed by whoever's in charge of the government of the day.
Yeah, I think we have to be careful when we start taking reports from international bodies about our own leaders. That is, you have to be careful because we have leaders that we know are highly compromised and they don't release anything about them. So, who's next?
What do you mean by that?
No, because you all know that a lot of people accuse the current president of so many things that he's done, and even the Buhari and in short, there's no president or politician in Nigeria. Many of them, anyway, have all kinds of compromised finance that they have overseas, and you don't see them being released. And you can see that during that period when Jonathan was in office, the White House wanted him out. That is not disputed. They wanted him out of office. So the fact that all these are coming out, one has to ask. You want him out of office, somehow all this information is coming from you. But the Nigerians don't have anything on him. That is scary. But it's okay.
Forefathers, I also wanted to ask, like, this whole idea of Jonathan being a drunkard. I mean, I really want to know I want to see evidence of it.
There's no evidence.
Because David Udeyi has actually been on a roll in the past 24 hours talking about these issues.
Ed, there was a time, I don't want to reveal some information here. Raila Odinga, when he came to Nigeria, when Jonathan was in power, Jonathan and the wife fought. Jonathan left us to rock, and Raila Odinga, he was drunk. He was a drunk as well.
Jesus Christ! You see, we all know wicked drinks, but we all don't know that Jonathan drinks.
Listen, I mean, ask Sahara reporters. They have,
because I'm trying to separate what is facts from APC.
Yeah, we really have.
I'm not saying Jonathan is perfect.
Ed, why we are all Nigerians. We know that there are certain information. I don't want to use the word fact.
Even when he was a lecturer.
I don't want to use the word fact for
was he a lecturer?
No, but that's the same way they said that he did not have a PhD until they reviewed his PhD.
Buhari was Jibril, he forgot.
Okay.
I was talking about. I'm not into that.
We have to be careful. Nigerians tell some terrible lies.
But I'm telling you the truth. You know, this. I mean, like, for that, maybe we'll check. You know, I would.
Jesus Christ, Jibril has disappeared now. Has gone back to Sudan somehow.
Jonathan was always drunk. Jonathan was always
Forefathers. When it comes to our Nigerian politicians, it's like, for instance, Jonathan has 2 children, right? For those who know, he has 2 children. So if someone tells you that those 2 children were not
adopted or real children.
No, hold on. You are jumping the gun. He has 2 children. But if somebody tells you those children are not from patients, would you say it is a fact or fiction or made up?
You have to confirm.
Question. You will say
I
it's
can't
not
say anything. I don't know.
But do you know it's a fact? Do you know it's
a fact? They were adopted.
Yeah, if it is
the
true,
thing
then
about us
that's
is
why
that
you confirm.
our Nigerian leaders are not clean. It's a simple thing.
So
An
if he have
American
adopted,
president
what is wrong with him adopting children?
No, he didn't adopt children. He has children from another woman.
So what is wrong with that again? Is that not?
No,
is that new?
but his posturing is that the children he has is from his wife, which is not correct.
Okay, yeah, okay, that's lie. If he's saying that he's lying to the people,
so but when you hear it from somebody now, you say, prove it.
Why did he need to lie about that?
I've not seen Jonathan posture about the maternity of his children. He just calls them his children.
No, Ed, the point I'm trying to make is this. Our political leaders have too many things under the bridge. They always project the wrong image of themselves. We all know that Bush Jr. at some point did drugs. He did not hide it. But he will tell you, oh, he stopped doing it. The Nigerian president will make it look like he has been a saint all of his life. And then when things come out, we say it's conspiracy.
Saints? I don't know any Nigerian president that pretended that they were
I know what I'm saying. Those who understand what I'm saying know what I'm saying.
Okay. But Nigerians are very, very wicked when it comes to lie, man. They do some wicked lies. A lot of people believe that Buhari was dead. Yeah, some of them still believe he's still dead.
It was only IPOP people. It was only IPOP people that believed it.
So,
I didn't believe it for one day. Not even for 1 second.
I did ask a few questions, so they almost got me. I was like, could he possibly be dead? But it doesn't make sense. People believe all kinds of nonsense. Maska, please, thank you for joining us. What do you think about? Is Buhari the worst president? You can comment on Aisha Yesufu too.
Well, I mean,
why are you in black and white?
Oh, me?
You're black and white. Yeah.
It just looks like black and white. The camera don't have a good color.
No, I think, well, maybe there's some technological issues. I don't know. Maybe everything is black or white. Anyway, can you hear me?
Master, go on before your internet goes off. Please, go on.
Okay. I actually believe, I would say was, it's not the kind of statement I will make, because you have to go into a lot of mathematical analysis to determine who is worse. But I would say generally they were 2 bad leaders. And unfortunately, when you look at their personality, they would have been the best of the best. But I guess it was Chim who was saying that the quality of leadership has nothing to do with personality. And I think this should be a big lesson for the country, because we bash a lot of people because of their own. Take for instance, let's say Trump. You bash him for who he is personally. But I think we need to, as Nigerians, begin to discern between the person as he is and the capacity or the qualities that would be required for the person to do the job that is at hand. Buhari was really a bad case. And for me, there are 2 indices, sincerely speaking. When Jonathan was there, I drive from Abuja to Kano. It was supposed to be a 4-hour drive, but because of the roadblocks, the checks on the road, we normally spend like 8 or 9 hours, and we used to complain. But by the time Buhari left office, I do not dare drive from Abuja to Kano. I dare not. So for me, this was a very basic index to determine who is. I won't go into who is worse, who is better. They are all bad. But I'm just saying that if you look at that, for me personally,
Chim, your prophecy.
the second,
Yeah, you were frozen a moment ago. Please go ahead.
yeah, the second indices.
He's gone. I can't hear him. He's doing bye-bye. I think leadership is a very strange thing. I think we may even discuss that, because what you said about personality doesn't matter too much about leadership. There's some truth there. I think somebody was saying that leadership, morality doesn't even come into it in terms of the way we understand morality. That in the end is the greater good. That's all that matters for leadership. They can be cruel, they can be unjust, they can be anything. And history has suggested that's true. You can see leaders that have slaughtered millions and they go and worship them as great leaders. While the ones that are nice people, they will throw them out of office, that they're useless leaders. Like Jonathan, now nobody is going to say Jonathan is a mean person. And look at how we are bad-mouthing him. So please go ahead, Masca.
I was saying that the second indices for me, it's the exchange rate. If you look at the exchange rate during Jonathan Goodluck, as bad as he was, there was some semblance of order around it. But today, if you look at the exchange rate, or even when Buhari was living, it was just crazy. You know, another indices was the inflation rate also. Things were stable during Goodluck Jonathan's time, but they are not as stable as they were supposed to be when Buhari was there. Of course, one can also argue that the chief architect of all these demise in terms of the exchange rate, the inflation, you can say is Goodluck Jonathan, because he was the one who brought Emefiele as central bank governor. But I mean, nobody forced Buhari to remain with Emefiele, you know. So it's a sad discussion for me. But the point also for me, I want to highlight to us is the fact that, unfortunately for us also as a people, we're still being fooled by this idea of a person as a leader, as a messiah. We're still looking for a messiah. That will never happen. If you vote Peter Obi today, the fact is that it will be the same storyline. As long as Nigerians do not change their understanding of leadership, which is why I really like James' points today. You have to hold people accountable. You have to. Our attitude in Nigeria, we elect people, we then go to sleep and think that they should do the magic. We have done our own part. That is no. You have to, all of us as citizens, we have to constantly be there. Even if you're my best friend that I elected you, I have to be telling you the truth. I have to be telling you the truth day in, day out. If I really want to remain a good friend, I can't just support you during election and then you are taking wrong decisions and I'm not saying anything to you.
True.
I would want to stop here.
Thank you. And I hope people remember what Ngozika said. I think that is a very key point, because I actually came to that conclusion too. We have to sometimes focus on one thing, solve that one, and move on. I've seen that happen in the West here, where media platform will campaign for one specific stuff, focus on it, and in a way it's amplifying it when you say it over and over again, so that your leaders will know that, okay, people care about this issue. And for me, I've never seen people focus on security, focus on electricity, focus on healthcare. We talk about all of them at the same time. And I think maybe
that's not the people. That is, see, you have a valid point. I agree with you totally. But you see, we tend to forget one thing. If you listen to people who follow, let's use the typical American election system we keep using to evaluate. Notice that the Democrats, when they were trying to make sure they held Trump accountable, all their media affiliated organizations, the CNN, the MSNBCs, everybody went against him and they stayed on the messaging. My question is this: we have oppositions in Nigeria. Why can't those oppositions, APC found media-friendly institutions when they were in opposition to help them drum down their views? People may not understand me. I'm not here to support APC. I'm just saying this is politics. If you say you don't like a party and you want to get them out, go and do your strategy. It's the media that pulls down, that influences public views. The way they drum it down, they drum it down, they drum it down, they drum it down. Before you know it, even if it's a lie, it becomes the accepted Bible for everybody and informs voting. If it's abortion, you see CNN keeps telling you that, oh, the Republicans are coming for your babies, that they want to take away women's rights. And before you know it, it influences those single women or married women who abortion is a big deal for. My question is this. How come PDP spent 16 years in office, left office, became opposition and became lame duck? They could not galvanize themselves to say, you know what, we've learned the trick. Let's also go after these people. They couldn't do it against Buhari's government. They couldn't even do it after, in between Buhari leaving and then the opportunity. Buhari was not on the ballot. Even, let's say, incumbents don't lose the election. They could not do it. It's not the Nigerian citizen as an individual or separately that is going to determine what becomes the subject of discussion. It is the media that frames it. Like during Clinton, they said it's the economy is stupid. So I think,
but this platform is a form of media, and if you, for an example, now if you look at how Nnamdi Kanu,
are you comparing us to the Nigerian media, those who are back home?
not at all, not at all. But I'm trying to give an excuse that is relevant to ours too. Like Nnamdi Kanu, what he did, most of the stuff he did was online. Simon Ekpa, most of the stuff he did was online, but he did have an effect on the ground.
All from diaspora.
But he did have, the point is that he had the effect on the ground.
I'm not doubting you. I'm just saying those media on ground, how are they helping to influence the voter with their views? I know the next defense is going to be that, oh, it's not easy to be operating from Nigeria, that incumbency
we could also be calling the media out there. See, if you keep like, you know, was it not that was it Saving Messiah or Isaiah or something in Nigerian drama that says nobody is coming to save us? Do you think Atiku is going to leave Dubai? Don't worry about him. You have to do what you can do now. And if you have some power to do something, there's no use complaining to somebody that doesn't want to do the job. We have to take this thing and do the ones we can do. Because there's no use being here just talking about different things over and over again when we don't settle down. And that, I actually believe in that, because I said that before, that we don't focus on one thing and make a specific demand. And that's something our leaders do very well. When they're campaigning, they will make a general demand. They don't tell you, like in the UK, they will cost it. They will tell you what they are going to do with it and how much it's going to cost precisely and how they are going to do it. But in Nigeria, I'm going to give you 24 hours power supply. How? There's no explanation.
Put me backstage, please.
All right. There's no explanation.
I will soon leave it. Just to make one point. You know, yesterday I was going about something and everybody thought I was crazy when I said we shouldn't listen to Tinubu's daughter. So I'm happy you brought up this issue of staying on a single subject matter. Listen, Tinubu, I'm not praising him. For those who think, oh, I'm here to praise him. No. But you know what? We need to acknowledge what he is doing as a politician. This man knows that the media is critical. He owns one. Two, see the number of investments in terms of appointments he made into media. That was crazy. That's two. Thirdly, do you see how his children, his apologists, everybody's on Twitter. Everybody is doing things to make sure they project him in a good light, including that his daughter, I said we shouldn't listen to yesterday. This is why, because they understand the psyche. They understand the power of taking possession of the narrative, being the one in charge of the narrative. That's where Jonathan lost it for himself. He was careless when it came to managing power, managing the media influence and everything. Tinubu does not want to be careless with it. He knows he's going to influence a lot of things, and that's why he's investing in it. We can deride it, stay here and laugh about it, but that's the truth. He understands it.
To be fair, I'm willing to forgive Jonathan, because in the context of Nigeria, he had a lot of headwinds against him. If he had come at a time like now, like during this cycle where Tinubu or Peter Obi or anybody could become president, I think the headwind would be different. The headwind against him was a little bit heavy, and I don't think people understand that enough.
Forefathers,
For me, anyway.
if anybody was a lucky president, it was Goodluck Jonathan. Do you know how much money the revenue they got? What better headwind are you going to look for other than an economic headwind?
And both
the economy was better. From what I gather, the economy was better under him.
And
politically had a big
favor
problem
for policy changing. So what are you talking about?
See, there are a lot of people, in Nigeria that I know, that rotational government that he became the president when he wasn't supposed to be was a lot of problem in the north. They would not like it, and the more popular he is, the more annoyed they get. So you can see why that headwind is always there. They were even threatening to even form their own state or something like that if he didn't hand over power. That is how bad it was getting. So for me, on that part, I feel a little bit sympathetic towards him, and I like the way he also handed power over. That was a legacy that it's not easy to get done, to switch from one party to another
He has
party.
no
He did
choice
that
at
well.
that point anyway. He already lost the ground. So what are you talking about?
There is some truth there, but still, you
No,
have to
I
give
give
somebody
it to him.
credit.
I agree with you. I give it to him. I mean, he could, if he was a stubborn person, he could have put the country into a chaos. See, the thing with our people is this: people just want to, accept what makes them happy and not be rational and look at things critically. I have nothing against Jonathan. If I compare Jonathan versus Buhari, I think Jonathan was a better leader. But guess what? At the time when that election was coming up, Jonathan was not projected as a good leader. Everything was so, it gave people room to say, you know what, let's try someone else. So that's why I keep saying he gave room for those things. I also think PDP as a party mismanaged 16 years. They became very arrogant. And people were like, okay, this party says they want to rule us for 60 years. Let's push them out. Just what I'm saying. So, I mean, that APC came under Buhari and did not manage the goodwill does not in any way take away the fact that Jonathan also was on a bad trajectory politically. His economy, like Masca rightly said, was good. His economy was good.
Everybody says the economy was good. Well, what did he actually do to make it good? That we should give him credit
go
for.
to Mazi. Let's
I'm not saying that his economy was good, though, because when you compare the amount of money they got and where they left the country, it was bad economics. And for starters, for him to have sacked one of the best central bank governors we have had is bad economic management. Clearly,
I agree with
you. They were the people that laid the foundation for these exchange issues we were having, where money that is coming from our
your audio is gone. Mazi Prince, thank you for joining us. What do you think about what you've heard so far?
So far I've been quiet and no interrupt anybody, right? And I hope you were managing the time. You were looking at the time, because when I start mine. Basically, why I don't really dwell much on Nigerian politics when it comes to Jonathan and Buhari, in the sense that when I'm talking about the Fourth Republic, I think we are still in Fourth Republic in Nigeria, is because before the both of them came in, I was already out of Nigeria. However, I supported Jonathan. No matter what, I did campaign for him from here. If you go on my Twitter, if you go on my Facebook, you see it was all Jonathan. Why? Because I knew Buhari before now. I knew when he came in as a military dictator. I didn't like that. I knew what we suffered. I knew how it was that for essential commodities we had to queue. Then they will say, oh, because then my dad worked at PNT, postal and telecommunication. So they will say, oh, today is postal and telecommunication time. So now, he would, for them to take their turn, they will line up in order to buy essential commodities, which is like Bonvita, sugar, milk, and all that kind of a thing. And it was really a put up for me, because we had to be the one to go and collect it. He will, they will do whatever it is, but we'll be the one to take it home. So I didn't like that, and I knew something was wrong at that time. Moving forward, just like I said, Jonathan, had the opportunity to make things right when he was being accused, when his ministers, were being exposed. There was a time given to Jonathan to come to the foreign media Even CNN, Christian Amampo interviewed this man, and he was still on TV lying. Lying. I didn't like that. And people always talk about when people want to talk about Jonathan, they always want to accuse Obama of being like, was it Obama that voted Buhari? Why we always this backward? And then the next thing they will talk, because he didn't support LGBTQ, whatever. Who cares? Who cares? The only reason, and it's kind of like, I don't know if it's misconception or it's just that people just want to be arrogant in saying that Obama was forcing Africans to support LGBT. He didn't force anybody. The only thing that man did was to say that we shouldn't kill, because then in some countries, those people were being pied. Those people were being pied, like in Uganda. And he's saying, what he said is that those people are human beings like us. Do I like Jungle Justice? I don't like it. But do I like people stealing? No, I don't. Let things take its course. And people would use religion. That's when you see some people bringing religion into it. Most of the pastors we have, if they tell you what they do behind closed doors, most of them are gay. If nobody's speaking, I will say it. Most of them are, is it a Catholic priest or whatever. If you see what those people do, I don't support those things. That is what it is. And then coming to American politics, I take offense when people like you, forefather, you are in London, but you are telling me what I should do in America. Trump is bad. He's bad. I would never vote him. And it's not about, it's not about hate. I did not hate him. It's not because of what he said about Africa. No. My own has to do with economy. It has to do with justice. It has to do with, being consistent in what we say and what we do. When Trump was here, there is a way. That's when we had people they call the Karens. You know who are the Karens? That's racism. You could be walking on the street, and a white woman would think that you're coming for her. It's not right. And then some people also will say, "Oh, forget whatever he has done. Let's forget it." I don't. Why wouldn't I forget about what he did? If he comes out plain and asks for forgiveness, yes, we will forget about it. But till today, that man is still lying. Or is it people he used in order to get some, his crazy riches? It's kind of like Trump. I compare Trump. I don't know if you know Nigeria very well. You know Fred Ajudwa. I'll compare Trump to Fred Ajudwa. It has no ideology.
So, can we ask something? I know you said we should not interject, but you've had your this thing. So, Trump, yes, he has a lot of problem. He's a racial politician, very racial. But they are just two. Both of them for us. They are poison. You have to understand that. The Biden part, what you don't notice is that he may not be enriching himself the way Trump is doing, but he's enriching a lot of people with all this military aid he's giving. He's funding wars that cannot be won, or wars of massacre, just to enrich people. You think Ukraine would defeat Russia one day? Why is he funding it? Do you think the Palestinians and the Israelis should not find a way to live together? Why is he funding wars? They just dug out a mass grave yesterday from Gaza of over 200 people. And that same yesterday, this man was supporting a bill to fund the same country that just did that.
Okay. Let me say something. Okay. Do you know that between Biden and Trump is even closer to Netanyahu more than Biden? And there is something that happens in America. Most of the businesses we have in America are owned by the Jews. When I talk about businesses, I'm talking about in healthcare, I'm talking about technology, I'm talking about even the military equipment that you are talking about. Okay? Do I love war? No, I don't. Mama, be careful. I don't love war, but at the end of the day, I love the fact that America is supporting Ukraine. You know why? When Trump was in office, so many revelations about how it is that the Russians were getting ready to attack the Ukrainians after taking Crimea and all that kind of a thing. Were being revealed, and what did Trump do? He sent them whatever he sent, javelins and some weak weapons and all that kind of a thing. Why? Because he was closer to Putin. Okay? Yes. He was closer to Putin. Now, and then he also made it try to play politics with people's lives, telling Ukraine that he wants Ukraine to do his dirty deal because of politics.
What did he do?
Okay, he wanted the president at that time, Ukrainian president was elected, and he wanted Ukrainian president to declare that Joe Biden's son is indicted. To come up.
Well, he was indicted in the end.
That's a different forefathers. Those are dirty games. He was saying it in such a way that, if you remember, Trump and Hillary Clinton, Trump only won on one topic when the FBI guy came out and stated that Hillary Clinton is being investigated. You understand? At that point, that was when you see Trump. That was even the day that Trump actually won.
So why don't we select? Why don't we just vote a black candidate instead of worrying about these people? These people, they don't care about us. Vote a black candidate that is going to wield power for your own interest. Because what has Biden done for black community? No, is there anything he's done for the black community specifically?
Forefather, American politics does not depend on what government can give you.
Hi, you believe that?
Yes, I believe that, and I've lived it.
So it's by coincidence that the black people are doing worse.
Lived it. Yes, I've lived it. Those people who wait for handouts should be ashamed of themselves. Okay? I'm an immigrant here. I walked my way, and I'm still walking my way, and I'm doing way better. I'm
So
not waiting
what
for
would you say? What would you say if I told you that even during the time of slavery, there were black people that were rich? So would you say the ones that were not were scroungers, lazy, no good people?
The thing you need to understand with this is this, right? The core basic of American politics is not even the federal. The core basics of American politics is your city, from your city to your county, from your county to the state. That's what matters.
Yeah.
You
Oh,
understand?
you are making my point now. Then why not just elect a black candidate that is going to go into the Senate? You know, sometimes one vote in the Senate can matter a lot. You guys can use it to be getting massive perks. You like, we want this school built. If you don't give us no healthcare bill, if you don't want, you see that all the time.
There are black senators.
Yeah, but they are being sponsored by
How many
all these
black
people.
senators?
Well, that's them. From me, from my
Oh
state.
my God, you've
How
really
many black?
got the black
How
a
many?
black meeting arguing with you today, which
How
is
many black senators?
Eh?
How many black senators? When you get to my turn, we talk. I don't want to interject you, but you are my brother, but we talk.
I think there were 3 black senators. 3. That's a lot
Yeah,
of votes in the
but
Senate.
I don't want to even put case with Mazi yet. Let him finish. Then we take it from there. I don't know.
Good.
Let him wrap up.
Good. So for me, at the end of the day, it depends on your state, what is going on in my, like in California. Do I really love Newsom? No, I don't. But does the Republican Party have anybody good? No. No, they don't. And they would never win. They would never, like we told them the other time, Arnold Schwarzenegger will be the last Republican governor of California. And that's what has been happening till today. Till today. Because he went there and he boo-booed. Okay? So the thing is this. The fact remains that, yes, some people will say, oh, Biden is old. Yes, he's old. But it's not even Biden that's really holding America. What is holding America is the system. It's the system.
They have about 4 black senators. That's a lot of votes.
They do have senators. Yeah.
If they can muster, they should be focusing on their own community, because this Biden hasn't done anything for black people
They don't
specifically.
even agree
Neither
among
does
them.
has
They
Trump.
don't even agree among themselves. Like
Yeah,
one
but
of
they
one
need
of
to
the
get their act
senators.
together now.
That happens to sound like somebody we know, huh?
What? You said what?
You said they don't agree amongst them. We don't agree amongst ourselves. That happened to sound like somebody we know, huh?
Yeah, they don't because
For the last 8 hours, I've heard nothing but Nigerians who can agree amongst themselves. Now proceed.
Exactly.
What do you mean? I don't understand.
I spoke clearly. Now proceed.
She basically said we have been here disagreeing amongst ourselves. So it means that we are acting consistent with what the African Americans are doing too.
I mean, we don't get it from. I mean, we are you. Hold on, we are you. So we get it from you.
I'm not looking at when it comes to race. Remember, like I told you, I don't have any color. Black American.
You just call yourself
I don't
black
have any
color. That's why.
You understand what I mean? When I mean color, Black American is Black American. I'm Black American. I don't do I'm
Do you have
Nigerian.
tribe? You have tribe.
I don't know.
I don't do
Lord
that.
Lugard said that you had a color. You know, Lord Lugard, who created your country, they said you had a color. You don't have one.
Black Beauty, why are you on me today?
Because you said something that is quite disrespectful to my grandmother who just passed last year, to my great grandparents. On my mother's side, my dad is a Jamaican. My mother is a Black American of Nigerian descent.
Mm-hmm.
You said something very disrespectful. You said that we are people that don't understand or don't care to be, or maybe we're lazy, a part of this economic system, when in fact we are the backbone of this economic system.
No. I didn't even mean it that way. Even when you talk about economic viability, if we even have more white people, I don't know, the area you stay in.
I live in New York City, and I work on Wall Street.
Okay.
The same Wall Street that was built off the basis points on the backs of Black slaves. Now correct yourself. Know your history. Know your history.
Oh my God.
The thing I'm going to say right now is the same thing I say on Black American channels. How dare you all? I don't want not one person on this panel to sit here and think they do better than me. I bet you don't make as much as I make, USD or Naira. Now go forward.
Black Beauty, nobody is here to fight with you.
I am black and beautiful. Now next.
How much you make, darling?
And,
how much you make, darling? Darling, how much you make?
Enough to buy a whole house on the island. Next.
I'm a professional trader, in case you
I
don't know. So,
oh, what's going on here, man? Don't start this nonsense.
I know who gets their money on these panels. You,
People
AY,
start
and
bringing this down.
I know who gets their money on these panels.
It's awful.
And we don't have to speak. We don't have to, you know what we don't have to do? We don't have to reach into the Nigerian public and denigrate our Nigerian brothers. I recognize that when I looked to apply for a job as a director at Access Bank, where I live down the block, that the people that were at Access Bank making $400,000 a month were making 1/10 of my salary. Now do the math yourself.
I didn't have the Black Beauty. I don't even know why.
I think the way you were saying it, that like the other people that are not succeeding, they are lazy.
The person
It's not
that
nice.
set up, the person that set up one of the major banks.
Please, if I may say
one
something.
of the directors, one of the regional directors, who set up the
Listen,
one of the
Nigerians
major
are great
banks
at
in
math.
Gambia.
I want you to do the maths.
Black Beauty have just
Your
obstructed my
country
chain
could
of
not
thought
afford to
now.
pay me if they wanted to pay me my low end salary.
Well, I think we
So
thought
do the
that your
math.
chain of thought has been thrown off a long time. When
I
you
know,
couldn't
like,
even-
what is that? What is
you
he
know,
talking
I
about?
wanted to tell you that stop struggling, because even with the Biden one, you couldn't even explain it very well when I asked you.
Let me explain to you why people. Let me explain to you why people of all colors are now advocating behind Trump. We don't give a damn if he's racist or not. All I know is that every time I look at my paycheck under Biden, there's more and more taxation coming out. The same tax money that I'm going to use to repatriate your country. The same tax money that I take for Dirty December. Right? The same tax money that I go to spend in the bars and to buy land on the mainland and to go and help out my Nigerian family and friends. I can't afford to do it if I get taxed more heavily, correct?
That's true, but Trump too is. But personally, I don't support any of them.
I don't understand why you're picking offense.
I'm not picking on
If I can jump in real quick, because this is guys.
I'm not picking on anyone. I'm picking on a Nigerian mindset.
You are taking this out of context.
It's you know, the conversation's been going. We've all been very patient.
Mazi,
but I must put to you.
Take a break. Think about what you're going to say. Then you come back again, because right now you and a black beauty.
Can I come in, forefather, real quick? I haven't spoken for a bit. I haven't spoken for a bit now. I just want to help the conversation go forward, because we're stuck in this place because of a lack of understanding. If I can just come in.
Yeah, go ahead.
So,
John Abba wanted to say something too. So
yes, so John Abba is before me. This is not my turn. I'm taking. I'm interjecting just as everybody else, apart from Augustine, has interjected so far in this conversation. So I just want to say, listen. You see, what I know about Nigerians, more so of the Nigerians in America than the Nigerians here in the UK. The Nigerians in America have taken a great position for themselves in the way they function, to be focused and driven in what it is their intention is and what they need to do. But they don't encompass that they are in and amongst black people that have been there for 400 years, and this is their experience. So naturally, in a way, we divorce ourselves from the African American, as opposed to really understanding what it is that what the differences are. Now, I take a lot against the African American in terms, I think that they racialize everything and they do it too quick, and I think there are things that are actually more important than race, most especially where we are concerned. That ties into the same thing. However, when you divorce yourself from the 400 years of battlement that the African American has been through and is still going through, and you therefore focus on your selfish visions of what it is that you need to achieve whilst you're in Nigeria, you create a gap, and that gap now has angst between it. You see, what I feel is that the Nigerians in America are still late in learning the history of the Black American. And because of this sort of dismissal of what they've been through. We don't really position ourselves well as a peoples that can communicate on every level. You must be able to communicate with the brothers in America. You must be able to communicate with the corporate world. This is the skill I believe that Nigerians especially should be taking. If it is so that we believe so much of ourselves,
Yeah,
because if we ignore the experience of our brothers and sisters over the 400 years that they have suffered enough to have us enter into a system that we can all of a sudden function. We couldn't function back home, but all of a sudden in America, there's all these opportunities, bang, bang, bang. We can function. Why is it that you can function? That's the question that you need to attain. You're able to function because of the education system given to you in Nigeria to a large extent. And secondly, going into America, there is so much that has been set up and arranged for people like Nigerians who are educated on a certain level to enter this paradigm called America and succeed. And that largely has been built against the backs of the Black American. And if you don't recognize this, it comes across as awful. It comes across as selfish. It comes across as myopic. It comes across as not thinking. And that is the selfish way that we behave as Nigerians. That is the selfish way we behave as Black people. The only thing that brings us together is trouble. But we don't understand that we need to organize before the trouble actually comes. It's when there's trouble that, oh, we are looking for our Black people all up and down. When there's no trouble, then we're ignoring ourselves. We need to grow up in terms of our communication. And that's all I want to say in order to smooth this thing. I still have been patient, waiting for my turn to speak. I just want the community to go forward. That's all.
I think hold on, don't ruin it. Hold on, see that
now,
no,
right?
Hey, I'm gonna where's this guy? I'm gonna see Jago. I think that was a masterpiece. I think this is the thing. You have to give people credit for when they've said something profound. That was a masterpiece, and I'm sure a Black Beauty understands.
I do feel so.
Yeah. Jonaba, please go ahead.
I'm a senior citizen. Sometimes I lose it and sometimes I get it together. Trying to behave myself sometimes, but sometimes you say it the way when you get to a certain level of age, you say what X. I think there are many misconceptions or understanding of American politics with Mazi Prince about American politics. Forefather talk about the funding of Ukraine and Israel. It's not of a personal interest to Biden. It's about the American policy and their own interest in general. So he may disagree with it, but he will still fund it because that is the alliance, and that's how they have created their own support for each other over the year and for the interest of America. I disagree with him on some issues whereby I believe if it is Trump that meant it, Trump will say, don't do it. He will not try it. I think Biden is weak when he says some certain things and he does that. I think if it was Trump, I'm not Trump supporter, but I believe that if Trump communicate that slow down, don't do this thing, and you do it, Trump will not go and say, let them vote on the House and support it the same thing. Trump will not do that. Not the Trump we know. Another thing is that when you say handout, I don't think there are struggles, and when they say that, oh, American politics is not about it's about demanding. It's about telling the people in your constituency or whatever you're talking that is local that I do not need alcohol store here instead of I need a store. I do not need just to be given a car loan, car devalue. I want a house loan. I do not need interest rate to go up on equal justice for all. So there are many things in the system that is against whether you want to call it in general the poor people or Black people. There are many things that their constituency need that they may demand for whosoever is representing them. In the history of America, there are places in America that almost 80% are Black and the white man is their mayor. how that happened. It's the same thing. Why can't we say that, okay, you vote for your color, but sometimes we can look beyond that and say, okay, it's about good leadership, it's about good intention, it's about, it cannot always be about color, it can always be about race. So we can come up to, people can, what difference does it make if you are running right now and a white man reach out to help you? Will you say, don't help me because you are white? You can't say that. So it's in life, we cannot make everything about racial
John,
issues.
I happen to agree with you, but I just wanted to read you the numbers of the federal aid package that was passed over the past couple of hours. You want to hear it? 60.8 billion going to Ukraine, 26.4 billion going to Israel, and 8 billion going to Taiwan. Now, where is the American taxpayer? It's not about color. Like you said,
Yes.
It's about how all of us that are here, including Nigerians who are here,
We are working
Africa,
and our taxpayer
are being taxed heavily.
Yes, yes.
This
So
is about to become Switzerland and Sweden
I saw
in
the
about 5 minutes.
I saw the figure. So it is all about the interest of the elite and the power that they're trying to preserve. It's not like they're trying to do anything to the ordinary person, but it's about their ego and power struggle around the world. But then coming to the issue of black people in the House of Rep or in the Senate, you say we have 4 senators. Sometimes they use this us as a stooge, even a place of our work. They can take one of you and very close. I have seen it over the years that I've lived in America. I've lived in New York over the years and all of that. So I now walk around America. So I've seen where in the office.
That's a token Negro. We call that the token Negro.
Yeah, they will get one of you and to make a supervisor, because what you can tag them as a racial issue, you cannot access them again. You are dealing with your black brother, your black sister, who say you cannot take off on this day, or you can come and fight. You say your job is not good, and you get. So we have different. They have a different strategies whereby the we can speak through our vote to say enough is enough. We cannot use us this way. And that is the voice, and that has nothing to do with the general election. You can do it from your local election, but the general election as well, of course, is very important. But in most cases, many Nigerians do not get involved in local election. They only do the general election, which is the presidential election.
But that's a lot of people in general, not just Nigerians. That's black people, white people. That
most white people get involved more on the local election than the black people.
They do. They do. Even out here, you see them with their tables and stuff like that. They are the ones who do. That's why they have the local power.
Yes,
that's
yes, and that is what we should encourage ourselves to get involved. That the power is grassroots and all politics is local. When we understand that, then we can change. We can have more voices in Washington, and we can say, okay, we don't want this kind of a thing in this environment. You cannot be taxing us like some places in Texas. You see how heavily we get taxed, and somebody that have 11 acres plus, you that have less than an acre, where you build your house, you pay more than those people.
Yeah, because they get subsidies and they get
they get break. You see, so and who are those people? Those are middle class or more of the lower level people.
But is it not what Trump said before, that the whole thing is stitched up? It's the same in the UK too. It's something they've admitted to. Even council tax, they have something they call council tax in the UK. The banding system was done to favor the elites.
Yeah.
Where somebody that is middle class that owns a property will pay more than
heavily
the
more.
That is,
that owns a massive
if you
mansion. Have like animal in your property, if it's more than 11 acres in Texas, it's like basically you are paying nothing. And somebody that lives in less than half acre will pay more taxes than you. And those people who can afford to pay to have more than 11 acres plus and so on, they are the rich people, right? So the poor people are always together in one place and pay so much, and so those are the way we all get involved in politics.
The thing is, right, is that I don't know about you all's opinion, but in my opinion, America can't afford this foreign aid package. We can't afford this.
Yes, you can. You print money for free
in this country. I know you all come here from Nigeria and you see this wonderful, beautiful, developed place. There is a lot that needs to be done. There's bridges falling down here. There's trillions of dollars owed to China. There's plenty of debt that people have undergone in pursuing their education. A lot of that stuff has to be addressed.
Yeah.
There
Yeah,
are a lot of things that have to be addressed before they give
this
this
stuff
money
has
out.
to be addressed, do we not look upon it carefully enough that the immigrant population in America are also paying tax, one, and two, why is it so significant always for country people to look at immigration with so much blame and disdain? Because the immigrant populations, I won't blow the trumpet of any immigrant populations, but the fact remains that immigrant populations prop up the economy of any country. And the way I see it across the world, especially in the West, here in the UK and in America, they always seem to suffer the same narrative of a problem. And they point the finger at the immigrant populations who are obviously coming to richer nations than their own, knowing that the West has everything. The West has stolen everything.
Yes.
So the reason why people will move from a rich country like Nigeria to a richer nation like America or the UK is because they know basically I'm going to where there's money. I'm going to where access. I'm going to where the sweat of my brow would mean a pretty penny in my pocket. I'm
Doesn't that also
where I can grow my family. In
but
Nigeria,
doesn't that also
you can do
support
this, but it is archaic. And we have to understand the balance of the world, because pointing the finger is
no. But what
it's
you're
just
saying is
nonsense.
correct. But wouldn't that also suggest that the money shouldn't be going out, that it should be staying within to address and
Oh, you
help?
see, again, this is why I like the conversation between yourself and John Abba, because it is about organization. If we are not communicating as a black people in America and in the West as to how we galvanize, how we see what is the intricacies of our culture, what do we believe in and what do we discard? What are things that obviously we have to pull people together with different ideas. However, we leave ideas that are on the periphery at
What
the
I'm
periphery
saying
because they're not that
what
important.
what
All
I'm
I really
saying
want to
directly is
say,
this. I'm saying this directly. I'm
if
saying
you can
how
let me land, Black Beauty.
so
All I really want to say is that I learned something between yourself and John Abba's conversation, and what I learned is within my suspicion that basically black people in America and here in the UK are not coming together enough politically. They do not know or do not see the importance of coming together politically in order to enter the mainstream with a different projection. We're clutching at straws all the time and pulling ourselves down all the time. This is not the way to go forward. We have to be able to stand on each other's backs and pull ourselves up and out of the mire that we're in.
But let me ask you a question. What I'm saying directly, because I'm speaking to these exact numbers that just came out yesterday. I'm saying to you directly, doesn't $26.4 billion that's going to Israel, wouldn't that be better spent on the Nigerian and Mexican and Caribbean and Ukrainian immigrants that are coming inside of the country as opposed to going out to Israel? That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that.
I think what he's saying is
You
that
know
what he's
better than
saying is that
me about the position that America has taken with Israel. That is not the fault of the immigrants. It's the policy of
you are
the
saying
nation.
similar stuff as she's saying. I think if we are more, I don't like this term, intentional with the way we practice politics, we like those senators now that we have, or House of Congress members, that the black community were the one that literally voted them in and had control over them. Those funding that you're talking about to Israel, 26 billion, they will be finding it. Do you think the money is going to Israel? Many of them come back to their brothers all over the Europe. Many of them are Europeans. I was watching a video about Israeli soldiers. They say, where did your accent come from? From Michigan. They are everywhere. They are, all that money that goes to Israel comes back to them again, even in America. So if we are more intentional, you will be able to influence and I actually think the black community has a lot of power in America. It's just that they have not been intentional about it so far. But
agree.
look at us now. We are all talking now. And when that starts happening, you start seeing the change start happening. All this Biden nonsense that don't want to give us anything at all. George Floyd died. Even to pass a simple law, they refused to pass it. And they went and passed a law for the Asians. I was so miffed by that. I will never forgive Trump for that. I will never Biden for that. I will never forgive him for that. And it was the black people that got him this appointed as the flag bearer for Democratic Party, because he was floundering. Bernie Sanders was doing so well that I think they got to Mississippi or one of these states, and that senior member of House of Congress,
actually in politics,
can I have my time now?
just went and saved him. You know, he saved
James,
him, and for what?
James Clyburn that saved him.
Yeah, Clyburn, yeah. Saved him for what? For him not to even pass one law to just change something for the black community in that place. I don't even know anything he's done. Everything he's done is just for everybody. But when it comes to Israel or any Ukraine, he knows how to be specific.
Forefathers, can't we take the 60 billion that's going to Ukraine and the Nigerian Americans that are now in this country and the Black Americans that are here? Can't we lobby together and try to encourage more movement from Nigeria into this country with that money, as opposed to giving it to Ukraine?
But they are preserving what
we have to be intentional. That's why we are not getting it. We are not.
It won't happen.
Organized.
It won't happen.
It will never happen.
You know why? It won't happen because how will they sell their weapons?
Exactly.
Yeah,
it's business.
They will give the weapons to us. They can give the weapons to us.
Can I have my turn now?
They are giving Japan a lot of weapons. Why are they not giving it to us? We are here using weapons.
You don't finish now.
No, I was being interrupted.
Bro, so you were there for a good 15 minutes, man.
Nobody should even say that at all.
I think
nobody should even say that.
Brian, you know, people have not seen your face. This place, this one is where people show their face. So if you want to say something, then you will have to go back if you are not going to come up, as they say.
So, Papa, what I'm saying?
No. Just wait. Let Brian just say something quickly so that he can go.
How you doing, everybody? Happy Sunday. Happy, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you might be in this planet. I might have to throw a little pushback on Junku. That's your name. How you pronounce your name, correct?
Show your face. You shouldn't be.
I'm gonna show my face one of these days. Later on, the next time I get on.
Are you shy?
Yeah, I'm shy.
Did you not put your lipstick on?
Got him.
I'm gonna get you for that. But no, in regards to the immigration issue, I mean, as far as allowing everybody into the country and stuff like that, I have to disagree with that. I mean, here's my thing. Biden handled the immigration policy, especially with the border issue. It's not like in England you're surrounded by water. Okay, I mean, we are surrounded. I hate it to say it, by developing nations that's coming mostly from Venezuela and other Central American countries, and also the parts of the Caribbean and whatnot. How the way he handled the immigration is pretty much totally unacceptable. And I don't blame the governors of Texas and of other states saying, okay, you guys in New York is, claiming to be sanctuary cities. We're going to send them all to you. Now, the Mayor Adams, Eric Adams, is complaining about all that type of stuff going on because it's not sustainable. I mean, like mostly you guys came here legally, okay? It'd be like a slap in the face by people coming here illegally. In other words, you're.
I don't think you're directing that to me. I think that's something that Black Beauty said, not I.
No, but he's correct, because there are people in Chicago, Africans from Senegal, who are coming into these forums, and they are very upset. They're trying to bring their family from Senegal, and these people are jumping the line.
No, I'm not. That's not my issue. So I'm not sure if you're addressing me is what I'm saying. But please go ahead.
I mean, it's just kind of like unfair. I mean, like she said, we have a trillions and $1 trillion deficit. The homeless population. I mean, if you've been in California, it's almost getting to Brazil level, like third world. I swear to effing God. I mean, half of the stores around Hollywood Boulevard and around Beverly Hills is closed. You're going to see nothing but leasing everywhere. You're going to see everywhere, even the most richest, some of the rich communities, tent cities. I mean, like, come on.
So, but should that bother us? Because one of the things I noticed.
I mean, what I'm saying is, this is what I do with my reality. I'm a realtor too, and a lot of people are not selling. Most people are just like saying, trying to wait it out due to the interest rates and stuff like that. And especially living in LA and San Diego, it's totally unaffordable. You need to have almost close to $1 million to afford a goddamn home. They have to live outside the periphery.
Brian, my point is that the point I'm making is that when migrants are moving into countries, which we have to admit is something that happens within many nations now. And
what I'm saying is totally...
let me just finish the point I'm making so you understand what I'm trying to say. The point is that you want your community to ascend up the economic ladder, so that when the migrants arrive, they don't have contact with them at all. If you watch the Jewish community now, they probably don't care about this migrant stuff.
But now it's different, bro. It's different, bro. I mean, a lot of people, not only black people are complaining about this, white people are complaining about this. Even other Mexicans are complaining about this.
But Jewish
people because what I'm saying is unsustainable. They had to close down a school because they had to house migrants, bro, in New York.
Let me explain to you why you should care. I'll give you a tangible explanation. My husband, we're doing his visa. It's the reason why it's taking him so long for his visa, his US visa, is because people are walking in here. USCIS is not even paying attention to real cases where people are paying money to bring Africans from West Africa in here. Instead, they're letting all these people walk in through the border. If you want to be an African and come in this country, if you don't do it by some 5-year process or as a clergy or as a student, essentially you're going to have to walk in through Mexico. Most of the Mauritanians and the Senegalese that you see coming in here, they walked in through Mexico. They pay. This is what they do. They pay. They go through Ecuador. They walk through those 4 countries. They come through Mexico. I told my husband, you should have just walked. You'd have been here last year. They don't even pay attention to our case, and we're paying money. So it should bother us as a black community. They're not letting the Haitians come in.
The reason why it bothers us is, okay, now you are making the point. We need to ascend up the economic ladder. This is what we should be focusing on, getting your own pie. If you, for want of a better word, you have to get control of your own domain within the establishment. Because if we keep complaining, it's like you intend to remain there. You have to. If I was the one advising, the plan should be ascend up the food chain and leave the people to let them take your place. You don't want to remain at the bottom.
What I'm saying, forefathers, is look, I don't need to worry about immigration because I was born here and I do well here. And most of my family on the Black American side does, and my Jamaican family, they do well here. But what I'm saying is we're going to have some immigrants coming here. I want to see more African immigrants, is what I'm saying. Do you understand what I'm saying? They are discouraging West Africans from coming over here. It's impossible to get a visa. Then they have to go through 5 countries to walk through the all kinds of weird conditions to walk through to get in here. And then when you're doing it the right way, which is what I'm doing with my husband, we've been petitioning since last year. So now I said to hell with it. We'll just get him into Mexico and we'll walk in through Tijuana. Forget it.
And going through those countries is pretty much dangerous. You have to go through all types of things there, which we can't even imagine as far as being on this platform.
Thank you, Brian. Before I'm being accused of sedition or whatever else they were going to accuse me of, I will have to excuse you.
All right, no problem. Go on now, brother.
Thank you.
He was interested.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was laughing a few minutes ago. It looked like Olumide was sleeping. He just woke up. The way he just looked into the screen was just so funny. Black Beauty, I don't know where I got you wrong, because the same thing I was trying to say was the same thing that John Abba said. Most of the election happens from the city to the county and then the state. That's where most of the decisions are being made. Okay, I live here in Concord, and the person representing me. No, Concord in California.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and the person representing me is somebody who lives in my community. We relate, and most of my friends are Black American. That's why I told you I don't say I'm Nigerian or he's African American. I don't do that. Most of my friends are African Americans.
Yeah, I
We
don't
get,
take anything personally, so don't think I do. I'm just
yeah.
correcting you.
So
Yeah.
we cool. So what my own is when it comes to between Biden and Trump, the problem I have with Trump is just the fact that he kind of lives this fake lifestyle. I don't like that lifestyle. You gotta be upfront with me. You gotta be upfront with me. It's just like how he lied about so many things. I was once, about to attend Trump University.
Mm,
From what I saw on TV, the way
mm,
they advertised it, and he even he came all the way to California. And the only thing this man did, despite all the money that we paid, the only thing he did was just to mount the podium, welcomed us, and said he will come later. We never saw him again. We never saw him again.
mhm.
And that was when I said, wait a minute, who is this? And then I started carrying out my research, and I found out that this man made money off people. It's not who he really is. For me, like I said, I would have wanted somebody else to be the president other
What
than
if I
Biden.
said to you? What if I said to you that's the American way?
I know. It's the way. Yeah, I would have preferred somebody else other than Biden to be the president. But when it comes to both of them, give and take. When I think about it, I was like, you know what? I know that for me, I feel strongly that if anything happens to Biden today,
Mhm.
Kamala Harris will take over.
Do you know how Biden's administration refers to you in that HR 731B or something like that? Do you know how they refer to you in that diaspora bill that they just came out with? They refer to West Africa as the sixth region.
What?
Do you understand what that suggests?
They refer to West Africa as the sixth region.
Yes, they do. They refer to
You
West
mean
Africa, and they're particularly speaking about Ghana. They kind of don't even jump into Nigeria. Nigeria, that's more with the UK side
no,
of
sorry.
things.
Are you saying the African American group or the American state itself?
I'm saying that Biden's administration refers to West Africa as the sixth region.
Because that's what Africa calls the diaspora, or
Right,
the greater
right. And
diaspora.
the reason why I'm saying this is critical because it has a lot to do with how they see West Africa as the future arm of their economic development. Do you understand? When you have Trump in office, you have a laissez-faire economic policy that allows Black American and Africans to come and go, make money, and take it however they want out of
You
this
see,
country.
now that is the part that's a very valid point. That's the part most people don't factor in. That in the bigger scheme of things, maybe Trump might actually be better. On race relationships, he may not be better, but he doesn't care about Africa from that point of view. He's going to allow you to do your thing. That's the difference. Was he not the one that sold Tucano to Nigerians while Obama didn't agree to do that? So you want to be careful because the people that pretend as if they're
I
your
can't hear you,
friends,
Mazi.
they may not be your friends at
You're on
all.
mute.
Mm.
You're on mute, Mazi.
You're
You're on mute.
muted.
Maybe something's
Prince,
going on.
you're muted.
In conclusion of mine is this. Well, like I said, I don't really care who wins. I only have one vote, and that day I will cast my vote. You understand? Let the will of God prevail. If it's Trump, oh well. But the thing is, with Trump, I know that a lot of allies will not trust him because of things he's done and because of things he has said. With Biden, I know that probably he will live up. He will complete it, or I'm not saying I'm not God. I don't know tomorrow. I don't know what could happen. Anything can happen
It's
to
your
him.
vote. Do as you please with it. So
Yeah, so that's just that. It's not something we'll fight over. Anyway, everybody is free to support who they want to support, and that's all I can say for now. Thank you, though.
Thank you, listen, Prince. It looks like your support for Biden is quite soft. It's all good. It should be actually because I don't subscribe to any of them. I don't. If I was in America, I don't know what I would vote any of them. I would just focus on my senators and my Congress people. so that whatever they do, I'm not going to be complicit in it. All right. Augustine hasn't said anything for a while.
Now my turn. Oh, it's actually my turn, bro. We
You
were
said
waiting for my man to
said quite
finish.
a bit now. You said quite a bit.
Even though I have, but I was only interjecting. I didn't say what I meant to say. Oh.
And a black people, you know,
the
now,
point is that
as an underrepresented minority, you are free to say anything at any time you want.
Can I go on?
Yeah, please go ahead.
See, the point is that
That's unfair, man. That's unfair. I never say what I needed to say. I was only
See, Jagun, you gave 2 excellent submissions. You don't need to get 3 right now. Let Augustine go ahead.
And I've not been in this, on this topic, you know. To be honest with you, I like talking about my thing. My thing here is about Nigeria.
Yeah.
I am here in this part of the world, to be honest with you. Every day as I move to work, do my research, do my job, I think about my country.
That's right.
And that is why sometimes if you talk about the politics here, I don't care. Even though
That's
Santos, how they call this Malatakos in my neighborhood here, I don't care about them. And that's why even that day I saw them protesting for free Palestine and this. It doesn't concern me.
Right.
What I want is Nigeria to be better. And to be honest with you, if Nigeria is better, some of us may not be here. We could have been here doing the whole thing. And that's why you talked about the issue of, you were trying to paint it. Does Trump win? His Nigerian policy or African policy is not good and the rest. When I see all these things, I said, look, I wanted to speak and I know that forefathers will come from my head. Allow the people to go out and achieve their potential. Not like this, I'm talking to you. I don't know, but I know that I have improved in my skills. If I go home, I'll do something better. If I go back home, I'll do something better. We just hope that day when things will be settled and it's okay, we need people who can do the job. I'll go and contribute my own skills in molecular biology, and that's what I can do. So my point is this: anybody who wants to come and study here or want to come and improve himself, let him come and improve himself. Now, I want to speak like the white racist, or somehow let me speak like the white racist. This is the United States. Let's assume that we own the country. To be honest with you, you want to pick those who add value to the country. And that is why sometimes you say, if you ask me, I'm not really in support of all the breaking boundaries. If you want to come to the country, come legally. And if everybody comes legally and do the right thing, I don't see any reason why we should always deprive people of visa. Because to be honest with you, let's face the fact. The Americans, as we talk to you now, they benefit from the immigrants. I look around my friends. We were about 14 admitted into our research program. And I'm talking to you now, just 7 are remaining. Do you know the funny thing? All the seven people are foreigners. They're all foreigners. Once this program is stressful to the normal America, it throws the pen and says, I'm not doing it again. I'm going. And now they are begging you. That's why I spoke it, as I said, for that to come from my head. We were admitted 14, we are left with 7. So the people have money, the grants are there, but there's nobody to work. And they had to go this time to hire, they used to admit at least 14 or 15. This time they hired about 21 students. And do you know the funny thing? Majority are for Africa. And I will tell you, when they gave the admission, they always tell you, if you like the admission, accept it. I was basically invited in a meeting, or a Zoom meeting, like maybe a Zoom meeting, to encourage them that, okay, life here is okay, you can do it. And I know why they invited me. Because they know that they are my people. If I tell you that Augustine is doing well here, they will listen to me.
Correct.
And that's the point.
But you know that the reason why I'm against some of the way you portray this, which you are entitled to, is from your point of view, is because there is no other plan to bring them back. Many of these people that are going, 90% of their income is going to be in the West, and they are helping the West become stronger. Like you said, something they are not willing to do. We are willing to do it to get them stronger while we are weakening our own
to be honest with you, I'll tell you the truth. Let me tell you the truth. I just finished eating egusi soup and a banana. To be honest with you, I miss my home. And if Nigeria gets better, and as Peter Obi used to say, if your earnings is commensurate to your work, most of us will pack and go home. I'm telling you the truth. We will pack and go home. I'm
I
telling
will
you
go
the
for
truth.
sure.
I
That's true.
thoroughly believe that about
I'm
Mr.
talking
Jerry.
for myself. Even my supervisor used to tell me that I like my country a lot because I comment on political issues even on Twitter. He used to tell me that if things get better in Nigeria where we show that everything is okay, some of us will pack.
Yeah,
and
but
go.
but the problem is that
It's
the
true.
moment it gets to the second generation, the momentum to want to go back becomes very, very difficult. And if the government in office in Nigeria don't make a conscious effort to pull them back, is that generation they may be lost,
And
and
that is
that's the
why
danger.
we are
It's our
begging
problem. It's our
for the
problem. We
for the
always
government of
complain.
Nigeria to come up.
We don't have plans. It's all every country
No.
has the
I agree
same
with
issue.
you on that. I agree with you on
Every
that.
country,
We
China,
all
they
we
have
all
the
have that
same. They have the
problem.
second generation, but they still go. The thing is to
They
have a
always go
plan
back in China.
whereby people go home. India, they have a plan. Their people
That's
they go
true.
home. You go to work. You go to Silicon Valley. All of them are there. India is CEO of Microsoft, of Google, of what are many other companies.
Yeah, they have
But
a lot of
Yes,
them.
correct.
but they collaborate. So we have to raise schools. Like I have a friend of mine. He's a dean faculty of natural sciences school. So he called me. They have this idea. They want to go into e-vehicle. I say why? Why do you don't have comparative advantage? Why do you want to go to e-vehicle? Can you compete with Ford or Tesla? Mitsubishi. All this you can't compete with them. Why not IT? Make your school a hub in IT. You can compete. All you need is a computer.
Well,
all you need is a computer. That's you can compete with any people. You can build your school, so your school can be like Indian. These are was India's Institute of Technology that produce a whole lot of them that are in Silicon Valley.
But I heard something. I heard that Ikeja. I heard last month that Lagos is supposed to be trying to do like a Silicon Valley thing. That should invite a lot of people that are studying in STEM to go back to Nigeria. Don't you think?
But it has to be like all over Nigeria, not only in Lagos. You have all schools in Nigeria. Because you have kids doing nothing. Just you can just give them a computer and they just go. I mean, you go to FIFA. I don't know if any of you have used FIFA to do the project. You go to FIFA, you see a lot of people from India. I pay them if I want to do certain things. Produce an image or whatever. PNG. I don't waste my time. Why do I spend 1 hour on this image? I pay someone on Fiverr, pay them $10. They produce the thing for me.
But also, you have to think about it like this, Ikeja. There's only one Silicon Valley inside of America. So if I want to go there, I'm from New York. I have to go to California.
No, but there are a lot of Silicon Valley, small, like in Boston. Actually, Silicon Valley started in Boston, like Route 128. With 128, a lot of companies like EMC, they were here Route 28 in Boston. 128 before, a lot of them moved to Silicon Valley, but they still have vestige, small molecule for all these companies like Boston.
Johns Creek, Georgia has its own little tech area as well. Because I was thinking
this company that do like a robot, Boston Thermodynamics or whatever. They're still in Boston. They have so many companies in Boston. And like in gene therapy, it's a whole lot. So it's everywhere you are, you collaborate. Actually, like Augustine, I was supposed to talk to him about something. You see, like a lot of companies in the US, they have a company. They have this scientific research center in Shenzhen, China. What they do, a lot of experiments that have been done in US. This company, they have they send them there, lab work. They have like Boeing 747 or whatever. Every day they have Boeing leave, send those samples to China, Shenzhen. Or they will do all the research, and the next morning they will bring them back to US. We have to find cheap labor because labor is cheaper there. All these things, since we have to find a way to tap into Nigeria. Look at China. Look at US. Too far, but Nigeria is just close to Europe. 6 hours to Europe.
Wait. Okay, wait. This tech hub in Lagos, if it was located in Enugu or Abia, will it have made a difference?
No. Okay, let me tell you. I have a friend of mine. He has a software company in Nigeria, in Ekulobi, Anambra State. So one day when I was like, why Ekulobi, Anambra State? Who is there? He said to me, "This is I was born and raised here. I want to have it there. They have one in Lagos. I want to have it there." So anywhere the people are, as long as you have internet connectivity, good internet connectivity, they can do whatever they want to do. There are so many kids out there in Anambra. They do wonders. Like this guy, what's his name? This guy that have Bill Point or whatever. He's a millionaire. He's a multi-millionaire. his viewpoint. He's based in
What's
Anambra
the
State.
forefather's point that he always
Okay,
makes about
hold on.
security?
Hold on. One more. You know this guy that Igbo Basic mentioned today earlier.
Emma Wale from Onitsha.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Enough said. Thank you.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to say is, we need to start appreciating each other. Do you know half of the kids right now in Nigeria from the East, they can't even speak their language? That's part of the brain drain.
Yeah.
They think
Bring them at home already.
It's something classy to speak English. Parents even speak English. Their kids don't even understand their language.
That's not good.
Yeah, because they like Japan. It's like they sold so many things to us, and we bought everything.
we bought everything, swallowed it, and
line who can sing.
It's an embarrassment. We think it's embarrassment to speak. I mean,
science
one thing
came
I
to
like.
Japan.
Science came to Japan.
Japan, they said all the science books they translated them to Japanese, so they learn science in Japanese. China, the same thing. Indonesia, the same thing. They in their local language, but they came to Nigeria. The only Bible they translated into our local language, and then we read the Bible.
Oh God, you can't make it up, man. We're really trying to farm. It's unbelievable.
We read the Bible in our local language, but we can't read science in our local language. What is that?
No, look at this now. This is what concerns me. This is what concerns me. When I looked at this data, we've talked about this before. The top tech CEOs in the world. Nigerians in America are supposed to be some of the most highly educated people in America in terms of education. But look at the top tech CEOs in the world. Not one of them.
Not one
is a black person. Not American. No black American,
no,
of
they have about five CEOs, five black.
Yeah, they have CEOs, but the top ones, when you list them now,
about the Fortune 500 companies, they have about five black people.
Yeah, I've met Robert Smith.
I don't know why they didn't show up here at all in terms of these top ones, but you can see a lot of Indians here, Asians, almost any other group is present here. The reason why I'm highlighting it is because we seem to always have a kind of momentum sometimes. And somewhere along the line, we lose that momentum because the Asians never did. They embedded all the progress that they made, and they never went back. But we made progress in the 60s, 70s, and we went back again.
They work together. Even in companies, you see, Indians. Like I work for a tech company, like a fine tech company, and we have office in India. You see how they help themselves. I work with them. So how they help themselves.
They do.
Yeah, they bring each other up. You're looking for someone, they will refer you to an Indian person.
Always. The offshore team is always in India.
Hold on. Yeah. Okay, wait. When I say here, people will shout that at me that one of the core problems we have in Nigeria is not even religion, right? It is tribe.
Yes.
See, when it comes to the you want to refer that business to Yoruba man. Why can't you refer it to your Igbo brother? Must it be so? No.
One of the things I noticed, one thing I noticed with the Indians last
primarily.
One thing I noticed with the Indians, according to what Okija is saying, many of them, they come from India. Some of them are even still arriving in the UK. And with this company that I went to, and you look at them, all of them Indians. And if you look at how they are earning a lot of money, and how humble they are.
The medical schools in the UK here, 65%, if not 75% are Asians. Why?
You know what boggles my mind? How humble they still are. The trainers they are using, my own trainer is more expensive than theirs, and they make more money than I do. What I find is that, like, even I was at the Nigerian embassy in the UK, and I was standing outside there, and I was looking at the Nigerians standing there. You know how they like to, dress properly. They have their this thing, and I was checking the shoes of the Nigerians versus the shoes of everybody walking past.
Fendi,
most of the people walking past, Nigerians wore more expensive goods than the people walking past. So there are so many things that we have that
we have
just
so
not
many
right.
issues. We come here. If you see an Indian woman, I worked with state, Massachusetts, state of Massachusetts, and I left there. So a friend of mine still works there. So I called him one day. I said, this guy, I don't want to mention the India couple. We like them a lot. Then they come together. They come to work together. They eat lunch together. She's wear all those sari dress the same way. So I was talking with my friend like a month ago. I said, how about, this guy? He said, they are still there. They haven't retired. They're still there, doing the same thing. You don't see them, buy with one or hair for like 500,000. They simple them, they save their money, plan. But I don't know, something
They
is wrong with
value
us.
things. We don't somehow we
Yeah.
don't value things. We don't even
Yeah.
value we sold our own people like animals. We don't
Yeah,
value things
we come,
for
we
some
fight,
reason.
Yeah,
We
we
just
come,
sold people.
instead
It
of
takes
building
some, and
families, we fight.
we have to take responsibility of some of our behavior and purge some of the negative ones. This idea that we don't value things that are in this world, I find that really disturbing. I'm still trying to purge myself of that. Do you know how strong it is? I like some of the clothes I'm wearing now is more expensive than what an Indian person will wear. And I ask myself, why? Why do I need these things so badly? That's how
Well,
strong it is
when
moving
you
into
play
us.
video of Peter Obi the other night, he had that white Fendi. I was like, look at his white Fendi. He had that white Fendi on in his video. I
Imagine.
was like, look at him. Look at him.
Have you heard about Patel brought in US? You see all these motels, all these small motels owned by Indians. What did they do? Patel family, most of them you see own a Patel, one one family, but they answer Patel a lot. What they would do, one would own the motel. They will bring one of them, because maybe I own it. I've settled about 5 of my friends, 5 of my family member or friends. So I would invite another one. We will set him up. All of us will join hands, set him up. We will own another motel, run another motel. You see, all over the US, they own almost 80% of all the motels in the US.
And they are very intentional. You do hear their voice too much about politics. They don't talk too much. They are
they are remotely, if you go to US Congress, there are a lot of Indians in the Congress. A lot of Indians. Rio Kana, what's up with this woman?
Yes. Paul.
Yeah.
Nikki Haley.
You can bear me witness. You can bear me witness to this. When it comes to the financial world, traders are the most humble guys. You know that. A trader will never flaunt who he is until you come to where he lives and his bank balance. A lot of traders, and when I'm talking about finance, I'm not talking about some small money because somebody. Okay, I have a friend right now. On average, the guy makes £500,000 in 3 weeks, sweatlessly. But when you see this guy, he's an Asian. When you see him, is the most. I mean, you will not even take a look at him twice. He doesn't wear designers because he tells you it's a waste of money. That he doesn't even see the reason why he should be spending money on designers. But when you go to his house, you know that this guy is see. I think it's just in our psyche as Black people. We show off. You show off a lot. We don't even know nothing about money. We want to belong to other people. That is why we want to belong to other people. We don't want to belong to us. I for one. I mean, I think everybody should be involved in the financial market. But then, going back home, where is the light? Where is the internet? It's non-existent. Even some few guys that are there's 1 or 2 young people that I know in the past 3 years. They've changed their life. They bought themselves houses in Lagos and all that. Trading financial. These are the boys I mentor as far back as 5 years ago. So the thing is, if we can put ourselves together and all that, we've got a lot of brilliant minds in Nigeria, and put away this tribal thing. That's why I tell people, I say, listen, IPOB or whatever and all that. Listen, let's not even trouble ourselves about Nigeria does not give us this. Nigeria does not give us that. The governor of Abia State have shown that it can be done. Any governor can do it if they put their mind to it and all that. We should start making our regions an economic hub, a very strong economic hub and all that. We will see people will respect us. It's not all this thing. Yeah, don't vote for Nigeria. Nigeria is a shithole, is a zoo and all that. Yeah, we all know that it's a zoo, is a shithole and all that. But what have we done in our region? If we start doing things and all that, people respect us. People will respect us in the southeast or the southwest, wherever we choose to start flexing our muscle, and that's the way forward.
Like, for example, what you're saying now, and I agree with you. You see, that's a great example that you brought. The traders that are making all this great money, what they need to do, because a lot of these like NYU Langone, that is a person's name. You need to take your money and you need to invest that money in some of these hospitals and actually put together, 4 or 5 of y'all put together real salaries and invite some of these Nigerian doctors back home from New York, back home from Texas, give them a decent salary they can live on and actually, flex on.
I and a couple of our friends that are traders were even thinking of that. It's a long-term project. When I set up a
there's this
hospital
one, Anambra State.
near my town. I'm not a doctor, but build a hospital that will be of international standards.
Sponsor
and
a
all
wing
that,
in your
all the
name.
equipment in there. Yeah,
Mhm.
all the equipment in there and all that, and and all you're just doing you're just an investor, but the
Right.
standard will be very, very high. You got the money because see, at the end of the day, money talks. That's just what it is.
That's a fact.
Money talks.
Yeah,
Look
the
at
biggest,
Dangote that we're
the
celebrating
biggest
today. It's all about
what do you
money.
call it? Diagnostic center in Nigeria is owned by Indians. Mikio. They have branches all over Nigeria now. They started in Ocean.
My cousin, my first cousin I wanted to bring here is one of the top bar chemists in Nigeria. But even the area that she's an expert into, she's the only person in no, there are only 2 in West Africa.
Mhm.
And there she's just working for the Nigerian Institute of Medical Research, and all the politics going on there and all that. And but all she just needs is funding.
Right.
Now, I wanted to ask you a question now.
Yeah.
What is her experience like working for NIMR, for Nigerian Institute of Medical Research?
Okay, very good, Austin. I wanted to bring her here. Her husband put some doubt in her and said, "Who is Dr. Damages?" And maybe they want to use it. And even that day, I had a go at him. He said, "Well, I promised him that I was going to get him a job. I was going to get him some contacts and a job abroad and all that." I said, "Listen, I don't own any company. I work for myself. No, I don't work for anybody. I work for myself. Because you've got a PhD, your wife has got a PhD in science. You are a PhD. I think it's journalism and all that. I've told you, put out your CV there and all that. Keep applying. Maybe somebody will give you the chance." He got upset. He said maybe Dr. Damages is one of the scammers, and that got me annoyed. And I told my cousin, I said, "Please, don't call me again. You better speak to your husband to get his head right." That's part of the thing. But do I want to cause a problem between her and husband? No. But this is a woman, she's very, even this woman that died during the Ebola thing, because they are all the people that fought Ebola when Ebola came up and all that, and she's brilliant. Such people are supposed to be an asset to Nigeria.
Yes.
But
Why I
there
ask
she
that
is.
question is that
Yes,
she's very skillful. To be
Yes.
honest with you, if you go into that institute now, you will see somebody who is not as skillful as her suppressing her. There's a kind of research you want to do in Nigeria, and your supervisor will slap you and ask you, "Who are you to do that research?" without telling you.
She was actually heading the whole place. They brought somebody politically and all that, and that man had been making, but because she's so good, they can't sack her.
That's the point. They can't
So
sack her
good at that
because
job,
if you
they
sack her,
can't sack her.
everything will
because
fall
she's not
apart.
going to be
But
asked.
they can discourage her.
That is the problem with Nigeria, which I will tell you unequivocally here and now. Once you are good enough, you are seen as the enemy.
But like
I keep telling her when she did her PhD in Germany, I keep telling her, because they offered her a position in Germany. She said, "Well, my marriage, blah blah blah." Now she's a professor. She she answers to a professor in one of the private university. I said, "Listen, you're wasting your time in Nigeria. You're wasting. Listen, this girl is so brilliant and all that." Well, I call her girl, lady. Yeah, she's so. She was the best in her class in University of Ilorin when University of Ilorin used to be back in the 80s. So the
But
thing
it's
is,
up to a bunch of financiers to come together and create something for her in Nigeria and subsidize all of her research for like the next 10 years. It's up to you all.
Blackberry, look at something here. Look at something. If you decide to get these investors to bring money to Nigeria, the powers that be in politics at the helm of it will still stop them.
Yeah,
To be honest
exactly.
with you, I have
But
been
how
in
do
this
they
system.
control your own money? I
You
don't
don't understand.
The
I'll tell you
licenses and the
young men
licenses
are
and all that will
innovative.
frustrate you.
Before I came to this country, look, okay, when I was in college, but when I graduated, I noticed that everybody always wear glasses. You know, too many. You see somebody tomorrow start wearing glasses. Why are you wearing glasses? Ah, my eyes are this. I think I spoke with your forefather some time ago. I said, okay, I can decide to make yogurt and fortify them with small micro minerals, the trace minerals. And trust me, people starve the whole thing. And this thing came from even people who are supposed to protect me, like NAFDAC. So the point is that once you are good in what you do, I was not even employed in my school when I was the best student. That was the best who ever graduated. Why? Because they feel I'm too sharp for them.
See, stuff like that has to change in Nigeria, and it only takes, you know,
That, that is a
Corruption is
poisonous
not only
culture.
in the
That
center.
part is really bad.
The corruption is even inside the school, and there are
That
two things I don't
airpiece.
like
Do
doing.
you know how many years that man had to? He has not. In fact, I would like Dr. Damages to bring him here one day. Do you know how many years he fought to get what he's supposed to be? What he's doing right now has even shaken the aviation industry in the UK. All the major airlines have brought down their prices, not by 10%, not by even 20%, just because of one man.
because they're trying to compete with him, grabbing his own customers. Essentially, is what you're saying. Now that
Okay,
he's a threat, yeah.
yeah, sorry about that. I hear because he was on TV complaining about it. That they were trying to sabotage him and all.
Sorry, there is this hospital in Anambra State, Iyenu Hospital. Iyenu, one of the best hospitals.
Yeah, it's
in
been long ago.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's they had good nursing program. Anyway, so Anambra medical doctors in US, Canada, North America, they go to Nigeria every year. They go to East Anambra, Imo. They have they go to Anambra. They organize, they do surgery, they do medical intervention in Nigeria every year. So now they bought so many equipment, and I gave them to this hospital at Iyenu, because you see, Iyenu is like a big hospital. So some other doctors that have clinics, they come there to work. So do you know what happened to all this equipment? All these doctors that used to come there, they took all this equipment. They packed all the equipment.
That's a problem.
Nigeria is where you win a grant and you use it to buy an SUV and nobody talks. Grant that is meant for research, somebody buys.
What's the name of that company in India you mentioned earlier? Please, can you write it in comment?
Yeah. Mikio,
No. Where you asked them to do your project for you? You mentioned the name.
Online Fiverr.
Yeah, just write it in the private chat. Yeah, let me check them out.
That's the company that does like the.
Yeah, it's not a company. It's just freelancing.
Yeah,
but most of the freelancers. Yeah, it's there.
Yeah, write it out in the private.
They're very good.
So
it's 5 arrow, like 5 arrow, 5 arrow.
Yeah, with extra arrow.
Arrow.
No, 5 and 2 hours. 5.
Okay, 5 arrow. Okay.
They're very
good. You can have developers there. You get developers there. App developers. So you can get so many, many stuff there. Any project you want to do. You want somebody to write your homework, they will write your homework for you. You want someone to write a book for you, they will write a book. You get someone to write a book for you. So you want to design your logo and all those things. You get someone.
I'm looking for someone to develop some indicators for me.
But you see that website right there?
I do program anyway, but I can't be bothered. I'll get some.
Yeah, so me too. Some certain things, I don't want to be bothered. I just, give it away. So
well, you see, that website is a good example of something that Nigeria should have something like that.
Yeah, I have some Nigerian guys that come there, and when I want to do project, when I want to do a project, I first look for a Nigerian. But I find that a lot of Nigerians there, they have attitude.
They are not very consistent. Even Ngozika said that the Indians are outpricing Nigerians. I was like, so our super head is less than that of Indians. That Indians are outpricing Nigerians. It's unbelievable.
India person will do like logo for you for like $7, but eventually you pay him like $15 or $20. But
there's something about us that is off, man. How can Indians charge less than Nigerians? They are a nuclear power. They go to space.
Yeah.
They charge less than
But
Nigerians.
for fathers, let me tell you, if I come from diaspora and they know that I'm from diaspora, the first thing that they want to be doing is how they will exploit this guy. This guy gets pounds for pockets. They forget that when you impress me, you're opening a door, an opportunity for you for something constantly that in fact you'll fit for life. So when you hit me, do you think I want to do business with you? I'd rather give it to an Indian person or a Pakistani person to do it for me. That's
Okay.
just it.
I think let me highlight something. I want to change the topic a bit because this is Sunday and all bets are off, and we are going to be rounding up not too long from now. From what I just discovered something today that made me think maybe I have to reappraise the best people in this world. I used to think the Singaporeans and Americans, they are some of the greatest, but it might actually be the Swedes. Because I was shocked to find out that the Swedes have been a very, very strong people for a very long time. And these are not one tribe. These are multiple tribes. They've been very, very strong for a very long time because I heard I was reading some documentation and where Machiavelli referred to the Swedes as being the freest people on earth because they were strong. I was shocked to see that. And today they have about 300 and something thousand bunkers. And these are the people that are neutral. They say they don't fight wars. So they have all that.
You
And
mean the Swiss,
the
not the
Swiss,
Swedes?
yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
well, okay. You know now your English is more
No, I
polished.
didn't know. I didn't know. When you said it, I was going to Sweden.
It's
Okay.
all good. It's all good. Yeah, the Swiss. So, and this year they are going to be carrying out a bit of referendum, at least 3 referendums this year. These people are the freest in terms of the democracy. They are freer than America. They control the government. They can pass laws, remove the laws, do whatever they like. They have 7 presidents at a time. The way they govern themselves, they seems to be. If we are going to learn anything from a form of government, especially for Africa that is so diverse, we can learn something from them. And one thing they all have in common, and in terms of the best states, is that they are extremely, extremely secure, like super paranoid. From 500 years ago till date, they've maintained the same paranoia. They actually started building these bunkers in 1880 something. So I ask you, their GDP per capita is even higher than that of Singapore. Your GDP per capita. Are these the greatest people on earth or what? Right now. That's the question. And the reason why they seem to be that way is because, one, they cherish their freedom. They are very, very secure. They don't mess about with anybody. And they value the voice of the people at the same time. Everything Nigerians are crying for, these people seem to have it in abundance. And they are also multicultural. They have the French-speaking ones. They have the, I think, German-speaking ones. And the Dutch-speaking ones, if I'm not mistaken. And
Italian.
the Swiss, they are Italian too. And I think they also have native Swiss. I don't know whether they even have anything like that. So
Of all the places I've been in Europe, I think that could be one of the most beautiful places I've been. Switzerland.
I didn't know that. I just thought they just hoard
And
people's money.
their financial hub is so strong. You don't hear too much of them, but they're very, very strong financially as well.
There are people we should learn something from. There's a lot for us to learn from there. And to be fair, even Singapore too has got a multicultural listing, but these guys have been doing it for a long time. Singapore just emerged. It's like a baby compared to these guys. These guys have been doing it for a long time and they've done it to the extreme. And that tells you what you need. Our nation, we are not even close to their mindset. We want what they want, but we are not close to their mindset. I tell you, if you want peace, you have to be prepared for war. To the point whereby even Machiavelli used them as a reference, as an example, as he talked about that. These people are the freest people on earth. The argument was that what I was studying was that he was arguing that the stronger a nation is militarily, the freer the people are. And most people would think it's counterintuitive. That the more you have soldiers, the freer the people actually are. And technically, that's how America is. And America is the strongest country in the world, and they proclaim themselves to be the freest people. Same thing for the Romans and the rest of the people. When I was listening to that argument, I thought that was crazy. It doesn't make sense. But the moment he used Switzerland as an example, I say that makes perfect sense. Because they are the most paranoid and they are the freest people at the same time. Can you imagine? Let me just show the amount of they are carrying out some referendums this year when I was checking it. Let me show you what the kind of crazy people that they are. Everything they have to decide, though, not the government. To look at their referendum. They said they are holding they are holding one on the March, on the 9th and the 27th, 24th of this is November. These guys don't play. They can pass laws. They can remove laws. They control everything. And this is why I was saying that Nigeria needs to practice even a more advanced form of democracy, where you bypass all these crazy chiefs, pastors, imams, all of them, all these oligarchs, whatever you call them, cabals. You bypass them and give the power to the people. Let's see whether anybody wants to go and run to the center when the decision making is mostly in the hands of the people. Go and run for office and make your money. Who is going to increase your salary? If you increase your salary, the people will vote to remove your salary. You see what I mean? If you build this type of culture, you are going to have something far better than most systems, better than the Chinese, better than the Russians, maybe even better than the Americans. That is the model that we should be looking at, because these are very complicated people. They are so complicated, they have 7 presidents at the same time. That's how crazy they are. And yes, they made it work for them. And look at their GDP per capita. Look at the list of top countries in the world. Look at their GDP per capita. It's just ridiculous. 90 something. Isn't that the World Bank one? 90 something thousand. Nigeria is 2,000. Some of the estimate 85,000 GDP per capita of a country. This is higher than America's GDP per capita. This is US GDP per capita. And these guys print money. These guys literally print money. Although those guys, they actually hold money. Denmark, one of the best countries in Europe, GDP per capita 67,000. All these people, Nigeria is not even in the same ballpark as they are at all of them. Singapore, that is so good, 82,000. And yet these guys are just on a different level. This is Swiss people. They are totally on a different level when it comes to the prosperity they enjoy, the security they have, and the freedoms they have. All of them, everything we crave in this world, they seem to have it all. How did they do this? That's something I probably need to investigate. How they managed to pull this one off. I don't know if anybody has any ideas.
Forefathers. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. So all these people you mentioned, they did their thing within their country. Okay? They all cooperated. Do you know what happened? Would I say that was Friday or Saturday? UNICEF invited northern governors to Washington, D.C. And in my mind, I'm saying, UNICEF, if you actually want UNICEF, you already know who's representing this lady in there. And I was saying, if there is a problem going on, how come they didn't meet in Nigeria? Why bring it all the way to Washington, D.C.? So you see, this whole thing, it's all about unity, peace, and harmony. We cannot work together if we don't have these 3 things. We cannot. It's always this part we say, oh, they are better than this other part. The other part we say, oh, we are better than this other part, and all that stuff. Even currently, as we are talking, in as much as we don't want divisions and all that stuff, the Yoruba farmers in Oyo State have just signed an agreement with these other people that they fought against a few years ago or a few months ago. You know, the Mieti Allah. And before you know it, they will say, oh, probably that they didn't, most of them will say they didn't know about it. And all that. So when you mention all these other countries, it's all about education, it's all about cooperation, it's all about unity. Okay. That's how they're able to achieve what they're achieving right now.
Well,
can I say something?
These guys barely have anything. They just have sand, salt,
can I say something,
gravel, and marble.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Okay. I like the way you analyze, the issues that kept them on the top of the game. But you also forget that these are some of the countries that, if Swiss banks are some of the ones that house people's money that are not, you cannot trace. You don't have any, I mean, if you check what I do that economy, majority of it probably would have come from Africa. That's one. Two, I think the strongest people on, if you're talking about being strong, being able to, are Africans. This is only continent where you have moved the best brains and everything, and yet the continent is still standing. We're still being able to manage ourselves to a large extent. So I don't think it's about the system. It's about, just like the last comment. It's just about being able to cooperate with one another to see the same goal that all of us are looking at. We look at the same goal. Now, in a country where you prefer foreigners other than your own indigenes, in a country where even at the 21st century and counting to 2024, you still have indigenous ship for which you cannot go to another part of that nation and be a bona fide member of that state, in a country where you are still looked at as if we have different agenda for each region. How can we ever come to a critical mass? And I will end with the last thing that the last speaker talked about. You see, that's the thing I asked them yesterday, because I was in that meeting with some of my friends who came from Nigeria, and I asked them, how come you guys left all the way to come for a security meeting that had to do with Nigeria in the US? And they said, oh, the UN is paying for it. We're not the ones paying for it. And they invite. I said, yeah, but if they invited you people, why didn't they put the meeting in your own locality or in another state in Africa? Why should it have to be in DC, where you can't even discuss your matter secretly? How do you think a foreigner can give you the remedy to your own security in your own state, in your country where you know the corners, you know everything that has to do with your state? So you come to the foreigner to tell you how to be able to navigate in your own country, and they say, well, we didn't start it. We just so nobody, not even those who are in the meeting, can tell you the reason why they came, but they are coming because you have the ESTA code, you stay in some of the best hotels, and you just roam around, until maybe 1 week. Most of them will leave on Wednesday. And so
Probably get a good massage.
yes, of course, it's part of the package. Okay, and at the end they sign, deals that they don't even understand it. They don't even understand the heck of what they are doing. So, in conclusion, I will say we still remain the strongest of the people, because I've gone through all the kinds of suffering and treatment, and we are still standing. We are still saying we are still who we are. Just a few minutes ago, I was watching a video, and somebody was talking about the resilience of a Nigerian. I say, please teach us how you guys are able to stand, in spite of everything. So the truth remains, for further. Let's not beat about the bush. If we are given a free hand, if we are given allowed to operate our system, or even if our leaders can accept to come together and work as one, it's just a question of 5 years is too much for Nigeria to pick up and come to the place. Remember, like I said on this panel, I was in Abuja when Bill Clinton came to Nigeria, and in that Women Development Center, he was making a comment about Nigeria. I said, look, Nigeria, the world expects you to be a leader in the next century. I'm talking about when Bill Clinton was in office. So we do not expect anything less than you becoming the leader in the next century. Okay? And look at from where he made that statement to where we are now. We didn't not become leader. We backtracked more than 20 years backwards. So it's all got to do with we as a people. What do we want to achieve? What is our goal? I keep saying on this platform, what is the Nigerian dream? What do we tell our children? This is where we're going. When you come to office, what do you tell your people? This is where you're taking them. I ask the same question because some of them are people I know. I ask them, what is your vision? They say, no, okay, what I bring to the table? No, I'm bringing nothing.
But I think I'm beginning to worry now. This is concerning me a lot, because what is concerning me now is that will alone may not be enough. Our will alone may not be enough. I'm beginning to fear that events, history, is what shapes a people. The things that happen to them are the things they do to other people. is what shapes them. And if the things that are happening to us is something, if that is true, that it means our fate is not necessarily only in our own hands.
Well,
That scares me more than anything.
Forefathers, you have to listen to the language you're using. As Africans, everything is always happening to us. It's time for us to happen to someone else. Do you understand what I mean by that?
But why can't we make it happen? That's what I find problematic, because it looks like history, the kind of history they've had. Because these people now, I'm not sure they consciously did what they did. Maybe it just happened to them too. They just ended up the way they are.
How can you praise these Swiss people when if you held the piggy banks of all the thieves and drug dealers, you'd be the richest on the block too? They hold the purses of all the colonists.
It's more recently they were like that. Sorry, they were like that 500 years ago. It's more recently they started doing this other bit. When they declared their neutrality, that was just 200 years ago. But before that, they were engaging in problems.
Switzerland is, but we're not talking about that. You're talking about today, right? Switzerland is responsible for setting every banking policy that goes across to every major bank in Europe and America that is benefiting from the assets that are stolen from places in the Caribbean and Africa. If we took our resources and blocked them from our resources, they would go bankrupt in about 5 years. How dare we praise them?
No, look at this. I know, I hear what you are saying, but I'm just judging them for what they are. This is 500 years ago, before they took one slave from Africa. That is a statement from somebody that said the Swiss are at once the best armed and the freest people in the world. These are people that have been like that for a long time. Before they encountered slavery.
I have a problem when you quote from Google. I mean, these are not. You're not doing a proper reference.
Somebody that was alive at that time.
Father, your network is breaking.
If you just pick out of Google and give us, it's not a proper referencing. This is just an individual's view about what he thinks. Okay, so if we're going to refer to that, we'll probably have to go into more details, not just Google. Right.
Can you look at the link I posted in the back?
Let me
Click
check.
on that link.
Yeah, I can't see it. Are you sure you didn't post it at the phone?
BIS.org GCDS.
Forefathers, forefathers.
Here, I'll post it again.
We can be a great nation, but the thing is, we don't plan, we don't write anything down. We just wake up and Black Beauty was something you were saying. I don't know if I got you correctly. We are complaining about immigration. The Black people all over the world, they don't plan nothing. You go to Western Hemisphere, we don't. Okay, look at. I was talking with an African American. We're talking about why is it that we don't have a lot of Africans here? Because when Africa, the civil rights leaders, when they were negotiating, planning, they never really thought about bringing Africans, way to bring Africans, more to the US, and then again. African Americans, they were antagonistic, towards Africans. They didn't want to be Africans. They want to be African. They didn't want to be Africans. So there was no strategy to bring Africans, here. Because if they were planned like 50 years ago, 40 years ago, bringing Africans,
like the way they did in the UK with the Windrush, there was a strategy to bring blacks from the Caribbean over there.
So now we have because look at the US population, the Black population in the US about 6%. The Hispanic they're taking over, they were like about 15% now, something like that. On the US, I think 13% or so going down. 13% going down.
Because a lot of us don't register for census, so I would say we're probably about 18% at this point.
But but there's no plan. Just like in Nigeria, we just government they come, they just do something.
Did you understand what you were looking at?
I think it has something to do with the
it's the Basel Economic. Let me explain it to you. It is the Basel Economic Committee that is set up in Basel, Switzerland, that is responsible for managing the 6-tier banking system that has banks like Citibank and JP Morgan and Bank of New York and Nova Scotia and all these other banks on the very top tier, and they're all tiered out banks by which you can find not one Nigerian bank. Access Bank is not even in amongst the tiers. Every single one of these banks have profited off of the pilfering of resources from Africa and the Caribbean, and they are the sole reason why Switzerland is rich today. We may not praise them. What I'm saying is that the reason why we're in the position that we're in today is because it's always something happening to us. It's time for us as Africans to happen to them.
I agree with you on that. I agree 100%. You see, what I concern myself with is like China exists, and they manage to get themselves out of the mess there. In Indians are doing the same thing. We have to figure out a way to do our own.
Well, the first thing is to put an embargo on every resource that comes off that continent. That's the first thing.
Do it then. You see, that's a problem. They're
not ready to die for their own
know.
resources. Africans are not ready to die for their own resources.
Why? You see, it comes down to that. Why? Is it not their consciousness? I think it's a form of experience. If you experience certain things the way they did, we will probably do the same thing as they are doing. And that is the one that scares me the most. That except we force history to happen to us, because one of the things I see that the West does is that they lie to their people a lot when they want to go to war. They will do some immoral things just to force their people to follow to fall in line. And you see, they have that skill to do that. We don't, for some reason. I don't know what I can even.
Africans are too good. They're too good. Africans are too good.
You see what I mean? What got them to that point where they are so mean-spirited? They are willing to do all manner of evil that we will recognize as evil for the greater good. They are willing to do it. They don't care how many million they kill. They don't care how many thousand they kill to get to where they need to get to. That's what they do. But we can't do that. And I don't think, because we've not lived that life. We've not lived the life they've lived.
When I read this book, the thing that disappoints me in this book every time I start reading is that I keep hearing, she keeps going over accounts where there were Europeans that would come into Africa in the early 1900s, and they would be confronted in parts that would be considered Western Sudan, which is northern Nigeria, the middle of Nigeria, and they would be met with these groups of very black, she described them, very black men. And these groups would grab them, take them into their village, and then they'd let them go. They'd let them go home. Please, I beg. I don't want to hear shit about Africa. Until Africa's ready to die for their resources and to hold captive
our heritage, not even resources alone. Switzerland doesn't have anything. They just have salt and nonsense.
But forefathers, they have plans. They have plans.
Forefathers, when you've got good leadership, then you can plan. By the way, priceless if you just said, and which is true, I forgot to mention this earlier. Tinubu and his gang just borrowed another $2.5 billion. What they are doing with this money, I do not understand. And yet, people will still come out and be defending what you cannot defend.
But you don't know what they want to use to do. You just condemn. What if they want to use to build a world-class hospital in Abuja so that they don't jack up again?
They borrow the money to steal it.
We have to get the facts first now. So let's be sure of what they are trying to do with it before we start condemning them.
Listen. If Tinubu, I've always said it, and I will continue to say it. If we all know that he stole the election. If any day he starts doing something that is economically sensible, I'll be one of the first people that will sing his praises. But these guys are not there. It's not just happening. It's not going to happen. It's like when you're checking a dead body. There's no pulse. There's no pulse in this government. We've checked and we've been checking. There's no
they keep going to the World Bank for everything.
Forefathers, so we have 3 tiers of government: federal, state, and the local government. I've been thinking everybody gets money, but nobody concentrates on the states, what they do with their money. Now, I was thinking some days ago, while we are hoping on the federal government to help out, the states as well needs to be held accountable. And the question I ask myself is that, how can we even think of holding them accountable? I was just asking myself, maybe we can find a plausible solution to this. And I feel that one thing that makes Nigeria to look like a secret cult is that lack of information. Now, last month, I saw this list on Twitter with every state and the amount they received last month. I think for me, that is something that the Ministry of Information should always hammer it. Even with these contracts, if I'm giving you 100 naira to do job for me, any job for me, I will sound it on the internet or sound it with media that I have given forefathers 100 naira to tar this road for me. The pressure now beckons on you to do it. But now we don't even know how much each of these states received.
Augustine,
we don't even know
Augustine, if I may, sorry, Gosi, if I may, that is why I like Edo people for the first time in many years. They are now being conscious of who they want to vote as the next governor. Because Edo State, as a state, is supposed to be one of the leading states in Nigeria.
That is the point.
And see, Governor T had just thrown the light, has shown us that this is possible. This is not rocket science. It is possible to do this thing if we have someone that's cerebral, that is honest to some extent, that want to do the work. Okay, look at other states. You go to Osun State. That place is still so backward. What is the governor doing with all the money that's being assigned to them?
Even Kogi, I passed through even the capital city in Lokoja. I was asking,
exactly.
is this a capital city? This is
It's
not
like a
even,
village.
looks like a state
It's
capital.
like a village. Honestly.
I'm telling you, the place looks like, it looks like, but let me say my village is a town. It looks like my village.
Look at our guy has rushed. They have rushed to the World Bank again to go and collect 2 billion.
Yeah.
2 billion that they may have already made from Nigeria from the
And the
currency
CBN will come and
speculation.
start. You'll be speaking big grammar that the guy on the streets does not even understand.
And they are not increasing production.
Let's find
They are
out
not increasing
now.
production.
Let's find
They are
out
not
now.
increasing.
Maybe they are using it to build hospitals. Let's find out what they are going to use the money for. Minister of Finance during the press briefing. You know, we don't know what they are going to do with the money because of the International Monetary Fund. They are not saying anything they're going to do with it. Yeah. I think, Loco, you've been very quiet there. That's true, actually. Virtually nothing. I'm not seeing, they're not telling us what they're going to do with it, though. Okay, it's for about 10 to 20 year moratorium and about 1% interest rate. What are the conditions? Is what they are now telling you. Why are they giving that kind of free money? In addition to, they are not telling us.
Is it for the Lagos Tech Hub?
You see Tech Hub, I didn't see any Tech Hub there. There's no Tech Hub there at all. They are not even telling us. Edun also tapped to the dollar denomination security specificate. It's almost like for financial reasons. I don't know. There's no
Forefathers. Listen, we
forex
have
inflows, attracting forex inflows.
Forefathers, you know what I'm going to suggest? Yeah, we meet up here every Saturday, every Sunday. We yell at each other, we argue and all that. Let us start. Listen, let's even forget a bit about the positions. I'm not saying we should forget them, but let us start thinking what we can come, because it's a privilege to be in diaspora right now. Let us start thinking of what we can set up, no matter how small.
I agree.
Set up for people and all that, even if it's even spending some little money and even employ some people, put some people in employment, because it's like we are kind of leading light. We're showing them.
Let me just read this. You see, this is what bothers me with some this our leader. Okay, which maybe I should understand why he's saying it. Let me just read it. He said we have qualified for the processing just this week to the board of directors of the World Bank of a total package of $2.25 billion of what you can call the closest you can get to a free lunch, virtually a grant. And personally, I don't like that kind of thinking. It's for about 10 to 20 years moratorium and at about 1% interest. There's no free lunch. And this is the kind of stuff that they talk about. Even if they give it to you for free, why are you taking it? You don't have to take it if you don't need it. And okay, I like the idea that it's for just 1%, but it's no money. And they're going to be dictating to you because they are the ones giving you money. They're going to be telling you that, oh, if you want to increase your security, no, don't do that. If you want to stop LGBT, don't do that. They're going to be telling you, if you want to institute death penalty, don't do that. Because they are giving you money like this in a weak state. I don't subscribe to all this money from the World Bank because it's not done us any good so far. What has it done for us? So, and yet they keep going to get more and more and more of them. I don't know what's wrong with these people. And World Bank, if I was World Bank, I would have made a killing out of the Nigerian economy in the last 3 months or 4 months alone. People, because they don't know where the currency is going to go. When they devalue the currency in the last 3, 4, 5 months, they will just come and buy the Naira. And now that they appreciate it, just sell it. Make 50%, 100% profit and go away. And maybe that's the money they're giving back to us, and we're here thanking them. Oh, yeah. It's a free lunch. There's no free lunch.
Well,
these people don't give you anything for free.
You know, I had an idea. What if Nigerians in the diaspora decided to invest in another country in West Africa, I feel like that could bring more attention to the Nigeria government, because that would kind of be a loss of investment, money that they wouldn't receive otherwise if we were starting to build up in other areas. Because I mean, West Africa is open to anyone from Nigeria.
Makes
So if we
sense.
start
Yeah,
building,
makes sense.
right?
Well, Nigerians are already building houses in Ghana. Do you see them
Well, not
crying?
just houses, but like industry and real
Industry, yeah.
opportunities.
And so listen, it's a coalition of people in diaspora that Nigerian government is not being responsible. This is what we can do that will have
Yeah,
done in Nigeria.
exactly.
But however,
Mhm.
this is what we have decided to go say to the Gambia. This is what
Yes,
we're doing.
exactly.
And employing people.
Exactly.
With these guys, you see, that will hurt people that care about Nigeria. But if they don't care, it's like saying you want to protest, you sit at
No,
home.
but
Say,
that
I
would
won't
hurt the
protest in
government
Nigeria.
too, because that's money they don't have access to. Because we're saying if we can't bring the money home and it be managed correctly, well, we're going to take it to the Gambia. We're going to take it to Sierra Leone. We're going to take it
They don't
somewhere
have
else.
access to that money. The money
It's
they
a
care
good
about.
idea. It's a good thinking, but
I know it's good
it's
thinking.
as forefathers said.
Mm.
When you're dealing with a country that doesn't give a damn, and that country that doesn't give a damn is extremely rich,
You know, in
they're
the
just pulling
Gambia, if you
they're
pay
pulling out
somebody
their wealth from the
$100 a
ground.
month, is a lot of money
Listen, you
in the
can go and do
Gambia.
what you want.
Crude
It's
oil
the
money is
attitude.
there. Gold money is
You
there.
need,
All
you
that,
need thinking
that's what I'm
government
going to focus on.
to access them at the point you're speaking. They don't give a damn.
Because most of the diaspora money, it goes to the family member. The crude oil money is there. The gold money is there. The lithium money is there. They will just be stealing and feeding themselves. They don't care about it. They will just say, if you want to go and be... If not, do you think they would not have given diaspora the vote by now? If that wasn't the case, the diaspora will be having a stronger say. They will be inviting us back if they cared.
Scum, man. Now, I beg. You say if they give you chance, you go talk till they break. Do like say nobody even did it to Bruce. Okay, oh, this guy has said
Welcome. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. It's late. Fine. Go ahead, then.
Be patient. Use your man. Use your canoe chain. Just talk.
You're overdoing it now.
Yes, I have to. So I make enter your body. When you see me next time, you quickly respond.
Good one. Go ahead now.
What should I say now? What am I saying now?
I beg you.
So you've said all you've got to say. Next, next, please. You've said all you've got to say.
Okay, good one anyway. Because when you said about the diaspora voting, that was what I'm like. Look, I have to say something this time because I just don't want to. I'll soon go just log off. Meanwhile, I've joined the conversation since Aisha Yesufu was there anyway, but Rudolph got me angry. I wanted to come. Rudolph decided not to bring me into the stage. Anyway, but she left and all that stuff. But regardless of that, some few things I want to say anyway. The argument of her voting for Buhari unlike Chim or like Tone, yes, I wouldn't blame them. I would say in their own right they are correct, that they have the right to do so, judging from the fact that we have one Dundee at the time we call president, who the argument that you guys were having before, if it was the worst, for me, Jonathan is worst ever thing that happened to Nigeria. The worst, take it anywhere. You might say economically, or maybe things were better. That no, look, he had the chance to take Nigeria to the best place Nigeria can ever be. He blew it up.
Why did you say he had the chance?
See, I can't explain. Don't worry. If you live in Nigeria at that period, you will see where I'm coming from. He had the chance where things were still moderately okay. See, Obasanjo technically hand over the economy to not really him. It just 2 years between himself and Obasanjo. You understand? That means Nigeria was still on a cruising, okay, at least slight downfall, nosedive kind of stuff like that. He had the chance where oil was still selling well to give us a good airport, give us good refinery, give us good seaports. You understand? All he was just doing was just be giving contract, renew contract. Contract can only last but for a short while. You understand? But when you create institutions that takes care of itself, you understand? You create manufacturing sectors production sectors that takes care of themselves. You don't need to start bringing out money to service people. But instead, you borrow and you share. You remember that time? It was PDP share the money. PDP share the money. That was their logo. And everybody was only in PDP. That's why they had the nerve to tell themselves that they will last forever. Because they know they have the solution of Nigeria and share the money, nothing will happen. So in Jonathan's case, he was the worst thing that ever happened to Nigeria. Imagine for you, for a group of Nigerians to have an option in one other non-entity who like, okay, we think this non-entity is better than you, so to some extent. Buhari is nothing to write me about, but they had to look for him as an option, or he was the only option available then to knock this guy up. Yeah, you might say yes, the Western, Americans had a role because he refused to send this their bullshit gay, homosexual, whatever stuff. Like, yeah, fine, but look, they say when you have power, you can do and undo. They say that's why I say people say power corrupts. Absolutely, he has the power to do whatever he wants to. He's Nigerian. He knows. If he doesn't know, people are other African countries are looking up to Nigeria for whatever they want to do first, so that they will follow. You understand? He has the power to do whatever he wants to do. But what did he do? He bunkered, he goofed. He was a big time, he goofed. To the extent that he was there and the Dizianis and his wife and the Stella Oduas were making cheese in his
But
order.
they said the economy was the best, the highest at this time.
No, you're not getting my point. Look, I thought I said you have the tools to pilot the country to a better place. But
But that seems to be an abstract term. There's no concrete tools you are talking about here.
It's not him that did it. Like I said, he's just had 2 years in between himself and Obasanjo. You get my point? He just had 2 years between himself and Obasanjo. So if you say Obasanjo, okay, things were better at that time. 2 years later, between Obasanjo's 10 and your own, you could not still balance the country to a better place where you can you came from where, like, at that point, after your date of Yaradua, you were the highest educated leader that we've ever had. What did your school can't do for? What do you can go school for? And you say you be lecturer for one Mumu school like that. What do you can go school for? You don't get sense on how to pilot when I give you power, how to pilot the affair of education. You don't have that common sense. Then what's the need of education? You were even the close after his generation. We at least maybe people like us will be Jimmy. Okay, after his 10 or his generation, he will be like the next people. We are the next people that he's supposed to hand over to. If he's retired in politics, we are the ones who are supposed to be going there. But yet he goofed that Nigerians were even looking up to older person that is close to his grave to go and to lead us to where. Because his generation himself, his generation, Amici, Ibori, all of them failed. That they gave you power. And you even came from Niger Delta. When you know that when it comes to militancy resources, powerful, whatever, we have the power to back you up. Who want that may die? But yet you goofed and you just chickened out like one chicken and fowl and like, okay, no, you have this and that.
But that just seems harsh, though. You are not nailing it
listen
down.
to me. Look, now that nonsense, that mistake, that he did, that brought us to where we are today. You
know what I would like to hear? You know what I would like to hear? Like, you know how I think what Tinubu, one of that government leave the rail track in Lagos to that governor. What's the name again? The one before Shomolu. Then he didn't carry on with the project, and because of that, he was a failure. Yeah, but is there anything that he could have done that he failed in?
This light we are even talking about right now, it's an NIPP project that Obasa just started. In his time, he cannot even complete that project, NIPP. He cannot even. And you come from where the resources of your region is what is feeding the nation. Ordinary east-west road that pass through your Domont, your frontage, from DSC roundabout in Warri to Oron roundabout in Akwa Ibom, you cannot even complete the road that Obasa just started. You can't even complete it. Your village in Otweke, no road to that place.
Well, was that not during the time there was that Niger Delta? Hold on now, hold on.
No, you hold on. At that time, ask yourself, how much was the oil selling at that time?
Yeah, but I need to ask questions now. You need to allow me ask so that I understand where you're coming from. Because my thinking is that was during the time the Niger Delta there was a little bit of kidnapping and all those problems going on.
Which kidnapping? No,
When
Now,
was this then?
Gerard that time, in fact, just imagine that time, now it starts. It was Gerard that started this amnesty, whatever. And Jonathan was just one Momo push button vice. That he wasn't, he wasn't even supposed to be the one that's supposed to be vice first. He wasn't supposed to be the one.
It
It
was
was
during his
Peter Obi
time
that
that
was
they
supposed to be
ended that problem in the Niger
what?
Delta.
No,
Was
it
it not
was
during his...
it was Yaradua that started amnesty.
Okay, I
That
didn't
started
know that.
amnesty. Which I'm even engaged because you can't reward criminals or no matter what. You can't be bigger than a country, no matter how powerful you think your organization is. Apart from maybe Escobars and whatever. You understand? That is also being backed by American government or the Cuban government that they are lying about. You understand? But regardless, in Nigeria's situation, they can't. But yet you just fool yourself and women were running the economy on your behalf and you can't even do anything. Then the Northern Kaba, you were thinking of okay, because you wanted your intention was how to come up for this your second tenure. You were trying to do the bid of the North. And meanwhile, first thing first, you were not even supposed to be the one. You're not supposed to even smell that place because it was the plan was Obasanjo's plan was Yaradua pairing with Peter Obi that did not rejected. You understand? And another thing that's supposed to happen, he now said, okay, Peter Obi is supposed to come. You see, Jonathan was not even in the picture of getting to power, never ever from nowhere. You understand? That was why he's the way they added that name, Ebele, not being named from whatever. It was just given to him just to sound Igbo, just to sound Southeast America, to appease that because Southeast wanted presidency. They don't want vice. They disagreed for Peter B to vice anybody. You understand? That was how this guy came in with this the dead guy Jonathan came into whatever. But no problem. The luck came to your hand. Fine. This is an opportunity for us now from the Niger data, from our reasons. Like, okay, guy, do shit. Everybody they expect for Amechi to fall out against this guy. You just not clear eye. Because this guy was goofing. It was goofing. This was our opportunity right now to like see this is our region. Try. Okay, not even do for the whole do for only South. Okay, do for North, do for South. You didn't even do anything. All you're just thinking of agriculture, how to make sure say you promote what's it called this beggar, this Amajiri from the streets, artisan farming. Okay, what about the resources that is where is coming from? What are you doing there? Nothing. Then you got them say you try pass who? If Jonathan see, if Buhari was in Jonathan's time, I trust you. I think Buhari would have done better. If Buhari was the one who was there at Jonathan's time, we would have done better. Jonathan good, my brother. What you think of you go school, then you can't be a younger person, you can't get power. Give Buhari that kind of power that they give Jonathan. Just Buhari, give him that kind of power that give Jonathan. If Buhari will not turn the whole of South.
Well, we have to be careful though. All the people that have had the power now, what have they done for us?
Hold on now. I'm telling you, where I blame Jonathan is look, in terms of knowledge, in terms of articulate thinking, in terms of Y2K compliant thinking, in terms of development, in terms of how to really sit down as a lecturer to say, okay, yes, we can plan and take this country to a better place. You have all these things with you as a learned person, and you can also have technocrats from your Niger Delta region and some brilliant men from the north or southeast or whatever. You have to do. Obasanjo entered. What did he do? He did not have the brain because he came from this place. He took brilliant people to work with him. Jonathan, we can't go to school. They're not going to get sense to carry brilliant people to work with him. What's wrong with you? Obasanjo, just take him. Obasanjo did not go to the school. He only went to military with NDA. But when he got to power, he said, no, I have to bring brilliant mind, people who think, people who are educated. He had to bring them on board. Then talk of the person who can't go to school, not going to have the sense to bring such people on board. Who can be fool? Who is now worse? Then what is now the need of Jonathan's education? So when I tell you it's the worst, not because maybe because now we are drinking Gary. That time we are eating 1 cup of rice. Now we are eating 1 cup of Gary. You're saying no, we're suffering. No, at that time when we had the opportunity, you goofed, and it was your goofing that metamorphosed it to this goofology that we are experiencing right now in Nigeria. Because if we didn't goof that time, we wouldn't have been where we are today. Because at least they would have been okay. There would have been a template. Oh, Jonathan did well. He did and that. Oh, this was his project. This was industries working. Then at least the next person that will come in, which is Buhari will not say no. I want to just close refinery. I want to do. He won't try it because those were working, and we were seeing evidence of them working. So Buhari would not have gone all the way, but because Jonathan goofed, Buhari just came. Oh, it's PDP share the money. No, it's now APC time to share the money. Let's share the money.
Yeah,
People were dying because of money that were meant for the big nation. PDP was using it to share that the money that went to that's okay. Where do you think he got it from? From where of Nigeria? From PDP now, from Jonathan's government.
Yeah, I think I think if one looks, my concern is that if we look at the state of Nigeria, I don't think it took one presidency to get it to this point, and that we pin it on him, and that it's not even his administration, he just took over. That he is the worst person and he did damage to the economy. I don't know any. I don't know of any specific policy that he did that damaged the Nigerian economy.
No, it's not about
apart from the mercenary one, though.
It's not about Jonathan. You had 4 years. After 2 years, you had extra 4 years that they gave you to do something. His plan was to come back second tenure to make 10 to make 10 years. That was his plan. That was what he was focusing on. That's why he were palling with the North, thinking he would do things for them. That you understand? That was what he was doing things, trying to do farming for the Amanjiris, this and that. That was his, not knowing that those people they never wanted him in the first instance. They never wanted him.
Yeah, the Malay was too much.
They never wanted him in the first instance,
which
in the sense that he didn't have.
They had a northern leader for the first time after many years.
Do whatever. Well, somebody was saying what the body did. I said, look, I don't mean Ibori was better. I said if you give Ibori that kind of power, Ibori would have stood against whatever forces. Yeah, I will do what I want to do, not in the corrupt way. But if he had the kind of mind that Ibori has, and he say he has good intention, Nigeria would have been something else.
Yeah, they say the government followed the advice of international experts that claim that the fuel subsidies, $8 billion per year or 25% of the government annual budget was not sustainable. Brookings Institute, a think tank, praised the government's move. This is the same game we play. It's not. We keep playing this same game, listening to other people telling us what to do with our economy, and we do as they say.
The thing is,
that
another
is
thing
just
I
not right.
also want to say is I don't know. I think it's an issue with black people anyway. I think when you guys were arguing about Trump and Biden, this and that, whether Trump or against Trump or Biden against Biden or whatever it is, like black people, ask yourself in America or UK, wherever, these white people, what is their plan for us? Their intention, their plan for us, is it of good intention or bad intention, regardless of which party? And that's the question we don't ask ourselves. We come here and debate about Donald Trump policy is first. What is the American policy? What is the American whatever? Is it for or against black people? Same thing with the UK. Because sometimes we think because we just get some peanuts, some small change, his policy is making me make my business okay. What about their policy for black Americans in the next 50 years? What's their policy making? Like, okay, from now, this policy would make, okay, yes, you can get little for now, but in the next 50 years, I see black people to become this, united, this, industrious, this, whatever. What is, black people don't ask that question. They just vote for, he's going to give you good road. Is that good road a problem? Why are you thinking about yourself? These white people, they plan for 50 years, 20 years, 100 years, policies that will make it their great-grandchildren, that they will not be even alive to enjoy. But black people, you don't ask this question, okay, if it's your country, fine. It's not our country, it's not a black nation, it's a white nation, fine. If you want us to be behind you, what is your policy for us for the next 50 years? For the next 20 years? Where do we see our great-grandchildren, great-grandchildren holding positions? When is the next black person becoming a president again? And also, at the same time, a black person become a vice president. In fact, 2 black people on the White House. When is that time? That would like, okay, no, we don't care about for this time. Sorry?
I wish to ask a question. Maybe those who know America and know UK very well. I just wish to ask a question. Can I go on?
Hey, go on.
Now, the point is that maybe Black Beauty could have been the best person to answer this question for me. We have gone for conferences. Most of the time, if I see Black people present at scientific conferences, sometimes you have just people from Nigeria, sometimes Cameroon, West Africa, and the rest. It's a little bit difficult to see indigenous Black people, Black Americans, those who are supposed to own this country, present at scientific conferences.
No.
So my problem I'm asking, how did the government stop them? Is government stopping them from getting involved in sciences, maybe biological sciences, engineering, and the rest? I only see them in conference. As I said, I only see international students who came here to study presenting at conferences.
To answer
I'm asking this because you said that what is the plan for us? What
Yeah.
is the government doing that is stopping them from taking the opportunity now? I don't know. I don't
Now,
know much.
my
I just
question,
want
my
to know.
answer to you is that this is a foundational problem, right? The people you're talking about are excelling, right? They have a family good foundation from Africa before coming to the US. You understand? So their vision is different from the vision of the original Black Americans. You understand? I think we heard the right time when somebody was saying, why is it that Africans who come, people, Africa, blacks who come from Africa, if they're looking for a job or whatever, they can get it. But those indigenous Black Americans who are there, they don't seem to have the job because they say if they
Yes.
hear your accent, they won't give you the job. If they hear this hear African accent, they want to give him the job. I said, okay, fine. Somebody now also said it may be another thing like you Africans that are there, Black Africans that are from slavery ancestor, whatever. Before you go to 18 years, most of you already have criminal record. You maybe they've caught you in stealing, caught you in burglary, caught you in this and that. Your name is already stained.
Let me cut you off.
Go there and look for a
Look,
job.
okay.
You might not
Let,
necessarily get, but
let,
Africans who coming from Africa, if they put their name on the system, their name is clean because they just came in. They've not had any negative record, and their parents have always warned them. Look, this what's up, nigga? What's up, yo man, yo man, yo man? Is this American lifestyle will definitely put you in trouble. They've had that rotation to stay away from them. That's why you can see them concentrate and have education and come in conferences and do this and that. But for those who are already there, the lifestyle that they know is hip hop hooray. Like, yeah, sagging, this and that. Their grandfather was in jail, their father was in jail, this and that. So they have the same mentality to like, yeah, that's how it is in America. America is a doggy dog world. So you just going to jail is like nothing.
but look up here,
It's
listen. So
nothing to
now
them.
Maybe
you're being
okay.
stereotypical. Okay, so
No, trust me, I'm just saying the truth.
no. While some of what you're saying does have some credence to it, you have to first start off by asking yourself, what kind of conferences is Augustine talking about? Because to just think that there are no qualified Black Americans.
I didn't say so.
No. I'm just saying based on the question.
Okay.
And the question, and to some extent your response. And I'm not being antagonistic towards either of you. I'm just saying why it depends on what conference are you going to. It's a rhetorical question.
Yes.
Who were the conferences targeted towards? Because no matter how you want to slice, dice, and cut it, there definitely will still be more indigenous Black Americans qualified professionally than their foreign-born counterparts. So to think, okay, well, it's because they just sag. Yes, Black Americans could be doing way better, but like Local P rightfully said, there have been foundational issues that have kept Black Americans from achieving the highest pedigree of society, meaning the government did intentionally and still does intentionally try to stifle the progress of Black Americans compared to their foreign counterparts. If he rightly says a lot of people have records, then again, employers, which of course I am one, a lot of people, non-Blacks, because of the stereotype they see in the mass media, and this is not to denigrate Africans or people from the diaspora. Africans are more subservient. They are very, very subservient people. So you even see this in the way we approach issues. That is why a lot of Africans will run away from their home, will not fight, but come to the United States that has already been fought for and gain opportunities that the Black indigenous Americans died for, got incarcerated for, got maimed and killed for, but then want to imbibe the values that has been put in them, the stereotypical values by the white man, and start looking down upon the Black man, sometimes subconsciously. Why haven't they done this? Why haven't they achieved this? We came from Africa. Well, they were born here. So why haven't they done this? Well, you do not have the same things hindering you that the Black Americans have had and still have till today. They hear their accent, they have a lesser God. They hear your accent and they think you're not a threat. And this is just the truth of American society today.
I like what the way you said it. Like, they hear your accent, they feel you're the threat. Now, why would your accent just be the threat? Because of what they see every day on the streets. You understand? Kids who don't have good educational background, like I said, the foundational problem. Kids who, if you check deeply, either their parents or their grandparents is incarcerated. You understand? There's no, no male figure, no male god in their life to like direct them well. You go to the streets, you see them outside, like these guys don't seem to look like people who have a plan for their future. You understand? What they all want to do. I see young kids who are into rap music and whatever stuff, brandishing gun weapons on video, this and that, more about bitches and more this and that. That's what they see them as. You understand? So, and if you do that all the time, you're not going to blame them for looking at you the way you present yourself. And with a look at this other set of demographics that have this African accent, you're like, oh, okay, these people are coming here. It's all about school, work, get their money, pay their taxes. I think these people are okay. But for these other ones, they are saying, they are both, yo, nigga, fuck you. Before you say this and that, everybody's always spamming, bringing out guns, shooting this and that. So, like, you want to give them.
If we were to be stereotypical, I'll tell you something right now. If you was to walk on the streets of America, just based on the dreads in your head, you're a threat to any white person walking past you. Without you saying nothing, automatically, well, hold on. I'm just trying to show you how hypocritical this society is, okay? So without you saying anything at all, they're looking at you. You're a threat. You got a full beard. You got dreads. To them, you look unkempt. To someone like me, you just look like someone that is appreciating his Africanism. So, but they're not looking at you like that. Now, if we have to go, hold on. Let me land with this. So I don't forget what I'm trying to say.
I want to ask one question before you continue.
You will ask me, Loco. You will ask me, but I will forget.
Don't push.
Look, what about the cops that are blacks?
Stop. Oh dear.
I will answer. Let me just answer this. Let me just end this part. So, with regards to the sagging and the music, okay, sagging was never accepted in Black society because the way we looked at it, we knew where it came from. It came from the prisons, and it was a sign for same-sex people of saying, hey, come bullshit, at me this way, right? So if you want to say, well, they waving, brandishing guns and all kinds of firearms in their music videos, you have to remember two things. It is not against the law in the United States. There's a Second Amendment. That is fine. America is a very violent country. You know, the only thing more violent than the United States, if the United States was a book, is the Bible. All right. So the United States, by virtue of the way it was created, is a very, very violent society. So the Second Amendment is allows. You can have firearms depending on.
I'm not saying
right. So, but now you have to look who promotes this music, these rappers, these musicians, who promotes the videos to the world. before the advent of the internet, and even with the advent of the internet, the people, the machine behind
Can
these
I come in
people
here? Can
are
I come
Is it like
here?
being
the white
the
people I know?
machine
Can I
being
come in?
the machine pushing these people
The
and
white people
pushing them in the are the
like
white
Davis,
people,
and all. Yeah.
Leo Cohen,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and all these other people. So
We know
So
these
like
people.
that's my question.
We
Ask me
know.
like,
We
Sorry,
know. Let me come in,
black
Local
police,
P.
just
why are
Local
the
P. Let
black
me come
police
in,
scared
please.
of you too?
just
Let
Black
me
one
just
police.
come in here. You
what
see,
you
15
say?
seconds.
when
Loco.
you
They say the
see.
black police. Why are they scared of them too? Black police.
No, wait.
Why are
Let
the
me just equalize
black
this. Let me just
why are
equalize
the
this a
black
bit
police
in terms
scared
of
of
what I want
who?
to say. Really and
This
truly, when it
African
comes to
demographics that speaks American
the
accent.
relationship,
They
when it comes to the relationship between Black Americans and Black Africans, there's a lot that is missing in order to defend one or the other position.
Look,
I think sometimes we have to ask ourselves,
whoa.
truly, when we look at the Black American culture from outside of America, it seems to me that they are saying our culture is criminality. Whilst we understand that that is a stereotype and it's a lot wider than that, that is the portrayal. And if they want to put the camera on nearly any individual in certain demographic groups, that 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 idealism would come across. Now, I have to ask, with all the different levels of pontification that come out of Black America, I have to ask them, is this a culture? Is this what you're spreading? Is this attractive? Because sometimes you see the lack of attraction to the Black American culture, so to speak, from other more conservative Africans outside of the diaspora zone. When we enter these areas, it's not something that Nigerians are looking for, to be honest. It happened here in the UK. In the UK, I will say that the Caribbean culture and the African culture, they have glued together a lot quicker than the Black American culture and the Black African culture, as it were. Here, we went through all that disparity in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. But today, whilst there are still bits and pieces, they are more together. But the underlying thing is when you look at the education and who is performing, you see the Black Caribbeans as like third from the bottom, and then you see the Africans, which are mainly made up of Nigerian and Ghanaian, you see them performing at a much higher level, and then we have the highest being the Indian, after we have already beaten out the Pakistanis, the Bangladeshis as Africans. Indians, they mark them differently, and they are second, and the Chinese are on top in terms of education. So there is not enough appreciation, in my belief, between the groups. What's happening is that we're defending our position, which a lot of the times is not defensible, because Black Americans, for one side, should be able to be saying that all this that we're showing booty, we're showing crazy music, we're showing even worse lyrics, we're showing demonic visions, we're showing all these rubbishes, and we're saying it's our culture, and we know the mechanism that is music is a very wicked mechanism. We understand this. However, this is the portrayal, and whilst that's not attractive, I think it's first to admit that this thing is not attractive. On the African side, where because we have such disdain for everything, and we are always offended at everything, just because we're African and we have this way of being, it seems that we are closed-minded, and we are just walking in the same fog that we came out of in Africa. We are walking in that fog that is, for want of a better phrase, whiteism. I don't really want to use that phrase because it's a bit more than that. But we walk in that vein where we are basically stepping into the system, and the system is working for us, full stop. We're not really looking to engage with those who are here before us and how to assist, and vice versa. Sometimes, however, I must say, the way African Americans come across to me, whilst I've appreciated them all my life in terms of their forwardness in this big fight of the races, if you like, I've always saluted their resilience and their forthrightness of getting their rights in a country that enslaved them. This has to be really appreciated, that people are sick, people are ill. Black Americans are ill. Africans are ill. We have an illness, and we are not taking our medicine in order to cure our illness before we again start pointing the finger at the illness of the other. And I just always see this as a failing. It's a failing. It's to me, are we talking in order to bridge a gap, or are we talking to maintain that gap? And this is, I think, the question that every individual needs to answer.
Local P, so what was your question about why the cops?
No, yeah, you were saying when they hear the accent first, they see you as a threat, and when they hear the other accent, they're like, oh, okay, this guy is not threatening. So if the accent is seen as a threat, right? Wouldn't it be easy if the kind of crime they see them commit, if they don't commit it at all, and the effort and energy these Africans are putting into their work and living and doing great things in America, why can't the Black Americans to like, oh, we can still be the same, do like them? Instead, you walk on the streets, brandish weapon because you think you have the right to carry, because people don't know the right of of carrying a gun. You don't know if the person is mentally, psychologically okay or mentally okay to carry it, but you think because he has the right, he can take. Then you see this violence in America, shooting here and there and there. And if you check, blacks shoot here and there. Who dies? Blacks. Gang-related shooting, blacks. Why? Why? So when you ask yourself, okay, we are saying that these white guys are oppressing us, they're marginalized, or these guys are racist to us, but how do we carry ourselves in their faces? How do they see us? How do we treat ourselves? How do we respect ourselves in their faces? If we don't do this to ourselves, we don't give ourselves respect. In any little violence, bring out gunshot shooting, killing, robbery, this and that, car theft and all that bullshit. How do you want these guys to treat us? Then the question I was asking is, what about the black cops? They're still, are they still feeling threatened by the Black Americans' accent if they hear the accent, if they see them? Because you can't tell me because white guys are threatening of they're threatening afraid of us because people like me carrying dread or this and that. What about the black cops? If they see me like this, will he harass me because I'm carrying my afro? Yes, he will still do that. Why? Because America is, like I said, it's a violent place.
Yeah, but Local P, okay, so this is why I said we have to be careful with stereotypes, okay? And this is why Black Americans usually have a problem with Africans from the diaspora or from the Caribbean. All right. So you have to be very mindful to think that I hate that term, African Americans, to think that Black Americans are not well established in these fields that
No. I'm listening.
Let me finish. Let me finish. To think that Black Americans are not well established in this field is a fallacy. They are very to think that they just hang around on the streets, on the corners, sagging their pants, shooting people. According to FBI data, Black Americans actually do not commit as much crimes as their white counterparts. If we also have to, and there's a very disproportionate way that the United States actually sentences Black people in comparison to their white counterparts. So you have to take all these things into consideration. A Black man commits a crime or is alleged to have committed a crime, and if a cop was to respond to the scene, the way they would handle it would be way more severe than how they would.
No, that is hold on, sir. But I'm talking about actually committing the crime, Not
But
maybe
this
suspicion.
is what
Actually committing the crime
saying.
now. That's what I'm
You
asking.
don't know if
When you
someone
have
actually
evidence, you see the video recordings and all that stuff. Yeah.
you don't know if someone actually committed a crime in
Forefathers, can you hear me?
absence.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
You cannot actually tell if someone committed a crime without hard evidence, or like you said, a camera, or if the person,
video evidence.
or if the person, barring the person getting convicted in the court of law. So you can't tell. But most times when cops respond to a scene of a crime, it is alleged. That is why they always say you can't be proven guilty.
I'm talking about video evidence.
But let me finish.
Video evidence.
So
video evidence you see on music video or people you go on street. I mean, you have a lot of prejudice against black. I don't. Sorry, I speak the truth. I don't really like foreigners talking about black people. If you want to talk about black people, you have to live in America to experience what they experience, to live, to try to be in their shoe, or maybe study, go to school, take black study before you speak. Don't start saying things outside. You have a lot of prejudice. What these things you're talking about,
See my problem.
No, because you're talking a lot of prejudice here. So much prejudice against black people, and it's unfair.
See, Okija, see my problem. Even here in the UK, right? The stabbings, the knife crime here in the UK, as for others, the same thing. The same teenagers, the same young black chaps, black children. It pains me. Like, why must it be we? It pains me. Why must it be we? You say I have to study. What study? I don't understand.
No, but the thing is, you have a
what
problem.
Is,
you don't understand.
There
are so many black professionals
in gangsterism. Hold on. What is there in gangsterism that till now you've still not learned that no, gangsterism will take you to jail?
Also in Nigeria, I went to university in Nigeria. There's gangsterism in the university. They call it court. It's not court. It's gangster in universities in Nigeria. They keep. My friend was killed in the university. In school campus was killed in the university.
We're talking about abroad.
There's court all over Nigeria.
I think for me anyway, let me just add to this. I think in the African American community, and maybe in even African this thing community, like we have tech companies in Nigeria that are relatively quite big. They make a lot of money out of it. I think some of them are even worth billions. This is what they call unicorn or something, and we have quite a few in Nigeria, and you have them in America too. For me, the area they are not moving into, they tend to move into areas that are quite benign. There's no strategic stuff that they own. Like if you have a tech company that does data centers, I would say, okay, you begin to get into more strategic areas. This tech company that is in charge of
that's what you think.
All over the world.
That's what you think. I work with black African Americans. They own things. They own tech companies. They own companies.
Why don't we see them then? That's the thing.
Because you are not looking. Because you are not looking.
Okay, I can let me pull it up now.
My problem is not even with whether they own anything or not owning anything, right? My problem is the aspect of crime. Whether they own or not.
The point is, look.
My problem is the crime committing. That's my problem.
This one should jog your mind. Hold on. I was looking at this one. I don't know where this comes from. But if this is objective collection of black people that got money from tech funding, venture capitalists to fund their businesses, look at the names and look at where the names of the people that are popping up, and women too. The top one that are giving all this job, and the kind of businesses that they are opening, and this is the kind of stuff I'm talking about. The same thing they do with the movie industry, the music industry. They give us, like, look at Dr. Dre, headphone is what he was doing. I'm talking about some serious engineering, some serious pharmaceutical, some serious energy, some serious stuff. Where are they?
That's a groundbreaking stuff.
Where are our people there? And for me, it's all good. We have all this one, but we need to start shifting into see, many of the look at Israelis now. The nation that was just created that many years ago. Look at, they are now going to be manufacturing microchips. They're going to be making microchips. I think America gave them billions of dollars to set up a microchip company. This in Israel. So this is the kind of stuff we are talking about. You really want to go into some serious engineering, whereby the whole world will look at you and say, okay, without you, we don't have anything, like Taiwan is right now. We are not going to any serious stuff. We keep going into things that they can replace very easily. That is my concern in all this. We have width, we have breadth, but we don't have depth into like some serious engineering this area. All I see is
I agree with
CEO
you.
for that's my concern. If you check all this on what they do, you will see that it's like surface stuff all the time.
No, but there's what's this Nigerian guy? He's from the north. He owns from one of the best pharmaceutical company in the world right now. I've forgotten his name. God, I've forgotten his name. I would research on him. Yeah, I mean, it's true. There are not a lot of black people who are into like breakthrough science. We don't have a lot of black people who have won Nobel in like physics. I'm talking about modern, like quantum physics, modern physics, all those advanced physics or chemistry.
Sorry. Although, right, we would have had some black that does this stuff. I know because of the
stereotype.
We say stereotype for not wanting blacks to explode, yes. Right? They don't give them that funding. Like this boy in Zimbabwe that does this device, created this device that can power TV, power stuff without plugging into electricity. I forgot the boy's name. Chip something. One Zimbabwe.
That stuff is unverified though, so we'll be careful.
No. So it did like several. Hold on, but something like that, you will never. They decide they will try and make it not come to life. You understand? So there's an attempt to do that. I won't deny that. But still, if at all they get grants to do this facial little things that would not even push one country to forward, it just push you individual and give you a name. Something that cannot even make you have a say on when it comes to world governing table. You understand? For me, it's bullshit. But still, we can start by this, giving ourselves this respect. Like when we find ourselves in like UK world power countries, I think we should do things that will not make them, look at us that you guys are never do kind of people. Because like I said, if Africans are coming there to do breakthroughs academically, this and that, for me, because of the racism stuff that they've gone through, I would expect non-youth by now to be seen committing any kind of serious crime that would be like a threat to a nation where you have like
keep
Americans or
saying
UK
serious crime, and I keep telling
stabbing, anything concerns stabbing. The picture you will see is a black person.
If the UK has a black stabbing issue, that is a problem.
Same thing with the United States.
Well, you can't talk about the United States because you don't know about
you.
But you're not telling me.
What is a global place?
You don't know about the United States, so it's not a global. The world.
Yeah, but he's allowed to say that
he's allowed to say, yeah, but it is not.
Hold on.
Let me finish.
Yeah, let him finish.
I was the one speaking before he jumped into. So
look at people. I was talking and Jago jumps in, and you're just making the same stereotypical argument. Okay,
I was talking. We just came in
as what?
But listen,
I speak it through just to keep it brief because he's still.
Why do you keep calling my name? I don't understand what's going on with you.
Don't worry.
I'm not worried. I just wondered why you keep calling my name.
It's not easy a bad thing. You're at the back of my mind. Or is it Loco that is calling you? So hold on. I speak to please try to keep it brief so he can carry on with what he's saying.
I always keep it brief. And I just want us to see eye to eye, okay? And I understand you think the UK issue is similar to that of the United States issue as you understand it. And I'd like you to know, and just like I'd like every other person that does not live in the United States to understand, the U.S. black issue is a very unique issue, unlike any other on the planet. Forget about what you think you. Forget about.
Okay.
Hold up.
Proceed.
Forget about whatever you think you're seeing in the mass media. Forget about what you think you're reading. Forget about what goes on in Hackney or Peckham or Brixton.
What should we think about then?
forget about it. Just if you come to the United States and understand the history of the United States and how these things work, how the system works, then you will understand what we're trying to say. The blacks in America do not commit more crimes than the whites. For example, let me ask you a question. In terms of this,
why can't we have the same for Chinese? Why can't we have the same for Chinese and Indians?
I can't speak for the Chinese or the Indians. So let me say, in terms of, there's no point. So in terms of the Chinese and Indians are not indigenous to the United States. So you cannot even bring that. They are immigrants like everybody else. Okay. So
like the blacks.
No, the blacks are not immigrants. The blacks are indigenous to the United States.
What?
Yeah, no, I
don't understand. Let him just finish. Let him give him. Let him give us his experience.
There were two groups outside of the Native Americans who are the original owners of the land.
Yeah.
Every other person came after the blacks and the whites. So every other person came after the blacks and the whites. Those are the immigrants. The blacks are not immigrants. They did
the
not.
whites are not immigrants, eh?
Did you even listen to me?
No, I'm just.
Did you even bother listening to me, bro?
I didn't. No, because from what I understood, that's why I'm asking you. I didn't understand it very clearly.
Oh, you clearly didn't understand. So let me move on. So I was gonna ask you just this last question. In terms of, for example, welfare, who do you think, with as much as they disparage black people and try to make black mothers as welfare recipients and Section 8 always depending on Section 8. Who do you think, what races do you think are at the top of receiving government assistance in the United States?
Except you go by, if you go by
you think
percent.
it's black people?
No,
and look at how you said it with confidence.
You see, that's why you have to be careful. If you go by percentage,
so I
suspect think maybe African Americans will be the highest.
By percentage, I didn't ask a percentage. I said, who do you think is the most? That was what I asked you. Of course I know how percentages work.
Percentage and the most, high percentage and the most is the same thing.
No, it's not the same.
There's a difference.
There's a difference between a majority and percentage.
No, high percentage.
No, but if we need to,
I did not say percentage. I said, who do you think takes?
I think percentages would be the best to classify it on.
Why would you?
I think that would be fair.
Well, percentage will also lead to this stereotype, because if you have only 13% of the population and there's 80-something percent or 70-something percent,
87,
about 87, right? So you really think? No, well, not 87, because we have Latinos and we have other groups. I'm saying white people compared to black people receiving governmental assistance.
Percentage matters.
Government aid. Of course, it's going to be the indigenous of the land, fine, which is like white people, whatever.
See,
okay. But if you listened, if you were to look at the way they portray black people in the media, guess who you would think? Especially you watch shows like Good Times and things like that.
Who live in projects
and projects and things. You would think it was white people, it was black people, but you have white people with tons living in tons of trailer parks.
Now, okay. Living a good life, right, might be different. What I'm talking about, my issue is crime. That's my problem. Living welfare,
to be honest with you, I brought this whole thing.
Mine is crime.
I asked that question because I have been a little bit worried. I know I've taken some classes over the years, and sometimes I really wish I can have my black brothers, especially those who own the land, those who are Americans, who will be very much interested in the science and the technology. And most of the time, if we interact with students all over, you realize that the Caucasians and maybe the South Americans, they pay some attention. But sometimes you hardly see the black. There's only one person I've seen who is very good he's a computer scientist, and he's very good in what he does and very diligent following it. He even asked me to write a letter of recommendation, a support letter for him, and I did not hesitate to do that. Anytime I see black people, especially, as I said, those who own the land, I'm so enthusiastic to see them work, push in to enter into this science and technology. But sometimes they are not there. They are not.
Oh, stop it now. Are we not doing
I am not happy
this thing now? We
I'm
are
not
doing
very happy because
Bonner Boy and all
you
that.
know one funny thing. There is something they call there's Black History Month here. Why should you restrict only the black? Why is there no White History Month? Those are the things that no.
Do you
What I'm
now
saying
you're sounding like a recent
This kind of
now
stuff
wait,
that drives them
hold up.
crazy.
Now you're
no,
sounding like a
one thing is that
real Uncle
why I'm
Tom.
saying all this thing is that it seems as if they are trying to make
So if there was to be a White History
They
Month, you
give
will
us
support it.
what I'm saying
they
is
give
that
us peanuts to make us feel we are special and we are happy.
that is the point. Don't make me feel I'm special. I should go through the same rigorous competition that they also go
Deserving
through.
stuff, yeah.
I like a situation where you develop yourself and look into their face. Let them use the systematic racism to keep on doing what they do. But if you stand to their face, it will come a time where all those things will break down.
I think
I need
what
black
you are
people
saying
to
sounds.
rise up, especially those who own this land.
I also want the same thing. We all want the same thing, even for ourselves here and in Nigeria. See, I think that when you look at it from the point of view that those type of things that they do, like Black Lives Matter or white Black History Month or stuff like that. If they are giving you that, take it. It's a form of soft power. Take it. You don't reject it. Like today now in the UK, they are threatening to fire the police commissioner in the UK because he wouldn't. They were advising a Jewish guy not to cross the road during a pro-Palestinian protest. They are advising for his own good, though, not to cross, and he's in trouble. So that's what they call soft power here. And if they give you, take it. But that doesn't mean you should rest on your laurels, because in the end, I hear what you're saying about this in African American. I've spoken to them a lot about this. I said, I don't see a lot of strategic thinking in that. They should be pushing they have access now.
Yes.
They should be pushing their young ones into tech all the way, so that they can gain all the advantage that they need.
What is just thinking?
I really wish, as I said, there is something local took which I think if I want to speak, I'll always go through that direction. I want to beg the parents, take care of your male and female children here so that they can get into school. I want to see them come up in such a way that if you are applying for a job, out of the 10 candidates, 4 are blacks.
Let me show you something consequential here.
5 candidates, 3
Let me show you something consequential. You know, venture capitalists, they are the one that give business. They are the one that give businesses money to spend and all the rest. If you see how many of them that are involved in venture capitalists here, you'll be surprised. This one is one of the few that is working in space, commercial space satellites. These ones are doing some good work here. This one, I mark them out. This one is doing something to do with RF. This is a powerful RF for satellite. This is space satellite. That they are doing some. A few of them are popping up. However, if you go further up, venture. Let's say this one, the NACCP award or something like that. Let me go back up and see whether I will see any venture capital. This one has got tech into it too. Let's see. I saw a lot of them. This is why I was aligning the venture capitalist ones, is because they can give business loans and funds to black people to start up tech companies. And when I talk about real deep tech companies, not light. This one are fluffy ones anyway.
Sorry. I would like you to find the one for like people like this. In 1990, right? Those people that they gave funds like this in 1990, like how are they today? The stuff that they were doing that they were funded. What is the nature of that project as at today as we speak? 1990 till now is about almost 40 years, right? Yeah, I think 1990.
Yeah,
so 70 years. Yeah, you understand? Till now, so these ones are new ones. These are just 1 year. So okay, we have lots of time to go. But those black people who were once like them, that they funded a project in 1990, where are they today?
7, 8, 9, 8, 9, 10. These are all venture capitalist kind of establishment that can give loans to fellow black businessmen.
Augustine, Local P. Isn't it funny how y'all talk down on black Americans?
No,
hold up.
Okay, maybe I have to explain.
Isn't it funny how y'all talk down on black Americans and you parrot?
No,
I don't think that's what they are trying to do.
And you parrot the message of the white supremacists. Meanwhile, you are only in the diaspora because these same Black Americans that you are looking down on, they fought.
They are
They did not
not.
fight.
Their
Listen, no, no,
Don't
no.
ancestors
do
See,
that. They are not
fought
looking down on
I'll
for
them.
correct you.
people
I'm not
like
looking down
I
you
will
on
correct
to
you.
anybody.
come
No, no,
out
no.
here. You
I will
fled your
correct you.
own homes. You
Okay.
couldn't even fight.
Now
This is
listen.
a
Now listen. Now
cowardice we're
listen.
talking about.
See,
I,
You
I will
come
that
correct
is
on
where
you.
you get
here,
it all
you
wrong again.
pontificate, you look
Okay.
down on other people, but you
Fine.
cannot even look your own leaders in the
Okay. Now
face.
listen.
You
Now
come
listen.
over here
Hey,
and
hold on.
you
I speak the truth.
now eat from the plate that the
Okay.
Black people
David, let
had
him
already
finish. I speak the
died
local. Let
for
him finish.
and washed, and you come and then you sit at the table, you start eating, and then all of a sudden you're better than the Black people that fought for you and laid their lives down for people
Okay.
like yourself to go file for a visa and come
Okay.
over here.
Now listen. I speak the truth. Let me correct you there, right? What you just said is what this girl is
Rubbish.
said. What's called
That just
Tanya
showed so much lack of understanding. You're not
Tanya
standing in the middle of
what's
that
it
at
called,
all. You don't stand
Tanya
as an African, and you don't stand as an African American with what you just said.
Now Jesus. This girl, what's her name? Tanya TKO.
Just
Yeah.
ignore.
Jago is looking at local.
No, not be me. Let me look at me. I speak to you. Look, okay. So look, what you just said. I speak truth, right? Tana TKO. I listened to one of our podcasts one time. She was just shouting, venting, like, "How dare Africans to come here and say, yeah, what forefathers, what people who fought for
Hey,
this and that."
listen,
Like, look,
excuse
hey,
me.
you
Excuse
didn't
me.
fight for
Excuse me.
anybody, right?
We
The
heard you
people who
speak
you said,
already. The things that you're saying sound ridiculous. Now, I've been all over Africa,
"Oh,
right?
I come here,
What if
Jesus
I
Christ."
said,
Wait
what if
now.
I said, let me give you an example of what you're doing, because I'm gonna tell you, because I'm kind of young still, don't have any children yet. I'm still in my mid-30s. I know I look good for my age, but let me tell you something. What if I said to you that the majority of the young Black youth are dancing all over YouTube and TikTok like they're about to go on tour with Burna Boy and Wizkid, and
You
none
wrote
of them
that.
are interested in any academics? I speak to them on a daily, right? They work in the gym. They serve me my food. This is all in Nigeria. All the youngins just dancing and they do dance. They do dance. They don't even give a damn about academics. They think they're about to get rich dancing on TikTok and doing hair and nails. What if I said that to you about your own people?
Okay, now
It doesn't
see,
No, but
follow.
now
It
there's
doesn't
some
really.
truth
That
now.
doesn't follow the
That's the truth.
conversation.
Black
That's
Beauty,
the
Black
It
Beauty,
truth,
doesn't
right?
follow
Black
the
Beauty.
conversation.
That's the
Okay,
truth.
no. Oh,
No,
Jago,
but
hold
you
on.
can
Black Beauty.
acknowledge
Truth.
that we too have that
Every day, let me
problem.
open
No,
up my
It's just
forefathers.
something
YouTube.
we need to
Let me open
solve.
up my
What's the point
Instagram.
of hiding
All
it?
I see is young
Hiding
Africans
what, forefather? I don't
That
understand.
if
TikTok.
our youths,
All
if
I
our
see.
youths are looking
See,
for a way to
That's
hold
all I
get
on.
see.
rich
See,
quick,
I have the
we
answer
should
for both
That's
of
admit that
all
that's
I
them.
what they are
see.
doing.
That's
Forefathers.
all
I have
they do.
forefathers.
Colorful hair and salabam,
Forefathers.
salabam
See,
every
okay, Black
fucking
Beauty.
day. What if I said that now?
Okay, hold
How
on,
dare
Black
Nothing.
you?
Beauty.
I'm not
See,
gonna. I'm not gonna take an
forefathers, hold
offense.
on. I can
How
answer the
dare
both of
you?
them. Don't worry. See, Black Beauty.
Mm,
What
Salabam,
you said. Wait now, hold on.
mm.
What
salabam,
you say is very correct, right?
Take
salabam.
it easy. Come
I do
on,
it too.
man.
I
No,
get to
talk
But
do
now.
salabam because I make
Do you want
over
to have a
170 a year. I get
do
to
you
do
want to have a
salabam.
conversation
Your
or
I
not?
kids,
think,
they
see,
can't even get a visa and they salabam every day.
a
They
black
salabam,
beauty,
they
a black
salabam
beauty.
every day
Let's
and they
try to
can't
be
even get a
civil with each
visa.
other here. Let's just
Huh?
try to be civil. Let's just try to be
Okay.
civil with each
Now,
other.
Yes, we
can I
I
are.
hear what you
Because
are saying.
let me respond?
sweetheart, you're the one who has the backdrop of DMX.
Mm.
Sweetheart,
Is
it's
that not? Is
you.
that a
You're
problem?
buying into
No,
the
no.
propaganda.
You see.
It's
What
you.
we're not doing here. As I said earlier, everyone wanted to ignore it, but I did say it. Instead of us just defending our position, which
Exactly.
is a way of not understanding the other person's position. But everybody has to try to communicate. We can't speak as though we're speaking so defensively
See,
that the next person's viewpoint doesn't get an earring. You know, when I'm hearing from you guys who are speaking from an American aspect, yeah, you speak as though what you're speaking about isn't in the public sphere. It's in the public sphere.
I just
Excuse me.
Yeah, he's
Without us
backing you
having
up,
this
local.
communication, it's there. We can see everything. Now, it's up to us as individuals as to whether we're going to delve into the information that is out there and investigate what's going on. If we do that small exercise, then I believe that we should come away with an understanding of the other. And that other, he's going through certain difficulties that need to be understood. But that doesn't mean that the person on the other side cannot give their point of view.
That's fine.
And if they give their point of view, we can't quickly wait, madam, wait, please. We can't quickly just pick up the flag of racism almost, that you're being racist against me, or you're being an ignorant person, or you don't understand what we're dealing with, or you can't have any. We are black people. We are all black people here. We have difficulties no matter which end of the stick we are as black people. For us to be now speaking to each other with such retrogression and such flippant talk as though, yeah, you don't understand. You need to be an American before you understand anything. Otherwise, you're just stupid. I mean, what kind of sense is that? That's not sense. That's the feeling. You're just offended. I'm offended. Stop offending me. Use your mind. Use your mind. You're disgracing yourselves.
Augustine, I want to tell you something. When I was doing my, let me tell you something, Augustine. When I was doing my undergrad, I went to another thing is a lot of the PWIs, the private white institutions that you guys all go to, where you get your scholarship because they want the black body in there. We don't attend those. We attend HBCUs and city and state universities. So you're not going to see us where you go to school, number one. Number two, I want to let you know that when I was doing my undergraduate, which I have two undergraduates, I have one in, African studies, and I have another one in business and economics, STEM, right?
Yeah.
Science, technology, engineering, and what? Mathematics, right? That's mathematics. So I come into your STEM, right?
You mean economics is sim? That doesn't count.
STEM,
I don't know. It's good enough. I'm just saying, in terms of the areas, I wish.
No, I understand, but what I'm saying to you is, I'm getting to the example. I have a friend. His name is Christopher Holder. He was only one of two African Americans to be admitted into Ithaca University for the PhD in pharmacology. He was the second one, and the one prior to him was like 10 years ahead. Right now, he develops pharmaceuticals for Pfizer. His name is Christopher Holder. You can look him up on LinkedIn.
Yeah.
Right? It looks like he could have been a Nigerian man. He's a Black American man.
Now, that is where I'm coming from.
And I have so many more examples.
Now, the point, that is where
But when you go online, you don't see that. All you see is the gangsters, right?
No.
So when I go online and I see the
where
Africans, all I see
really
is Celadon.
from. And that is why you see I asked.
Oh, come on, man.
There is one nice thing I always like about us, the black people. Anytime I meet a black person, the person will always call you, how are you, my brother? And that is why you see I'm raising this up, because we are in a school. The school I work for is like a community school at College of Staten Island. And I really want to see my own people. I call them my own people because they are my brothers. I really want to see my own people rise and become stronger and better. So when I bring such issue up, I ask the question that, and that's why I said that it may be black people who will tell me more about this, because I want to see my own people do it.
Absolutely.
And that is why we bring it here. We are not insulting anybody.
You know what your people would like as well?
We just want to identify a problem and see how we can solve it and become better.
Your people would like what your people would like. Your Black American people, the ones that have class and have property and ownership and influence in this country and money to spare. We would like to see our homelands be in better condition so that we can come home and invest in them. Why do you think I'm on this channel?
Exactly.
Augustine, if you went to
Nigeria, and all these great places where we come from,
we're going to come to you next.
Be in a position where we can actually make an investment there and live comfortably there. That's what we would like.
Augustine, if you went to Howard University,
hold on. Let's allow Loco to speak, please. Let's allow Loco to speak. Loco, please say something and finish what you are saying.
See, I have answers for both Aspire Truth and Black Beauty. See, right? First thing first, starting with Aspire Truth, you said we have no rights, black Africans, to come and start criticizing.
I never said that though.
No, hold on now. No, I pardon me if I don't say exactly the way you said it, right?
Yeah,
But in
but
a nutshell,
you can paraphrase without.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I
Please
said
don't let
that's
him just finish what he's saying, then you can respond.
good. I said that I said, pardon me if I don't say exactly the way you say it, but in a nutshell, what I understood what you're trying to say is like, um, um, you black Americans fought for what Africans are enjoying today. Look, Africans or those who fought for what blacks are enjoying today, they didn't fight for Africans. They fought for their own survival and their race, whether it's coming from Africa or they're already there in America. Like you said, indigenous black people there, like you said. And if what they fought for was truly something that was supposed to bring good out of maybe anything for their blood or whatever, the indigenous black Americans now would have been enjoying what their ancestors fought for.
They
You
are.
understand? They hold on, I'm
Just let
coming.
them
Hold on.
talk.
They
I'm
are.
coming now. Let me finish now. I'm coming.
We're rich.
So
We're so
and
rich that we're
you
not
let me
even
oh God
underclass.
man, let me finish first
Don't
now.
do
Let me
that. Don't
finish.
do that, Black Beauty. Don't do that.
Please
Don't
now, I'll
interrupt
come to you now.
unnecessarily.
Please, I'll
Please.
come to you. Stop. I'll come to you, please. I'll come to you, please. So you said they fought for look, they fought for the black race, whether they're in Africa or because those people who were there, they were brought from Africa. They didn't find themselves there and fought and say, okay, no, we found ourselves here, let's fight for everyone. No. They were also brought from Africa. You might be surprised. Those people who fought for America, for blacks in America, their bloodline are even currently in Africa right now. Their blood relative, they still be Africa. So don't come here and say like, oh, they fought for who? They fought for Africans.
Yes,
They
they
didn't
did.
fight for those in America. Their
I'm not
bloodline,
understanding, local. Are you
you can
saying?
trace them to. You
Are you
hold on now.
saying? Yeah, but you're saying two different things. You said.
No,
I
what you
said.
said.
Are they
Mhm.
fight? Are you saying they fought for just Black Americans? Because this is what you started off by
No,
saying.
yeah, because you said like
And
that's the
then
way
then you're
we
saying.
can leave our
Then you.
country
But
and get a
then
visa to come to your country.
wait. Listen. Are you saying, because I'd like us to be on track,
Yeah.
okay? So when we have a discussion,
Mm-hmm.
So are you saying they just fought for Black Americans because this is what you started off by saying,
No,
or
they
are
fought
you
for their
saying?
survivor.
Hold up, how can you answer the question I haven't even asked you? So are you saying they fought for just Black Americans, or are you saying that they fought for the entire blacks in the world, which is what now you jumped to and started saying this is who they fought for?
They fought for their survival as black Americans, not because they fought for like, oh, they fought for blacks, so it's only our children, our black children will enjoy it, no other blacks. They fought for their survival, and by extension, they fought for blacks all over the
Okay,
world.
yeah, that's true. But that's what we're saying. So we're
So don't
saying
don't say that they fought for only them, then the ones in Africa
I
are
never
enjoying it.
said
No,
that. I
I
never
don't
said
think you
they
said that,
fought.
but
I
you
never
did
said
you
that.
did
He
it,
made he
I
made, me- he made mention
said
of visa, of getting
no,
visa from yeah.
yes. So
Yeah.
in a way. That's what you
so
said too.
what I
By what? Sorry, let me say. You
Oh,
see,
Father,
I think
don't. I don't want to mention nobody's name. Don't do what this other person
don't
always
even
does.
start. I will
Jagun.
start
Let me
now.
let me answer him. Don't try
Don't
to
even start
explain
with
for me.
it.
You know, what I mean,
Okay,
I don't want
explain
to.
yourself now. If you're going to explain it better, let's
Thank
hear
you.
it.
So,
Good.
local P, what I said was when you have the Stokely Carmichaels, right? When you have the W.E.B. Du Bois, right?
Yeah.
When you have people of that nature, the Afeni Shakors, these
John Lewis.
people. Thank you very much, man. So when you have people like that, yes,
Mhm.
you're right. They did fight for black Americans. This is what they did, right?
Mhm.
But by extension,
Mhm.
like Marcus Garvey,
Mhm.
Marcus Garvey wanted to go to Africa. So they were fighting for the entire
Malcolm X went to
black
Africa.
race. Right. So by extension, they was fighting for the black race, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
But what I'm saying is
Mhm.
when they laid the table, they built the table that is America today.
Mhm.
Black people built America.
Mhm.
They put in the blood, they
Mhm.
put in they put in
Sweat
the
and
blood,
tears.
they put in the sweat, they put in
Mhm.
the tears
Yeah.
that the whole entire United States is enjoying today, starting
Good.
from the plantations, to the railroads, to what we have as Manhattan today.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
did all that. They put
Yeah.
their life, and guess what? They did it for free. They
For
wasn't
who?
paid for it.
For who?
The invoice is outstanding. They owe
They were
us.
forced to do it. So for whoever's enjoying it today, they did that. All right.
Okay.
So
Okay.
now my point is, do
Mhm.
not come on here
Mhm.
and parrot what the white supremacists does, the same thing they do, which is how they divide the Black Americans and the Black Caribbeans and the Black Africans by saying that side is lazy, that side is
No, no, no.
promiscuous.
Oh, okay.
Hold up,
Okay.
let me land, sir. That side is promiscuous. That side does not want to learn anything. That side are liable to steal, cheat, and lie. So the same thing they telling us here, they telling us in Africa too. So
Okay.
what you're doing now is parroting white
Okay.
supremacist
Now,
ideology without
now,
even realizing
okay.
that is what you're doing.
Fine.
And this is
Now,
my
see,
grouse with everything
fine.
you're saying.
See what where I'm coming from first, right? Now, there's a problem in America against Black people. Everybody knows that. Good. So we shouldn't, you understand, give them an excuse, an ounce of excuse to even do what they are doing to us by committing what we are being caught. Like I said, video evidence of what if there's no video evidence, you can be like, yeah, I can say, yeah, the judicial system in America is against Black people. Any idiot they throw you to jail. Yeah, they want to put Black people in jail. I agree. But you can't just sit in your house and somebody will just come arrest you without no video evidence or no violent evidence on the road, maybe no shooting of gun, this and that, and they just put cuffs in your hand and take you there. You understand? We agree that there may be majority of Black people like that in the American jail. But like I said, the one that they have evidence to show to the world, why do we give them that evidence?
And do you think there are no evidence? And before I continue, and I'm going to get to that, to go on because I got thrown off with all the distractions. Nigeria, Ghana, the entire Africa got the ideas to fight against the white man colonialism from their Black civil rights counterparts. Okay, so what they learned in American universities, people like Kwame Nkrumah, Nnamdi Azikiwe, they took it back on Patrice Lumumba, Fela. Okay, they took it back home and they fought against the white colonialists. Now, to your question,
it was their brothers that did it.
So to your
now they're your brothers.
And apart from that, you have to add in that a lot of that Black consciousness came from the Caribbean. It came into America from the Caribbean. When you speak about Afro, when you speak about Pan-Africanism, that was birthed in the Caribbean, Trinidad to be specific.
So, Local P, to your question about the evidence that why don't we see what is on camera?
You're handling this thing very poorly.
Do you think at any point that there are no evidence from police departments of white people committing crimes? Because if you go on YouTube, except you're not trying to look for it, these shows are on YouTube. So to just stereotype one group and say, well, we see it and they have to do more. Well, why don't white people do more and not commit crimes?
Look at what you're doing right now, right?
There's a case right now.
In Nigeria, right?
Right now.
My brother, let Madame speak. We can't just be hearing from you two. Let Madame speak.
I speak the truth, right?
Please.
Somebody can
There's
steal
only
from
one
the
thing for me to
right?
say. There is a case right now with a
Wait, let her speak now. Why would we have two conversations?
He wants to believe what he wants to believe. There's literally a case right now with a white man that they have video evidence of him interacting with this young Black girl, that she has been chopped up and they found her leg washed up on the shore last week.
Yeah, I saw that.
Like, please, what are you talking about? Stop it.
I don't understand. Listen to me. Sometimes you guys are just talking as if you don't understand what somebody's saying.
It's your mind. It's your algorithm.
I speak the truth.
You're
Let me give you a
Why are you almost accusing him
See,
of that what happened.
see,
That
let
what
me
happened.
the truth.
What I'm
Yeah,
saying
You're
is,
let me
almost
tell you
putting it
something
in Loco's lap
Nigeria.
as though he did it.
Somebody from the
it's your
north.
choice,
You
but
know,
you
Nah, man, you're being a bit
like
too
north and
strong.
south in Nigeria, right? Especially, are you hearing me?
Strong.
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm
Somebody
trying
from the
over
north,
it.
somebody
You know
from
what I
the
mean?
north will commit a crime, right?
Please,
And
I'll
they'll
need
say
to bow out very soon. I
they'll say
don't know. So,
because it's Hausa, right?
We're not
Then
allowing everybody to
they want
speak.
to arrest him, right? Then the Igbo man or somebody from the south will commit a crime. Then they will arrest him. Then you will not say that. Does it mean that the Hausa do not commit crime? Yes, they commit, because they commit crime and they don't show it or to us or whatever. Does that give us the reason to commit our own crimes too? So because white people, I've seen white mad people, white psychopaths doing bullshit in America. Yeah, I've seen them. I see them all the time too. You understand? But it's a system that is for them. They can do whatever their business. I'm talking about my own people.
I'll need
You
to.
understand? Even if white Americans are committing 30% of the crimes, why should why should we even commit crime that is 30%?
Well,
Even
maybe
if
because
Americans committing 70%,
because
white American commit 70%.
local P. Maybe because no human being is perfect. Maybe we need to start with that.
Good for them. If we are seeing that the system is not working for us, it's everything is rigged against us, right? We should not even fund that idea to give them the excuse to be rigged against us. We should just as well listen.
Nobody, local P. You are inadvertently parroting the same rhetoric of a white supremacist. Why
No,
should
let me
black people
please.
hold themselves to a
Maybe I'll
higher?
just
Why
say
should black
something and
people
go.
hold themselves to a higher behavioral standard than anybody else in the
No,
United
not
States?
high,
Please,
not high,
please, let me say
normal,
something
not
and
high,
go. Please, let me
normal,
say something.
not
It's
high.
just a different way of
Please, can I say
thinking.
something?
It's
Can I
just
just?
it's not to be labeled. What Loco P is saying, if you're understanding him at all, and the aspect that he as an individual is coming from, it must be understood that whether he has ignorance or not, and whether the belligerence of someone like I Speak the Truth with his ignorance and not really allowing people to speak into this before getting offended or thinking that he knows it all. The fact is, an individual is putting a case forward from his point of view, be he wrong or right. But to be then accused of being following a white trope is pathetic. Who are you speaking to? Who are you? Who are you to say what you said? You daft apeth. You're daft. You're not thinking. You're just daft. And I know you're hearing. So
The point
that's
is
enough.
this.
That's enough. I just want to
Look,
say, because I know the game, the idiot game that he's played. I'm gonna ignore Jagu. I don't really like him because he speaks too much more truth than I speak. What I'm trying to put here is, instead of us creating enmity between each other on a black issue that is historically difficult, let us lend an understanding. If you're lending an understanding to another black person from a different part of the world, to start pointing the finger and accusing him is not communication. You're trying to communicate what you mean, and you're pointing the finger at him at the same time. That's not how to communicate.
now
You
let
see,
let me
I keep
clarify my.
putting forward, if I may, I keep putting forward that we black people in Europe are different from the black people in America, are different from the black people in the Caribbean, are different from the black people in Latin America, South America, are different again from the Africans, and we know how different we are in Africa. So these are the levels of different aspects we have upon the whole thing about being black. America don't own black. America doesn't own it. You don't own black. Everyone speaks from their own angle. What we suffered in Africa is different from what was suffered in America. So it's from these angles that we have to understand and come to the table with some sense of humility, with some sense of we all have this issue. We all have this problem. To start saying that I'm the most black person and I can speak on black American issues better than anyone else, or at the same time I'm going to speak in Nigerian issues like I know him. You've been welcomed. You've been welcome to speak about Nigerian issues as a Nigerian. That's how you came across to me. That's how I saw you.
God,
but you're not happy when people speak about Black America. You're not happy.
Can I say something?
You don't care, and I know you don't care. I know you don't care. I know you're
Please let
flipping
us
rude,
hear what you
in
got to
black
say.
American, individualistic,
Please,
idiotic,
can I say something?
fuckwit. You get me? I know that about
I'm
you.
not used
But
to
that I'm
speaking when
still saying
others
what
are
you're saying.
speaking.
I'm still.
Please,
Let's allow Augustine to say something.
let me just say something. I would like to
Go on,
go.
cover that. Show of
Bros, why didn't you let me
please.
finish? I haven't spoken for a long time, 4 ago.
Augustine hasn't said anything for a long time too.
But I haven't, and I'm speaking at the moment, and you can't cut me off in the middle of what I'm saying.
He wanted to speak
Okay,
when
let him finish. Let him finish. Please, just finish.
That is very rude.
Just
You don't know it, but that's extremely rude, bro. I'm in the sentence. I've been here listening to everybody else. Why would you cut me out and think that is fair? It's not fair. It's not fair, forefathers, mate. There's times that I'm here for an hour and I haven't spoken, but you won't recognize that. You're saying that it's the next man's time to speak. I'm speaking, my friend. Don't be rude to me. You keep doing this kind of thing. All I'm trying to put to us is that the way we're communicating upon such an issue is not elevating our understanding of the issue from any point of view. If you're a Nigerian at all, and you don't understand that Nigerians come from a very conservative way of thinking, and our parents have had this way of thinking. We, as the parents of these Nigerian parents, know the difference at even generational level. How I think about the black issue different from how my parents thought about it. There's a difference there. So within that difference and within my learning, however small it may be, I can still engage in the communication and learn more. But that's not the way we're coming across with this conversation. We're coming across with this conversation is that I know it all and I know better than you. And you really should shut up and listen. That's not how to speak to someone. You might think that's clever, but that's not how to speak to someone, especially if you want them to understand you. So I put this to you, my friend. If you are trying to teach something, just teach it. Don't bring in all your silly bombs, castigating everything. Just teach and gain the respect of being a teacher instead of wearing that mop on your head and pontificating nonsense.
You will cry. Listen, every time I'm on this show, you're going to cry because you will not bully me like you do to the others.
You're an idiot. I don't bully anyone. I'm speaking my piece. I'm not bullying anyone. If you take it as bullying, that's up to you. But I'm not trying to do that.
You're going to light your weed. You're going to smoke. You're going to get high on.
Can I speak now? Can I speak? Can I speak?
No. You can't speak. Get personal as you want, bro. I can get pretty. I'm going to cry. You fool. What are you doing?
It's okay.
You have no idea.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
You better keep smoking whatever crack you smoke.
Yeah, man. Crack cocaine. You better keep praying to that idiot Allah God of yours.
It's okay.
I don't know what I pray
let me
to.
speak.
You don't even know if I believe in God.
Fuck you, man. Fuck.
Please. The point is this,
You're like 60 years old. Like, what's wrong with you?
Please. We don't need to. Please, this is I think it's a public platform. Emma, Jargon, please let me just.
Carry this thing go past you know the year old. Close the session. I know there was a problem.
So the point is that I wanted to make this clarification. Somebody said, let me speak in the local Nigerian slang. Now me, I don't bring trouble. The point is I just asked a question because, as I said, I don't know, my people will say the old man is blamed for not talking, the young man is blamed for not listening. It doesn't mean I'm old. I saw something, I said, okay, let me ask about it. Now, if we talk about problems, it means we are trying to find solutions. And the case where we don't talk about problems, we will never find solutions to them. And as I said earlier, I always like my brothers and my sisters to grow in this science and technology, to grow in industry or whatever career they decide to take. And that is why we are asking this question. And that is why we are not trying to belittle anybody here. We are not trying, for me, I'll speak for myself. I'm not belittling anybody here, but I just want to see my own people grow in that ladder of success. And that is why this question is being asked. And from all these things we have spoken up, down, left, and center, one thing I've held very close to my heart is what Loco said. The family may have not been very fair to some of my own brothers because they didn't have parents or fathers to take care of them, to tell them that this is what you're supposed to do. I'll tell you the truth. When I went to school,
My father didn't go to school, maybe higher education like colleges, because his father refused to send him to school, and the reason was simple. My grandfather's first son refused to go to school, so because of that, everybody was prevented from going to school. And my father always told me that the head teacher used to come and beg that, please send this one to school. He may be good enough, but my grandfather refused because of that. So my point is that when my father grew up, my father made it mandatory that all his children must go to school by force. If you don't go to school, you'll be beaten. I mean, real beaten. So if you go to school and do well, you'll be rewarded with a lot of Christmas gifts, with a lot of Easter gifts. But if you don't do well, you'll be beaten the way we do it in Africa. So you decide to take the gift or you take the cane. So because of that, I appreciated my father because that fatherly figure was always there to guide me as I moved ahead. And that is what I have picked out from what Loco said. That maybe sometimes they don't have the fatherly figure to always beg that my child do it this way, do it this way, and do it this way.
But
What is my own take on it? My take is that in the local Igbo tradition, they will say one person doesn't own a child. The child is for the whole community.
For the village.
Good. So my own point is that anytime I'm teaching, I always take black people also closer to my heart to find out, please, are you listening to me? Are you getting what I'm doing? That is the only way to push them. If I see anything like undergraduate conferences, I'll push them because I want them to compete. I want tomorrow to see that, okay, this guy is doing this other guy is doing this guy is doing
Augustine,
this.
Augustine,
And
the
that is what we do
bedrock,
is the issue.
the bedrock of the United States economy, and forefathers, I appreciate if you don't cut me off. The bedrock of the United States
Hello.
economy
Be
is
quiet, my friend.
entrepreneurism. Okay, so you can succeed in America without taking the African route. For those of us that have a semblance of African background, we understand, yes, most of our parents are insistent on you going to college, on you graduating university. But guess what? In the United States, that is not the end all be all. Okay. Jeff Bezos, or well, people like Steve Jobs, all right, people like Bill Gates, they did not graduate from university before they made something of their lives.
Yeah.
So stop insisting on using an African parameter to look at the Black American. This is what we try to explain to y'all. You do not necessarily have to be a doctor to be labeled a success in the
Yeah.
United States. You do not necessarily have to be an engineer to be labeled a success in the United States. For example, I was trying to remind Dr. Damages today of where we met when I was about 15 years old. He was trying to recollect and he's looking like, oh, yeah, I do remember. So stop looking at this parameter and saying, well, these people are not this. You are talking of the College of Staten Island. Staten Island is predominantly white. Why don't you take a trip to DC? Why don't you take a trip to Alabama and find out if your experience will be the same? Guess what? It won't be, because those places have predominantly Black people. This is why I say y'all keep coming across as parroting racial stereotypes.
Fine. I speak the truth. Let me tell you where I'm coming from, in case you don't know, right? Just listen, please. Now, you and other blacks over there in America and the UK, I see them as my people. One, okay. Then two, I know my people and I are in a place where we are in a system that is already rigged against us. You get my point? So this is my people now. It's not me or African or no, my people. Like you said, Marcus Garvey, Martin Luther King, Malcolm S, all of them, they were fighting. They said my people. They didn't say my people in America. They didn't say my people in Jamaica. They didn't say, even they came from different places all over the world. and they found themselves there in America, they didn't say anything like my people in particular place. They said my people. And when they say my people, by extension, worldwide, everybody that looks like them. You get my point? Everybody that looks like them. Malcolm X went to Africa for a reason, because he believed that his people are there. You understand? They might in America, but he know they came from there. So he went to Africa to go and see another extension of his people who are not different from his people in America, because he knows that his people in America came from came from Africa. So they're the same people. So it's like he's going back to meet his cousins, his siblings, his blood relatives, his ancestral land. That's where he went back to. So whatever the so-called black ancestors fought in America, they didn't fight it for themselves in America. They fought for blacks all over the world. So saying that people in Africa are looking, they cannot take care of their country, they are taking visas to come here, this and that. Yeah, they are taking visas to a place where their own brother has fought and bled for them to progress. If they didn't do that, they wouldn't have gone there. So people are saying like this.
Loco, you've hit the nail on the head. What you just said is the crux. That is where the communication should be. That we are one people. That we are one people. Please go away. This fuck face. Please go away. Anyway, the crux that you hit is where we should be speaking. That is where we should be speaking.
We should be minding our language.
I beg your pardon. I really don't want to swear, but I need to have an immediate effect on fuckface. Excuse me.
You are still doing it. Come on.
Excuse me, Joe. I'm trying to say that if we are not listening to each other, what Loco P has just said is so accurate as to the oneness and the divisions within that oneness. And if we are not trying to communicate those divisions for us to come to a point where there's understanding, then what are we doing? We're just creating enmity between each other and digging our graves ever the further, which is what I think that damn fool is doing. That's what he does. He's not really coming here to lend his experience and good advice. He's coming here to argue. He's coming here to argue.
I think it comes across like that because of the way he delivers his.
Because he's a hijadist or whatever they call themselves.
Let me. Can I just have my own say, please? You all didn't want to be interrupted. You won't let me talk.
I'm begging you. I'm begging you. I'm begging me.
You just finished talking.
You just say on a very good. I'll cost you, but now
it was him talking. It was him talking at the time.
See, what's it called? Even black beauty I was talking about. What about in Nigeria? And you have young boys and young girls dancing this and that. These are influence of media influence coming from the West. You understand? These are influences coming from the West because America have brandished Western countries have brandished themselves to be like, yeah, if you come here, you are free, you are this and that, you can be this, you can be that. You've got this influence, and when you've got influence on people who are jobless, this is what you will get. In Africa, right? There's sufferings everywhere. The government is not even helping out. So we will not blame them if they go into any kind of different vices, social vices, whether it's court clash or whether
I just want to ask a question. No, excuse me, my guy. I just want to ask a quick question, if I may. Who or where is there great black leadership at the moment? Where is it coming from? Can anyone answer that question? The real question. My belief is that Black America has lost the banner of that leadership in the world as world black people. And I now want to ask, where is this real conscious leadership coming from? Is it coming from Africa? Is it coming from Europe? Is it
I think what is happening now is that there is a state of flux and I think it was bound to happen if we are going to get out of the mess we are in. You are going to have a state of flux where the focus is going to move from the US to the continent, because the continent is where the real power base is, isn't it? So, and from the point of view of the young people and from the conversation we are having here, is the idea is to point it to Africa, where the center of gravity will be in Africa. So right now, you find that we are all talking and trying to understand each other and gain some level of consciousness that is synchronized. So that is what it seems to be happening. So there is no clear lead right now. This is why I'm very concerned about life, the way it works, except a man that shows up with a will of nature to reshape things as they see fit. Because I fear that events is what is driving us right now. And from that COVID-19, George Floyd and everything is pushing us nudging us in one direction. And also the state of the world, the powers in the world are a little bit fighting each other as they normally do now and again. So that is what is shaping events right now. But what I take from most of the conversation we're having here is that some of the language we as Nigerians, the way we talk about things in Africa, in America, is very easy for an American when they hear it, for it to sound like the stereotype they put on them. And often they react viscerally when they hear it. Like, why would you? I wouldn't be here expecting to hear this from my own brother or somebody that I consider one of my own. So that's what you are getting. And I can understand the frustration from the point of view of an African, that why are you not trying to understand me? I mean well. You see what I mean? I've gone through the same thing myself. So, and I would say, like, I think Jaguar has said much of it. I speak the truth. Try to sometimes to be understanding where Africans are coming from. Try to understand the thrust of the argument, not the aspect that triggers you. Because it's like when Augustine was describing what he wanted from African Americans, it was read the wrong way again. Because when the thrust of his argument was that he likes to see African Americans progressing, and he wants to see more of them doing that. That is the most important aspect of what he was saying, and that is the part. Anybody that was looking at this conversation that doesn't want to necessarily pick holes, which you can raise those points. You could raise those points and say, you know what, that thing you said, next time put it this way. You see what I mean? So that some other person, when they hear you, they don't misunderstand you. But I know what you mean.
See,
you see what I mean?
I don't want to.
I speak the truth. That's what I would have expected you to do, because you know what he meant.
Well, Loco, hold up, Loco. He said he expect to me. So let me answer. So
everybody want to respond.
Yeah, but he referenced me.
Now you have the floor now. Go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Y'all love explaining for people, like some people, but Loco, you my man. So
Jago is paying close attention.
I'm just not ignorant. That's all. I'm just not as ignorant as my man.
So Loco, man. What I was, I'm not ticked off. You forget that I can see from both sides. I understand where both sides are coming from. So what I'm trying to just explain to you is exactly 4-5 has just basically said everything. What I just don't agree with is, I have to I have to temper everything down. But I have to let you, a lot of y'all coming here to the United States with a certain stereotype, subconsciously not realizing that you have imbibed what the white man has brainwashed y'all with, and what they do to the blacks in the United States too. So they play a divide and conquer game but both sides are lazy, both sides are criminals, both sides are open to indiscriminate sex, they thieves, they liars. They do this. So the same way you're looking at Black Americans, this is the same way Black Americans look at you. So you cannot come here with a holier than thou attitude and say,
no.
You cannot come over here with a holier than thou attitude and say, well, we're doing this. Why can't they do this?
No.
Not understanding the complexities of this society.
Let me see. Look, so okay. Now I'm not advocating, like, I hear this rumor. They say in America, African parents are telling their children not to mingle with Black American children because of this violent clinical whatever. But I don't think, right, the whites over there brought out a microphone and spread this propaganda to them before they start saying that for the Black parents to say to their kids, African parents to say to their kids. No. I believe is what the black African parents saw on the streets of America. Hold on, hold on, hold on. I'm coming. Hold on. I believe is what they see on the streets, not because of maybe what they hear on the news. Fine, fair enough. What they see on the news, what they can even witness on the streets, robbing, maybe like Indian shops, stuff on the streets, hijacking, knife theft, car theft, gun violence, gangsterism, crips and blood, and all that kind of bullshit, right? I believe is that's what they see, they must have seen, and tell to their children like, please, we don't want you associating yourself with this kind of
We really need to
American
watch
kind of
our
people.
language. There are
Yes, sir.
elders that are watching and listening to this
Did I
thing. So
use
you have
wrong
to,
finding wrong language? Sorry.
yeah,
Okay, sorry, sorry, I'm sorry.
some.
Okay, so fine, like I believe that's what they must have seen to see that. But fine. Saying that no, don't mingle with them, pull away from them. I may not subscribe to that. But coming from where they are coming from, Africa, they left where they think they are suffering and coming to a place where they think they will have greener pasture, and allowing any negative vice to stop them or their children from having that. I believe every reasonable parent wouldn't want that. You understand? To say, oh no, I think because in Africa, everybody knows if you're following bad kids or bad children because they be bad influence, they will tell you, yes, man, if I see you with that boy again, I will skin you alive. If I see you go to that compound and play, I will beat the hell out of you. Every parents do that to their kids because they know that other kids might be of bad influence to their children because no responsible parents wants any bad influence or bad child to mingle with
All
their
this is known. All
I,
this,
I know.
everybody knows.
Let me add a bit of depth to what
You
you
understand?
just said.
So what
When
I'm
the
saying is,
African parents come to America, now let me add something to it so you get what I'm trying to support your point. When they come to America, many of them they drop one class level, probably. When you drop one class level, a middle class parents in America, in Nigeria, will go and find themselves in the hood in America. So now you have what they call ghetto snobs. They don't want to hang around some of all those things that they see, the vices that they see. And the truth,
devices, they want to pull
the
back.
truth is that, hold on now, the truth is that from the point of view of I speak the truth, this is exactly the same thing African Americans do. African Americans, when they become wealthy, they are middle class, they move away from those neighborhoods. They don't stay there. So
Exactly.
it's a kind of class thing that is manifesting
Well,
itself
not
in that
necessarily.
way.
That wasn't what I was saying at all.
No.
I'm
I'm not saying
saying,
that's what you're saying. I'm saying that is what is playing out that makes it seem like one side is being snobbish against the other. While in
whoa,
reality,
no.
African Americans even move out of those same neighborhood. They don't hang
What I
around there too.
actually was saying, forefathers and local P, was the same way Africans think the blacks in the United States are lazy and they don't like to go to school. Hold on. It's the same way, for example, before the advent and popularity of social media, do you know the impression most of the United States had of Africa? They didn't think cities existed in Africa. They thought people lived in trees and ran around the Serengeti with lions and zebras and giraffes. So
Running
this
naked
is
on the streets.
run naked in
Those
the
are
street,
those are the ones that didn't
dress
read.
around with leaves, you know. So,
Exactly.
so
It's
because
true.
what I'm
because
saying,
Because there are others. There are others that knew
they're
before.
not reading.
so,
They're
so
not
what
reading
I'm
before social media.
so what I'm saying, before the advent of social media, before people started coming back and forth, before the world became so small where everybody can see everything, and someone in London can look on social media and think they know how it happens on the ground somewhere in Milwaukee, right? Before it became like that, the white man, again, because he frames the narrative, did a good job in brainwashing both sides. This is what I'm trying to show you. So,
Okay, but look, I see the news, right? I see the violence, the gun violence in America in black communities.
It's
It's not
known.
like
All this is
gossip
known.
alone.
It's not
I
well,
rocket
see
science.
it.
you can't go with what you've seen in MSM local. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. See what's going on in Palestine today, right? Without moving ahead, see what's
But
going on in
I'm not
Palestine.
saying
Look,
from the
look,
white
look,
media. I'm
hold up,
seeing it
hold
from
up,
black
hold up.
media. From
Okay,
black
hold
media.
up. There's nothing like black media. The black, even if we had the black face, local, please, even if
No,
it
no, no.
has
Hold
a
on, let
black
me take
face
this with
Podcast.
Loco.
in
He's just gonna,
Podcast.
he's gonna, let
Like
even
Loco,
if
let me take
even
this
if
with
it has a
Dr.
even if it
Rashad,
has
Dr.
local
Rashad,
please,
whatever. I've forgotten his name.
Loco,
even if it has
let
a
me address him
black
on this.
even if it has a black face at the head, they still control the narrative. Okay, so if again, what I was trying to say, if the incident in Palestine today, if this had happened 15 years ago, guess what? The entire planet will be sympathizing with the IDF, with Israel, because
Israel. Yeah, of
they
course.
will frame the narrative as they want.
Want.
If
Yeah.
not for social media, if we depended on MSM, most people will not be, Black Americans now, will not be going back to Ghana. A Black beauty will probably not go to Nigeria or
Yeah.
be married out there
Hold
because
on,
she's going to
Loco.
have a stereotype
Of
or
course.
a mentality
That's true.
of what is going on out there. So this
Yeah.
is what I'm saying. Like, you have to be careful when you fall for this racial tropes
Okay. See,
Hold
that
on,
they've
Loco,
been.
hold
I have the
on
same
now.
problem.
You've been
I have
trying
the same
this
problem in
all
UK.
evening. You've been trying this all evening. It's not the way you're approaching it. He's not hearing you.
No, hold on,
See,
first. I say the truth. I have the same problem in the UK, not even America now. I have the same problem in the UK.
you are dealing with it wrong. He's talking about propaganda. You are telling him that you are seeing it with your own eyes,
I
and
say I have the same
he's
problem in
busy
the
talking
UK.
about
Yeah.
propaganda.
So hold on. Is the UK propaganda that told me? Is it propaganda?
Hold on. See, exactly. That's a fair question. I think
Exactly.
I
I'm saying
speak
that is
the truth. It's one thing to say there is propaganda, which there